I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 640. Santiago's interview. Leon's first opportunity to speak with Santiago came the night the man was captured. The Heaven's Eye convoy traveled through the raided village, but they couldn't do much to help. They weren't a relief column and didn't even pack that much food for their journey, but here and there, some alms were given out and a few of the guards pitched in with some physical labor. But for the most part, the villagers were on their own to rebuild. The convoy continued on to the nearest city, a settlement of 10,000 lying on a nearby river, where they resupplied, informed the local authorities of what had happened out in the hills, and set up camp for the night. There wasn't much the local authorities could do, either, since Santiago's band wasn't the only group of former soldiers turned bandits out in the brush, but Leon was glad to see at least some attempt at providing some relief was sent to the village. But that also left him with a bit of a dilemma: what to do about Santiago and the rest of the prisoners. They offered to turn them over, of course, but security in a provincial town wasn't that great, so Leon made the local magistrates another offer: he'd personally take Santiago and his remaining half-dozen bandits further in country. He didn't offer anything more than that, letting them make their own assumptions about what he meant by that. After all, he wanted to recruit Santiago, and only if he couldn't do that would he turn the man over to the Cordoban authorities. Of course, recruiting the man, a bandit and deserter, might be a headache unto itself, but Leon figured he'd cross that bridge when he came to it. The local magistrates wound up agreeing with his offer, paying Leon a nominal fee for transporting the prisoner. Then, Leon went to speak with the man himself. Santiago was kept in strong anti-magic bindings within a Heaven's Eye carriage that had been retrofitted to transport him, with the rest of his people being held in another carriage. So, Leon was able to speak with the man alone. "Hey there," Leon said in greeting as the Heaven's Eye guards showed him into the large carriage. Santiago just made a somewhat exasperated face at him in response. "I was hoping we could talk some more," Leon continued as he strode in and took a seat near the front of the carriage and got comfortable, Santiago restrained near the back. "How much choice in this do I have?" Santiago asked. "None," Leon responded with a cheeky smile. Santiago shrugged, and Leon took that as his cue to continue. "I'll be taking personal charge of you as we take you to Andalus," Leon explained, referring to the capital of the Cordoban Alliance, which their caravan would have to pass through on their way south. "I'm surprised," Santiago replied. "I thought that you'd be dumping me off on the locals. Would you rather I do that?" Leon wondered aloud, looking for a chance to escape from their lackluster jail facilities. A chuckle was Santiago's response. "No," he said, "they wouldn't imprison me. They'd execute me as soon as they possibly could, and probably without trial. A sixth-tier mage like myself. They don't have the capabilities to hold me, nor can they let me go. No, they'd just kill me and end me immediately. Are you expecting similar treatment when we hand you off again?" "More or less," Santiago replied almost nonchalantly, giving off no impressions at all that he cared a single iota about his fate. "I'm not just a bandit, I'm also a deserter, and so will receive a deserter's punishment. Such is life, I'm afraid." Leon paused in his questioning for a moment, pursing his lips in thought. He leaned back in his seat, staring at Santiago, taking in the man's relaxed posture, his easy-going, somewhat self-deprecating smile, and his unfurrowed brow. "Does it not upset you at all?" Leon finally asked. "You're looking death in the face, and yet you seem like, well, like you don't care at all." "As I said, Leon Rame," Santiago replied, "this is life. Or do you disagree with my punishment? Or is it my demeanor that you take issue with? Should I protest and wail to the gods of this injustice? Should I demand that they deliver me from this fate?" Leon quietly chuckled. "No, it isn't the punishment that I argue with. Traitors ought to be punished harshly, and traitors to a state are to be executed. I don't disagree with that at all." "Then you think I'm too calm?" Santiago asked. "Yes." Santiago's smile widened. "Raging at you, the gods, the kings, the conclave, none of it would change my fate, and I would rather die content than filled with fury." "Are you furious, though?" Leon inquired, his eyes narrowing as he finally started to approach the reason for his questioning. "Do you wish that your fate was different? Would you take a chance to live if it were offered?" Santiago's eyes turned in Leon's direction, his gaze sharpening for a moment in seeming comprehension of what Leon was getting at. However, When he answered Leon's question, he only answered the face value meaning. What I wish hardly matters, but if you must know, yes, I am furious. Furious beyond words, furious beyond my ability to express. Furious at you, at my country, at my fate, at God's damned everything. Leon nodded, remaining silent as Santiago finally started to channel the rage that he claimed filled him. I was a loyal soldier, he loudly declared. I turned 100 in 3 weeks. Of all that time, I've given 80 entire years to my people, to my kings, and to the conclave. Only for me and my people to have been abandoned by the corrupt bureaucrats who refused us pay and supplies. Such is the reward for loyalty. And my people, who followed me into our new lives, were rewarded for their loyalty to me with death at your hand. So, yes, Leon Rame, if I had the breath to spare, I would curse out everyone, for everything that I devoted my life to was for nothing. Loyalty is for the dead. Had I just watched out for myself and not for anyone else, I think I wouldn't now be on my way to death. I think I would be thriving, not at the mercy of, how old are you? You look like you're about 12, but that can't be right, I'm 21, Leon replied with a smile of pride that was almost the exact opposite of Santiago's sudden look of utter dejection. 21, the silver-eyed bandit muttered. Can't believe it, beaten by a child, absurd. Such is the way of things, Leon said with a shrug. Such is the way of things, Santiago echoed, his tone despondent. The two went quiet for a moment longer, and Leon rose from his seat. I'll leave you to whatever it was you were doing before I entered, he said. Santiago merely shrugged, his more nonchalant demeanor now returned, and Leon left the carriage. He empathized with Santiago's position, but the man had just about killed any desire that Leon had to make him a retainer. It was much the same as when Cowther practically threw herself at him, declaring that since he was strong, she wanted to join him in whatever way he saw fit. She did so entirely for power, and for that, he couldn't possibly trust her, for what could he expect from her but betrayal or desertion at the first sign of someone stronger than him? Likewise, after Santiago's rant about his disillusionment with loyalty, Leon now had doubts about him. The bandit still had an impressive resume, and if Leon could be assured of his commitment, then it would have been a no-brainer. Saving him from execution might have even made up for having captured him in the first place. But if the man was done being loyal to anyone or anything, then there was no place for him in Leon's retinue. He had no time for those he couldn't trust. So, what do you think about him? Elise asked as Leon walked back into their carriage. The town they were staying at had a Heaven's Eye branch, but it was small enough that the branch was little more than a bank and a warehouse. The convoy had to make their own camp, but fortunately, the carriages were luxurious enough that it was hardly a problem for everyone to use them as shelter. Who? Leon asked. You mean the bandit? No, I mean the lust phantom I sent after you to bring you back to my bed. Elise sarcastically replied, though Leon could tell that she wasn't entirely joking about wanting him back in bed, if the heated look she gave him for a moment was any indication. But instead of taking her up on her tacit offer to put the conversation off for a while in favor of more pleasurable activities, Leon sighed, collapsed on a small pile of pillows in a corner, and said, I don't quite know what to make of him. I suppose, broken, wouldn't be wrong, but it still seems kind of wrong to use. Do you still want him as part of your retinue? Elise asked. Leon lightly scowled. I don't think so. Why not? He went on a rant about how disillusioned he is with the concept of loyalty, Leon explained, and then further explained the conversation he had with Santiago, and I could see it in his eyes that he wasn't ready for anything that I might offer him. At least, not in that moment. That's unfortunate, but I can see how you see him as broken, Elise remarked. But is that really that much of a deal breaker? If he's only about self-interest, then can't you just pay him to be your retainer? You don't even have to keep him on for that long, or give him any real responsibilities. I'd have to have responsibilities for me to delegate any to him, Leon pointed out. Are you saying you don't have any responsibilities, husband? Elise asked with a challenging smile. None that I care to delegate, Leon replied, sending a challenging smirk of his own to match hers. Elise slunk over, her eyes shining like emerald fire, lightly biting her bottom lip. She slid into Leon's lap, wrapped her arms around his head, and then pressed her lips against his with fiery passion. But then, she pulled back, the fire still in her eyes, but a more business-like expression on her face. I want to see you succeed, husband, Elise declared, slightly breathless. Your success is our success. And having more powerful mages on our side is something to seek out, to strive for. A 6th tier mage that has the experience of commanding thousands might require, I think, more consideration than just a single, brief conversation. Leon's eyes narrowed. Are you encouraging me to take a risk on a bandit? Elise shook her head. I'm encouraging you to give your recruitment more thought. I understood your turning down that Samarid 7th tier mage. She was too strong and too unpredictable. But I just don't want you to ignore good men and women because you locked them into your first impression. Don't make your choices so quickly. It's all right to take more time to think these things over. With a sigh, Leon let his hands wander over Elise's tight waist, and then pulled her in closer. He pressed his forehead against hers for a long moment, and then leaned back again. After another moment of silence, Elise's expression turned a little more nervous. I'm not advocating you to take this. Santiago is one of your retainers, she explained. I don't know the man and I have no real opinion of him other than he's 6th tier and he's a bandit, hardly the best material to make a good retainer, but desperation can make monsters of all of us, and tarnished honor can still be redeemed. My concern is you, husband. You, and us. Leon nodded, a smile snaking across his face. I'll give it more thought, he said. I'll speak with Santiago a little more. Maybe he'll surprise me. That's all I was trying to say, she replied. And for you to keep in mind that not everyone is going to be fanatically loyal to you right from the start. Think about Anshu. If our circumstances were to deteriorate enough, I don't think he'd stick around for you. We're not paying him enough, and there's no love lost between us. Leon's smile slowly turned into a frown, knowing that Elise was right. Anshu was probably his most problematic retainer at the moment. Alex's loyalties he was certain about, as he was about Gaius. Marcus and Alcander he was a little iffier on, but he thought it would take quite a bit for them to abandon him. Anshu, however, Leon didn't imagine it would take all that much for the Indradian to abandon, or even betray him. He wanted to believe in the man's honor, but the fact remained that he was a former not pirate and a wanted man back in the Indra Raj. The last thing Leon wanted to do was to invite too many people into his retinue whose loyalties and commitments were in doubt. Not everyone I recruit has to be in for the long haul, Leon whispered, and Elise's smile widened. I just have to temper my expectations and treat people with the respect and trust that they've earned. Not expect respect or loyalty from them until they've proven themselves. Yes, Elise whispered. Leon rubbed the back of his head in thought. He could see himself taking Santiago as a subordinate, but he'd have to pay him quite a bit and not expect that much from him. Given that he surrendered quickly during the battle with the bandits, Leon didn't even know how well he fought, though he supposed that that could be easily remedied with some sparring. I'll try to keep an open mind from here on, Leon swore. Elise just smiled at him, still straddling his waist, and Leon didn't hide the fact that his eyes were wandering her body, taking in the gorgeous sight of his wife in tight traveling clothes that hugged her body in all the right places. Elise seemed just about ready to escalate their current state of intimacy, but then she paused just as she pressed her hands into Leon's built chest. How are you doing, by the way? She asked. I know how excited you were to finally learn how to transform, and you were in the sky every waking moment you could after gaining the ability. But I haven't seen you transform since that ugly business with xianxia. Should I be worried about this? With a chuckle, Leon shook his head and said, it takes a lot of power to change my form. It takes pretty much all the power I can generate in a day just to transform once, and that's not even getting into how magically intensive it is to actually fly in that form. Or to fight. During all the time I spent learning how to move and fly about in that form, I wasn't building up my reserves of magic, and even ate into them more than I should have. All of that culminated in 5 transformations in only a few days, along with a long flight, and a fair amount of violence to further expend my power on. I'm fine, love, Leon finally declared, his voice filled with all of his affection for his wife. I'm just letting my reserves build back up. I need to train and practice, but after all of that business with the Samar Kingdom, I let my reserves get dangerously low. I need to use a little more discretion with how I use that form, otherwise I'll run myself ragged in no time. Elise raised a hand to cup Leon's cheek, then tracing his jaw upward until she was pressing a finger into his forehead. And how about what's going on in here? All of this doing all right? Leon reached up to take her hand in his, then brought it to his mouth where he playfully kissed her fingers a few times. Locking his gaze with hers, he said, nothing to report. Only the usual going on up here, so, not that much, really. I'd hardly say that, the usual, is, not that much, Elise shot back with a hint of genuine bitterness. Leon took that hint seriously and sat up a little straighter, taking her head in his hands when she turned away for a moment. "Are you doing all right?" he asked. "There's something you want to talk about." She smiled somewhat morosely and leaned into him. "I don't so much need to talk as just do more of this." Leon's arms fell to her waist, and he held her close, understanding what she meant completely. The two had been married for months, but this moment felt like the first time in forever that they had been alone together. It probably hadn't been that long, in point of fact, but the fact didn't really matter. It felt like they hadn't been spending as much time together as they should be. "How much farther to Andalus?" Leon whispered into his wife's ear. "A few 100 miles, Elise whispered back to her husband. Leon smiled. At their pace, that was only 3 or 4 days away. His smile faltered just a bit as he realized that meant he had just 3 or 4 days to deal with Santiago to decide if he wanted to recruit the bandit or turn him over to Cortuban authorities. And right now, he didn't know what he should do. But that also meant that he had only 3 or 4 days until the convoy would stop for more than a day, letting him spend some true quality time with his wife. But until they got there, he could settle for this. Just laying back with her in his arms. They didn't need to talk about anything, though he would love to hear her voice more. Quietly, he told her that he would put off his work and his training for these next few days. For now, he was hers. Valeria and Maya certainly had their claims staked onto him, but right now, he needed to see to Elisa's happiness. The two sat there in each other's arms for a long time, not speaking anymore, just reveling in the other's presence. But, eventually, their hands began to wander beneath clothes, and they started to undress. Soon enough, they were taking full advantage of their solitude, making love until each had been fully satisfied. Maya and Valeria later found them naked, wrapped around each other, blissfully passed out. Chapter 641, Recruitment Consultation. Leon and his family meandered their way through the market of the city they were stopping at for the night. Only 2 days remained until they reached Andalus, the capital of the Cortuban alliance, and the place they were supposed to leave Santiago and his other bandits, yet Leon still had yet to reach a definitive decision regarding the man. He needed to speak with the Cortuban more, he knew that, but he felt like he needed to work out what exactly he wanted from the man, first. Alex, Marcus, Alcander, Gaius, Valeria, and even Anshu to an extent, he expected would follow him for a long time, even into the Nexus and further. But Santiago, he was a little less expectant of. If he were to recruit the man, he couldn't ever possibly trust him unless something drastic were to happen. He was coming around to the idea that that was all right, and that he could have uses for men and women who weren't completely loyal to him, but it was still a hard step to take. Beyond that, he might have to go to bat for the man if they couldn't ignore the request that they'd received to escort the bandits to the capital for punishment. It was an unofficial request, fortunately, so there wasn't a paper trail, but for all Leon knew, the authorities had called ahead and relayed what they'd asked of the caravan to their counterparts in the capital. All of this was on his mind as he walked arm in arm with Elise, picking their way through the packed and colorful market as the sun above slowly sank toward the horizon. Leon, being rather hungry, paid special attention to the foods that were available to choose from. They were far from any major rivers or the sea, so fish was out. Not that he particularly liked fish, but there were good selections of various breads, fruits, and even a few butchers here and there selling fresh meat, mostly various kinds of poultry. The market itself was incredibly lively. It was a huge forum located at the southeastern end of the city, closer to the richer agricultural zones, and was filled with an extremely orderly series of tents, each made of brightly colored fabrics that were designed to demand attention. Each tent was set up on a set-aside lot, so while the forum itself was packed with people going about their shopping, the tents were laid out in a ruthlessly orderly grid, and Leon noted that they couldn't go more than a couple of tents without seeing a group of 2 or 3 well-armed guards keeping the peace and watching for thieves. It was a sharp contrast to the northwest of the Alliance, where there were few uniformed guards to be seen, possibly because they had all gone rogue with Santiago, but he couldn't be sure. Leon was also rather shocked at seeing the diversity of people around. He'd seen a great many people of various dress and skin tones in Armenium, but they'd mostly kept to the port and the neighboring districts. Most of the city was still the relatively pale-skinned people of the Bull Kingdom. Here, however, were people seemingly from all corners of the world, selling silks and other fabrics, various instruments, clothing in more styles than he could count, books, and even a few people using their tents as places to play music or recite poetry for small crowds. Leon also realized that he couldn't understand what most of the people were saying, hearing more than 7 different languages being spoken throughout the forum in addition to the standard common tongue. It seemed like a diverse and prosperous place, and one that he hadn't quite expected to find so far inland. He supposed it made some degree of sense, though, for it was a major highway cutting through the civilized lands of the Northwest, so there were going to be many people bringing their wares through here. When he marveled at it to Elise, she quickly informed him that the city was also the capital of one of the petty kingdoms that made up the alliance, which meant that there were a lot of moneyed people around, attracting even more merchants from all over the world. It was delightful to explore at least, for a while. There were so many things to see, so many things that were being offered for just a few silvers that even Leon, as miserly as he was, wound up spending a few coins on meaningless things. But they stayed in the forum for long enough that its charm started to wear a little thin, and Leon began to see the ugly side of the city. Running around here and there, always sticking to the shadows or the interiors of the tents where they could remain mostly out of sight, were young children dressed in simple garb, with leather collars around their necks, occasionally speaking with the tent owners and running off, or ducking in and passing the merchants a note or a parcel. And once Leon started noticing them, he began to notice some of the more well-dressed men and women watching over the tents had faint collar-like tattoos applied to their necks. Slaves. Intellectually, Leon knew that there were more than a few kingdoms that practiced slavery, but it was the first time he'd really seen any, himself, or rather, the first time he'd seen any and known about it. Given how deep they were in the Cortuban alliance, he figured that it was probable he'd seen some before this point and just hadn't recognized them. He noted that there didn't seem to be anyone watching these slaves. The guards around the forum would likely stop them if they ran, but other than that, their masters seemed willing enough to let the slaves work without much active supervision. When Leon asked Elise about this, she said that slavery was a complex thing, and that these slaves were likely cared for and quite trusted if they were handling money. Educated slaves weren't particularly common, she said, and that it wasn't the worst thing ever to be one. Leon, who prized his freedom and autonomy greatly, disagreed, though he wasn't about to get into it right then and there in the forum. However, he picked up on Elise's qualifier, educated, slave. He asked about those who weren't educated, and she quietly responded that they were mostly used for labor and weren't prized quite so much. Everywhere was different, but for those states that practiced slavery, back-breaking labor on a farm or in a mine was the usual sentence for serious crimes that didn't warrant the death penalty, or for captured prisoners of war. These slaves looked no less happy than everyone else around the market, but Leon swore in his heart right then and there that his would never be a kingdom built upon forced labor. He despised the idea of slavery, and the more he thought about it, the less he liked it. But with 3 gorgeous women with him and other problems fighting for his attention, it was soon enough that the prospect found itself being pushed from his mind. There were no slaves being abused there in the market. After all, it was just something there in the background, always there but not shoving itself in his face if he wasn't looking for it. The problem of slavery here wasn't one he could solve, but the problem of what to do about Santiago was. To that end, that night, he sought out the rest of his retinue, and then went to speak with Santiago once more. The man was sullen and taciturn, but it was clear enough from his attitude that all of his professed loyalty to the alliance was gone, and he didn't intend to replace it with anything else. When the conversation was over, Leon sat down with his retinue to ask them their opinions. Anshu, surprisingly enough, was the first to offer his thoughts. He's powerful, the Indradian stated. Stronger than everyone here, save for you and the daughter of Elalan. Such strength would be put to great use in your company. I disagree, Alex passionately protested, drawing a venomous look from Anshu. You don't just need strength, you need people you can trust. That man is less than a mercenary. I think that if you were to undo his bindings, he'd run away in the night, regardless of what he might say. Given that he's a bandit, better to turn him over to the Alliance. What's more, do we really want a bandit in our ranks? Especially one like him. I think he actually said the words, "fuck loyalty," in there. 6th-tier mages don't exactly grow on trees, Marcus offered, but neither is there much of a shortage of them on this plane. There will be others, and we've no great need of strength right now. What rush is there to build a strong army? What pressing need do we have to take such a risk on a known criminal who, himself, professes to hold no love in heart anymore for anyone but himself? A man, out for himself is not one to trust, Alcander whispered in agreement. I would rather I not fight alongside such a man. We need to trust those to our right and left, and I don't trust him." Leon sighed as he sat back in his seat, feeling justified in his thoughts about Santiago now that he was seeing them reflected in his retinue. However, as his eyes turned back to Anshu, he was struck once more by the fact that his and Santiago's situations weren't that different, though they differed in just the right ways. "I don't think I like the man that much," Leon said after it became clear that neither Valeria nor Gaius wanted to offer their opinions just yet. "He's kind of like you, Anshu." The Indradian slowly nodded to Leon, accepting the comparison as valid. "I recruited you, I trusted you, so far, I haven't been let down. But that doesn't mean that I want to be taking these kinds of risks often. I turned down Kauthar, and she was 7th tier. I can refrain from making this 6th tier an offer and sleep soundly. I can't just try and recruit every single person I run across. That's no way to build a retinue. I sense but coming," Marcus observed. "But," Leon cheekily said, "a 6th tier mage isn't that big of a threat to me. He is to all of you, but not to me. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to get your opinions of him. If I were to recruit him, then he'd need to be tied down with more than loyalty, for I've inspired none in him. If anything, he'd have reason to slit my throat in my sleep, not follow my orders. All the more reason to pass on this guy," Alex firmly stated. Leon went quiet for a moment, a thoughtful look on his face. "You don't look convinced," Alex observed. "I'm not," Leon replied. "I'm still thinking this over. You know, trying to give this matter the serious consideration that it deserves. And I haven't reached a conclusion yet. I'm just arguing in circles with myself, constantly switching back and forth from taking the chance or not. I was hoping for more opinions to help with that, but so far, while you've helped swing me away from recruitment, I'm still not quite convinced." As he spoke, Leon glanced at Gaius and Valeria, the two members of his retinue who had yet to speak. Gaius sighed and said, "People are employed all the time who aren't exactly loyal to their employers. It just depends on what they want and what you provide. What does Santiago want, and what can you give him? What do you even want from him? If you can answer those questions, and you are willing to pay his price, then I think he'd be a worthy addition to your forces. Just remember that he's not going to be the most reliable man and give him due responsibilities." Leon nodded in gratitude. "I mostly agree," Valeria said. "Or, I agree on principle. Santiago himself is where I disagree. He's a bandit, we shouldn't recruit former criminals. We don't know what he did during those couple of years he was raiding his own country, and we don't know what response might be waiting for us from the Alliance. I'll follow your lead, Leon, but I don't want to fight against a kingdom for a bandit that I neither like nor trust, especially when I don't think he deserves such treatment. Just give him to the local authorities and let's be done with him. There'll be other opportunities for strong recruits, there should be no problem in passing on this one." Leon nodded again, taking her words to heart. He honestly hated this kind of thing, but he understood it was absolutely necessary. It was on him to spearhead the recruitment for his retinue. Eventually, it would grow on its own as others were given more responsibility, but for now, it was still small enough that the responsibility was entirely on him. But the risks were shared by all. The best case they could hope for if Santiago were to betray them was if he simply ran away in the night. Worst case, he might try to kill them all, or sell them out to someone who wanted to do them harm. Leon, with those thoughts in his head, finally made his decision. Andalus was an enormous city, not quite as large as the capital of the Bull Kingdom, but easily the largest city they'd come across on their journey. Leon estimated at least 500,000 people lived within its enormous walls, let alone those who lived outside of it, for the city had outgrown its sprawling walls. He couldn't see much within, though, for the walls were warded against his magic senses. But they were able to get a good look at the city's interior as they came in through the hills to the city's west, being just high enough to mostly see over the walls without needing magic senses. While there was little that Leon wanted to do more than to relax and then maybe see the sights a bit, he knew that he had other business to attend to first. To that end, he and a few other Heaven's Eye personnel paused at the checkpoints leading into the city and asked where they could drop off their prisoners, for Leon was recruiting none of them. As impressive as it was that Santiago had managed to keep his people alive and together throughout their troubles in the northwest, ultimately, Leon couldn't let go of his doubts, and he figured that if he had doubts about anyone, then they weren't worth recruiting. Better to let him reap the rewards for his banditry and maybe win some goodwill with the Alliance while he was at it. The Cortuban guards informed him that those manning the first gatehouse through the city's walls would be able to take the bandits off their hands. And so it was that Leon finally handed off Santiago to the commander of the guards at the gatehouse, a darkly tanned sixth-tier man who signed several papers taking formal possession of the bandits, and then led them into the gatehouse. Leon didn't know what might happen after that, but it was no longer his business. As Santiago was practically dragged away in chains, he could only hope that he hadn't let a golden opportunity slip through his fingers. With that done, though, Leon was finally free to turn his attention toward the city of Andalus itself. It was impressive, with many concentric layers of walls protecting and segregating the various districts of the city. In the central, most heavily defended district, he saw an enormous citadel made entirely of visually striking bricks either blood red or faded pink in color. He didn't see any gardens or other leisure areas around the citadel, which spoke volumes about the citadel's inhabitants, but he was impressed nonetheless, for the citadel was quite possibly the single largest fortified structure he'd ever seen, dwarfing even the bull's horns. The citadel was more than 20 stories tall, had no less than 20 directly attached towers, and more than 10 baileys. Combined with the multiple layers of city walls cleanly dividing the city into more defensible districts, and Leon could envision that taking this city would likely be just as hard as taking Ariminium. In the neighboring districts were the sort of palaces that Leon had been expecting: vast, sprawling, sumptuous complexes attended by hundreds or thousands of servants, expansive gardens filled with exotic flowers and plants of all shapes, and nearly all built with the same red and pink brick as the citadel. The palaces were blocky in design, and while all were built of the same materials, they were all accented differently, with many featuring marble courtyards and pavilions, some featuring enormous windows of stained glass, and some choosing a smaller, more natural look with greater emphasis on gardens over structures. The most impressive of all these palace complexes, however, was the Heaven's Eye enclave within the district. It was easy to see, for while the palaces were red brick, the tall Heaven's Eye tower was built of familiar white stone, capped with roof tiles made of lapis lazuli, and at 20 stories tall, was matched in height only by the upper floors of the citadel. Surrounding the tower were a series of smaller palaces made of red and pink bricks that Leon assumed to be the rest of the enclave, where the local tower lord lived and where he and the rest of the convoy would be residing for their stay in the city. Sure enough, the caravan began to make their way in that direction, and Leon continued to inspect the city as best as he could, only getting a few flashes here and there as they passed through the various layers of warded walls. He noted that the red brick used in the palaces, unlike white stone in the Bull Kingdom or black glass in Samar, wasn't used exclusively by the wealthy as a sign of their station, but rather was used as the most common building material in the city. Nearly every building, whether run-down slum or opulent palace, was built largely of red brick, though the lighter pink bricks were reserved for wealthier estates, he noted. It was a beautiful style, he had to admit, and accented well by the sheer amount of greenery that the city sported along its main thoroughfares. Tall trees and lush bushes provided cover from the sun and gave the interior of the city an almost close to nature feeling that Leon quite enjoyed. However, the effect was ruined somewhat as he began to notice the lesser parts of the city. There were slums here, to be sure, as there were just about everywhere, but what really captured Leon's attention was that nearly every walled-off city district had at least a few segregated streets filled with people who were obviously enslaved. Most were dressed in the simplest of garments, barely more than cloth sacks, and were each and every one of them fastened with iron collars. The streets they lived on were clean and cared for well enough, but their homes were ramshackle, and many people who seemed to be living there looked dirtier than anyone should have been who had access to running water, implying that they didn't have such access, whether magical or otherwise. After some inspections, Leon saw that not a single slave in any of their ghettos were stronger than the first tier, and even those who were that strong were rare. Lots of slaves here, Leon quietly observed with distaste dripping from his tone. He and the rest of his family were riding with Emily for this final leg of the journey, and his mother-in-law, understanding what he was talking about when she noticed the direction of his gaze, explained, "Owned by the Alliance, I believe. They're public servants, keeping the streets clean and tended to." Leon clicked his tongue, but said no more. Not that he had a solution for any of it, but it disgusted him to see people forced to live in such conditions. He tried to put it out of his mind, to squint past the city's imperfections, but it was proving impossible, for now that he was keyed into what to look for, he saw people with collars or collar tattoos everywhere along their journey, constantly reminding him of something he couldn't change. "I hate this place," he muttered as they drove further on into the palatial districts. Chapter 642, Cortuban Arena. Leon and the rest of the caravan were to stay in Andalus for about a week or two while they restocked and prepared for the rest of their journey. They were about a third of the way to the Illumarian wetlands, but they were now traveling through regions that had much denser populations, and would be for a while, so Leon wasn't anticipating any more repeats of the bandit incident. The rest of this leg of their journey ought to be much less exciting. Andalus Tower Lord was determined to be a good host for the duration of their stay, having come out to personally welcome Emily and everyone else into the Heaven's Eye enclave and to see that they were all properly taken care of. He was a jolly man, tall and thin, with a perpetual smile on his black bearded face. He was rather pale, about what Leon would have expected from someone from Talfar or the Bull Kingdom, whereas the Cortubans were generally tanner. Leon was grateful for his hospitality, especially since it meant that he was under no pressure to leave the guest house during their stay. He found himself extremely uncomfortable with how blatant the Alliance's rampant practice of slavery was, and knowing that there wasn't anything he could do about it filled him with a sense of powerlessness that he couldn't possibly do anything about. He'd rather not think too hard about it, and so he spent much of his time secluded in the guest quarters, spending time with Anzu, his family, and his retinue, quietly studying the books on smithing he'd bought back in Akhmim, studying enchantments, or training. His attention was being split in so many different ways that even if he were of a mind to do so, he wouldn't be able to find the time to leave and relax. Fortunately, he was perfectly able to relax while practicing his runework or training with the Thunderbird, having great fun doing so. He wasn't able to spend all of his time in such a manner, though, for several days into the stay, Andalus Tower Lord invited all of his guests or, at least, all of his guests of sufficient status to join him as his guests of honor at a showing in the local grand arena featuring some of the best local gladiators that Andalus had to offer. There was no way Leon could refuse, both because he was curious about local fighting styles, and because if he were to join Heaven's Eye, he needed to not be too aloof with people in high positions of authority, such as Tower Lords. It wasn't until the day of the fights that Leon found out just how big of an event this was to be, for not only was he and his family going to attend, Emily and several other highly ranked members of Heaven's Eye were, too, such as Talal and Damien Makedan. In fact, the event wasn't even being organized by the Tower Lord, but by a couple members of the Cortuban royal families, which also meant that in attendance would be high-ranking members of their conclave, the duties of which Leon was still fuzzy on, as well as Christina and her entire guard unit. At first, Leon thought this was going to be just a showing of gladiator fights, but as he learned more about the guest list from Elise, he realized that this was going to be a huge diplomatic affair, with members of ruling families from 2 states and the plane's biggest and most powerful merchants guild all rubbing shoulders. Or, as Elise put it as she excitedly raved about it, a great opportunity, and a party of the year, among other things. A large part of Leon just hoped that he would be left alone despite the how great of an opportunity it was. If that wish came true, then he wouldn't have much of a chance to put his foot in his mouth, and there were going to be a lot of people he could potentially offend present. When they arrived at the arena, the event was about what Leon expected. The royal box was gorgeously appointed, with gilded furnishings everywhere, a well-stocked bar complete with 3 beautiful attendants acting as bartenders, and one entire wall opening onto a massive balcony that overlooked the sands below. At least 50 high-backed seats covered in rich red velvet had been set up on the balcony so that all the most important people attending this party would be able to watch the games below, but 2 of the seats more resembled thrones than, merely, rich seats, the place for the 2 attending kings to sit, Leon presumed. "Damn, I like this place," Alex muttered as Leon's retinue followed him inside, her eyes fixed on the intricate crystal chandelier hanging from the high roof, sparkling in 1,000 different places with 10,000 different colors. "It's a bit much," Leon murmured back. "You need to get a taste for the finer things," Marcus said as he draped an arm over Leon's shoulder and practically dragged him further inside. Lady Elise, only a few steps away, looked at the 2 of them, a look of amused curiosity gracing her face. "How has this man not woken up to the comforts of luxury yet?" Marcus asked, poking fun at Leon. "Alas," Elise replied, only too happy to join in the playful teasing at Leon's expense, "my husband has always had such tastes. It vexes me to no end. If he had his way, he'd live in a shack without so much as a carpet to cover the bare floorboards." "You say that like it's a bad thing," Leon protested, his cheeks twitching from the effort he made to not to smile as he leaned into their teasing. Shacks can be perfectly functional dwellings. Helps to keep clutter down when you don't have anywhere to put excess stuff, easy to keep clean, nice and cozy. No thank you, Elise replied, her radiant red hair cascading marvelously over her shoulders as she shook her head. Yeah, give me marble and silk over that any day, Marcus added. Leon, I think we need to talk a while. I mean, this is a dreadful emergency. Every man needs to know how to appoint their living spaces to impress. And to have standards for where they lay their head. Leon shrugged. Any hole in the ground would do for me, why have all that extra stuff? As a matter of fact, I think I'd take a hole in the ground over all this excess. Before Marcus could reply, a voice boomed across the room, ah. A man after my own heart. Everyone looked to the source of the voice and saw a man walking into the room flanked by at least a dozen followers, with even more taking up stations just outside. The man himself was powerful 7th tier, Leon noted with interest, and regally dressed. But even several layers of gilded silk and blood-red velvet couldn't hide his bulging muscles, his imposing stature, or his piercing green eyes. His hair had been shorn almost to the scalp, though his hairline hardly seemed to be receding, and at his side hung an ostentatious, though undoubtedly only ceremonial, sword that appeared to be made primarily of gold, and encrusted with as many gems and crystals as were in the chandelier. The man wore a deep, joyous smile, and he spread his arms in a welcoming gesture as he strode confidently into the room, ignoring for the moment Damien, Emily, and all the other Heaven's Eye representatives who'd given him their attention upon his entrance. Instead, he stepped in Leon's direction and added, but such trappings are expected of those of us in high positions, and besides, such places are beautiful in their own way, are they not? Leon didn't need a formal introduction to know who this man was, who was so powerful and acted like he owned the room. This was one of the 2 kings that would be in attendance. So, still smiling, he nodded and said with as much poise and decorum as he could, I can't deny that. Certainly more comfortable than a hole in the ground, even if the hole is good enough. The man let out a thunderous laugh, stepped forward to clap Leon on the shoulder, Marcus withdrawing a few steps as the man stepped in and asked, and might I have the honor of knowing your name? I wouldn't say it's that great an honor to know it, Leon modestly replied, but my name is Leon Rame. Without a word, he extended his arm to Elise, who exuberantly took it and smiled with almost inhuman brightness and beauty, at least, in Leon's opinion at this pentarch. And this is my wife, Elise, Leon finished. Elise bowed her head slightly and gave the king a polite greeting. Notably, no one in the room had bowed, and Leon had expected at least a few dirty looks for his rather casual greeting, but it seemed Cortuban ways just didn't have that ceremony, for no one batted an eye. Wonderful to meet you too, the king practically roared. He continued, while batting aside one of his followers who seemed just about to introduce him on his behalf, I am Alfonso, son of Sancho, 7th of my name, head of House Barcino, king of Faventia, and 2nd lord of the Cortuban conclave. A pleasure to meet you, Leon replied, unsure how to refer to him, or if Cortuban royalty even adopted styles at all, and fortunately, Elise was right there to rescue him. We're truly honored, your majesty, she said. Leon filed that away. It seemed that some styles were shared in places. He made a mental note to check with Elise about these kinds of things later, for he realized now, in the worst possible time, that he was ill-prepared to deal with people who might take offense at his lack of preparation. Fortunately, it seemed that Alfonso wasn't one of those kinds of people, for after introductions were made, he didn't miss a beat, launching directly into describing his happiness at their presence, how grateful he was that they were attending the games, and all sorts of other platitudes that, were they coming from anyone else, might have seemed token and empty, but which Alfonso's boundless enthusiasm made seem completely genuine. Or, hells, Leon eventually started to think they were genuine. And please, come and sit with me when the games begin, Alfonso said, having hardly given either Leon or Elise a moment to cut in during his entire spiel. I'd love to hear your opinion of our gladiators. A man like you, at least, must have seen his fair share of blood. Leon smiled and nodded, unsure quite how to respond to that. He'd seen quite a bit of blood in his time, for sure, but he was still exceptionally young by mage standards, and he wasn't sure what he could say that this king might want to hear. However, he still nodded and accepted the king's offer, only after which Alfonso finally begged his leave and went to properly greet Princess Christina and the rest of the Heaven's Eye delegation, leaving Leon and Elise largely alone. Well, he was certainly something, Elise said with a smile as she momentarily tightened her grip on Leon's arm. Ran right over us, didn't he? Leon quietly replied, punctuating his statement with a chuckle. Right over you, more like, Elise retorted after a chuckle of her own. His eyes barely ever left you. Kind of made me feel invisible. I don't think anyone's ever made me feel invisible before. Was he really staring that much? Leon wondered as he and Elise wandered out onto the deserted balcony so that they could speak with a little more privacy. Elise just gave him a look that suggested she was entertained at his asking a foolish question. Leon shrugged and stated, I was trying not to stare, so I wasn't looking at him all that much. Besides, how could I spare that much time for him when I have you on my arm? Leon quickly leaned in and stole a quick kiss from his wife, which she happily returned. When they pulled back, Elise said, as soon as he walked into the box, his eyes found you and almost never left. He's a 7th tier mage, Leon theorized out loud. I'd guess that he evaluated everyone as soon as he walked in the door, and then made a beeline for one of the strongest person he could sense. Elise smiled and nodded. Seems a reasonable thing for a king to do. I'm surprised he didn't approach our favorite river nymph first, though. Leon took a quick glance over his shoulder and fixed his eyes upon Maya. His river nymph lover had sat down in a plush seat in a corner and had pulled a book from her soul realm, into which she buried her face. She's radiating, get the fuck away from me, energy, Leon observed. I think the fact that we were mingling a bit made it easier for him to approach. Signaled that we might have been invited here for a reason other than power. That you might be here for a reason other than power, Elise corrected. Leon just shrugged and half smiled. Good to greet to the most powerful mages in the room at least, those who seem open to being greeted, and then moving on to the rest, I say. A good philosophy to have going forward, Elise agreed. Have you greeted anyone here who hasn't approached you first? No, Leon replied without a hint of shame or remorse. Elise gave him a slightly reproachful look, and he professed, look, becoming an 8th tier mage means a lot of things. Gives a lot of perks. Bigger soul realm, more magic power to call upon, get a lot of respect from people, but the single greatest perk is that I don't have to do a damn thing in situations like this. People come to me, not the other way around. Elise sighed, but her face was split by a wide smile. It's good to know your value, I suppose, she conceded, but it would still do to have a little more courtesy for our hosts. Leon pointedly looked back into the main box where Alfonso was warmly embracing Emily and laughing at something that the Tower Lord had said just a moment before, while Damien Maketon watched on in stoic silence, his demeanor only marginally more inviting than Maya's. Alfonso was about as far from regal as Leon could imagine, acting more like he was among his close friends rather than with his social inferiors who owed him respect. I don't get the feeling that he cares much for courtesy, Leon observed. Not everyone's going to be like King Alfonso, Elise, to which Leon could only shrug in defeat. As if to prove her point, only a moment later, the doors opened again, and a woman walked in, flanked on both sides by a dozen more followers. The woman herself was also of the 7th tier, while her followers spanned the magical spectrum from 4th to 6th. She was tall and rather thin, and almost inhumanly pale, especially considering the fairly tan skin tones of native Cortubans. Her long blonde hair had been pulled into a crown braid, showing off her sharp, severe beauty, and her brown eyes were harsh and devoid of warmth. She paused only a moment in the doorway, her gaze coolly surveying the scene before her. Alfonso was making merry with the Heaven's Eye crowd, while Christina was only a few steps away, surrounded by her knighesses. The princess was doting on Asia a bit, who Leon thought looked quite hale and hearty, being a fair few weeks out from her father's death and among friends, but the princess was still locked in what seemed like intense conversation with her knight. Meanwhile, Maya was still lost in her book, while Leon and Elise were off by themselves on the balcony, with an almost empty arena behind them. Almost without missing a beat, the woman briefly nodded in greeting to Leon, and then walked over to Alfonso, Damien, Emily, and the Tower Lord. Queen Isabella, I presume, Elise said. As far as I know, she's one that will not be treating us as warmly as Alfonso. Isabella spoke a few words to Alfonso, not quite audible to Leon and Elise over the general din of the rest of the guests, but Alfonso's exuberant response was more than clear. Ah, to the underworld with that formality. We're closer than that, are we not? Isabella didn't even blink and shook her head in the negative. Alfonso didn't seem to care, though, and wrapped his massive arm around Isabella's comparatively tiny frame and pulled her into his conversation with Emily and the Tower Lord, to her obvious consternation. But, as Leon found rather interesting, despite being of equal tier to Alfonso, she didn't resist that much to the forceful inclusion, and he wondered just what that meant. With a sigh, Leon turned back to Elise. Well, seems everyone's here, now. How much longer is this going to go on before the games begin, do you know? Leon nodded into the box, but his eyes swept the arena's empty stands. Not even a single commoner had entered the arena yet, though a few of the private boxes did appear to be inhabited by people waiting for the day's events to start. I think there are a few members of the conclave that haven't arrived, but I believe the games will begin in about 3 hours. I'm unsure how long they usually take, though. Leon nodded, though in his heart he was a little dejected. This was looking to be an all-day affair, and he wasn't sure if he had the mental energy for that. Make the most of it, husband, Elise chided, her glittering emerald eyes not missing a single faint expression that passed over Leon's face. Leon just chuckled and replied, I'll try. I'll try. Shall we go rejoin everyone else, then? Despite asking the question, Leon knew the answer already, and he was steering Elise back into the room before he'd even finished asking. This was going to be a mentally exhausting day, so he figured he could at least ease into the social aspects by speaking with people he liked. To that end, he steered Elise toward Princess Christina and Asia. He caught Valeria's eye on the way over, and she pried herself away from Marcus and Alcander to join the two on their short walk over. But just a few steps away from the princess, Valeria whispered to Leon, there's going to be a public execution as part of these games. No points for guessing who. The faint smile on Leon's face froze as he glanced at Valeria. It seemed that even though he'd handed Santiago over to the Alliance, he wasn't finished with the bandit just yet. Chapter 643, Blood Sports, Leon Rame. Alfonso boomed as everyone filed out onto the balcony, the game's set to soon begin. Please, sit with me. The king's request was polite enough, and if taken at face value, there was the choice to refuse. However, Leon knew that even though it was as polite as a 7th tier speaking to an 8th should be, it was also a request from a king, which meant it wasn't exactly a request, either. As good-naturedly as he could, Leon separated himself from his retainers, with whom he'd been speaking for the past half hour or so, held out his arm for Elise, and then walked over to the seats just beside Alfonso's throne-like seat. With him, too, were Maya and Valeria, whom Leon had silently invited with a look. After all, though Elise was his wife, he didn't want to neglect either of them in this situation. Leon slid into the seat just to Alfonso's right, which the king had been gesturing to. He felt a few jealous stares from the king's entourage, but he pretended not to notice. Elise then sat to Leon's right, while Maya and Valeria then sat to her right, leaving only the seats behind the front row for the king's entourage far enough back that Leon was sure a few were insulted at being sat so far from the most powerful people in the alliance. To Alfonso's left sat Isabella, and then to her left was Princess Christina, followed by Emily, Damian Macon, and then a couple of the queen's most important retainers. Leon, have you been introduced to Lady Isabella, here? Alfonso asked as Leon sat down. I haven't had the pleasure. No, Leon replied, taking pains to ensure that there wasn't even a hint of resentment in his voice. His eyes flitted over to the queen, who despite having to be able to hear them so close to her, was staring out into the rapidly filling stands as thousands of the city's people made their way to their seats. Already, Leon estimated that there were at least 20,000 people present, and the stands weren't even halfway full. Then allow me the honor of introduction, Alfonso said, and he launched into a much more grandiose list of titles than those he'd used for himself, only after which did Isabella finally deign to look in Leon's direction. An honor to meet you, Your Majesty, Leon politely said once Alfonso had finished. The honor is mine, Leon Rame, Isabella stated neutrally, her tone indicating that the platitudes were largely empty, and that she was saying the words out of obligation. It's not often that a mage strong enough to evade my senses passes through Andalus. And now there are 3. Alfonso added, his eyes sliding from Leon to Maya, and then over to Damian for a moment before returning to Leon. Is the good lady there with you, Leon? May I call you Leon? Call me whatever you please, and yes, Naiad is with me, Leon said, and Elise, listening in, took Leon's right hand and Maya's left, and then brought them together in front of her. Ah, I see, Alfonso replied, the faintest light of hope in his eyes dying as he saw Maya's fingers instinctively curl around Leon's palm. I welcome you two to our little corner of the world. I think you'll be in for a treat today. Blood sports are hardly treats, Isabella responded, providing a hint to the root of at least some of her current profoundly disinterested attitude. Nonsense, Alfonso thundered. Seeing a little blood is good for the soul. If great death is far from us, then how can we ever truly appreciate greatest life? I appreciate life just fine, I have no need to be reminded of death, Isabella replied, a hint of scorn making its way into her tone. Then you won't mind if I make the announcements? Alfonso asked, giving his counterpart a provocative smirk. You'll sit there and look tough, Isabella commanded, though how binding her commands could be, Leon wasn't sure. That's all you're good for. Keep your mouth shut. The queen's killing intent began to rise, and Leon began to feel more than a little awkward. It was like watching a married couple fight. It was their business, and seeing this kind of discord made him deeply uncomfortable. It wasn't his place to interrupt or to offer anything at all, he could only sit there and hope that it would be over soon. It seemed his feelings were shared, as he awkwardly stole a glance at Elise, and found that not only his wife, but all of his lovers were pointedly not looking in the royal's direction. Even when he glanced back in their direction, he saw on the other side of Isabella that Christina and Emily were as uncomfortable as he was. Now, Alfonso said without a hint of shame, what kind of show are we putting on for our guests? Certainly not one that anyone would find enjoyable, that's for sure. To counter the dropping temperature around the balcony from the queen's killing intent, Alfonso waved his hand and caused the fire within a nearby decorative brazier to double in intensity. I think we need to warm all of this up, don't you? The king gave the queen a glowing smile, but it was only after several long seconds of what seemed like terribly fierce thought that Isabella restrained herself. She clicked her tongue and said, so be it. She then turned away from Alfonso to engage Christina in conversation, which the bold princess seemed a little hesitant to reciprocate, but after a minute or so, it was almost as if the conflict between the Cortuban royals had been completely forgotten. I apologize for that, Alfonso whispered to Leon, leaning over as he did, seemingly without care at all that the hordes of common people filing into their seats or the others in their private boxes could see. Lady Isabella has never been one for these games. Has a fool notion in her head that blood ought to stay in one's body. Well, I don't necessarily disagree, but a little bloodletting is good for the soul, don't you agree? Leon shrugged, not feeling like mincing his words before the king since it seemed the king wasn't mincing his words with him. I generally find that violence for its own sake is counterproductive, Leon stated as he returned the king's smile. Alfonso let out a booming laugh. I suppose that's what this might seem like to foreigners. But gladiators exist all over the civilized world, do they not? Have you never seen blood sports before? I'm well familiar with the arts of the arena, Leon replied as he briefly recalled his own experience preventing one of Octavius' gladiators from killing one of August's. It's just rare for them to be referred to as blood sports, in my experience. Makes me think that things are a little more extreme here. Alfonso murmured. Are you familiar with our ways, Leon Rame? Can't say that I am, Leon replied. Then allow me to elucidate them a bit, if you don't mind, Leon signaled his assent with a nod of his head. Today, we'll have a short bloodletting. New gladiators will have their first fights here, and compete to first blood. None will die, though a few may be maimed. All for the glory of Cortusis, the fierce god, though. After that, our healers will see to them, to ensure that they might honor our gods further. But once those fights are over, we'll move on to our bigger fights. Mages with elemental power will enter the arena, honoring our gods with the blood of beasts. Lions, bears, anything strong that we can find or purchase will be pitted against them. In this, they will bring honor not only to themselves, but to Cormelian, the wild god. To finish the games, our strongest gladiators will face each other down, and show our people the divide between great death and greatest life, watched over by our gods of each, Cordensis and Cortubus, respectively. Killing each other is not required by any means, though it's not exactly uncommon. Is all of this willing? Leon asked. Your gladiators consent to spill their blood on these sands. For their honor and glory, yes, Alfonso replied. Also for a mountain of coin, but coin is honor in its own right at least, if the priests of Corselius, the wealthy god, are to be believed. I heard something about an execution, though, Leon said. Alfonso smiled at him. Yes, that will come after the games. And I believe you had something to do with it, bringing in traitors that we were still getting ready to deal with. My thanks and congratulations, by the way, Leon's smile tightened, but he nodded in acceptance anyway. Normally, such traitors would be beheaded, but since we had games today, I decided to have them thrown to wild animals instead. Ought to entertain the masses, and bring joy to Cortel, the commanding god. Leon wasn't quite sure what to say at that point. Will they at least be armed? He asked. Alfonso gave him a look like he was crazy. They're traitors being executed. We can't take away their magic, but we're not giving them weapons. I see, Leon muttered. You disapprove? Alfonso asked. Leon took a long moment to think things over, turning the problem over in his head. I suppose I find the concept distasteful, he finally said, but I wouldn't say I completely disapprove. At least, not until I see what the execution entails. I'm not really one for such drawn-out death. Were I in your shoes, I think I would have just sent the bandits to the headsman and gotten it over with. Feeding them to wild animals just seems unnecessary and excessive. Alfonso hummed appreciatively, frowning with thought. What happens, Leon inquired, if they survive? If they kill all of your wild animals? Do you just send in more? Send in gladiators instead? Is there any route for them out of this arena? In all practical senses, no, Alfonso replied. I suppose Lady Isabella and I could always commute their sentences if they provide a great enough show, though. Such things have been done before, mercy being shown if those to be executed instead prevail against their monstrous executioners. If Cortusis walks with them and Cortel delivers them from their fate, then who are we to overturn that judgment? A king, Leon whispered silently. Someone who doesn't leave things to such chance. He couldn't say such things out loud, though. Were he a king, never would he allow such possibilities to exist. Those who were to be executed, would be, and without hesitation or fanfare. After several moments of silence between the two, Isabella turned back to Alfonso and whispered into his ear. Leon was able to make out a few words, just enough to understand that it was business they were discussing. And he thought he knew what kind of business, for the stands were almost full, now. Somewhere along the lines of 50,000 people were in the stands, the sonic weight of even their casual conversations hitting Leon's ears like a stone giant beating upon a drum. And being so prominently seated, Leon could feel a significant number of stares landing upon him, too. He did his best to ignore all of it, to project an air of distance and dignified stoicism that wouldn't signal any kind of weakness. He wasn't trying to impress anyone, but he was still rather uncomfortable, and he didn't want to show it. Fortunately, Elise seemed to pick up on it, and she entwined her fingers with his on his armrest, drawing his attention, and giving him a look of radiant joy. Smile, husband, she said, leaning into his ear. You'll terrify the children if you don't. Leon, glancing around, was somewhat surprised to see kids as young as 10 or so in the stands here and there, and he couldn't help but chuckle at his wife's words. He wasn't much concerned with children seeing violence and blood sports, as Alfonso had called them. He'd been hunting since he was younger than 10, Artorias having taken pains to ensure that he was comfortable with death. Still, he supposed Elise had a point. There wasn't much reason for him to be so glum. This was supposed to be an entertaining show, after all, and he shouldn't judge it before it was over. Isabella and Alfonso continued whispering to each other for a few more minutes as the final stragglers made their way to their seats. And then, when it seemed like the arena had filled completely, or at least as completely as it was going to be filled, Isabella rose from her seat. Instantly, as if someone had simply turned off everyone's vocal cords, all noise within the arena ceased, and all eyes found their way to Isabella. She didn't speak in the common tongue, so Leon wasn't able to follow any of her speech, but what caught his eye and his ear was the fact that her voice echoed throughout the entire arena even though she didn't so much as raise it. There weren't any visible enchantments working their magic, and her aura remained rather subdued, so he knew she wasn't her own magic on this trick, but it got him thinking over how he might accomplish something similar. Enchantments in the balcony around us? Leon wondered, trying to look around and examine their surroundings without being too conspicuous. A queen was speaking, after all. Or maybe some enchanted items she's wearing. He hadn't seen her pick anything up or put anything on, but at her power level, with unfettered access to her soul realm, anything was possible. Finally, she finished, and the crowd erupted in applause. From the other side of the arena, on a small red brick platform built where a private box would have otherwise been, a man walked out, and began to, Leon assumed, announce the fights. As he was speaking, Alfonso turned back to Leon and asked, "Follow any of that?" Leon gave him an apologetic look and responded, "I'm sorry, but no." The king practically physically waved away his apologies. "Don't worry about it, but the games are about to begin. I hope you enjoy yourself." Leon smiled and nodded, hoping that it was sufficient to return the sentiment. It seemed it was, for Alfonso then turned to watch the first pair of gladiators walk into the arena, to polite applause from the stands. There wasn't much enthusiasm, but Leon recalled that these were relative rookies, with this fight being their first in the enormous arena. They didn't seem to be complete novices, though, for they were each of the third tier, decked out in fairly substantive armor, and played well to the crowd, showing not a single trace of anxiety about being in front of 50,000 people. And then, after what Leon could only assume to be an introduction from the announcer, the two began their fight. It was over in a matter of minutes, with one getting in a lucky shot that snaked his blade between the steel plates protecting the other's elbow, drawing blood. The loser then collapsed to the ground, his face one of disbelief and extreme disappointment, the winner raising his arms for the crowd, which while not roaring, was still quite loudly expressing their entertainment. After a moment, the loser then picked up a handful of sand, rubbed it into his bleeding wound, and then rose to his feet, shambling out of the arena. A glorious win, and a shameful defeat, Alfonso brutally remarked, smiling quite widely and leaning forward slightly as the loser departed, an almost predatory look in his eyes. Isabella, on the other hand, Leon noted seemed to be practically ignoring the fight, absorbing herself in a hushed conversation she was having with Christina. To Leon's surprise, the winner stuck around, though he moved to the side as two more gladiators hit the sands. These two then fought a blistering battle, which ended when one knocked the other to the ground and delivered a vicious blow against his thigh. The loser then rubbed sand into his wound and hobbled out, while the winner stood by. Thusly did some 48 matches go by in only an hour and a half, leaving the arena with a few streaks of blood, and 48 winners standing in the arena. Despite his initial enthusiasm after the first fight, though, Alfonso had leaned back in his chair, his expression growing more and more unsatisfied with every passing fight. Finally, as the announcer shouted something to the crowd that had them roaring with delight, the king leaned over to Leon and whispered, "So, what are your thoughts so far?" Leon smiled back at the king and replied, "A lot less bloody than I was expecting. Though, the crowd seems rather, during the fights, the crowd had been loud enough, but never quite enthusiastic about their new gladiators." The people in the stands were now going insane as the gladiators assembled into a formation 6 men across and 8 deep, each one far enough from his neighbors that they couldn't touch the others if they both reached out. Whatever the announcer had proclaimed had seemingly energized the crowd. "Not enough blood has been spilled," Alfonso said. "These fights have been too clean. Too safe. Do you see the gladiators down there now? How do they seem?" Leon took a closer look at each of the winners as they stood stock still, listening to the announcer, who glared down at them like they were not only ants beneath his boots, but ants that had somehow offended him. The words he spoke to the crowd still worked them up, but the gladiators themselves seemed like chastened children. "The gods demand more from their people," Alfonso said with anticipation dripping from his tone, and his words were punctuated with the loud clanging sound of several of the steel gates that hadn't been used by the gladiators unlocking and slowly lowering into the ground. "When the gods don't get what they demand, then something must be done." The crowd's fervor grew in intensity, but even with all the noise they were making, Leon could still hear the roar of something within the darkness beyond the gates, something strong enough to emit a 5th-tier aura. Something responded from another gate with an ear-piercing shriek, and Leon could feel another 5th-tier aura emanate from the dark. The third and final gate remained quiet, but Leon could see something large moving about within. "Is this a punishment?" Leon asked the king. "They didn't please you, so the wild animals are released early." Alfonso grinned at Leon, and said, "Something like that, I suppose." From one gate emerged a massive lion, its coat sparkling like silver. Leon recognized it as a snow lion, though one bigger than the one he'd hunted to awaken his inherited bloodline, nearly reaching the size of one of the Heaven's Eye carriages in his caravan. From the second gate came something much less familiar, some kind of giant ape, its proportions almost looking human, though covered in coarse black fur. It stood about 10 feet tall, and its eyes glowed in its skull-like orbs of polished gold that had caught the light of the sun. From the final gate came something almost alien, a black horse-like creature with 6 legs, 4 eyes that burned like hot coals, fangs that dipped below its chin, and small fires blazing about its hooves. "If they survive, then it will be with the favor of the gods," Alfonso stated with anticipation. "If they have no favor, then from them will the gods take their due." As if on cue, the 3 beasts surged forward, raking and tearing into the ranks of the third-tier gladiators as they broke from formation and scrambled for cover. But in that first instant, 5 of the winners of the previous matches were ripped open, torn apart, burned, frozen, and smashed into the sand. And all chapter 644. Blood in the arena. The snow lion and the six-legged fire horse thing were still alive, though both had suffered some injuries. The fifth-tier ape had been brought low by the gladiators, perhaps because it didn't use any elemental magic, relying entirely on its comparatively titanic strength to tear apart its foes. Such tactics worked for a time, but, in contrast to what Leon might have thought, the gladiators didn't even hesitate when the beasts entered the arena. As soon as they were allowed, they threw themselves upon the beasts with reckless abandon, killing the ape in the process, but otherwise being wiped out by the other two. All 48 of the victorious gladiators were now lying in the dirt, having been ripped asunder in all manner of ways by the beasts, leaving only the snow lion and the horse thing. But despite the fall of all the gladiators, the crowd screamed in ecstasy as if their favored champion had won, roaring louder than they had during all 48 of the initial bouts. Next to Leon, Alfonso was leaning forward in his seat, a wild smile upon his face, the king clearly taking greater pleasure in this outcome than he had during nearly all of the previous fights. Wonderful, he murmured before leaning back and then finally giving Leon a look. Did they not fight beasts where you're from? Was it all man-on-man fighting? For the gladiators, yes, Leon replied, though Elise was quick to interject. There were a few fights against animals, but they were rare and poorly attended. A shame, Alfonso replied. Watching two men bloody each other can get old. But beasts can provide so much more entertainment. They change the game and can bring so many strange and unique powers to the table. What will happen to those two? Leon asked, tilting his head slightly towards the lion and the horse thing. Taken back into custody and kept for other fights, Alfonso explained. We're not so uncouth as to slaughter them now that the gods have shown them favor. Leon smiled thinly, the beasts having just gorged themselves on the winners of the previous fights. If those winners were not chosen by the gods, then why did they win? If they were chosen by the gods, as their victories might indicate, then why were they thrown against such beasts as reward? Was it the losers of those fights that had been chosen by the gods, or did the gods just demand blood of their followers? These questions Leon didn't ask, but they lingered in his mind. As far as he could tell, the victorious gladiators had done well, and yet they'd still somehow offended the Cortuban gods enough to be essentially executed. He didn't see anyone around that he would identify as a priest, so he wondered just how exactly it was determined that those gladiators had offended their gods, because it seemed entirely random to him. Or at least, entirely dependent on the mood of the crowd, which he supposed wasn't that bad of a reason, all things considered. If the people demanded blood, and they weren't getting it, then the royals giving them what they wanted while simultaneously using it as an excuse to honor the gods was a good way to please both the people and the priesthood, assuming there even were any priests to appreciate it. It also allowed the rulers of the alliance to please the people without directly bowing to their demands, letting them maintain their power and position without overtly indulging the people, who might then get ideas of challenging the status quo. Leon didn't particularly agree with the concept of feeding gladiators, especially those who had won their fights, to wild animals, but he had to admit that he respected the mental gymnastics that the royals were using to justify doing so. Then again, as Leon glanced at Alfonso, he wondered if they even were just justifications, for the king seemed genuinely into what he was saying. Leon wasn't a particularly religious person, but he got the impression that Alfonso was more devout in the Cortuban religion than Leon was in the spirituality of the Bull Kingdom. As he glanced at the king, he found his eyes sliding off the hulking man and toward his compatriot. Queen Isabella was still quietly speaking with Christina, and the young princess was breathing heavily and pointedly not looking at the arena. Leon got the sense that Christina was far more uncomfortable with these events than even he was, though Emily sitting next to her looked more bored than anything. Are you worried about those beasts, Leon? Alfonso inquired. Leon pulled himself back to the present conversation and shrugged. I was interested in that snow lion. One of my proudest moments was hunting a third-tier snow lion when I was only a first-tier mage. I still have my coat that my father made of its hide, and it's one of my most treasured possessions. I suppose I just wanted to know what might happen to the lion, looking to purchase it. Alfonso asked. Leon shook his head. Not really, though if it was going to be slaughtered, then I might have made a bid for its fur. Alfonso let loose with a booming laugh. Ha! While I would normally have such a thing arranged as a gift for you, I can't do so in this case. This beast is now favored by the gods and cannot be touched until its next fight. Leon nodded in understanding, not pressing for his desire. It wasn't even a powerful desire, more a passing thought, anyway. He leaned back in his seat, lost in thought, and he barely noticed the remaining two beasts being wrangled by the Cortuban beastmasters back through the gates they'd come from. He certainly did his best not to pay attention to the enslaved arena cleaners who swarmed the sands and removed the 49 corpses, though they blatantly didn't even touch the blood soaking into the arena's sandy floor. But he did notice when the next fight started, for after the announcer was done with his spiel, a 5th-tier gladiator came out of his gate with spectacular fanfare. His steel-plate armor glittered like silver, his blade glowed with golden power, and the crowd's cheering practically shook the red and pink brick arena down to its foundations. Leon assumed this handsome man with his helmet tucked under his arm to be one of the more famous gladiators who frequented this arena, though for what reason, he couldn't presently say. He certainly had the face for fame, being more than handsome enough to make many man-lovers in the crowd swoon, but his aura didn't strike Leon as anything special. When the gate opposite to his opened, the gladiator's opponent was revealed. 3 6th-tier mages came in, keeping a 5th-tier griffin chained up between them. The poor beast was snapping and straining against its bonds, but the 6th-tier mages hardly budged. Leon frowned, feeling some momentary empathy for the creature, thoughts of Anzu filling his mind. He did his best to push that part of him back down, though it wasn't that easy. This part of the games hadn't even properly started, yet, and he already preferred the boring first part, for at least the inexperienced gladiators had all consented to their battles, whereas the beasts simply couldn't. The Cortubans may have religious justifications for this, but to Leon, it was looking like it was nothing more than pointless slaughter. The 6th-tier mages eventually released the griffin with a few tugs of their chains, revealing them to have been enchanted with just such a function. Before the griffin could then launch itself at them, one of the mages conjured a wall of stone that forced it to move closer to the gladiator instead, and the crowd roared its approval. The gladiator then began to force the griffin's attention to remain upon him by, after donning his helmet, unleashing a barrage of strikes from his blade, sending rays of light rippling at the beast with every swing. The griffin screeched its fury, and charged at the gladiator, but took several bad hits on the way, spilling its blood before it even reached the gladiator. At that point, Leon was able to see exactly how the fight would end. The gladiator's aura barely shifted, indicating either he had much finer control over his powers than Leon had initially given him credit for, or his blade had been heavily enchanted. Either way, he was going to beat the griffin, which seemed to have had its wings clipped to keep it from flying out of the open roof arena, also deeply crippling its ability to fight back and to use its magic, if Anzu's fighting style was anything to go by. Leon didn't want to watching something that reminded him greatly of his griffin getting slaughtered for entertainment, so he averted his gaze and turned his attention elsewhere. The 6th-tier mages that had brought the griffins in were his initial mental landing point. He wondered just how much they were being paid to do such work. A 6th-tier mage wasn't rare by any means, but they were hardly common, too, so the fact that there were 3 whose job appeared to just be escorting captured beasts was of interest to him. When Leon turned to glance at Alfonso, he found the king leaning forward again, his eyes alight with amusement as the gladiator used many literally and metaphorically flashy magical attacks in his battle with the griffin, playing to the crowd as much as he was fighting for his life. So, Leon knew he wasn't going to get much out of the king, or at least, he didn't want to disturb the king just to ask his inane questions about the process. So, without any other outlet for his curiosity, he let his mind wander again. And a possibility occurred to him: what if the Cortubans weren't just using their religion as a justification? Leon knew that powerful beings existed, and he shivered as he recalled his personal experience with a primal god. He also knew that there was great power in blood. It was not only a vital fluid for bodily function, but it was also the medium through which magic power flowed. Mana was just blood that had been properly mixed with magic power, and there was quite a bit of mana now wetting the sands of the arena. It was easy for him to dismiss their religion as nothing at all, but there was also a strong possibility that they were actually sacrificing people to something. Leon reached out with his magic senses as softly and delicately as he could, examining the brickwork of the arena from the inside, the outside being warded against such inspection. The bricks, however, didn't lead him to believe that there was anything sacrificial going on here, at least, nothing that was worth noting, for there was still quite a lot of magic flowing through the walls, powering the various enchantments that ensured the comfort of those spectators who paid for it. He couldn't sense anything that he might reasonably think was blood magic. So, he turned his attention back down to the sand, where the gladiator was now playing even more to the crowd, raising his arms and reveling in their cheering as the griffin whimpered in pain, now so heavily injured that it could barely stand, let alone keep furiously attacking the gladiator. He concentrated on the pools of blood, trying to determine if the power contained within them was flowing anywhere. It wasn't that easy, for up until this point, the only blood that had been spilled onto the sand was that of lower-tiered mages, with not nearly as much magic in their blood as someone like the gladiator, let alone someone like Leon. However, Leon was still able to perceive a kind of ripple in all that blood. The magic wasn't going anywhere, but it was definitely doing something, and it was being damned subtle about it. Leon let his attention then drift to his right, landing upon Maya. He didn't turn to face her, not wanting to seem conspiratorial as his blood began to run cold, the cruel possibilities of what this resonating blood could mean running through his mind, but it only took a moment or two for his attention to attract hers. She didn't turn to face him, either, but he could feel her silent, unspoken question. "Can you feel what's happening with the blood down there?" Leon asked. He could sense her narrowing her eyes, pondering his question for a second, before her magic senses projected outward, being only marginally less subtle than his. After a moment, his river nymph lover whispered back, "No. The magic power in the mana, it's vibrating." Leon responded, hoping he wasn't sounding crazy. But now that he was keyed into it, he could see the same vibrations in just about every pool of blood upon the sand, and he was convinced it wasn't just some kind of trick, some illusion or wish-fulfilling hallucination. "I can't," Maya began before falling silent and leaning forward a bit in her seat. "I think I can see what you're talking about. Actually, can you make heads or tails of it?" Maya scowled and shook her head. "No, I can't," Leon silently swore. "Keep an eye on it. You might see something I don't, and vice versa." He felt Maya's acceptance, and he devoted all of his attention back to observing the blood. At first, it seemed almost like the magic power within the blood was subtly resonating at random intervals, but after a couple of minutes, he began to see a pattern. The mana closer to the center of the arena vibrated with greater frequency and intensity, though at the scale he was observing, it still wasn't particularly intense. He thusly assumed that whatever was going on was originating from somewhere closer to the center of the arena, and concentrated his magic senses in that area. Unfortunately, the first fight ended during this time, and the second began. The griffin had been killed before the citizens of Andalus and was then replaced with some kind of large feline about twice the size of an average lion, but with bronze hide as in hide of actual bronze. Leon found himself momentarily distracted, but after a curious once-over, he tried to turn his attention back to his observations. But the second gladiator and the bronze cat started to clash right there in the center of the arena, directly over, within, or beneath whatever Leon was trying to observe, and the emanations they gave off during their fight obscured nearly all of what Leon was trying to perceive. To his annoyance, Leon was forced to wait until they either moved or the fight finished. During this time, he decided to cast his attention inward and speak with his passengers. The Thunderbird wasn't around, but Nestor and Zaffin never went anywhere. "Anyone here know anything useful about blood magic?" Leon shouted as he momentarily opened his eyes upon his throne within his soul realm. "Hardly," Zaffin responded. "I've told you many times, human, though I suppose I can forgive your pathetic human memory if you've forgotten, but I never took well to blood magic. Unless it's the very basics, I can't answer any questions." "A shame, truly," Leon dryly replied before turning toward the ruby that imprisoned Nestor. "I have some knowledge of the subject," Nestor coyly stated, his voice tinged with interest and intrigue. Leon took a deep breath and responded half to himself, "The only surprise I feel is at my lack of surprise. I think I'm sensing some blood magic out in the physical world and could use more perspectives." "I'll do what I can, but my range of perception is limited," Nestor replied. Leon nodded, and then returned to his physical body. He began to describe his observations to Nestor as best as he could with the second fight raging all across the sand, but unfortunately, all Nestor could confirm was that there was certainly some blood magic at work here. Without getting close enough for his limited magic senses to examine the arena, the dead man couldn't say more. With that, Leon could only sigh in temporary defeat, his feeling of vindication being greatly smothered by his feeling of relative powerlessness. But he wasn't going to just let this go. As the fights continued, eventually returning to matches where gladiators faced off against other gladiators, Leon didn't pay any attention at all to the fights, instead choosing to take as much stock of the arena itself as he could. He only began paying attention again several hours later, when the time came for the final event, the execution. He tuned in sometime during Isabella's speech, though he still couldn't understand a word, and as she spoke, 7 men were led out onto the sands of the arena. Leon immediately recognized them all, but the man in front was especially notable, the 6th tier Santiago, standing proudly before the people of Andalus even as said people threw their garbage at him and his bandits. All were in chains and surrounded by half a dozen 6th tier mages and 24 5th tier mages, ensuring that they couldn't escape no matter how hard they might try. Isabella continued her castigating speech, and 3 more gates opened, letting the auras of the beasts within spill out into the crowd. Instantly, nearly every commoner in the stands quieted down under the weight of such unrestrained animalistic fury. Nearly all eyes were drawn to the newly opened gates, but Leon's eyes never wavered from the bandits as the Cortuban guards unchained the bandits. The bandits then quietly closed ranks and faced the open gates as their guards hurried out of the arena, leaving them to face their fate unarmed. The first beast, a centipede more than 20 feet long, thicker than 2 men side by side, and most disturbingly, with an unsettlingly human-like face nestled within 6 clicking mandibles, charged into the arena just as Isabella's final damning speech finished and the queen returned to her seat. The people in the stands reeled as the monstrosity revealed itself, and their disgust only grew as the second beast followed shortly after. Slinking into the arena came a massive black spider-like thing with 10 legs, large enough to eat a man whole, and covered in bright red urticating hairs. It had no eyes, but its face, if it could even be called a face, had 3 pairs of viciously fanged chelicera that glowed red with heat. Finally, the third and final creature came stomping in, moving surprisingly quickly for how tortoise-like it initially appeared. It had a thick green shell, with 4 stout legs, each one more than 6 feet thick in order to prop up its enormous body. Its head, however, had more in common with a dragon, with a long serpentine neck covered in shining dark green scales, while its angular head had a pair of horns that curved out and then around its face almost like ribs. It couldn't retract its head back into its shell, but from the way its blood-red eyes gleamed with malice, and how fire danced across its horns, Leon didn't get the impression that such defensive tactics were something it was predisposed to. All 3 beasts were 6th tier, making Santiago's death effectively guaranteed, but when Leon turned his head back in the bandit's direction, he saw no fear, only resignation and determination. He had the distinct feeling that Santiago wasn't going to die just yet, and for the first time that day, he started to lean forward, the blood magic in the arena momentarily forgotten, and watched the fight unfold before him. Chapter 645. The Lion's Mercy. Santiago's group was surrounded by 3 6th-tier beasts, but instead of looking at them, Santiago's eyes were instead trained upon the royal box. More specifically, they were first locked upon Isabella, who had presumably just announced his death by beast, and then they slid over to the spectating Alfonso, who was leaning forward in his seat with an almost maniacal grin on his face. Then, they went a little further and landed upon Leon, narrowing slightly. Leon didn't shy away from Santiago's glare, quietly staring back. The bandit had made his choices, and in the alliance, these were the consequences, as generally distasteful as Leon might have found them. And then the dragon turtle roared and charged, lumbering forward with greater speed than its massive body suggested it was capable of. Its maw never closed, but instead widened, giving just about the entire arena a view of its rows of vicious fangs just before Leon felt its aura spike. A moment later, accompanied by a warbling wail from deep within the turtle's throat, a jet of steam erupted from the turtle's jaws. It almost bathed Santiago's entire group and would have surely injured them gravely, but just before the wave of steam hit them, a shimmering white barrier sprang into place. Santiago had moved so fast that Leon had to channel some of his lightning magic into his eyes to track him. The steam harmlessly washed over the barrier, but before the bandits could celebrate, the chittering human-faced centipede screeched and lunged forward, its body undulating and whipping back and forth before it sank its mandibles into the leg of one of the bandits. He was a 5th-tier mage, though, and so even though he screamed in pain, he started to blast the centipede's face with fire as 2 more of his comrades ran forward to help, hitting the centipede with rock spikes and, to Leon's surprise, a few small blasts of lightning. This magic seemed to have a good effect on the creature, for it released its victim a moment later and pulled back. "On your feet," Santiago shouted, and his injured compatriot's leg glowed with white light, sealing the injury. "Thanks," the man shouted back as he struggled back to his feet. But now the spider made its move. It skittered forth, moving with a confidence that Leon didn't expect given its lack of eyes. It moved quickly, but not so much that 3 of the bandits couldn't conjure 2 spiked stone walls in its way and fire off another blast of lightning to slow it down. Santiago then turned and raised his hand, creating a blade of light more than 30 feet long, and brought it down upon the spider with savage force when it came too close. His magic blade split the creature's carapace open, but it continued to surge forward with a ferocity that Leon found rather strange. Despite having suffered Santiago's strike, a blast of lightning, and having to crash through 2 spiked walls, the spider's will to fight hadn't even wavered. Instead, it lunged as it drew close, spearing one pair of its chelicera through the chest of one of the bandits, earth mages. The man screamed in pain as the burning fangs tore through him, but his scream was soon silenced when the spider pulled his body into its abyssal mouth and closed it around the top of his body. A moment later, the bottom half of his body fell to the ground in a bloody heap, sans everything above his hips. And the crowd roared in approval, the tremor of their elation not wavering even slightly as Santiago gutturally screamed in rage and loss and fired a ray of white light into the spider's face. The spider was thrown back by the force, stone dead. One of the bandits was dead, but they'd also killed one of the beasts harrying them. A good exchange on an objective level, but Leon could see that the bandits were shaken by the loss of their friend, and none more so than Santiago, who fell to his knees over the remains of his fallen friend. The bandits closed ranks again, and the centipede and the dragon turtle circled the group of bandits warily, not charging in nearly as recklessly as the spider had, giving Leon more than enough time to lean over to Alfonso and say, "That spider acted strangely. I've rarely seen wild beasts charge so suicidally before." Sensing the question in Leon's statement, Alfonso replied, "Ah, well, it would bring great shame upon us if the sacrifices we bring to these hallowed grounds don't cooperate, so we ensure cooperation to the best of our ability. Some are more amenable than others. The urge to live can be a difficult thing to overpower, even when presented with such an honorable and glorious death." Leon grimly smiled. "How exactly do you ensure cooperation? Certain compounds within the beast's food can increase aggression. Some, however, react more appropriately if given less food. Some might require a beating or 2 until their blood gets hot. These stronger animals are much harder to control, as you can plainly see." The king nodded to the centipede and the dragon turtle. The centipede had been injured by Santiago's people, so Leon could understand the pain lessening the aggression that the Cortubans had tried to bring out, but the dragon turtle seemed far more intelligent than its relatively low tier implied. For all its obvious strength and power, it could recognize that Santiago's group was more than powerful enough to injure it, and so it was keeping its distance, not wanting to risk injury to itself getting too close. Out of curiosity, Leon asked as he heard the shouting of the crowd start to change as the lull in fighting started to grow too long, "How much can the audience interact with the fight?" Alfonso finally turned his eyes toward Leon. "Why do you ask?" "Just a curiosity," Leon repeated, though that wasn't the whole truth. He supposed he wasn't quite over his decision to not try and recruit Santiago, and from the way that the man had reacted when his man had been killed, then perhaps his talk of loyalty being worthless was just that, talk. It was because of Leon that he was now facing a potentially slow and agonizing death to a vicious monster rather than the quick death that Leon would have offered, and he supposed if there was a way to help him out a bit, then Leon might take it. Alfonso studied him closely for a moment before answering, "That depends on the person. We don't want the mob to get too many ideas, but if it's someone of standing, then they may have mercy enough to show those down in the arena favor, possibly going so far as to offer them some kind of patronage. Direct intervention can sometimes be a part of that, and your gods are fine with that?" Leon innocently inquired. "So long as sufficient blood is spilled and the gods get their due, then they have no problems with us," Alfonso replied with a knowing smile as he turned back to the arena. As they were speaking, so too was Santiago, whispering desperately with his men while doing his best to keep his attention on the dragon turtle, ensuring that the monster knew that he was still threat enough that charging his people would be dangerous. But only a couple seconds after Leon finished his short exchange with Alfonso, Santiago finished with his men, and they sprang into action. Santiago's remaining 5 bandits charged at the centipede, summoning their 5th-tier powers. Santiago himself charged at the dragon turtle as his hands glowed with white light. The dragon turtle snarled and swiftly swiped forward with one of its massive, webbed feet, blade-like claws on the end of each digit, but Santiago was fast enough to dodge. He soared over the monster, landing on its back, but was forced to immediately leap off again when tiny cracks in the creature's shell spewed intense steam and the creature itself started to violently shake and slam itself into the walls of the arena. Leon was surprised that the creature didn't even dent the enchanted walls of the arena, but he supposed that such violence was expected, and the design of the arena accounted for it. But as Santiago fought his opponent, dodging an attempt by the dragon turtle to snap him into its jaws, Leon was reaching into the sky with his power. He wasn't being overly subtle with it, but he wasn't going so fast as to attract much attention. He only detected a brief glance. A piece from Alfonso, Isabella, Damien, and Emily. The sky above was quite clear of clouds, but as Leon's magic power suffused the area and he put his training with the Thunderbird to the test, he began to seize control of what little water magic was there and augmenting it with some of his own. Over the course of about half a minute, clouds began gathering over the arena, blocking out the sun from the open roof. Clouds being blown in by the wind was hardly anything special, though, and as far as Leon could tell, no one out in the stands or in the private boxes gave the clouds anything more than a cursory glance. Once the clouds had gathered, he began to swirl them around a bit, almost like he was stirring cake batter, and he could feel lightning magic begin to build within. He could summon lightning from the clouds right now if he wanted, but for the bolt to have any power at all, then he needed to give it more time to build. So, devoting some of his attention to keep generating lightning magic, he let his eyes drift back down to the fight. By this point, another of Santiago's bandits had been killed, and a third had been lifted into the air within the monster's mandibles as it reared up onto its innumerable hind legs. It writhed with the bandit in its grasp, the magic attacks that splashed across its hard carapace causing it obvious pain. It squeezed the bandit with its mandibles, slicing him in half even as the rest of the bandits blasted a hole in its carapace and began tearing out its insides. But in its death throes, the centipede thrashed about, the sharp ends of its legs acting as deadly spears. All three of Santiago's remaining bandits found themselves impaled upon the dying monster's limbs, tossed about like stringless puppets as it writhed in pain, and finally crushed beneath the centipede's massive weight as it finally fell to the sand, dead. Santiago, meanwhile, was being pressed back by the dragon turtle. Its hide was proving resistant to his damaging light, while its shell seemed out and out immune. The bandit was doing little more than annoying it as he let loose with spear-like rays and massive blades of sparkling white light. He was putting his all into his attacks, but the monster barely seemed fazed. Instead, it roared, stomped on the ground, and shook the earth. Leon felt the entire arena shake, and that was after the dragon turtle's strength managed to get past the arena's enchantment. Santiago, being only a few dozen feet away, was knocked right over, and the rhythm of his attacks was disrupted. The dragon turtle loomed over him, and Leon could feel its magic spiking once again. It was preparing to blast the bandit with its steam breath once again, and at point-blank range, Leon doubted that he'd be able to survive. Leon had been letting the clouds above build up lightning magic for about a minute or so, and he judged that would have to be enough. He reached back up into the clouds, seized control of the lightning magic, and got it into position, just as the Thunderbird had taught him to do. He could feel the charge above now, building up on the bottom of the cloud, and likewise, he could feel a subtle charge down on the ground gathering. Once more, he used his magic to direct it, having it coalesce on the dragon turtle's head, causing the monster to pause for a moment in confusion as it sensed his magic crawling over its scalp. He kept building both charges, his 8th tier power allowing him to do so with terrific speed. And then, in one violent moment that took even Leon by surprise with how bright, loud, and sudden it was, all of that magic buildup finally paid off. Just before it unleashes its steam breath, a bolt of golden lightning struck the turtle with greater power than nearly any bolt of lightning that Leon had ever thrown in his life, almost blinding and deafening the entire arena. The dragon turtle was killed instantly, the top of its head almost exploding from the concentrated and directed bolt that Leon had summoned. A wide smile spread across Leon's face. He was incredibly pleased with this result, having hardly used a fraction of his power to bring forth such a terrific lightning bolt. The Thunderbird, during their training, had often said that making use of the power around him was far more efficient, but seeing was believing. Using this technique in battle wasn't yet a real option, unfortunately. It took too much concentration and too much fine magic control. The disturbances in the magic power within the environment during an army-scale battle might even be too much for him to control. But if he had a minute or two to prepare himself, and the fighting hadn't started yet, then things might be different. Leon's smile widened even further, and only started to fade when he finally checked back in with his surroundings and found that not only was Alfonso staring at him, but Isabella, Emily, and even Santiago down in the arena were, as well. In fact, as the immediate shock and awe of what had just happened wore off, everyone in the royal box turned their eyes in his direction. What? He lightly inquired, acting as if the lightning bolt had been an act of nature, or of the Cortuban gods. Alfonso started to roar with laughter while Isabella's face contorted in something that looked far more like rage. "You dare to interfere," she whispered, barely audible to Leon's eighth-tier ears, with Alfonso losing his mind right next to him. "Interfere?" The king croaked between great guffaws. "No such, not possible." The king slapped the armrest of seat as he turned his attention back to the sands, where Santiago was pulling himself back to his feet, his eyes still locked upon Leon, a complex look on his face. Leon did likewise, meeting Santiago's gaze unashamedly, smiling down at the silver-eyed bandit like he was in complete control of the man's life. Which wasn't entirely the truth, but neither was the truth that far away. His attention only wavered when he felt Elise slide her fingers into his and whisper into his ear, "Does that mean you're recruiting him?" Leon simply replied, "No." His tone indicated that he wasn't of a mind to elaborate, so Elise just nodded, but she kept her hand entwined with his, a clear show of support that had him squeezing her hand back in appreciation. Isabella glared at Leon, only turning away from him when Alfonso finally managed to suck in a deep enough breath to stop laughing. "Leon has done nothing wrong," Alfonso said, punctuating his statement with a few last low chuckles. "The gods have taken their price of blood, and the traitor still lives. The gods have acted through Leon, thusly saving the man from certain death." "The gods have nothing to do with this," Isabella retorted furiously, and Leon started to feel more than a little awkward about the whole thing. This was to be an execution. We can't simply let a traitor-turned-bandit walk free just because of some archaic rules that priests 2,000 years ago made up. Alfonso's expression hardened, and he turned from gleefully watching the arena to stare at Isabella. "Mocking our oldest and most sacred traditions is unbecoming," he growled. "But we can save our words on that for later. Regardless, the rules are clear. The beasts are dead, the traitor is alive, Santiago will walk free. Leon has done nothing wrong." The tension between the two pentarchs grew more intense, but after Isabella glanced around at the arena and saw that every eye in the stands was watching the two bicker, she held her tongue and rose from her seat. She walked to the edge of the box and began speaking, though Leon couldn't follow what she was saying. So, instead, he threw a few apologetic looks in Christina and Emily's direction, since both were staring at him with similar looks of resignation and reproachment. When Isabella finished speaking, the entire arena practically exploded with how loudly the crowd cheered. Their excitement shook the massive structure harder than even the dragon turtle had, and Leon watched as Santiago reeled from whatever had been announced. The silver-eyed bandit staggered backward, a look of utter disbelief on his face. It was only when he turned around and saw the corpses of his fellows that he collapsed to his hands and knees. Several Cortuban guards then walked out of the nearest gate and pulled the man to his feet. They didn't clap him in irons, but they did rather forcefully escort him off the sands, allowing him only one last glance toward the royal box to Leon, and give him a look of mixed hatred and gratitude. Leon nodded in recognition, but he wasn't going to go looking for the bandit. Santiago had impressed him once again with his obvious, if rather subdued, concern for his people. Leon hadn't saved the man for any other reason, but he had a feeling that even though he wasn't going to go and recruit Santiago, that they would meet again in the future. And when they did, maybe things would be different. Maybe Santiago would be more willing to trust him, or maybe Leon would be more willing to trust Santiago. He couldn't predict the future. But as those in the royal box began to rise and file back into the main room to continue their party, Leon stayed for just a few extra moments, his eyes drifting down to the arena's sands. Santiago, he could forget about for now. But the blood magic he'd detected, he had to investigate. Chapter 646. Infiltrating the Cortuban arena. There was some fallout from Leon's killing of the dragon turtle, but it was brief. Isabella wanted nothing to do with him, and so avoided him for the rest of the day. Christina did likewise, though at least came by and exchanged a few words with him, enough for him to understand that she was following Isabella's lead and didn't mean anything personal by it. The more important reactions were from Alfonso, Emily, and Leon's retinue. Anshu was delighted that Leon had rescued Santiago, but the others were more apprehensive, thinking that he'd changed his mind about recruiting the bandit. Emily was more upset, and she didn't stop lecturing Leon about his responsibilities as a de facto representative of Heaven's Eye until Alfonso himself joined them and once more argued on Leon's behalf. Leon hadn't done anything wrong and had even honored their gods. The reaction of the king and the delight of the crowd ensured that, after a couple of hours, no one seemed to care anymore about what Leon had done. In fact, he thought he detected a few rather admiring and respectful looks from many of the Cortubans in Alfonso and Isabella's entourages. His retinue was a little more subdued, but he was able to calm their worries with a reaffirmation that he wasn't going to try and recruit Santiago. The man himself had probably been thrown out onto the street already. Leon had no idea where to even find him. He was tempted to ask Alfonso about him, but in the interest of remaining detached, and letting this simply be an act of mercy and no more, Leon refrained from looking into the man any further. Rather, he let his attention fall back to the arena itself, and the blood magic he'd sensed during each match. He'd watched as a great many people and beasts were slaughtered today, but the blood magic he'd sensed had still been so incredibly subtle that it took Maya quite a bit of dedicated investigation to see what he had. He wanted to know what was going on. That blood magic had to be doing something, funneling power somewhere. Are they demon worshippers? Leon wondered as his eyes found a brilliantly colored mural that spanned nearly the entirety of the wall opposite the entrances to the royal box. It depicted figures that he could only surmise were the Cortuban gods, and the fights this day were dedicated to them. Leon did his best not to jump to any conclusions. Demons made great use of blood magic, but it was hardly solely their purview. Heaven's Eye and just about everyone else on the plane used blood magic to verify identities, as far as he was aware, and he, himself, had used blood magic when awakening his inherited bloodline. After mulling the problem over and consulting with Nestor a little more, though, Leon's thoughts couldn't help but turn to more sinister sources of that magic. He was certain that the blood spilled in the arena had been used to channel magic power somewhere, for some purpose, and he found himself less and less able to relax without knowing exactly what that purpose was for. So, after making a few discreet inquiries with Elise and Emily to figure out when the arena might empty, he decided to infiltrate the place later and see what he could see. Until then, though, he had to mingle with the higher-ups in the Cortuban alliance. He was impatient and extraordinarily curious, but the task in front of him had to come first. Once back in the Heaven's Eye guest house, Leon let his family and retinue in on his plans. He had to explain quite a bit, but once he did, all plans for heading out into the city for recreation were put on hold, to the mild consternation of many of Leon's people. Elise, especially, had been looking forward to heading out into the city with Leon, Maya, Valeria, and all of Christina's knights, but she understood why Leon wanted to look into this. She only extracted from him a promise not to go too far, in the broadest sense she could. She wanted him back home by morning. Leon, understanding that with his entire retinue and Maya accompanying him, she would be left alone, readily made that promise. It was already fairly late in the afternoon, and Leon wanted to infiltrate the arena around midnight, so they had some planning and resting to do before then. And Leon came up with a plan that he hoped would work, one that even Elise could participate in, helping her to not feel quite so alone there in the guest house, doing nothing more than waiting for her family to return. The walls of the arena imposed upon the district around it. It was a massive building, with its outer walls rising more than 10 stories, whereas there wasn't a building around it for more than half a mile that was taller than 4. Its red brick facade, interspersed with rows of slightly smaller pink bricks, gave off a feeling of extreme affluence, which was only strengthened by the aura of magic that Leon could sense flowing through every brick. The entire arena had been infused with so much magic that it was comparable to the city's citadel, and even to the bull's horns. This, of course, only raised Leon's expectations of what he might find. He hadn't sensed even an iota of demonic magic when in the arena, but such a place like this couldn't possibly be so well enchanted just to host a few games. No, there was something else here. He could feel that in his bones. The beginning of his plan was simple. He led his entourage out to a nearby club, looking for all the world like he, his friends, and his family were only going on to experience the joys of Andalusian nightlife. Elise was there with him, as was Anzu, the albino griffin, seeming to pick up on the undercurrent of anxiety within Leon and keeping himself fairly low and as inconspicuous as he could possibly be. Fortunately, they left the guest house late enough that there weren't many people out on the streets until they reached their destination, a club that Elise had managed to learn about from some of the local Heaven's Eye bureaucrats that was entirely open air. It was essentially 4 walls around a huge square, with several shallow marble terraces closer to the walls where the more important visitors could spend their time, while the center of the club was one large dance floor surrounded by a bar. Multicolored magical lights flashed above the dance floor, while the rest of the club was lit only by the moon and the stars, and at one end of the club was a long, narrow stage, upon which was located a large band playing some high-tempo upbeat tune that had everyone on the dance floor writhing in what Leon supposed was dancing if he squinted at it hard enough. Leon curled his lips in distaste at the atmosphere, and even more so at the stench of sweat and extremely overpriced alcohol, but he banished the look after a moment and entered the club with his people, the bouncers at the door not even daring to stop them, especially with how finely they were dressed, how obviously powerful they were, and particularly when they noticed that Elise's clothes had been prominently embroidered in many places with the sigil of Heaven's Eye. With all of that, not even Anzu was denied entry. As soon as they walked in, Leon had his retinue find a place to post up, sending Anzu with them. He then consented to Elise dragging him over to the dance floor for a few songs before his investigation could begin, extracting at least a little bit of fun here while she could. Valeria and Maya both snuck in for a dance, too, though Leon could tell their enthusiasm was a little more forced. Both wanted the experience, but this was hardly the place any of them would have chosen to spend their time otherwise. Then, Elise returned to Leon's retinue and curled up with Anzu on a large sofa. Leon's retinue would stay here, only a few blocks away from the arena that dominated the horizon, both protecting Elise and lending her authority by mere virtue of having an entourage. Here, Elise would be able to escape at a moment's notice on the back of Anzu, while Leon's retinue would only be a couple of minutes away if he needed them for anything. And with that, safe in the knowledge that he had backup and that Elise was neither being left behind nor being put in danger, Leon, Valeria, and Maya launched into their part of the plan. They made no attempts to hide their affection, kissing and grinding against each other on the dance floor for a minute or two, in front of everyone. And they attracted quite a few looks, given their entrance, looks, power, and sheer audacity. But once those couple of minutes were over, Valeria took one of Leon's hand and began dragging him off the dance floor, Leon's other hand dragging Maya in turn, looking for all the world like they were just going off to the bathroom or some other quiet dark corner where they could hook up. As soon as they were out of the limelight, though, all three seemingly vanished into thin air, with Leon and Maya's rings flashing with emerald light, and the sapphire amulet around Valeria's neck glowing bright blue. Concurrently, their attire changed from something more appropriate for going out partying to all black ensembles complete with face-obscuring masks, just in case their invisibility failed them. Valerius only covered her lower face, but since they had magic senses, Leon and Maya's masks could cover their entire faces if so needed, though they kept their eyes unobscured for the moment. Without further ado, the three quickly leapt over the walls of the club and began running for the arena. They were still hand in hand to prevent themselves from losing the others, which made things a little more awkward and slowed them down, but in Leon's mind, that was a small price to pay for stealth. They made their way through the streets as swiftly as they were able, arriving at the streets directly adjacent to the arena in only a matter of a minute or two. From there, they had to stop and search for a way in, for while the arena didn't seem to have much active security, the building itself had been completely secured. All the doors and windows were closed and magically locked, as they realized to their dismay after making one full circuit of the arena's outer wall. But after a moment, Leon just sighed and pulled his lovers into the nearest ally and deactivated his invisibility. They followed suit a moment later, and the three were left huddled together as inconspicuously as possible. Fortunately, the area around the arena was quite deserted at this time of night. "Get to the roof," Leon murmured, and neither Maya nor Valeria needed much more than that. In a flash of light, both were clad in their flight suits, and they swiftly shot into the air, leaving nothing more than a cloud of dust for Leon to squint through. He made good use of the cover, though, and pulled his clothing into his soul realm and transformed into his Thunderbird form. He was glad it was dark and that his feathers were primarily a relatively dark shade of brown, because otherwise, he wouldn't be doing this at all. He comforted himself with the idea that it was far less risky than blasting one of the arena's doors off its hinges or trying to undo their defensive enchantments from the outside, but he still took great care to examine his surroundings with his magic senses for anyone who might notice him before taking off. He flew with all due haste, and as far as he was aware, went right over the arena's wall completely undetected, with Valeria and Maya just behind him. The three landed on some of the arena's thick cloth covers that shielded those in the stands from the hot sun, which, while retracted, were still far enough away from the outer wall that anyone who might have wanted to see them would either have to actively use magic senses or get to a high vantage point. Given that the arena was the tallest structure in the district, Leon was confident that they couldn't be seen. Unfortunately, now that he was past the outer wall, he was able to see that the arena wasn't relying entirely upon passive defenses, for there were a few rather bored and lazy-looking guards patrolling through the stands. Leon slid back into his human form and dressed himself in his feature-obscuring outfit. Valeria gave him a pouting look as his body was covered, eliciting a smirk and a wink from him, and then the two were back to all business. A few minutes later, the three were fading back into invisibility, but while they were waiting for their various accessories of invisibility to reset, Leon inspected the arena from above. He bathed the place in his magic senses, searching for any sign of the power that he'd sensed during the fights. He wasn't able to sense so much as a spark of magic power down on the sandy arena floor, but he wasn't deterred. The patrols through the stands lasted just long enough for Leon to start contemplating knocking the guards unconscious, but then the guards proceeded into the arena itself, and Leon and the ladies were safe to drop down into the stands, which they quickly did. Then, with their senses tuned as finely as they could for any alarms, the three made their way down into the sands. "Well, Nestor," Leon asked as they walked out into the middle of the arena, giving the dead man as much ground to inspect as was feasible. "I can't sense anything of interest," Nestor replied, and Leon felt the man's focus intensify. "They clean up quickly around here," Valeria quietly observed, her voice seeming to come out of thin air not too far away from Leon. "For an earth mage, I'd bet sand is quite easy to clean," Leon replied. "But keep your eyes open. Whatever blood magic was at work here is probably still here. I can't imagine something like that happening under the eyes of the local royalty without someone knowing and giving their assent. I'd even say it's probably a part of the arena. Below us, then," Maya wondered. "I was thinking the same thing," Leon said as he crouched down and ran his invisible fingers through the sand. He couldn't sense anything more than the usual ambient magic, but as his fingers brushed against the stone floor only a couple inches below the sand, his invisibility was instantly disrupted, and his form resolved into the air. Leon froze for just a moment in surprise, and then without a word, he began sprinting for the stands and the nearest alcove to dive into. Valeria and Maya followed closely behind, but neither of them were forced back into visibility. When they finally found some cover in a doorway in the stands, Leon crouched down and let his dark clothing render him almost as invisible as he just was against the dark building. "There's definitely something going on here," he whispered as he heard and almost felt Valeria and Maya crouching down beside him. "There's far more magic running through the floor of that arena than there should be." Leon's eyes turned toward where he could sense Maya was crouched, their connection drawing his eyes to her through the invisibility with ease. "There's probably something powerful beneath the arena." Nestor then added for Leon's benefit, "That would make sense. The less ground that the channeled power has to cover, the less power will be lost on the journey. And if the whole point of the blood magic present here is to channel power out of sacrificed mana, then they want every spark of magic power to flow to its destination as possible." Leon slightly nodded, and taking advantage of his ring's reset timer, he pushed a little deeper into the doorway and then slipped inside the arena, holding the door open for Valeria and Maya. If they were going to find anything, then it would be inside, not out in the sand. Once inside, they waited just another minute or so for Leon's ring to flash, and then he faded back into invisibility, letting the three continue to explore the arena with little worry. What they found was largely disappointing. The interior of the arena was essentially just a series of large chambers and halls, most of which ensured that those who attended the arena's games didn't have to go far to reach their seat, and that the arena could be quickly emptied of all spectators. Along with a few larger areas where certain authorized vendors could set up shop, the arena was of an almost brutally simple design. There at least weren't many guards around for them to worry about, but that also came with the logical reason that there simply wasn't much around to be guarded. Leon guessed that the main reason the guards patrolled these bigger areas was to scare off potential vandals, for there seemed to not be too many other reasons save for the blood magic. Despite the arena's size, it took Leon's small group only about half an hour to find something promising. A gate on the north side watched over by two rather inattentive guards that sealed off a set of stairs that led down below the arena's ground floor, and down below the arena was exactly where they wanted to go. Unlike the walls or the floors, Leon could sense the magic flowing through this gate, and knew that he wasn't going to be able to get it open without immediately ruining any attempts to remain stealthy. Interestingly, On the other side of the gate was a large shrine built into the wall. It wasn't that complex, but Leon counted more than a dozen idols decorating the mural just above it, and he guessed that these represented the Cortuban gods. He wasn't nearly familiar enough with any to guess their identities, given the abstracted style that they were depicted in, but he found it quite interesting that their gods were placed here, right next to the gate. "How should we play this?" Maya asked him. Leon sighed. If they couldn't do this stealthily, then he was going to order them to retreat, perhaps to come back later when they were a little more prepared. But this scouting mission wasn't over, yet there was a slight possibility that the guards had the key to open the gate. If they subdued the guards and searched them, they might be able to get the gate open. "Take out the guards quickly and non-lethally. If any alarms go off, then we get out of here as quickly as possible," Leon whispered just loud enough for both ladies to hear, and they moved in tandem. Only seconds later, one of the guards was lifted bodily off his feet and slammed against the wall behind him, with Maya appearing barely a moment later, holding him by his neck as watery tendrils snaked out from beneath her sleeve to wrap themselves around the hapless guard and immobilize him completely. At only the third tier, the guard was unable to do anything at all within Maya's grasp, not even scream in shock and panic. At the same time, Valeria appeared as the butt of her short glaive slammed into the other guard's solar plexus, driving all the air out of his lungs and lifting him a foot off his feet. The guard hit the ground hard, gasping for breath. In an instant, Leon appeared above him and he gave the second-tier guard a powerful, but non-lethal, blast of lightning, knocking him out for hours at least. "Now," he muttered as Maya slammed the final guard face down into the floor, "tell me how this door opens, and we'll let you go." Just before making his move, Leon had pulled his mask up to hide his notably golden eyes, but even still, the guard wasn't able to lift his head enough to look Leon in the eye anyway. After this display of power, the guard didn't even resist slightly. He told Leon that the gate only blocked access to the gladiator waiting rooms, and when pressed, also revealed another, larger, entrance a block or two to the north where the beasts used in the games were escorted in and out. "Can you open these doors?" Leon asked, letting his killing intent spill forth, causing the floor to grow cold and the guard to be pressed into the floor by the pressure of his aura as well as Maya's water magic. "Right, pocket," the guard croaked, and a second later, one of Maya's water tentacles rose from his body, a key submerged within. The tentacle dropped the key into Leon's hand, and he turned and opened the door, only taking as much time as he needed to. Chapter 647. Channeler. The stairway that led down into the arena's basement was extremely simple, with no adornments or anything else of the sort. The large room that it opened into, however, was the exact opposite, with the red brick walls elaborately painted with icons of the Cortuban gods, small alcoves placed around the large room with golden statues, and at least 100 plush seats presumably for the gladiators to rest in before and after their fights. Branching out to the north and south were huge tunnels that followed the curve of the arena's outer wall, and as Leon sent his magic senses rolling through them, he saw that they were the backbone of a large tunnel network that connected this waiting room with several other, smaller waiting rooms, bare brick chambers filled with either nothing or a few empty cages of various size, and the tunnels that led to the locked gates that opened directly onto the sands of the arena. He also saw not too far away another huge tunnel that led further west, the entrance through which the beasts were brought through, he assumed. What he didn't see were any additional guards or overnight staff working down below the arena, which he found rather curious, but he supposed the place didn't exactly look like it needed that much seeing to, being clean and with its entrances already guarded. "Leave the guards here," Leon ordered, and Valeria and Maya rather unceremoniously dropped the guards into armchairs in the corner of the dark room. Leon estimated that they would be out of commission for several hours at least, but someone else might stumble upon them, or their absence might be noticed, so he led Valeria and Maya further into the underground tunnels, wasting no time as they delved deeper into the arena in search of its secrets. There weren't many doors blocking his magic senses, so Leon had already scoured the tunnels and rooms that he could see for any clues to the blood magic he found, finding nothing of note. However, here and there was a door that did block his magic senses, and he led his small group toward the nearest of these doors, which branched off from the main tunnel rather than from any of the waiting or holding rooms. To his surprise and muted disappointment, he found that the door was unlocked and easily opened. Within, he found nothing but cleaning supplies. With a sigh, he shut the door and said, "I think we're going to find a lot of storage closets down here, then where to now?" Valeria asked. "I don't think we're going to find a secret blood magic enchantment array hidden among mops and brooms." Leon nodded his head, but when he glanced around with his magic senses, he noticed that nearly all the rest of the doors he couldn't see through were identical to this one, fairly small, innocuous, and branching off the main tunnels. They all looked like more storage closets, and while he didn't discount the possibility that what he was looking for might be found behind one, he decided to give them a pass for the moment. Widening the scope of his search, after a few seconds, something caught his eye, a room filled with small idols and altars, what clearly was a small temple. Given how often King Alfonso had repeated his belief that every drop of blood spilled in the arena was a sacrifice to his people's gods, Leon figured whatever was going on might be connected with that small temple. This way, Leon said, explaining his reasoning as he led the other two onward. He kept his eyes open for any traps or alarms that he might notice, but, to his continued bafflement, after making it past those couple of guards and the locked gate, the arena was essentially undefended. He was grateful for the lack of exertion, but his lack of knowledge of what was going on here had him on edge. Fortunately, they reached the temple without a single sign that anything was wrong. No tripped alarms, no unusual magic flowing through the walls or tunnels, and certainly no sign of blood or demonic magic. "Am I missing anything?" Leon asked his Soul Realm's residents. "Nothing that I can sense," Nestor responded. "There's fuck all there," Zafin added. Leon's remained uneasy and cautiously entered the temple. It wasn't that large, but it was the most opulently appointed room that Leon had seen in the arena aside from the royal box. A thick blood-red rug covered most of the hardwood floor, and about 50 kneeling pillows were arranged in several lines before the central altar. The altars themselves looked to be made of ivory and maple wood, mostly covered by sheets of fine white linen, with idols of the gods reverently placed upon them, each idol roughly 1/4 to 1/3 the size of a full-grown man. Each idol was different, too, with one standing like he was lording over all he surveyed, his head turned slightly upward to look down his nose properly, a furled scroll in his left hand. The base of his idol was inscribed with the name, Cortel. Another depicted a man dressed in ragged hides riding a lion, with the name, Cormelian, inscribed upon the base of his idol. A third was adorned in silver armor, a spear clutched in his right hand, Cortusis, was his name. Leon recognized each of those three, but the two altars that stood out the most to him were the largest one opposite the door, and the smallest one tucked away in the corner. The former showed a man with a great smile and his arms spread in welcome, identified as Cortubus. The latter showed an indistinct person shrouded by a great cloak, their face obscured by the darkness of their hood. Cortensis was inscribed upon the base of their idol. Greatest Life, and Greatest Death, Leon remembered their titles were. The altars of Cortubus and Cortensis were his two most attractive options, but Leon first went over to Cortusis, the fierce god, in whose name the first fights were fought. The altar was luxurious, the idol rendered extraordinarily lifelike, but other than that, Leon couldn't sense a thing about it that he found suspicious. He moved on to Cormelian, the wild god, in whose name the gladiators fought the captured wild beasts, but again, he found nothing. Finally, he came to the altar of Cortel, the commanding god, who observed all the fights and granted his aid to whomever pleased him, but for a third time, his search was fruitless. There were several other altars in the room aside from Greatest Life and Greatest Death, but since Alfonso hadn't told him anything about those gods, Leon ignored them for the moment, moving instead to Cortensis, Greatest Death. As with all the others, Cortensis's altar was beautiful and clearly crafted with great reverence, but Leon found it rather telling that their altar was the smallest and placed so out of focus as to be rather conspicuous to an outsider like him. Though, he supposed he understood death was not a thing that most people enjoyed thinking about, and so the relative marginalization of a death god was only to be expected. Still, he found nothing about that altar that spoke of demonic magic. He sighed as he stepped away from that altar and began to take a few steps toward the altar of Greatest Life, Cortubus, now on to his last suspicion. If nothing came of this, then he supposed he'd start entertaining the idea of just leaving. This wasn't his problem, he was making this investigation entirely out of curiosity. If the Cortubans were making fanatical blood sacrifices to their gods with the full consent of their people, then Leon had to ask himself how much of that he cared to interfere with, even with his antipathy toward blood sacrifice. These musings vanished from his mind as he stepped up to Cortubus' altar and focused his magic senses upon the idol. Almost immediately, he sensed a hint of magic power flowing through the idol, unlike all the others, and his eyes went wide with excitement. "I think this might be something," Leon murmured, just barely holding himself back from reaching out to touch the idol. Instead, He bathed the entire altar in his magic senses, looking it over from top to bottom. And he sensed a thin strand of magic power, almost like fishing twine tying the idol to the altar, twine so fine that it was nearly imperceptible. If he weren't an 8th tier mage and relatively skilled in the art of enchanting, he didn't think he would have been able to sense it otherwise. But as he examined it, he found that he had to alter his initial response. It wasn't like fishing twine, it was like the string on an instrument. Hey, there's a Nestor began, but Leon cut him off. I see it, there's an ancient rune here. Leon stood up straight and stared at the idol. What's an ancient rune doing here? He wondered. As far as he was aware, the use of ancient runes had died out on Eterna long ago, in favor of the far more versatile modern runes. And yet, here he found a string of magic power that was clear evidence of an ancient rune. And he just had to pluck at that string to see what it did. Can you tell what it does? Leon asked Nestor, not wanting to do something quite so foolish as to activate an unknown ancient rune. I'm afraid not, Nestor replied. My magic senses in my current state aren't fine enough to immediately. It's a variation of the open rune, Zafin interjected. My guess is that it's essentially a door handle. Leon's eyes went wide, and once again, he had to fight his immediate impulse to activate it. He didn't know what it might open or what else he might trip. He was still someplace he wasn't technically supposed to be, probing into secrets that could have deep repercussions for the Cortuban alliance. Blindly charging into wherever this might lead could only end badly for him. He needed to use more caution. Help me out, here, Leon said aloud for everyone to hear. This altar is concealing something, and I need to make sure it hasn't been warded. I can't sense anything coming from it, Valeria stated as she walked over. It's incredibly faint, but it's there, Leon explained. There aren't any runes inscribed upon the altar, Valeria said as she examined the object in question from every possible angle. Nothing in the walls, either, Maya added as she held her hand out to only an inch or so from the bricks behind the altar. It seems safe to me, Zafin whispered, his tone hesitant enough to bring a scowl to Leon's face. It is safe, Nestor asserted with significantly more confidence. Are you sure? Leon asked, even though his own senses were telling him the same thing. It's defense through discretion, Nestor explained. There aren't any more significant defenses because they would only give away the presence of that rune. It's meant to be subtle and unnoticeable, not defended like a vault. I'd imagine that anything here would be defended like a vault, Leon said, but despite that, he reached out with his magic power and plucked the string, placing his trust in those with greater experience. Almost immediately, the idol of Cortubus glowed like a star, and then the altar began to slide backwards, vanishing into the wall as if the wall itself were nothing more than an illusion. The bricks that were beneath the altar then rippled like they were liquid, and then pulled back like they were an organic membrane to reveal a long and deep set of stairs. Leon made a noise of disgust, but didn't let his attention slip for a second. His magic senses were kept projected to monitor any potential changes in the flow of magic around them, while simultaneously being sent in as subtle a wave as he could manage down the stairs. The stairs went deep, descending hundreds of feet below the arena directly below the sands. If Leon's sense of spatial awareness wasn't wrong before, his magic senses were scattered by defensive wards. It's deep, Leon stated with immense trepidation, remembering the last couple of times he'd descended that deep beneath the earth. There are also more active defenses down there. My magic senses were scattered. Are we going down there? Valeria asked, her voice dripping with understandable hesitance. I won't force you, but I am, Leon replied, not wanting to in the slightest but also knowing that his curiosity would never allow him to turn away at this point. At the first sign of trouble, though, I'll be turning around and getting the hells out of here, Valeria took a deep breath and then nodded. Maya, on the other hand, had gone somewhat pale, but she gave Leon a nod of solidarity. She would go with them, too. With as much determination as he could muster, Leon began to slowly descend the stairs while keeping an eye on the opening above, wanting to ensure that it didn't close behind them. The staircase was wide enough that the three could walk side by side, but without even a single word, they staggered themselves out, heading down with several steps between each. Leon kept his eyes open for anything out of the ordinary, any signs of defensive wards, any sign that the ambient magic was being disturbed by the hand of man. But he descended several hundred steps into the dark tunnel and passed the anti-magic sense ward before he noticed anything. The staircase was bare stone, without even a light source, which he found odd, but which also made it almost obvious when they encountered the first active defense. and alarms subtly painted onto the ceiling. If they passed beneath it without noticing it, which would have been easy in the dark if Leon hadn't been paying attention, then someone would have been alerted. As it was, Leon was easily able to see, parse, and disable the enchantment, allowing them to proceed unimpeded and undetected. But after that, they encountered more and more defenses, from small earth runes that would cause them to be impaled upon spikes if activated, to water traps designed to flood the stairs, to additional alarms. Fire, cages of light, walls of stone, it didn't matter, Leon found them all and disabled them. They were painted onto or carved into the bare stone, leading Leon to almost scoff in derision. Some of them were cleverly placed, hidden within larger enchantments, or using larger enchantments to draw the eye away from the real ward, but Leon still found them all and disabled them. If anything, he almost found it patronizingly easy. If there had been light sources, or if the stairs had been more thoroughly imbued with standard comfort enchantments, then it might have been harder. The magical disturbances that those enchantments would have created might have obscured the wards better than the darkness did. Still, they were complex enough enchantments that their progress was rather slow, and Leon guessed that if he didn't have Nestor to consult, their progress would have either been agonizingly slow, or it would have arrested entirely. As it was, he was just happy that he didn't need Nestor's assistance too often to progress. Soon enough, though, Leon and his companions reached the end of the stairs about 1,000 feet beneath the ground by his estimation. They were confronted with a short landing and a door, though this one was more ceremonial than anything, being made of gilded wood and lacking even a hint of magic within it. It didn't have a conventional lock, as far as Leon could tell. But when he scanned the door, he almost reeled backward into Valeria, for he could sense a tremendous amount of demonic magic on the other side of the door. He told the other two what he could sense, and all three prepared themselves for battle, just in case. Then, Leon slowly pressed against the door, quietly pushing it open. They were immediately confronted with an intense dark red glow and a bare circular chamber beyond the door. The chamber had been terraced further down like seats in a theater, and down in the center of the chamber, at the bottom of the terraces, was dark red demon fire burning like a bonfire. Leon, Zafin muttered, I recognize this power. Leon froze as he responded, should I continue? He waited several long seconds before Zafin hesitantly said, yes. Leon cautiously slipped into the chamber and recognized more details. The ceiling was a shallow dome and was covered in long vein-like markings that extended down to the walls, then the floor, and then down into the terraced pit. Leon guessed they were channels for the magic power from the arena above would flow, feeding whatever was in the demon fire. He couldn't see any runes, but he could sense several more strings of magic power, indicating the presence of additional ancient runes. These runes, Leon didn't think he wanted to mess with. Edging forward, Leon slid to the edge of the top terrace and looked down into the pit. He wanted to get a better look at the demon fire, and what he saw down there had him grimacing in empathy and disgust. There was a human figure within the demon fire, lying down on the bare stone of the pit floor, secured in a spread-eagle pose by great steel chains attached at their wrists, elbows, ankles, knees, waist, and neck. They were so thin and so obscured by demon fire that Leon couldn't tell if they were male or female, but he could at least tell that they weren't an actual fire demon, for their flesh wasn't the same glittering obsidian as Zafin's was. A channeler, Zafin murmured in concern. A moment later, as if sensing Leon's unspoken question, Zafin explained, like a more extreme version of a vampire, but this human's entire existence is to be hollowed out and act as one end of a channel that leads directly back to their contracted demon. They act like a siphon, absorbing and channeling every tiny speck of magic power that they're given to their master. This becomes their only remaining purpose in life, and the harm that being so used wreaks upon their body cannot be understated. Leon was about to express his disgust, but then the figure within the fire moved, and he stopped. Their head turned slowly in his direction, and while he couldn't see the specifics of their features through the obscuring fire, he could see their mouth opening wider and wider, and then they began to scream, a discordant and unspeakably unsettling wail that shook the chamber itself and pierced all of their ears like needles. Without so much as a word, Leon, Valeria, and Maya, acting in sync, turned around and ran for the door and the stairs as fast as their legs could carry them, even as the chamber around them shook like a powerful earthquake had hit Andalus. The door snapped off its hinges and cracks opened on the walls of the staircase, and Leon only had one thought in his head: they had to get out of there as swiftly as humanly possible. Chapter 648. Rapid retreat. The arena around them shook like there was some titanic being shaking their toy. Given what they had discovered below the arena, Leon thought that that might not be the least appropriate comparison, and as the inhuman screech of the burning figure below them echoed through the entire building, he redoubled his efforts to get the hells out. He, Maya, and Valeria fled from the underground chamber with all due haste, knowing that not only was this burning figure an extreme danger to themselves, but would also alert others to their presence. Already, Leon could hear the rumbling from the burning figure's exertion of power setting off alarms all over the arena above them. "Get to the sand," Leon shouted as they emerged into the temple. Fortunately, it didn't seem like there were any guards they'd missed in the building that might have been able to respond to this event, but he didn't take that for granted. "Go invisible," he ordered as he kicked the temple door open. He, Valeria, and Maya grasped each other's hands so as to not lose each other and quickly faded from view as their respective invisibility accessories activated, and from there, they began running for the stairs. They passed the stirring guards they'd knocked out earlier as the arena shook again with another deafening screech of the burning figure, though Leon took some comfort in the fact that it was a little more muffled than it was before. What wasn't muffled were the shrill alarms echoing throughout the building, which he guessed would have been beyond deafening if any mortal had been around to hear them. They barreled up the final set of stairs and through the unlocked gate. Leon could hear some confused screaming from outside in nearby buildings, but more importantly, he could now hear the approach of many hurried footsteps, all of which sounded like they were in lockstep, implying local military forces. Leon urged the other two onward, finally bursting out into the arena stands. Leon had told them to get to the sand, but this was far enough as far as he was concerned. But this was where he faced his first real problem, for they had flown in, and with the waves of magic senses he could feel hitting the arena with every shudder and scream from the burning figure, they weren't going to be able to fly out again. They'd have to turn off their invisibility at least for a few minutes if they were to try, and that would only get them seen. But they had other solutions. Leon pulled Valeria and Maya away from the sands, whispering, "We'll have to climb, flying is our last resort." "Got it," Valeria replied, and Maya squeezed his hand in agreement. The stands went quite high, certainly high enough for Leon and Maya to jump up to the roof if they needed to. Valeria was more of a gamble, but at the 5th tier, Leon didn't think she had much to worry about. They reached the top of the stands and jumped in unison, reaching the roof with ease, and even more fortunately, with their invisibility still intact. From there, Leon was able to see with his own eyes what his ears and magic senses had already told him. The arena was already, only a couple of minutes after they found the burning figure beneath the arena's temple, nearly surrounded by Cortuban soldiers. The soldiers were about what Leon would have expected from the Bull Kingdom in terms of quality. Standardized gear centering around mail and cloth armor, simple open-faced helmets, the same small shields that Santiago's bandits had used, and spears as a primary weapon, with many of the stronger mages having swords at their waists. In the distance, though, Leon could see that many more opulently armored mages were on the move, and he could even see Alfonso himself already riding out of the central citadel on the back of a huge black wolf with a band of several dozen powerful horsemen at his back. More notably, however, was that Leon's retinue had left the club and rushed over to the arena and were even helping the Cortuban soldiers lock the place down, though their eyes were wide and searching, clearly looking for his group. "Let's go," Leon urgently whispered, and he pulled Valeria and Maya to the edge of the roof, where the three then dropped to the ground with the grace that came almost naturally to powerful mages. From there, it was easy enough to slip through one of the shrinking holes in the cordon before reinforcements from elsewhere in the city could show up, and finally reappeared in an alleyway not too far away from the rest of the retinue. Anshu was the first to notice their reappearance, having been looking back just as they crept out of the alley. "Leon," Anshu called out, waving to them and calling attention to their presence. The rest of Leon's retinue and many of the nearby Cortuban soldiers then took notice of him, too. Finally, Alex shouted. She looked like there was more she wanted to say, but then the arena shook again, and the screech that Leon knew to be burning figure came from the arena, now so muffled and distant that it was almost unrecognizable save for the power it projected, blanketing over the entirety of Andalus and much of its hinterland. Whatever that thing was connected to, Leon could tell it was powerful if an immobile channeler that was sealed far below the ground and behind many layers of stone and magic could so impact a city the size of Andalus. Leon waved to his retinue, giving them an expression that clearly told them to save their questions for later as he, Valeria, and Maya walked over to join them. "Elise and Anzu?" Leon asked as he joined the others. Should be on their way back to the Heaven's Eye Tower, Marcus responded. Neither wanted to leave, Alex added. We had to insist. Leon projected his magic senses again, and he saw Elise and Anzu flying much slower than he knew Anzu was capable of back toward the tower, both casting frequent looks back toward the arena with worried expressions. He sighed, unable to do much about that for the moment. Fortunately, additional soldiers arrived from other parts of the city, closing up the remaining holes in their cordon and letting Leon's retinue fall back, their assistance no longer necessary now that the officials had arrived. With that done, Leon sent Alex running back to the tower to make sure that Elise knew he, Valeria, and Maya were fine. Alex protested some, but Leon insisted, and she reluctantly followed his order. Leon then pulled his retinue back a little farther, getting some more space between them and the Cortuban guards that were still massing, and once they'd gotten that distance, he started getting more insistent questioning looks from the rest of his retinue. However, when he glanced over his shoulder and found that King Alfonso was going to be riding close to where his retinue was, he just shook his head. As he expected, the king's route took him along the large boulevard adjacent to the smaller street that Leon and his retinue were at, and he almost felt it when Alfonso noticed his presence. The king's eyes locked in his direction, seeing him with his magic senses despite the buildings in the way. He altered his course slightly and instead of riding directly to the arena, he soon rode up to Leon's side. Leon Rame, Alfonso called out, his grave expression lightening for just a moment. What brings you out here? I was partying with my friends when all of this. Leon paused a moment just as another screech from the burning figure shook the arena and the surrounding buildings, happened. We didn't know what was going on, but we figured we might be able to help out, in any event. Alfonso slowly nodded. Your offer of assistance is appreciated, but this is an issue for us to deal with, first. Please, return to Heaven's Eye. If we require the assistance of the guild, we'll put in a formal request. Leon smiled in acceptance, and he nodded to his retinue, leading them away from the arena and any issues that might come with his presence. But he kept his eyes on Alfonso, and he got the impression that Alfonso knew exactly what was going on below the arena, or at least had some inkling of it. All traces of the energetic and joyous king that Leon had seen earlier in the day was gone, leaving nothing but a hardened war leader confronted with a threat to his city. And as he led his retinue back to the Heaven's Eye enclave, he noticed another group of soldiers leave the citadel on a course for the arena, this one much larger and led by an armed and armored Isabella. In total, by the time they arrived at the arena, he estimated that there would be at least 5,000 Cortuban soldiers locking the arena down. Whether or not that would be enough to secure the place was another thing entirely. He didn't know how much they knew about the burning figure, or about its connection to the arena. He didn't know much about its power other than that it was connected to a tremendously powerful demon. As it was, he could only hope that he didn't accidentally doom thousands of people to their deaths by waking that thing up. And he figured it was time to get some answers, if only so that he could relax and not let his guilt eat away at him for hours until the arena stopped shaking. Zafin, Leon whispered to his demonic partner, let's talk. The demon of flame didn't verbally respond, but Leon felt his attention. What in the hells did we just see down there? He demanded to know. A channeler, Zafin repeated. Right, you said like a vampire. Yes, but only on the surface. A vampire is human that has made blood sacrifices to their contracted demon by consuming blood, with their body eventually adapting to the consummation of blood until it requires blood for sustenance. The magic power locked in that blood would flow through the human to the demon, strengthening the demon. The demon would then reciprocate by providing some of its power to the human. A channeler is different in that it's more of a sacrifice to the demon, acting as a permanent one-way channel to funnel power to the demon. They have no agency, no will. They're little more than a shell, more an extension of the demon they're connected to than an independent creature unto itself. And it was the source of the blood magic I noticed earlier. Leon asked. The likelihood that it wasn't at least involved is so remote that it's not worth considering, Zafin replied, confirming Leon's own suspicions. So, that makes it clear that the power absorbed from the fights, the sacrifices that the Cortubans made to their gods, was instead channeled into this creature, and then to the demon at the other end. Yes, Leon scowled. I suppose, then, that only leaves the question of who knows what. Actually, there's another question that leaves. You said you recognized that power. Leon didn't continue, but let the conversation fall into several seconds of awkward silence before Zafin finally explained, I believe that was a channeler left there by Aemon. Or created at his behest. Something like that, Aemon, your old enemy who competed with you for the title of Lord of Flame. The very same. The one who sent vampires to attack my home. The one who infiltrated the Bull Kingdom with his servants, and yes, Zafin interrupted. Do you know any other Amons? Not yet. I suppose it makes a degree of sense that we found some evidence of Amon's presence, though. I mean, even Jorman admitted to having some dealings with vampires of a fire demon. When did he say that? Zafin demanded to know, to Leon's surprise, which lasted until he remembered that Zafin had already left his soul realm by the time Jorman had revealed all of that. Leon then explained to him the few stories that Jorman told him. He told Zafin of the strange stone that Jorman had stolen that gave him a vision of eyes wreathed in flame, of how that fiery being entered his mind with ease and stole information it wanted, and of his dealings with the vampire who approached him years later. Would have been nice to pass this information along months ago, Zafin grumbled. I had a lot on my mind at the time, Leon protested. It just kind of slipped through the cracks. Zafin grunted in apathetic acceptance, then quietly elucidated, that stone that the pirate found was likely a ritual beacon. It carries traces of a demon's power and allows even those with no knowledge of demons to contact the demon connected to the beacon. It also allows the demon to connect with the one holding the beacon if they're not careful. Sounds like that's what happened with the garden snake. But I'm surprised to find evidence of Aemon all the way out here. I'd figured that with everything that Jorman told me, that we'd not be encountering any of his lackeys until we reached Imperial territory, at the very least. Aemon had vampires in the Bull Kingdom. Powerful vampires. Expect him to be everywhere. Leon subtly nodded. If he were to really think about it, though, he was surprised that Aemon hadn't made any more moves against them since the attack on his villa years ago. He would have expected another powerful vampire or two to have come knocking at his door in the time since. Maybe things are going to be different, Leon muttered half to himself. If Aemon knows that we're on the move, then maybe he'll start becoming more active again. Possibly, Zafin responded. If the pigeon is correct and he's replaced me as a Lord of Flame, then he also likely has many other things vying for his attention. Finding and killing me is undoubtedly a priority. I threaten him too much for him to ignore me, but being one of the seven most powerful beings that rule over the elemental plane of fire is not a position that leaves much free time to pursue personal vendettas. That's something, I guess, Leon said. I think our days of not running into his vampires might be over, though. He cast his gaze back and noticed that Isabella had reached the cordon, and with her reinforcement of the soldiers already locking the arena down, Alfonso was gearing up with 100 of the most powerful mages there and clearly getting ready to storm the arena. Other groups of Cortuban warriors were doing likewise all around the arena. To be a fly on the wall when Alfonso finds the temple, Leon thought to himself with more than a little regret. He dearly wished to know if the man's piety was true, or if he was a secret demon worshipper. If he were the former, then it would hardly change much. This whole event would only serve to expose a subversion of the Cortuban religion, and Alfonso would likely stop at nothing to stamp it out. If he were secretly worshipping Aemon, though, then Leon might have more of a problem with him. Of course, were this just a regular demon, then Leon might not even bother himself over it. But since this was Zafin's avowed enemy, then he couldn't just turn a blind eye. If Alfonso were in league with Aemon, then Leon would feel honor-bound to kill him. He wasn't going to make any moves unless he knew for sure, though. He wasn't in the business of killing kings unless he knew for sure that they were his enemies. Moreover, while he didn't think that he and Alfonso could be friends, he had a good impression of the man, and hoped that they wouldn't have to come to blows. The arena shook again as Alfonso took the lead and stormed into the massive building. By Leon's estimation, with the number of Cortuban soldiers at his back and storming the other entrances, Alfonso would reach the temple in only a few minutes. He slowed slightly as his attention focused upon the arena, desperately searching for any sign that might indicate Alfonso's allegiance one way or the other. Unfortunately, he and his retinue reached the Heaven's Eye enclave before anything else of note happened. Leon had his retinue come to his guest house, however, and once there, he took a few minutes to reconnect with Elise, and then filled everyone in on all that he, Valeria, and Maya had discovered. It was a long discussion, for while his retinue had known about Zafin for some time, and were by and large accepting of the demon, Leon hadn't told any of them about Aemon. As Leon spoke, he noticed that at some point, the arena had stopped shaking, so he projected his magic senses once again as delicately as he could. He couldn't see within the arena, but he saw Alfonso meeting with Isabella out in the middle of the sands, the two speaking softly enough to each other that if Leon wanted to know what they were saying, he'd have to strengthen his magic senses enough that they wouldn't remain undetected. But Alfonso looked livid. He was controlling himself, but Leon could tell that the arena was being bathed in the king's killing intent. Isabella weathered it with what looked like no effort at all, but many of the other mages around were clearly struggling under the weight of their king's aura. Leon wasn't sure how to take that anger. Was Alfonso furious that someone found the secret demon temple, or was he furious that his religion was being subverted? Leon had no answer, and so was forced to turn his attention back to his retinue. At the very least, it seemed that whatever Amon's channeler had been doing was halted. So, Leon said as he finished his explanation, his eyes flitting between his retainers, "Do any of you have any questions?" He didn't look to any of his lovers, for he had no more secrets he kept from Elise, Maya, or Valeria. All three already knew of Amon, and the only new information he'd provided them was what Zafin had only just provided to him, in turn. "If I get this right," Alex spoke up, her eyes wide with realization, "those vampires that attacked your villa during the welcoming party, nearly killing us, were all sent by this Amon fucker." Leon nodded in confirmation. "Fucking hells," Alex muttered, not saying anything more, but clearly clenching her teeth in fury. The others in Leon's retinue didn't blink that much, either. "After what we saw with Jorman, this isn't that surprising," Marcus dryly stated. "Just another enemy to kill," Alcander added, his voice dripping with what Leon thought to be an almost perverse degree of anticipation. Anshu merely nodded, saying, "You expect me to kill your enemies, no matter what they may be." "I expect the same from you." Leon nodded again, tacitly accepting Anshu's promise and expectation. Gaius remained quiet, though, and when Leon turned his eyes to him, the golden-haired nobleman stared back for several long seconds. Eventually, he said, "This demon stuff really rubs me the wrong way." "You're not the only one," Leon responded. "You have one inside of you," Gaius countered. "I think your judgment might be a bit impaired." Gaius' voice had a few hints of hostility within them, and Leon fell silent for a moment. "Let's talk more about this later," Leon eventually said. "Tomorrow. For now, let's all just get some rest, it's been a long day. Stay armored and keep your weapons in reach, just in case. If nothing happens by morning, then I think we can all relax. Until then, be ready to drop everything and fight." Everyone nodded and began filing out of the room. Gaius paused a moment at the door, casting a look back at Leon, a frown gracing his handsome features for a moment, just long enough for Leon to know that their talk tomorrow was going to have to be a heavy priority. But for now, he was tired, and he just wanted to go to sleep for a few hours. He also wanted to stay awake and stare at the arena, hoping that any information might be gleaned about this whole situation from the Heaven's Eye Enclave, but in the end, Elise convinced him to get some rest. Here, they were under the protection of Heaven's Eye, and if Alfonso was his enemy, it would be difficult for either of them to strike at each other. Besides, she'd be able to get more information about what was going on in the morning. With a sigh, Leon agreed, and he and his family settled in for the night. Chapter 649. Skirting the desert's edge. When the morning after Leon's infiltration of the arena came, Elise left the guest house to hunt down any information of what had happened that she could find. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to find much, with the official statements from the two royals in the city merely being that the situation was contained and that no one should worry. They were being incredibly hush-hush about the details, and Leon could understand that, but it also left him in the dark, without answers to many of the questions that seeing that Chandler had left him with. However, Leon noticed a huge increase in Cortuban patrols in the city following the previous night's excitement, and he chose to remain in the guest house for at least the remainder of the day. He took some comfort in the fact that it seemed like he, Valeria, and Maya all got away without being seen, for there weren't Cortuban authorities seeking to put them in chains, but just for his own peace of mind, he didn't want to leave the Heaven's Eye Enclave until he absolutely had to. Fortunately, that gave him plenty of time to spend with his lovers, and he made good use of it. He chatted with Elise, sparred with Valeria, and meditated with Maya, enjoying their company immensely. His own training was time-consuming enough that he felt like he didn't get enough of these moments, so he savored each and every second that he was with them. But, of course, he had other business to attend to. After the information he'd passed along to everyone the night before, he knew that while most of his retinue was still behind him despite learning about Amon, Gaius was having some trouble with the information. So, after dinner, Leon tracked his retainer down to have a chat about the issue, with it being hopefully easier to discuss now that Gaius had a whole night and most of a day to process the information. So, Leon said as he and Gaius took a seat in a small private meeting room in the guest house, "Let's talk." Gaius grimaced and remained quiet for a long moment, but Leon was determined to wait him out. As far as he was concerned, Gaius needed to give voice to his problems before Leon could start working with him to solve them. Eventually, Gaius said with slow deliberation, I don't think that I have much to say, not after having had some time to think." "Not much, isn't?" "Nothing," Leon observed. "No, it isn't," Gaius agreed. "When you first told us about your contract with this Zaffin, I have to admit that I considered abandoning you." Leon nodded in understanding, though he was a little disappointed. He'd told his retinue about Zaffin while they were still in the Bull Kingdom, and Gaius hadn't even been his retainer for an entire month, yet. Gaius continued, "I couldn't help but think that I'd made a terrible mistake in signing on with you, knowing that you're connected with a demon." Leon noted his use of connected to, rather than worship of, and he started to relax, picking up on the fact that Gaius was, perhaps, not as hostile to his demonic partner as he'd feared. "But I suppose I can't really say much, can I? I never knew you before you possessed that contract. I can't say if it changed you or not. I don't know you well enough to say if that demon has had a detrimental influence on you. I just don't know." Leon nodded again. "I can understand that," he stated. Gaius was nervous because he didn't know how to handle this, it was an unknown. "I trust you, the you that's here now, the one that's contracted to that demon," Gaius insisted. "I do. I wouldn't have stayed with you after that particular revelation if I didn't. If you say that you've got this in hand, then I think that I can accept that, but my entire life I've been taught to hate and despite those associated with demons. I have to admit that knowing everything that I do now makes me nervous. It's one thing to know that the man I'm following is contracted with a demon. It's another thing entirely to know that because of that contract, I now have to worry about vampires and their insanely powerful demonic lord coming after us. I wish that you'd told us about this sooner." Leon grimaced. "I know, and I wish I did, too. It's always better if allies understand the situation and its risks. Safer for us all. And for not telling you about Eamon before now, I'm sorry. That was an oversight on my part, and I'll do my best to ensure it doesn't happen again." "Thanks," Gaius responded. "Just hearing you say that means a lot. And, hey," Leon continued, "if you see me going off the deep end to all these demon shenanigans, I can trust that you'll do something about it, right?" "Of course," Gaius replied with a smile. "Now, what say we get out of here and get some training done?" "Sounds like a plan." 10 more days passed within the Cortuban alliance. There weren't any more big engagements like the games that Leon and the rest of the visiting Heaven's Eye leadership had been invited to, and for that, Leon was grateful. It gave him even more freedom to spend time with his lovers, and after everything calmed down after the events at the arena, he was able to relax enough to enjoy himself. In the days following the events at the arena, Andalus went into a state of extremely heightened security. The guard patrols were tripled, and the arena was locked down, leading Leon to believe that Alfonso and Isabella weren't in on the demon worship going on under their noses. He wasn't sure what happened when Alfonso raided the arena since that was being kept well out of the public eye, and he didn't have the position or the level of trust to just ask. Still, it was enough to know that the king and queen were reacting as Leon expected them to if they had been attacked, rather than if they were simply trying to keep a secret. Still, this kept Alfonso busy, and with Isabella having a rather low opinion of him, that meant that no one in the alliance came to bother Leon at all during these 10 days. The next time he saw either Alfonso or Isabella was at a small party that Heaven's Eye threw the night before their convoy was set to leave, and even then, the royals only stayed for a few minutes, just long enough to politely say their goodbyes in person. But all of this was coinciding with a few rather curious events. Some members of prominent merchant clans had been arrested, several high-ranking bureaucrats had been fired, and word was that the fourth of the Cortuban pentarchs was returning to Andalus from the east, where he and the other 2 pentarchs had been monitoring the war with Asturias. These details were spread out enough that it wasn't immediately apparent, but to Leon, who'd been paying very close attention to everything happening in Andalus during this week and a half, it seemed that he'd started something within the alliance that Alfonso and Isabella were determined to finish. He considered himself fortunate that it didn't seem they suspected him of anything. Or, at least, They hadn't tried to get in contact with him, which he supposed didn't mean as much as he wanted it to. Regardless, it seemed to him that he was free and clear, no one the wiser that it was him and his retinue that had infiltrated the arena that night. He supposed if he were in Alfonso and Isabella's place, though, he might be a little more focused on the demon worshippers than the people who broke in, too. Leon had to admit as he climbed into his family's carriage that the stay in the Cortuban alliance hadn't been at all what he'd been expecting. Some political dealings and heading out into Andalus for a while, sure, but dealing with bandits, the business with Santiago. And then finding that Aemon had a presence in the alliance's capital all practically came out of nowhere. The latter, especially, was something that had knocked him off kilter a bit. What had been supposed to be just a simple, relatively risk-free recon mission had become something so much more, and Leon was enormously relieved that he, Maya, and Valeria had been able to get away. Perhaps he might have been able to do something more concrete about the burning figure down below the arena, he couldn't say. He'd replayed that scene many times in his head in the week and a half since, half-heartedly wishing that he'd done something before running away, even if all he did was throw a single lightning bolt. But there was no way to know if anything he could have done would have killed the channeler or done anything else of value, and his priority had been to ensure that he and his lovers escaped unharmed. He didn't regret leaving so quickly, but he knew that Aemon needed to be dealt with at some point, and he wouldn't be able to just run away every time he encountered the demon's acolytes. At the very least, Zafin didn't seem that disturbed, and he all but said that there would be better times to strike at his rival demon. This demon business in the alliance was something he was content to let be, at least for now. So, Leon put all of that out of his mind, for the time being. He'd act when he had more information, and right now, he just didn't, and his current position as a de facto representative for Heaven's Eye made seeking that information problematic. For now, it was all he could do to just watch out for any signs that Amon's forces were coming after them after revealing the channeler below the arena and exposing their cult to the Cortuban authorities. With 4 8th-tier equivalent beings in the convoy, though, he doubted that even Amon's vampires would be so bold as to attack them, even if he'd been identified by the channeler and followed out of Andalus. So, for now, he focused on his training as the convoy slowly made its way first out of the city, and then further and further toward the southern border zone that the Cortuban alliance had with the Illumarian wetlands. The Illumarian wetlands were sparsely populated, so it wasn't like there were going to be many human threats coming from there, but that lack of human habitation itself made some risks. Since the wetlands had no people, that meant that the local wildlife was free to grow without human interference. That, in turn, meant that there were greater numbers of powerful beasts that could make trouble for what few human settlements existed in the wetlands, and which might migrate out of the wetlands and into more densely populated regions. For his part, though, Leon was quite interested in seeing the wetlands. From what he'd heard, they were swampy and disgusting, but it had been a long time since he'd gotten much of a chance to practice his hunting skills, and he feared that he was growing rusty. Training was all well and good, but he felt like he needed to get out and do something a little more practical, and hunting some strange, powerful creature in the wetlands seemed like a promising thing to do. To that end, he'd asked Emily if there were any real regulations or policies for such expeditions. He didn't want to just venture out into the wetlands as they were passing through on the off chance that he'd find something worth hunting, after all. She then informed him that Heaven's Eye would often handle bounties that the local city-states would put out for dealing with dangerous beasts that threatened trade through the wetlands, rivers and swamps. If Leon wanted something to hunt, then accepting a bounty would be a good place to start. After a week of travel, they'd fully left the Cortuban alliance behind, and moved from the warm and dry, but still productive land of the alliance's heartland, into regions that were bordering the screeching desert to the northeast, the Illumarian wetlands to the south, and the Halcyon Federation to the west. The land was still rich enough to sustain life, but it was clear from the lack of forests and large farms that they were slowly leaving the world of humanity. The land of large cities and populated hinterlands was behind them, and they wouldn't reach a heavily populated or urbanized region until they'd passed through the Illumarian wetlands and reached the edge of the Ilian Empire. Fortunately, this lack of humanity had its perks. The biggest one that Leon found was that he didn't have to worry too much about the convoy being attacked again. The people in this region weren't wealthy by any means, but their lack of numbers made the Heaven's Eye convoy more than intimidating enough to ward off anyone with eyes bigger than their stomachs, not to mention this route being the key to trade coming through the wetlands made it fairly heavily patrolled by the Cortuban authorities. They passed by a Cortuban patrol at least twice a day, and while they weren't particularly large patrols, they were enough to keep the peace. Leon supposed this was what passing through the Alliance's northern regions would have been if Santiago's people hadn't gone rogue. For the most part, there weren't any cities around large enough to have Heaven's Eye enclaves that their convoy could stay with, so the second day after they left Andalus was the last time they slept in proper beds. After that, everyone in the convoy slept in their carriages. There were a few invitations given out by the important people of these more sparsely populated regions, but as far as Leon was aware, no one actually accepted any of those. One day, though, Leon found himself rather bored, unable to focus on his training, and mildly curious about the regions to the northeast. He'd heard of the Screeching Desert before, but he knew precious little about it. Apparently, it had gotten its name from the desert's constantly shifting sand making almost musical sounds. Often deep, but sometimes shrill and high-pitched. Naturally, there were many stories told about the many ghosts and phantoms that haunted the place, but Leon was assured most of those stories were pure fiction. However, these stories were joined by more verifiable stories of the actual desert monsters that lived out there, and Leon thought that they sounded more fascinating than terrifying. There were more standard creatures that skirted the edges of the sandy wastes like foxes, sheep, camels, and others, but those didn't interest Leon as much. They were familiar and had familiar needs. Rather, it was the creatures that lived deep within the desert that caught his interest, such as massive dragonflies large enough to crush one of the convoy's carriages with its weight alone, desert owls that could deafen a third-tier mage with a beat of their wind magic-assisted wings, huge lizards like overgrown geckos with 12 eyes that breathed lightning, enormous blood-red sandworms with gaping maws larger than the gates of the bull's horns, filled with teeth twice as long as a full-grown man's legs, and that made burrows in the sand the size of palaces, mantises that traveled in packs that numbered in the millions, bringing great clouds of sand with them wherever they went, and more kinds of horrific desert-dwelling insects that he could keep track of. In short, while the Screeching Desert was utterly inhospitable for any but small groups of hard men and women, it was hardly devoid of life. Leon, in his boredom, decided to take a day off from training and transformed into his avian form, letting him properly stretch his wings for the first time in a while. Accompanied by Elise and Maya on Anzu, and reluctantly carrying an ecstatic Valeria who was hanging onto not his feathers, but leather straps tied around his chest that Leon insisted wasn't a harness or saddle, Leon left the convoy to continue on. They didn't go so far that Leon couldn't watch the convoy's progress with his magic senses, but it was enough to satisfy his curiosity. About 100 miles into the desert, Leon and the others touched down on a small rocky plateau surrounded on all sides by an endless expanse of sand. They didn't stay on the plateau long, what with the heat and the vicious sun pounding down with an almost physical pressure on every square inch of exposed skin, but they stayed long enough to appreciate the serene beauty of the desert and to listen for a while to the distant wailing sounds of shifting sand dunes. Beautiful, Elise had said, summing up their collective feelings about the desert, but not really something I'd want to visit again. She didn't get her desire, though, for once they returned to the convoy. She and Valeria spent the rest of the day with Asia and Christina talking about their sightseeing trip, and once she heard about what was supposedly out in the Screeching Desert, the princess just had to do likewise. So, the next day, Leon found himself escorting not only his lovers, but also Christina and Asia out into the desert. Fortunately, after a day of travel with their Saturn and horses, the convoy was now close enough to the desert's outer edges that Leon's family could use their flight suits to travel, while the princess and her guard rode Anzu. Dame Maxima had tried to insist on going along, but with Maya and Leon present, Christina made a good case that she was safer in her group than Maxima would be with the convoy. Leon was also extremely reticent about carrying anyone else in his avian form, and when he weighed in that he would watch the princess like a hawk, Maxima backed down. It was a fairly strange experience, though. Christina was bouncing with excitement to head out into the Screeching Desert, but once they found a good spot to land and rest, Christina had calmed down quite a bit, to the point that she was practically morose. She sat down on the sun-backed ground and stared out into the desert, completely silent. It was such a strange departure from her previous demeanor that it took a while for anyone to work up the nerve to ask her if something was wrong. Valeria was the one to finally approach the princess, and Christina's only response was that she was still coming to terms with just how big the world was. Valeria sat down next to the princess, and the two barely moved for an hour, during which Leon watched the princess slowly slide closer and closer to her former guard, until she was practically leaning against Valeria, staring out at the sand dunes that seemed almost to endlessly blanket the east. Valeria didn't seem to care about the princess's relaxed behavior, so he didn't say anything about it. When the heat and the sun started getting to everyone, they made their way back to the convoy, though they had to stop for a moment so that Elise and Valeria, after having exhausted most of their magic power using their flight suits, could climb onto Leon's back. He wasn't happy to be used like a horse, but for them, he could make an exception. Everyone's mood was lifted slightly when they finally saw something other than rocks and sand, though, some massive flying reptilian creature off in the distance, with two thin, scaled legs, a serpent's head at the end of a long, feathered neck, and a pair of bat-like wings. Its tail was long and barbed, an obvious weapon, and every inch of its body that wasn't feathered was instead covered in dull tan scales, perfect for hiding in the sands of the screeching desert. For all of its ferocious appearance, though, when it glanced in their direction, it made eye contact with Leon in his Thunderbird form, and immediately turned and flew away about as fast as it seemed capable, great gusts of wind produced by each wingbeat kicking up sheets of sand on the desert floor more than 100 feet below. Leon could understand its reaction. It was only 6th tier, and wild animals were rarely so suicidal as to attack something obviously stronger than it, especially when it had already lost the element of surprise. Still, if he didn't have his family and a couple of friends with him, Leon might have followed it out of simple curiosity. The wild world had always had far more allure to him than the civilized one. But he restrained that side of himself, taking comfort in the knowledge that the wetlands and their mysteries were waiting for him not too far away. There were no more trips out into the desert, not even for sightseeing. Everyone simply stayed in their carriages, and after several days, their environment started to get much lusher and more humid. They had reached the edge of the Illumarian wetlands. Chapter 650. Attica was the first city that Leon's convoy came to in the Illumarian wetlands. It was positioned at the northern edge of a lake, surrounded by dense, swampy forest that reminded Leon a great deal of the Bull Kingdom's southern territories. It was hot, humid, and rather uncomfortable. Leon rarely left the climate-controlled carriage after leaving the comparatively dry desert's edge behind. It was quite the stark contrast, going from near the edge of the desert and over the course of a single day finding himself staring out of the carriage window at deep swamp, and a large part of Leon was looking forward to seeing the end of the wetlands as quickly as possible. Fortunately, now that they'd reached Attica, that meant that their time in an overland convoy had reached its end at least, until they reached the Ilian Empire. They'd set out from Akhmim more than a month ago, and while it had been a comfortable enough journey, Leon was ready to be done with these carriages. The city of Attica itself boasted a population of only about 10,000 or so, the surrounding land too wet and difficult to farm to support greater numbers of permanent residents. There were several thousand more temporary residents, mostly merchants, moving about the wetlands and their respective entourages, with the extra pressure put upon the city forcing it to import food. The swamps around Attica, and the Illumarian wetlands as a whole, simply didn't lend themselves well to large permanent settlements, which Leon saw for himself along the road, with the farms few and far between. From what Leon could gather, Attica was essentially emblematic of cities in the wetlands. The city had been built upon great wooden stilts or stone pillars conjured by earth mages. The city's ruling elected council had also invested in hiring several water mages to make sure that the city wasn't flooded if their levees ever broke. Most of the buildings were only a single story, small enough to be cramped for even a single family, and built out of local timber. However, the larger buildings along the city's one main thoroughfare were more heavily enchanted, and Leon could sense that most of those inscribed magics were related to protecting the buildings from water damage, which he could understand given their environs. The layout of the city was chaotic. It was at the edge of a lake, but given the swampy nature of the wetlands, the lake didn't have a clean edge. There were swamps and large ponds scattered about the muddy terrain, making it essentially impossible for the city to be laid out in a clean grid. The main thoroughfare, maintained only by earth enchantments as far as Leon could tell, wound through these swamps like a slithering snake, giving the city a long, winding, and rather thin footprint. Their destination was at the southern tip of the city, where the lake created a natural harbor for ships, though Leon noted that none of the ships either on the lake or docked in the harbor were even as large as a Legion war galley, let alone a Legion dreadnought, or even the size of the Heaven's Eye yacht that had brought them from Arimenium to Akhmim. Elise explained to Leon that the swamps and rivers that linked the wetlands were much shallower than the Tyrrhenian River, meaning the ships had to be smaller and have a shallower draft. That here was an overwater route at all from Attica all the way to the Ilian Empire was practically a miracle, but Elise also told Leon that the Ilian Empire, Heaven's Eye, and many of the trade cities in the wetlands invested heavily in earth and water mages to ensure that those routes remained open. Leon wondered why they didn't use all of those resources to widen or deepen the water routes, but he supposed that there were simply other issues that needed those resources, and that simply maintaining the natural routes were all that could be done. The convoy passed through Attica, the roads built on a foundation of magically created stone to keep them free of the swamps. It was impressive work, but Leon didn't have much time to appreciate it as the convoy went straight for the local Heaven's Eye branch. The Heaven's Eye enclave occupied the largest district of Attica, and going simply by how many people the guild seemed to employ within the city, Leon wouldn't have been surprised to learn that Heaven's Eye practically owned the entire city. If they weren't strictly apolitical, he might have even suspected as much. As it was, he guessed that Heaven's Eye employed no less than a quarter of Attica's inhabitants, operated numerous enormous warehouses down by the lake, and occupied more than half of the city's docks. With the ongoing war between Talfar and the Han Kingdom, Attica was the gateway to the kingdoms in the northwest of Eterna, and so Leon learned that the city was of great import to Heaven's Eye. If anything went to or came from the northwestern corner of Eterna, it was virtually guaranteed that it had to come through Attica first, and the Heaven's Eye enclave reflected that reality. Once again, Leon found himself, his family, and his retinue all getting settled into a guest house while Emily and Damien Maketon arranged to continue onward over water. Since they couldn't rely on a single massive yacht, they had to acquire enough smaller ships for their large convoy and ensure that those ships were properly supplied. Heaven's Eye, of course, had the resources for that, but getting everything ready took enough time that the convoy was given 3 days to rest in Attica, and Leon knew perfectly well how he wanted to use that time: hunting. The first day, he spent entirely with his family, lavishing with all the attention they desired. But the second day, he decided to follow Emily's suggestion and look for any bounties Heaven's Eye had on local monsters, rather than hunting without direction. It took a surprisingly short amount of time to be presented with the biggest bounties that Heaven's Eye had received, for the third-tier mage working the main desk took one look at Leon's gold ID card and fetched her sixth-tier boss to walk Leon through their bounties. The manager then came to Leon with the 2 largest bounties that Heaven's Eye was running on behalf of Attica's council. The first was immediately intriguing. It wasn't a local beast, but something that had wandered into the area from the Screeching Desert a couple years ago, setting up its lair about 60 or 70 miles to the east and having enough of a liking for shiny things that it often raided some of the smaller villages in the wetlands and was making some of the riverine travel difficult. When Leon asked what it was, the manager replied that it was a basilisk, a large 2-legged reptilian creature with the wings of a bat and the head of a snake. It was only a 6th-tier beast, but its venom was powerful enough to kill 7th-tier humans, and it possessed a great command over earth magic despite being a creature of the sky. What made the bounty truly concerning to the manager was that the last mage he'd sent after it was 6th tier and quite the skilled hunter, too, and she'd gone missing. That had been more than 3 weeks ago, though, so she was assumed to be dead at this point. With his recent history with reptiles triggering some instinctive hatred, Leon couldn't help but be tempted to just go after the basilisk first and foremost without even bothering with the other bounty, but he refrained from that temptation. He was glad he refrained, for the second bounty was a creature that the bounty didn't identify, but he strongly suspected to be a gorgon. Several farmsteads had been ruined when the families that owned them were mysteriously turned to stone, without anything seemingly having been stolen from them or the farmhouses sustaining any damage. The only thing that pointed to the perpetrator being inhuman were prominent tracks discovered at the last farmstead of what seemed to be an enormous serpent, which mysteriously ended whenever they reached a large body of water. Leon clenched his jaw reading that bounty. While the evidence that it was a gorgon responsible for those attacks on the farmhouses was tenuous at best, he had a feeling that his suspicions were right. Petrification was a rare ability, and as far as he knew, could only be used by a creature strong with earth magic, as an 8th-tier gorgon would be. Plus, it would fit the large serpentine tracks left behind, too. This was a creature that Maya could have become had he never entered her life, and because he did, she now had a cure for gorgonism, though that cure would leave any naiads who used it sterile. Still, it was an alternative to gorgonism, and since her aunt was able to cure herself of it, then there was a chance that with Maya's help, he might be able to reach this gorgon, too, and perhaps even gain a new ally. But first, he would have to confirm his suspicions, and then convince her to stop killing people. The first bounty was a tempting issue to solve, but the manager admitted that Heaven's Eye would eventually be able to send someone to take care of this in time, though he made sure to mention that it had been years, and no one had been sent, yet and while hunting a basilisk sounded like a lot of fun, Leon's eyes turned once more to the second bounty. After a few minutes of thought, he accepted it, and returned to the guest house to speak with Maya. The small boat slowly pushed through the swampy channels, making for the last place that had been attacked by Leon's mysterious quarry. The boat wasn't any larger than a rowboat, but that was more out of necessity than anything else, for the channels were narrow enough that anything larger would have placed undue restrictions on where and how fast they could travel. Of course, with Leon and Maya being who they were, getting from place to place wasn't much of an issue, but Leon didn't want to waste this opportunity. He'd left his retinue behind so that he and Maya could head out on this bounty together, just the two of them. Risky, perhaps, but, with the two of them, plus Zaffin, Leon wasn't overly concerned, and he was perfectly willing to run away if things got hotter than they could handle. But he wanted to spend some time alone with his river nymph lover away from everyone else for a while. He'd carved out time for Elise, recently, and he recognized that he needed to do likewise for Maya and Valeria, too. This bounty was the perfect opportunity, for he knew that Maya had some personal investment in the fate of Gorgons. And, as he expected, once he told her of the bounty he'd accepted, she almost literally dropped everything she was doing to accompany him out into the swamps. After about an hour of pushing through the water, though, both of them were starting to regret their current situation. Everyone else was back in Attica resting, while they were in the middle of a dense swamp, hardly a romantic getaway. Maya even refused to enter the water unless it was unavoidable, the place was so dirty. The lake was better, but it had still been an opaque green, while the swamp water was a filthy brown, fiercely stank, and was filled with tall trees rooted down in the underwater mud whose higher branches grew in so thick that they almost completely obscured the sky from view. The resulting darkness wasn't much of a problem for the two 8th-tier mages, but it certainly contributed to the feeling of grime that crept over their bodies. And that was just the environment. Leon was constantly using his lightning magic to zap bugs that got too close, some no larger than a mosquito, but other unspeakably alien insectoid things almost as large as his fist seemed to rise from the swamps as they passed by, only to his lightning barrier. They just kept coming, though, and Leon eventually had to turn over control of the rowboat to Maya, letting her use her water magic to propel them onward while he concentrated on pathfinding and pest control. Neither were having that much fun even though that was essentially the point of the expedition, and after they got off the lake and entered the swamps, there weren't many exchanges between them. It was with relief that they finally reached a strip of dry land, their destination. There were broken remnants of an old dock pushing out into the swamp, but it had been rendered unusable and recently, by the looks of it. Maya was forced to push their boat onto dry land, though that was harder than expected, for the entire shoreline was nothing but mud that sucked at the bottom of their boat, stymieing their progress greatly and further adding to their feeling of disgust. Further from the shoreline was a fairly large fenced-in area had numerous fruit-bearing trees growing in a rough grid the farm they were investigating. The family that lived in the adjacent single-story house had been found turned to stone about a month before, and to Leon's knowledge, no one had been out this way in some time. The fruit, some kind of bright red citrus, seemed overripe, and many fruits had fallen naturally, and were now rotting on the swamp floor, swarmed by insects. Charming place, Leon muttered, his eyes taking in the gloomy farm, only partially lit thanks to the cleared land around the house. Maya remained silent for a moment, seeming almost unwilling to get out of the boat and into the damp, muddy ground. But then she took a deep breath and stepped onto the not quite dry land, the boots she wore squelching as if the muddy ground were complaining that it had to take her weight. Anyone who would want to live here must have been either without choice or insane, Leon said as they walked further up onto the shore, desperate to leave the mud behind. Home is home, Maya replied out loud, her crystal-clear voice ringing in Leon's ears like the smoothest and most calming music. They were probably locals who didn't want to leave the place they'd known all their lives. I suppose, Leo conceded. He'd asked about these victims before leaving Heaven's Eye, seeking any information at all that could help in his hunt. All he learned was that they were locals who'd established the farm about 3 decades ago, when the father and mother of the family were first married. Since there was so little farmland around Attica, the city government was usually quite generous with financial support for anyone willing to help clear land and set up any productive farms nearby. The problem, though, was defending that farmland. Leon learned that apparently less than half of all farms established by the city that were more than an hour's journey away survive more than a decade. Less than a tenth survive for as long as this farm did. Attica didn't publicize those numbers too heavily so that potential farmers weren't scared off, but they couldn't hide the reality from Heaven's eye. That this family of farmers was attacked by a monster living out in the swamp wasn't unusual. The unusual thing was that it took so long. As they approached the farmhouse, Leon took note of a slightly overgrown fire pit just outside of the main house, a stump for chopping wood not too far away, with a wooden lean-to about half stocked with firewood that appeared to already be rotting from being left out for at least a month. The farmhouse itself was divided into two halves, the living area, and a storage shed. The living area was a single room, and while the door was closed, Leon could easily see inside with his magic senses. There were 6 beds against the far wall, with another fire pit in the center of the room. There were a few tables, chairs, and a set of drawers. 2 chests were near the door, but they were flung open and anything that they may have ordinarily stored had long been looted. The storage shed, meanwhile, had rather clearly been ransacked, presumably by whomever had confirmed the deaths of this family, or whomever might have come here after hearing about the tragedy. There were about 24 barrels in the storage shed, and a large rack to hold them on to keep them off the dirt floor. However, all of the barrels had been pried open, and some of them had been thrown to the floor. All of their contents, if they'd had any, were gone. "Sense anything?" Leon asked. "Nothing unusual," Maya replied. "Not too surprising, though, my kind don't tend to leave many magical traces behind." Aside from the bodies, Maya repeated. "Should we count Gorgons among your people?" Maya paused for a moment. "I think so," she answered, though with great hesitation. "They're unfortunate, but not lost. My aunt proved that, if we can show them that they can still be what they were meant to be, that they are not bound by their curse, then what difference is there between them and me?" Leon smiled. "That would depend on them, I think. Your aunt, curse or not, lived in a place that had no real human settlement, aside from me and my father. Whatever attacked this place also attacked several other farmsteads. It took the initiative to attack humans, not to eat them or to drag them off somewhere. Just to kill them." Maya frowned. "I don't think you're wrong, but maybe we shouldn't jump to conclusions. Let's see what's inside, first." Leon nodded in agreement, though both of them already knew what they'd find. When they pushed open the farmhouse's door and entered, in one of the corners waited the family. The mother, a fairly plump woman with a look of both fierce defiance and abject terror, had gathered up the 4 children, ranging from about 12 to 4 years old, and was quite obviously trying to shield them from something coming at them from the door. All 5 had been turned to stone and were left where they'd been petrified, huddled in the corner, now eternally stuck in the state they'd been at the moment of their petrification, terrified, and trying desperately to hide from whatever it was that had ultimately ended their lives. The father, meanwhile, was a little closer to the door. Unlike his family, he wasn't huddled in the corner, but was closer to the door. Leon guessed he must have been trying to confront whatever had entered his home, but had been immediately struck down. It was hard to tell, however, because if his petrified remains covered the floor. It was clear that he'd been turned to stone before he hit the wood floor because his remains were in shattered pieces, but anything more than that was hard for Leon to tell due to the broken state of his body. But his face was largely intact, and much like the family's mother, it was now frozen in an expression of fear, shock, and desperation. Leon sighed as he crouched down by the father's remains, a cold sense of empathetic dread and anger blooming in his heart. A family, seemingly just living their lives as best as they were able, attacked and slaughtered in their own home. That was something he could easily empathize with, and while this bounty had just started off as something to kill time doing, and as something he and Maya could do together, he could now feel it turning into something different. "Let's find whatever did this," he growled. This was the 5th farmstead attacked in 3 months. Clearly, this wasn't going to stop unless he and Maya did something about it. Chapter 651, Attican Snapper. There weren't many clues to find about their quarry's whereabouts around the farmhouse. At this point, enough time had passed that most tracks had vanished, and those that Leon was able to find were rather inconclusive, pointing to the swamps where they disappeared. However, there were just enough clues that things weren't quite adding up in either Leon or Maya's head. "I don't think any of my people would live out here willingly," Maya said with a frown as she and Leon stood at the water's edge. "Most of us live in cleaner water, and in places where there is easier access to men willing to reproduce." Leon nodded. That tracked with the place he'd met Maya. Her river nymphs occupied a large river in a wild part of the Talfar kingdom, but further down river there were small Talfar settlements. For a river nymph, it would have been the easiest thing to travel a day or two downstream, grab a victim, and then return almost before anyone even knew that their victim was missing. And that was assuming they had to kidnap anyone at all. Leon knew that there were plenty of people more than willing to go off and have sex with someone as beautiful as a river nymph without too much thought, and the men who fit that mold were exactly the kind that the nymphs preyed upon. Out here in the Illumarian wetlands, where there were few people concentrated in pockets dense enough to know fairly quickly when people went missing or died, and in such a dirty environment, Leon couldn't imagine anything as powerful as a naiad or a gorgon would choose this over somewhere nicer. In fact, if something intelligent wanted to hunt humans, then Leon assumed that being closer to human territory would not only give them more ready access to their prey, but also have the added bonus of less predators to compete with, since humans tended to kill predators off wherever they settled. There weren't any missing family members, either, Leon mentioned. Thanks to his initial research, he knew that the stone statues in the farmhouse represented all of the members of the family that lived here. The gorgon clearly hadn't been here trying to kidnap anyone, although, would any gorgon want to kidnap someone? Leon wondered aloud. Your aunt clearly didn't care that much, and with her acting as a precedent for living so far away from human civilization, is living out here in the wetlands that surprising? I mean, a river nymph would want to live closer to humans, but what about a gorgon? Maya nodded her head in concession. I can't say, she answered. Most of my people don't become gorgons, and since those that do only do so after more than 100 years, that means there aren't that many that can exist at any one time. There are more groups of river nymphs than just your family, though, right? Leon asked. He understood that to be true given that river nymphs were present not only in the northern vales, but also in Talfar, but he wanted more specifics. There are at least 30 tribes, I guess they could be called. Maya explained. 30 pleones, that is empresses of my people. That means a few hundred naiads. 1 or 2 will gorgonize with every tribe's generation, meaning about 20 gorgons will be alive at any one time on average. Leon nodded again. Maya continued, gorgons become what they are because they refuse to reproduce. We require the magic power of a mate to not succumb to that disease, so those that do succumb are those who aren't that positively predisposed toward humans. So I guess that those who gorgonize will be the kind that live far away from mankind. You say that like I'm ripping out your teeth, Leon observed as he lightly bumped his elbow into hers. Maya shrugged. I could be wrong, she stated. Leon waited for a but when none came, he turned his attention back to the few tracks that were left in such a damp, muddy environment. In the somewhat drier dirt a little further inland was a track, long and winding, that he identified as being clearly serpentine, which further fit with his memories of a gorgon trail, and yet, it also didn't. From what he remembered of Maya's aunt, a gorgon's tail had to be thicker than what had made this track. He then glanced up and projected his magic senses in the direction that the tracks had been heading. He wasn't expecting to find much given just how old the track was, but if there was anything 7th tier or greater in that direction, he hoped that he'd be able to easily spot it. Several monsters immediately stood out to him, including a 6th tier reptile that was eerily similar to some of the jungle-swelling creatures he saw in the Serpentine Isles, and a 7th tier bat-like thing with a terrifyingly human face, but he saw neither gorgon nor river nymph. He only had one example of a gorgon to base his expectations on, but that gorgon had subjugated the forest of black and white's resident river nymphs, and he assumed that a gorgon here would have a similar coterie. I can't see any other signs of a gorgon around here, he stated. Maya frowned, and Leon felt her project her magic senses. Neither can I, she said. There aren't any places around here that any self-respecting naiad or pleone would establish themselves. Leon, we're not hunting a gorgon. Leon's expression morphed into a frown to match hers. He could feel Maya's mild disappointment in not thinking she could save one of her kind from the curse of gorgonism, but remembering the power of Maya's aunt had a few currents of relief pass through him. He hadn't exactly been looking forward to facing down another 8th tier gorgon. But that relief soon gave way to a kernel of anxiety as he landed upon the next obvious question. Then, what are we dealing with? Leon wondered. Leon and Maya returned to Attica, their initial enthusiasm for this bounty having been thoroughly crushed. However, it had still been accepted, and so it had to be fulfilled. With the monster responsible now in question, though, Leon decided that they had to do more research than simply relying entirely on their magic senses and experience dealing with gorgons to see them through. They were dealing with something that was truly unknown, and the only way they were going to find their prey now was by finding out what it was. It was almost embarrassing returning to the city having done nothing at all when they were so confident setting out, but Leon buried that embarrassment as best as he could by reading up on local wildlife and speaking with local hunters and the bounty manager in Attica's branch of Heaven's Eye. This endeavor took the rest of the day, but with Maya finding some potentially useful books in the local library, they managed to prevent the day from being a total wash. Firstly, Leon found out a little more information on their bounty, being reminded that the serpentine tracks were only found at the last farmstead to be attacked, which they had just visited and confirmed for themselves, and that the other farmers that had been attacked hadn't been kidnapped following their petrification. He then spent some time mapping out the locations of each attack, and cross-referenced with a map of other farmsteads, and information on any recent disappearances. He didn't even need to invoke Heaven's Eye's authority to do so, with the local administrators being only too willing to help an 8th-tier mage who was taking on one of their most dangerous bounties. What he found was that each of the farmsteads had been established within 10 miles of each other, though not all at the same time. There were a few other disappearances in the past year that caught his eye, too, and all from farms in the same general area. He briefly wondered just how no one else had seen a pattern in this, but he was reminded by Elise during a short break that most Attican farms failed. Having a few deaths and disappearances was the norm, not something so unusual that people took much notice. The deaths associated with these bounties were just a few more in a long chain of failed farms that testified to Attica's inability to tame their surroundings. When he looked at the whole picture, though, Leon found that while there were deaths and disappearances all over Attica's claimed territory, there was still a hot spot near the farms connected with his bounty. But those others not listed on his bounty were just disappearances, not deaths, which he found quite curious. Maybe those people were kidnapped, he contemplated, or maybe they were just attacked somewhere out in the swamps and never made it home. He couldn't say, he'd have to look around those farms himself to be sure. Fortunately, all were within range of his magic senses, so he projected his power and did his best to inspect the sites from a distance. It took some time to locate each of the abandoned farms, but when he did, he found exactly what those sent to check up on the farmers found: nothing at all. No tracks, no signs of battle, just desolate farms quickly being reclaimed by the swamp. All in all, he wasn't able to find much investigating the deaths and disappearances on their own, but when he and Maya met back up and started looking into the local wildlife, he started to put some pieces together. There were many vicious beasts in the Illumarian wetlands, even this close to the region's edge. Some of them were almost destined to reach higher tiers, by human standards, just by virtue of their form. Leon and Maya started by researching those beasts, with a focus on beasts with innate earth magic. There were quite a few, but none with any references to petrification. Leon, however, took note of two particular creatures, Attican snappers, which were huge. Reptilian things with 10 pairs of eyes and a virtual guarantee to reach the 5th tier if they weren't killed young, and blue-tailed lizards, which were gecko-like lizards that were roughly the size of a large dog, and possessed not only powerful earth magic, but also potent venom that could kill a 3rd-tier mage in seconds. There were a few other strong creatures with some command over earth magic, but as far as Leon could tell, these were the only two types of creatures that specialized in that kind of magic in the regions around Attica. Perhaps there were other monsters in the area that wandered in from elsewhere, such as that basilisk from one of the other offered bounties, but Leon at least now had a place to start. And he felt like he could narrow it down even further. I'd say of these two, it's probably more likely to be a snapper, Leon said to Maya. Why? She asked, using her mental communication now that they were back in Attica and not in private. Behavior, Leon explained as he scanned the open book in front of him, which detailed the behavior of the snappers fairly extensively. They're not ambush predators, and engage in determined hunting. They also use their magic to get around rather than legs when on the hunt, which would explain why we didn't see any tracks. And they're also territorial, which might explain why one might attack the farms around this area. They don't want to be competing for land with humans. Maya nodded in understanding. Makes sense, she whispered. What's your opinion? Leon asked. I agree with you, she answered. Honestly, it makes a lot more sense to me that it would be some local wildlife rather than one of my people doing this. Leon reached out to take one of her hands in his. She was staring out at nothing in particular, and he could feel her hand subtly shaking. How are you doing? He inquired, concern and love radiating from him. Maya took a long moment to answer, and when she did, she spoke slowly. I feel kind of useless, she whispered into his mind. This felt like an opportunity to prove that I wasn't, to save one of my people from our curse, but instead, it looks like it's turning into nothing. There was a part of me hoping that this was one of my people, even if it meant that one of my people was suffering. I wanted to be able to show that I could at least do something useful, especially after all of my failures dealing with those pirates, who should have been nothing to me. Leon pulled Maya closer and wrapped her up in his arms. "You're not useless," he whispered into her mind. Maya didn't seem reassured, but she took a deep breath, and any traces of vulnerability in her demeanor vanished. "Let's find this thing, and kill it," she said to him. Leon frowned slightly, but nodded, and they separated. Together, the two set back out onto the lake, and then delved into the swamps. Their first destination was one of the other farmsteads that had been attacked. Like the first farm they visited, it was overgrown, but much more so, having been hit earlier. The family inside had been rendered into 5 stone statues, which were already being covered in some kind of swamp fungus. If there had been any clues to find there following the attack, they'd disappeared by now, and they set back out soon after. The next few farmsteads they visited were much the same, with the only difference being whether or not the family had vanished or been petrified. No clues were found anywhere else, but at the very least, Leon and Maya were getting a better feel for their environment, being able to move quicker as they adapted to the swamps. Throughout their journey, Leon not only kept an eye on their environment, but also on another map he'd acquired that listed the locations of all farms that were currently operating within 50 miles of Attica. There were quite a few, and some were still in the area that he was concerned with. He fully planned to visit some of those just in case, but as they first visited the destroyed farms, he noticed something in the growing darkness of the late afternoon. There were quite a few animals, from birds to small rodents up in the trees, fleeing from the area, as if something were coming. Narrowing his eyes, Leon projected his magic senses once more, concentrating his attention in the direction that the animals were fleeing from. Tuning his senses as best as he could, he soon noticed a circle of swamp about half a mile wide and rapidly expanding that was becoming deserted of all life that could flee. "Hang on," he murmured, and Maya slowed the rate at which she was moving their boat through the swamp. "Head a little further south," Leon continued, directing Maya's attention toward what he'd noticed. He didn't have to wait long before she noticed what he'd had, as well. They meandered through the swamp, moving through the thick tree trunks that jutted out of the swamp water, both of them concentrating on what might lay ahead of them. And then Leon felt that something woke up. It was a pulse of magic that seemed to resonate through the swamp, which he recognized as something akin to magic senses. A moment later, he felt a magical aura suddenly light up the swamp about a quarter-mile away, drawing his focus. When his magic senses landed upon the source of that aura, he saw a long reptilian head poking out of a fairly clear part of the swamp, the head larger than their boat and filled with many rows of large, jagged teeth. The creature's long head was shaped rather like a thin arrowhead, and covered in 10 pairs of bulbous eyes. The head rose up out of the water, propped up on a short, stubby neck attached to a massive, muscled body covered in dark green scales that blended in almost perfectly with the darkening swamp. Its body was shaped roughly like that of a large ape, being primarily quadrupedal, but with a long, thick tail that countered the weight of its elongated head enough that it could probably use its massive forelegs as arms, if need be. It also had a long ridge of porcupine-esque needles running down its spine. Most notable of all, though, was the fact that it had the aura of a 7th-tier equivalent human. If the descriptions he'd read were accurate, this was a mature Attican snapper, but one that was even stronger than the heights they usually climbed to. "There," Leon murmured, though he didn't have to, for Maya's head had already snapped in the creature's direction as soon as its head pushed itself out of the swamp water. With only a look of confirmation to Leon, she waved her hand, and her water magic began to push their small boat in the snapper's direction. The creature didn't move quickly, seemingly needing some time to fully wake itself up. As a result, in the 5 minutes or so it took them to maneuver through the swamp, it didn't realize they were approaching until they were practically on top of it. And when it did, it turned in their direction. It roared in challenge, the sound echoing throughout the swamp. As soon as they passed into visual range, it made the strongest case yet that it was their quarry, for 6 of its 10 pairs of eyes flashed with gray light, and the front of their boat began to petrify. Leon wasted not a moment in rising from his seat, conjuring a bolt of silver-blue lightning, and hurling it at the monster. The bolt crossed the few hundred feet between them with deadly accuracy, splashing across the snapper's face only a moment later. The monster screamed in pain as scales were torn from its head and 3 of its eyes were instantly vaporized. From the way blood leaked from some of the others, Leon guessed he'd done severe damage to more of its eyes, as well. He was about to conjure another bolt, but Maya hadn't been idle, either, and only a second after his lightning bolt hit the snapper, a water dragon erupted from the surface of the water, wrapped itself around the snapper, and dragged it back down into the swamp water. Leon couldn't follow it as well after that, but the snapper flailed enough that the water was greatly disturbed. Occasionally, a scaled leg or its tail managed to break the water's surface, but as their boat entered the clear area of the swamp that seemed to be its home, the snapper went still. Just in case, Leon had been reaching out to the magic in their environment, gathering clouds above them for a powerful lightning strike, but when Maya smiled at him and said that the snapper was dead, he relaxed, and the magic he'd gathered dissipated back into the environment. A moment later, the water dragon lifted itself up, and clutched within its massive jaws was the bloated corpse of the Attican snapper. It wasn't that bloody, with only a few small holes puncturing its hide, but those holes had been enough for Maya to invade its body with her magic, killing it from the within. "There's more," Maya said out loud, her voice dripping with disgust. She waved her hand, and out of the water rose a clutch of about 10 eggs, resting on a bed of pulverized stone. Leon marveled at the massive eggs, each one larger than his head, and it took him a moment to realize that the stone bed that they'd been secured within had a few recognizable characteristics: a disembodied stone arm here, the upper half of a human face there. "I guess we found the missing farmers," Leon whispered. He took only another moment to gather up the snapper's corpse, the eggs, and the petrified human remains, stored them all in his soul realm, and then said, "Let's head back. I'd say our job is complete." Maya nodded, a smile of satisfaction on her face as she shifted her seat until she could lean herself back into Leon's arms, her power at least somewhat affirmed with the slaughter of this 7th-tier monster. Their boat began to turn at a more leisurely pace than before, and they began their short journey back to Attica. Chapter 652, the second bounty. Turning in, the bounty for the Attican snapper turned out to be fairly straightforward. Leon just had to bring its corpse and the remains of its victims back to the bounty manager, and he just had to accept it, and Leon was 250,000 silvers richer for his trouble. The petrified remains of the missing people were taken away to be buried, but he was allowed to keep the snapper's corpse, to do with as he pleased. He and Maya deliberated for a few seconds, but in the end, he took it back to the guest house and quickly dismantled it. The biggest reason he was accepting these bounties was to help keep his hunting skills sharp, and part of that was practicing his skill in skinning and dressing the animals. It had been a while since he'd had to do something like this, and the snapper's hide suffered a bit as a result. Most of its head was already unusable from Leon's lightning bolt, and there were a few holes that Maya had made when she'd killed it, but Leon's rusty skill with a skinning knife also lost him the hide covering the snapper's rear legs. Fortunately, he slowed down and took his time with the rest, leaving him with still quite a bit of scaled hide to work with. Assuming he even wanted to work with it, of course. The process of tanning hide was tedious, especially for something as tough as a scaled 7th-tier beast, and he didn't much want to do it, so he passed off the hide to Heaven's Eye. For a few hundred silver, they'd have their own tanners. See to it. That left what to do with the rest of the snapper. He immediately burned most of its organs. He kept its heart for a moment, but nothing else. All of the snapper's meat he quickly pulled off its bones and passed to the guest house chefs to take care of, while collecting as much of its blood as he could into a bucket as he worked. The snapper's corpse hadn't been as fresh as he would have hoped for, but he still managed to collect a good few buckets of blood, of which a significant portion was mana. He wasn't an alchemist, but he knew that even that much blood from a 7th-tier creature could sell for quite a bit of money, so he passed all of that off to Heaven's Eye, as well. That left him with the snapper's bloody bones and heart. Taking care of the bones was fairly easy. He had a vat of alchemical acid that he just had to dump the bones into, and in the morning, he'd just have to drain the vat and the bones would be squeaky clean. The heart, meanwhile, he took great care in cutting apart. In humans and many other beings, the connection to their soul realm in their heart was fragile and easily destroyed. If a human died, that connection would be almost immediately severed, with almost no chance of letting any of their stored magic power return to the physical world. Leon wasn't sure where all of that stored power went, he only knew that it was essentially lost forever, along with everything that was in their soul realm at the time. In beasts and other inhuman things, however, things were a little different. Perhaps it was because of their magical powers being natural rather than a result of adaptation, but sometimes when a beast of sufficient power died, a goodly portion of their stored magic power would be shunted out of their soul realm and back into their body. However, with the creature's death and subsequent stilling of their heart, that magic would be unable to be fused with their blood and turned into mana, leaving it stuck in the beast's body. Most of the time that this happened, the magic power would simply dissipate into the environment, turning into ambient magic power. But sometimes, it would crystallize, forming a small sphere of what was essentially physical magic power. These objects were referred to as the cores of the creatures in question, since the crystallized magic power would be affected by the magic power that remained in the creature's body, and change. If a beast with fire magic were to be killed, then the element-less magic power in their soul realm, if it were to form a core upon their death, would transform into fire magic power, resulting in a fire core. For creatures with more than one element, their cores would contain magic power for both of those elements, making them much more versatile and valuable. These objects stored an enormous amount of power relative to their size, outdoing even the highest quality of sapphires. This, in turn, made them extremely valuable to enchanters, for such cores could be used as potent power sources for large enchantments, even if their specific element didn't exactly match the enchantments or spells it was powering. So, it was to Leon's immense glee that as he cut the snapper's heart open, he found a small orb within, perfectly spherical and about the size of a quail egg, glowing with soft, cloudy gray light, streaked with glittering pale blue. Both earth and water magic were contained within the core, neither of which he had much immediate use for, but which made the core immensely valuable. He wasn't that knowledgeable about the value of beast cores, but if he didn't want to use this one, he thought he could get at least 2 or 3 million silvers for it, at least. But he could use it, so he didn't immediately give it to Heaven's Eye to sell. The bones, however, he did. He had no real use for the snapper bones aside from maybe using them as raw material after he learned more about smithing, but that was far enough in the future that he didn't think the bones worth hanging onto. Besides, he wasn't that keen on the skeletal aesthetic that some might prefer, and since 7th tier bones could be used by alchemists, he decided that selling them was the better option. Handing the bones off to Heaven's Eye after having them cleaned thus left him with only a few final things to deal with: the clutch of snapper eggs. His first thought was to sell them, too. What was he going to do with these eggs, anyway, aside from eating them? And from what he understood after reading up on the snappers before the hunt, they made for rather unruly and unreliable war beasts, so getting the eggs to hatch wasn't of much help, either. However, he still had the bracelet he'd found in the transformation cave and 6 potential beasts he could tame with it. He refrained from using it before on a 7th tier war mount descended from beasts brought here by his ancestors in the interest of saving those slots for something more powerful, or with more potential, but raising something powerful enough to reach the 7th tier on its own was something that he could definitely value highly enough to use one of his limited bracelet slots on. He could mold it himself, learning about its powers as it did. Perhaps even help it to grow strong enough to become an ascended beast. Besides, Attican snappers were primarily users of earth magic, and that was an area that Leon was woefully deficient in. If he were to use his bracelet to dominate one of these young snappers, then it might help to make up for that deficiency. With his mind made up, Leon arranged for Heaven's Eye to sell 9 of the 10 eggs he'd acquired, but after getting them all evaluated by the local beastmasters, he kept the one that seemed the strongest and healthiest. After that, though, he left the egg in the care of Emila's beastmasters, for he had no real idea how to care for it. They indicated to him that the egg wouldn't be ready to hatch for at least 6 months, though, so for the time being, he put it out of his mind. Once all of that was finished, it was late into the night. He and Maya had returned to the city early enough in the evening not to miss dinner, but now it was nearly midnight, and he felt appallingly disgusting. So, he made his way back to the guest house where he spent half an hour relaxing in the baths, and then curled up in bed with Elise and Maya, tired yet satisfied with how the day had gone. When Leon woke up, despite completing the bounty from the day before, he still felt a bit of an itch to practice his hunting skills. So, he went back to the bounty manager to accept the other job. Hunting down a basilisk sounded like exactly the thing he needed to calm down. But unlike the day before, it wouldn't just be him and Maya. Valeria would be joining them, for Leon could tell that she was keen on hunting down such a dangerous creature when Leon returned to the guest house to start preparing. And she wasn't the only one who'd be joining them, either. There she is, Leon whispered, pointing to a young woman by the library. Valeria and Maya followed his indication, both of them curious as to whom the bounty manager had arranged to join them on this hunt. When Leon had accepted the bounty, the manager had told him again that the last mage he'd sent after the basilisk had disappeared, and she had been a strong 6th-tier mage who knew the Attican swamps like the back of her hand. She'd been the woman he'd always turned to when powerful beasts that others couldn't handle moved into the area. She'd never failed to bring in her bounty. The hunter's sister had been bothering the manager to accept the bounty herself, but the manager had always refused. The sister was only of the 5th tier, and the basilisk was strong enough at the 6th tier to threaten mages of the 7th. The bounty manager had been hesitant to recommend her to Leon, but when Leon heard about her, he decided that he had to meet her. Just because he passed on Santiago didn't mean that he was no longer looking for strong, talented people to recruit, and from the sounds of it, the hunter's sister or even the hunter herself, on the off chance that she was still alive, sounded like fantastic candidates. He and his people had to do a bit of research, first, to get a better grasp of just what kind of beast they were hunting, so the bounty manager had told Leon that he would send word to the sister and have her meet them at the library's entrance, then gave Leon her physical description. He didn't give Leon many details, but those he did gave were enough. The woman waiting for them outside of the small library was striking in a few different ways. First, she was quite beautiful, being tall and athletically built, with strong, almost severe features that gave an immediate impression of cold aloofness that her slight frown and narrow glare emphasized. Her hair, meanwhile, was a pale, unnatural blue. It had been tied back in a tight bun, with only a few strands left loose to hang on one side of her face, looking both relaxed and professional at the same time. Her equipment was rather less striking, being a tight, tailored brigandine, featuring some kind of dark green scaled leather that the steel plates on the inner layers were riveted to. She didn't have a helmet visible, but she had thick leather boots that were lightly enchanted, steel bracers that were a little more heavily enchanted, and a truly enormous hunting spear clutched in her right hand. All in all, her armor and equipment seemed almost overkill for a hunter, but Leon knew from his own experiences in the Forest of Black and White, let alone the fact that they were going up against a 6th-tier basilisk, that such armor was likely to be needed. What drew Leon's curiosity the most, though, was her aura, and he was quite impressed. It wasn't quite as strong and stable as Valerius, but compared to nearly every other 5th-tier mage he'd seen, hers was still exceptional. She was strong relative to her tier, and if the way she gracefully paced as she waited was any indication, she was highly trained, too. She drew quite a few curious looks from passers-by going in and out of the library, but she seemed to hardly even notice, let alone care. She only stopped to stare when her gaze fell upon Leon, Valeria, and Maya as they stared back at her. "She looks like she knows how to handle that spear," Valeria muttered appreciatively as the woman tightened her grip on the weapon just a bit and assumed an almost defensive stance, though refraining from brandishing the spear at anyone. "She's a 5th-tier mage," Leon whispered back as he started walking in the woman's direction. "I would be willing to bet a big pile of money that she didn't get that strong without using that thing on a few occasions, not a bet I'd want to take," Valeria agreed. "Hi, there," Leon said as he and his two companions approached. "I'm Leon Rame. Might I assume you're Helen? The bounty manager with Heaven's Eye told us to look for you," the woman nodded. "That's me," she whispered, her pale blue eyes that matched her hair almost perfectly still narrow in suspicion. "That cravenly shit didn't tell me about your friends, though." Leon's smile faltered just slightly at the venom that Helen had in her voice, though he supposed he could understand it. Helen's sister had been missing for weeks, and the bounty manager had refused to send others after her until this moment. Given that the man seemed scared of sending others off to their deaths, Leon could understand his reluctance, but he could also understand Helen's anger, too. Leon made quick introductions, but it didn't seem to alleviate Helen's suspicion much. After an awkward silence following their introductions, Leon said, "So, shall we head inside? I think the four of us ought to have a quick sit down and discuss what we're doing together, as well as look into exactly what it is that we're fighting." "There's not much need for that," Helen countered. "I've been waiting for this for weeks. I've done all the research, even gone out into the swamps a few times on my own to scout out the area where the basilisk's lair has to be. I'd have saved my sister myself if I weren't so weak." Helen averted her gaze for a moment as if embarrassed that she'd let something like that slip out. When she turned back toward the other three, her gaze had hardened, like she was daring any of them to ask her about it. Deciding that it would be better for group cohesion to move on until such a time as she was more willing to say what was on her mind, Leon said as good-naturedly as he could, if you already know everything that we need, then how about we head down to the docks, rent a boat, and then get underway? You can let us in on the essentials on the way. Helen finally seemed to relax a fraction and nodded. Without any further ado, Leon turned right around and led the way down to the lakefront, with Maya and Valeria hesitating only a moment before following him. Helen walked a fair distance behind them, close enough to converse with them comfortably, but almost so far away that she might have seemed separate from the rest of the group to any onlookers. Once at the docks, Leon rented another rowboat, though this one a little bigger to accommodate the 2 extra passengers, but it would move just as quickly with Leon, Maya, and Valeria, 3 mages skilled in water magic, on board. With everything taken care of, the 4 set out onto the lake, and Leon finally turned back to the silent Helen. "Where are we going?" he asked. "Head to the east bank," she directed. "There's a river that feeds into the lake. We should be able to follow it into some marshes that'll take us to where we need to go." Leon nodded, and Maya took control of the water beneath their boat and set them on their journey. "What exactly is this creature that we're dealing with?" Valeria asked. "I would have looked into it a bit more, but we kind of left the library before I could get the chance. I think it's another one of those things we saw in the screeching desert," Leon replied. "Looks like a dragon thing, but with feathers on its neck, only 2 legs, and wings like a bat. They're fucking big, too," Helen grumbled. "This one is a bit of a runt, which is probably why it's here and not back in the desert. Got run out by the bigger ones." "How big is it, exactly?" Valeria inquired. "Big enough to swallow this entire boat whole, if it wanted," Helen informed with an almost wicked smile. "It's been harassing some of the swamp folk for a while, now. Stealing cattle and the like. It's gone and broke some of the levees protecting some of the waterways, too, complicating travel. I think it might have even attacked a few trade ships as they passed through, but it's hard to be certain. Basilisks can fly pretty far, and they don't always leave survivors, so it can be hard to definitively trace some of their movements." "How many people has it killed?" Leon asked. "At least a few dozen," Helen quietly replied. Us, doesn't seem to like actually eating humans, so a few remains have been found before they were taken by the swamp." "Makes sense," Leon replied, sensing the direction Helen's statement was going and wanting to head it off before she got too depressed. "In my experience, most predators don't really bother with humans. We're too threatening even when alone, especially for the amount of meat on our bones." "Yeah," Helen murmured. "So, what else?" Leon asked. "Where is this thing's lair, and what kind of dangers might we expect on the way?" Helen bit her lip in muted frustration, then admitted, "I never managed to find the lair. I've looked, but the thing flies. There's not a lot of tracks that I can follow." Leon nodded again, though his lips turned downward slightly. "Where we're going is the thing's hunting grounds," Helen continued. "Most of the attacks happened in these 100 square miles or so I'd imagine that it doesn't rest its head too far away." "A reasonable assumption," Leon said. "What should we look for that it might use as a lair?" "I can't imagine there are many caves around here, probably some kind of pit on dry ground," Helen explained. "Basilisks are creatures of both air and earth, so creating a lair shouldn't be too difficult in most places. The problem here is where it'll find dry land. Most pits in the wetlands will fill with water even if you only go a few feet down. But it shouldn't create a cave. They're flying monsters and they prefer to come and go from their homes as they please. That means it'll be open to the sky. And they're big creatures," Leon added as he thought the problem over out loud. "That'll mean some cleared ground, and they're not likely to be able to hide their auras that well." With a meaningful look to Maya, they both took all of that information and projected their magic senses, looking for any sign of a lair, or the basilisk in flight. They came up with nothing, but neither were discouraged. There was an enormous amount of land to cover, and even though they could cover it with their magic senses, actually inspecting every square foot of that land took a long time. Just because nothing immediately stood out didn't mean much. When they projected their magic senses, though, Helen almost reeled back like the force of their projected magic power had physically struck her. "What in the shitting fuck was that?" she shouted, her eyes going wide. "How strong are all of you?" Valeria responded with an almost smug smile. "I'm only 5th, as you can probably tell, but Leon and Naiad are both 8th tier." Helen stared back in disbelief. "8th tier," she sputtered. When Valeria nodded, she sat back up straight, her eyes turning back to Leon and Maya, both of whom wore proud smiles. For the first time since they'd met, her pale blue eyes seemed to brighten with hope. Chapter 653. Helen following the revelation about Leon and Maya's power, Helen seemed to relax a great deal during the next half hour or so, but no one said much more that wasn't business related. Helen gave Maya more detailed directions, and after they'd traveled about 40 miles, they finally reached an end of the swamp. They disembarked from the boat and pushed into drier parts of the wetlands. The basilisk, and if they were lucky, Helen's sister, laid somewhere ahead, but they'd have to search more thoroughly to find them. During their overland trek, the quartet fell into something of an awkward silence now that Helen didn't need to continuously relay directions, and Leon, to his surprise, found himself breaking it. "So, Helen," he said, almost surprising himself, "are you a local of these parts?" Helen gave him a curious look, mild suspicion flashing through her pale blue eyes. But Leon didn't mean anything untoward, he was just curious about their companion, and found her power to be exactly what he was looking for in a new retainer. He just needed to sound out her more personally to decide if he wanted to make her a recruitment offer. It seemed that Helen decided to trust him enough to answer, for after a moment of thought, she replied, "No. My sister and I moved here about 10 years ago." "Ah," Leon responded, "I ask because your sister is a 6th-tier mage, correct?" Helen went quiet for a moment as she stared out into the forest. "If she's still alive, yes," she murmured. Leon cringed slightly and hurriedly replied, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up anything painful. We'll find your sister if she's out there." "It's fine," Helen shot back with a wave of her hand. "I'm a little out of sorts with finally finding myself out here with some capable mages, but I made my peace when Anna didn't come home after her hunt." Leon nodded, then turned his head and grimaced. He happened to make eye contact with Valeria, who silently scolded him for his insensitivity with a quick, slightly exasperated glare. Turning back to his reason for bringing this up, Leon continued, "I ask because, with your 5th-tier power, I just thought it a bit strange that you two would be here, of all places. Surely those with your power could have found employment in a more lucrative place. Or at least a more comfortable location. Did you two just like it here?" Helen gave her answer quite a bit of thought, her eyes staring out into the wet forest they were slowly picking their way through as they made their way toward higher and drier ground. "We came here for me," she eventually stated. "My sister is one of the best hunters on all of Eterna. She could have, as you said, found employment anywhere. I'm not the sort that enjoys hunting, but I had some interest in alchemy. The Illumarian wetlands are dangerous, but they're replete with all kinds of wild herbs and monster parts that can be made into various potions." "What kind of alchemy do you specialize in?" Valeria politely inquired. "I've an interest in all fields of alchemy," Helen answered, a smile of pride slowly making its way across her face, "but if I had to say what I'm most practiced in, I'd say that would be brewing antidotes. Just given what kind of place the wetlands are, I've no shortage of poisons and venoms to synthesize antidotes from, and my most frequent patients are hunters who ate something strange or got bitten by some crazy bug." Speaking of which, Helen began rooting around in her pockets beneath her brigandine, eventually pulling out a vial containing about 5 or 6 mouthfuls of some foul dark green liquid and holding it up for the other three to admire. It looked kind of like bottled swamp water, but it was both far too thick and too chock full of magic power for Leon to mistake it for that. "I've been waiting for someone to head out in search of my sister for a while," she explained. "Long enough to make something that ought to help us when we find that basilisk." "Is that some kind of anti-basilisk poison?" Leon asked. "No," Helen replied with a sharp smile. "Basilisks are nearly impossible to poison. But they have extremely potent venom of their own. I just wanted everyone to know that should they get bitten by this monster and they don't immediately die from its huge fucking fangs, I can neutralize its venom with this stuff. Just apply it to the wound, or ingest it if that's not feasible, and the venom will no longer be a problem." "That's incredible," Valeria praised. Helen's smile grew wider, and then her cheeks reddened, and she put the vial back into her pocket. "It's nothing, and might not even work. I haven't had any victims of basilisk venom come into my apothecary, so it's extremely hard to test. But I'm confident that I got it right." Leon smiled in appreciation, but he had his doubts, too. He'd been told that this basilisk's venom could kill 7th-tier mages, and if that was true, then it was potent stuff. "If everything goes well," Leon said, "then we'll return to Attica with that stuff still untested." Helen shrugged. "I might want to test it if we can get our hands on one of its venom glands, but I get your meaning. Best not to let it actually bite any of us." Pressing on into the forest, they finally started to reach parts of the wetlands that were more forest than swamp, with actual reliably dry ground beneath their feet. They remained focused on their task, but their conversation didn't die down that much. In fact, as Helen got more used to their presence, she revealed herself more and more to be a rather chatty person, more than willing to share parts of her life. After some conversation about what brought Leon and his family to Attica, she spoke a bit about where she was from. "It's not that exciting," she nervously prefaced. "I'm not a general or the bodyguard of a princess. I've not fought in any wars or participated in dynastic struggles. My family was fairly well off, but I'm just a simple girl from the sacred Golden Empire who had an interest in alchemy. I don't think I would have gotten as far as I have in my magical journey if not for my sister constantly prodding me in my training or providing me with magic-rich materials." "So you've used potions to reach the 5th tier?" Valeria asked with some distaste in her tone. "As training enhancers, not as training replacements," Helen explained. "There's a crucial difference there. Many people want their training to be fast, and they're more than willing to cheat to get there. But they'll usually throw caution to the wind or slack off on their actual training in the course of doing so. Obviously, this leaves those who take such measures with a less robust magical foundation and weaknesses in their adaptations. Their lungs only pulling 90% of magic out of the air they breathe rather than 100%, for example, or more seriously, some of their bone marrow remaining unadapted despite flooding their body with magic power with potions. This is not what I did. I kept my alchemic enhancements light, which helped to make my journey easier, without also completely sabotaging me." "That sounds like a very fine line to walk," Leon observed, frowning slightly. He didn't exactly take the hard road in his magical journey, either, but much of his journey had still involved a lot of pain and effort. Still, it had culminated in him now being stuck at the 8th tier, and he had no earthly idea just how long it would take for his soul realm to heal enough to begin advancing again. "It is," Helen admitted. "Oftentimes, I forewent my potions because I was too nervous to take them, for fear of creating imperfections. I can't stand the thought of doing something as serious as ascending through the tiers and leaving imperfections behind. If you're worried about such imperfections, wouldn't it have been better to stay in Imperial territory, then?" Valeria wondered. "I'd imagine that such a place would be much better equipped to elevate young, talented mages than a much poorer place like Attica. If you'd think that, you'd be wrong," Helen practically spat as she glared eastward. She seemed like she was about to continue, but Leon then noticed something as they trudged up a shallow incline. "Look at that," he said, pointing to a bush a couple 100 feet away that had been crushed by a gigantic pile of animal waste. Fortunately, the wind was at their backs, but even from so far away, he was catching a few stomach-churning whiffs of that foul substance. "What do you want to bet that only something like our basilisk would make something that big? That's definitely basilisk poop," Helen shouted as she started running for the dung heap, completely disregarding the nose-burning odor that only grew more intense with every passing step. "And it's fresh." Leon was used enough to hunting and using animal feces to track his prey that he wasn't quite as disgusted as he otherwise might have been, and Maya hardly seemed to care, but Valeria looked a little green as they edged closer, following Helen. Out of consideration, Leon summoned a weak cyclone to blow about them, lessening but not quite relieving entirely the terrible miasma emanating from that foul pile. Helen, however, didn't even hesitate to get right up close to it. The poop stack came up to her chest, though it was propped up slightly by the crushed bush beneath it. More leavings were above, caught in the leafy canopy of the forest, where the defecation had come crashing through. It seemed the basilisk didn't stop to release its waste and had dropped it while flying. "We're definitely in the right area," she said with excitement, and a hint of dread crawling into her voice. Basilisks don't usually take that long to hunt and remain near their lairs for long stretches of the day. They also mark their territory with waste, keeping other predators at bay. "How big is the territory they usually claim?" Leon asked as he projected his magic senses. He contemplated transforming into his avian form to keep watch from above, but he wasn't yet confident in his ability to fight other airborne creatures like that, yet. His power might be enough to carry him through, but it still carried quite a bit of risk for something as poisonous as a basilisk. "A few dozen square miles," Helen answered. "Its lair has to be close." Leon concentrated on the slope they were steadily climbing. It remained completely covered in forest as far as he could see, but there were a few clearings here and there. Nowhere did he see any open-air lairs that a basilisk might be using. But then he turned his magic senses upon the dung heap. It had until fairly recently been within the basilisk, but even though it had been out in the damp forest for hours, if not longer, it was seemingly untouched by the insects of the swamp. The reason for that became clear enough. He detected a faint trace of magic within the fetid clump of waste. Leon concentrated on that spark of magic and then turned his attention outward again. With an example of just what the basilisk's aura felt like, he thought he'd be able to, and there it was. Near a clearing close to the top of a hill about 2 miles away, he felt a stronger aura that matched what he could feel coming from the heinous waste in front of him, softly emanating from a small cave. The mouth of the cave was barely large enough for a full-grown man to pass through, though, let alone a basilisk of the size they were hunting, not to mention the sheer fact that it was in stark contrast to what he'd been told about basilisk lairs being open air. Leon quickly filled in the others on what he could sense, and stay on your toes. This cave is clearly artificial, from the looks of it, and if it's what we're looking for, then this basilisk might be a bit more than we've bargained for, meaning it may have become an ascended beast. Valeria asked, immediately picking up on the same thing that Leon had. Leon grimly nodded. Their intel said it was only 6th tier, but that was the level at which some rare beasts might be able to take human form and assume human levels of intelligence. Or the basilisk might have just reached the 7th tier. Or maybe its ability to use earth magic meant that it didn't need to use standard cave entrances at all, though that left the question of why this cave entrance was there. Whatever the case, Leon could sense the basilisk's aura emanating from the cave just as he could sense it emanating from the creature's waist. He took the lead, with Helen at his side. She'd fallen silent when Leon revealed his discovery, and he had the feeling that she both needed to see what was in the cave but dreaded it at the same time. She'd relaxed as the group got to know each other, but now that they had a concrete location to work with, she'd tensed back up. Leon wasn't sure what to say, or if he ought to say anything at all. He wasn't her friend, and he didn't think he was close enough to her to offer much comfort. In the end, when they finally got within eyesight of the cave entrance, their group had moved almost entirely in silence. Even then, though, Leon found himself quite impressed with how easily Helen moved through the forest. She was almost as quiet as he was. She was clearly a skilled ranger and not just a mere alchemist. Calling their group to a halt, Leon projected his magic senses again, focusing all of his attention on the cave entrance. It was plain enough to see that it was artificially made, with a tightly winding entrance preventing them from seeing directly into the cave from the outside, and from the smoothness of the walls. It was about wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side comfortably. Other than those details, however, Leon wasn't able to sense much about the entrance itself. There wasn't any magic securing it, nor any doors preventing physical access, which made him quite paranoid. He pushed his magic senses deeper into the cave and down a long staircase that bored into the earth, expecting them to be at some point scattered or at least blocked by a door, but instead, he found his magic power spilling out into a large, richly appointed room that seemed more like a hall within a small palace rather than the lair of a wild beast. It was perhaps 30 or 40 feet wide, and about 100 feet long, with several doors on the right and left, and only one on the far wall. The stone floor was covered in many mismatched rugs, some of which were rather simple and woven from cheap fabrics, while others were of rich furs and fine wool. There were many pieces of furniture adorning the hall which shared the same quick as the carpets, with almost every piece being of wildly different designs, which was illuminated by a combination of burning candles and a few magic lanterns roughly set into the ceiling. It just looked like an underground palace thrown together with whatever was available to the builder, and if he'd noticed it without having noticed the aura, then while he might have been curious, he wouldn't have thought much of it. This was the Illumarian wetlands, and there were likely mages living out in the swamps taking advantage of the local alchemical resources, or just living off the grid for whatever reason. It looks clear, Leon whispered, though his tone was strained and suspicious. Keep your guards up, anyway. He then led the way toward the cave, briefly contemplating the merits of announcing their arrival. It would be polite, and if this weren't the home of a basilisk, then it would be the right call. But he decided against it, just in case. He could always ask forgiveness and leave if he was mistaken. With blade in hand, Leon pushed into the cave, the dark, winding tunnel proving no hazard at all, though he kept his eyes and magic senses open for any sign of magical defenses. But he and his people found themselves in the underground hall after only a couple of minutes, none the worse for wear, and seemingly without having been detected. One thing that Leon did notice, though, was that the hall's central hearth, essentially just a fuel-less fire rune in a pit in the center of the hall, was going at full blast, one of the few enchantments in the place to be seen. If any of them were mortal, then the heat in the hall might have been uncomfortable. This place is well made, Valeria observed. Solid, non-porous stone. I think it would flood, otherwise, Leon hummed in agreement, then ordered, let's check the doors. One at a time, they crept through the hall toward the closest door on their right. The stone door was secured on stone hinges, which meant that Leon hesitated to even try to open it, for fear of making a racket until he knew the palace's owner wasn't around. He was going to assume that they were. Seeing his hesitation, Maya conjured a small pillar of water and splashed it onto the door. The water seeped into the cracks between it and the walls, and she easily ripped the door out of its frame with hardly a sound. Leon had to stifle his immediate alarm, but he didn't stop Maya. When the door was pulled away, he gave her a look that was both relieved at the result and reproachful for giving him such a fright. She just smiled confidently in response. With a sigh, Leon glanced into the open room, and then sighed again when all that was revealed was a fairly threadbare kitchen. He then had the group cross the hall to open the other door that was right next to the entrance. He assumed that the door at the other end of the hall was where the hall's owner slept, so he decided not only to save that one for last, but for the group to slowly work their way down to it. Maya ripped the other door out of its frame just like the first, disappointing the group again when all it revealed was a storage room full of unsecured crates and barrels. Leon found himself quite surprised at the goods they found, though, with several boxes full of spices, one box of silver coins minted in varying styles, and barrels of wine. Luxury goods that he would have assumed would be kept in the sole realm of whoever owned them, not kept so unsecured as these were. But for all his disappointment and surprise, Helen had nothing but growing anxiety and dread. Leon could hear her breathing getting more and more frantic, and so he had them move on without taking too much time to check out the storage room. The next couple of rooms were much like the second, storage rooms, but each one was for different materials. The third held various unrefined ores and sparkling bullion, the fourth had Leon's eyes widen in glee when they revealed hundreds of books, and the fifth had garments and fabrics of fine quality. I think these are goods that have been stolen from merchant ships that pass through the wetlands, Valeria whispered as they moved on to the sixth door. Leon nodded, but he knew that whoever owned this hall could very well own all of these legitimately, too. Still, he knew that the basilisk had been here for a few years and had attacked a few merchant ships, so all of these random goods being here was consistent with his hunt. The sixth door was where they finally found something of real note. Maya tore off the door, revealing a bedroom just as opulently appointed as the main hall, but with an unpleasant surprise. As soon as the door was torn free, Leon found himself almost struck in the face with the stench of decay in our chapter 654. Basilisk. The basilisk, or so Leon was assuming the creature in front of him to be, came out of his room like a furious animal, but as soon as his reptilian eyes landed upon Leon and Maya, he froze in place, his look of wrath soon dropping into something more akin to a mix of terror and anxiety. "Who are you?" he hissed. Leon almost turned the question back on him, but he figured that since he was in the creature's home, he'd introduce himself first. "I'm Leon, a mage passing through Attica," he said. "I've been looking for another mage that went out to hunt a basilisk and vanished. The woman in that room appears to be her." The basilisk paled and took a step back. His aura began to rise, but his killing intent wavered slightly. He seemed to be panicking, and his fight-or-flight response was tilting heavily toward the latter. "As a matter of fact," Leon continued, "I'm also looking for the basilisk itself." "That wouldn't be you, would it?" The basilisk bared his teeth and didn't immediately respond. It took several seconds for him to unclench his jaw, and by then, Helen was already carrying Anna out of the bedroom she'd been laying in. The young alchemist had her sister over her shoulder while her other hand was stuffing the antidote for basilisk venom back into her pocket. She remained behind Leon, but she gently placed her unconscious sister down in a nearby armchair, then turned back to face the monster with her spear raised. "That woman is my concubine," the basilisk grumbled. "She thought to kill me and failed. Her life is mine to do with as I please." "I disagree," Leon countered. "You've been a menace to human society, killing those in this area. It's only natural that humans would come out here to kill you." "I claim this territory by right of might," the basilisk riposted. "Your kindred living in this region were too weak to hold on to their lives, and so were ended. This land is now mine." "This land is claimed by the city of Attica," Valeria replied, her voice loud and forceful despite being a full tier behind the basilisk in power. "You can't claim this land without clearing it with the city first." The basilisk spat on the floor. "Weaklings who need walls to hide behind." Leon cocked an eyebrow and nodded to their surroundings. The basilisk responded, "For the comfort of my women. They needed human comforts, so I provided." "You disgusting swine," Helen screamed in rage as she took a step forward. "You dare to touch my sister." The basilisk sneered and replied, "I never touched that sow. Even after all I provided for her, she never gave me what I wanted." "And what is it you wanted?" Leon curiously asked as he glanced back at Helen. He'd heard enough to want the creature dead, but there was a part of him that had initially thought they might be able to resolve all of this peacefully. If this basilisk was an ascended beast with human-level intelligence, then surely it was capable of reason. However, with every word the creature spoke, that part of Leon was growing smaller and smaller. Already, he was having trouble keeping his desire for more immediate justice in check, and besides, the prospect of adding Helen, an alchemist, to his retinue was just too tempting to pass by, and he could tell that she'd never let him leave this creature alive. But he was still 2 full tiers above this basilisk, and he felt like he had the luxury to ask questions. "Mates, comfort, everything that I didn't have in the north," the basilisk explained. "How many have you killed?" Valeria demanded, her aura laced with prodigious killing intent. She was a hair's breadth away from attacking, herself, that much Leon could tell from her tone. And given the power difference between her and the creature, if she attacked, then Leon's hand would be forced. With a grimace, the basilisk admitted, "Many. I'll admit that I don't know that much about you humans." He glanced at Maya, then back to Leon. "At least, some of you are human. I tried to make the lives of those women I took better, but they kept killing themselves or running away when I gave them the slightest freedoms. Even after I took steps to keep them here, they still denied me what I wanted. When I got forceful, it just increased the chances that they'd kill themselves." Frustrating. There wasn't a single trace of regret in the basilisk's tone that Leon could detect. It was almost like he was describing a failed gardening project rather than kidnapping and veritable enslavement of an unknown number of people. Leon didn't think that the basilisk believed its actions were wrong, but was mostly just confused as to why none of those it took wanted to stay with him. "You know," Valeria said as she and Helen started creeping forward, their weapons raised, "if people I wanted to be with kept killing themselves or running away from me instead of just giving in, or whatever you thought they should have done, then I might examine what it was about me that making those choices more attractive. It might trigger some self-reflection, and a change in behavior." The silver-haired woman took a threatening step forward, and Leon thought that if she weren't a full tier below the basilisk, then she might have already attacked him. The basilisk took one look at her, glanced back at Leon, and without a word, fell into the floor. The stone below his feet simply split open with a titanic cracking sound, and he fell in. Leon, having been keeping his eye on the basilisk, knew that this was the creature using its earth magic to try and escape. Before the floor could close back up, he was lunging forward, lightning crackling around his fingers as he summoned a bolt. The basilisk wasn't yet out of sight, and his head was turning upward, his human face contorted in panic and fear. With a tremendous clap of thunder that shook the entire cave, the bolt slammed down into the floor just as it closed, but Leon knew at least a few arcs had to have reached the basilisk. "He's not dead," Leon shouted as he felt the vibration of the basilisk tunneling away. "See to them," he shouted to his companions, pointing to Helen and Anna as he shot off toward the stairs. The basilisk could only be doing one thing, trying to escape by reaching the surface. It wasn't moving too quickly underground, and neither could it move that easily without Leon knowing where it was, so reaching the surface and transforming back into its true form could it hope to get away. Any remaining desire that Leon had to resolve this without resorting to violence vanished. If the basilisk got away, then more people would die. That was the reality of the situation. Leon had to stop it here and now. If Leon were a mere 7th tier mage, or even an average 8th tier mage, then if the basilisk could get into the sky, he was practically home free. Leon wouldn't have been able to follow him. But as it was, Leon was pulling his sword and most of his clothes back into his soul realm by the time he reached the first step. His magic senses were pulsing out of his body and spilling out above ground before he reached the second step, and he forced himself to pick up the pace as he saw the basilisk erupt from the ground and immediately begin to twist and bend out of human shape. With lightning magic fueling his body, Leon reached the surface just as the basilisk returned to his true gargantuan form, with a huge serpentine head, bat-like wings, a long neck covered in feathers, and an even longer tail with a dangerous barb at the end. The basilisk hissed at Leon, then beat its wings, pushing it up into the air on a great cushion of wind magic. Leon didn't miss a beat, however, and took a running jump after the creature, his own body rapidly expanding and twisting into his avian form as he did. He'd finished his transformation before he'd even reached the apex of his jump, and began to rapidly beat his wings, using his command of wind magic to rapidly pursue the basilisk. The basilisk was much larger, its wingspan at least 5 times that of Leon's. However, all that extra mass came at the expense of speed, and Leon rapidly closed on his prey. With a screech of fear, the basilisk began to put all of its magic power into trying to escape, but it was of little use. Leon came up from behind, dodged the basilisk's whip-like tail twice, and then let loose with a blast of lightning from his wings. A roar of pain echoed throughout the wetlands, and the basilisk immediately slowed, a gaping hole torn in one of its wings by Leon's silver-blue lightning. Little blood was spilled, though, the heat of the blast having cauterized the wounds. Clearly sensing that it wasn't going to be able to escape, the basilisk's killing intent spiked, and it slowed to face Leon. But Leon wasn't going to give it any opportunities to strike, and slid around the monster with ease that surprised him given his lack of practice fighting in this form, his greater speed taking him above his prey. Another beat of his wings sent a second lightning bolt rippling out from his feathers and down at the basilisk, which slammed into the monster's back right between its wings. The creature became momentarily lost within a great storm of lightning, as arcs of Leon's power covered it from snout to tail barb. It screeched in pain once again, and when the lightning cleared up, the scales over most of its back been torn clear, the flesh beneath had been burned black, and its wings had seized up. The basilisk fell from the sky, still shrieking as it hit the tops of the trees and crashed right through to the ground. Leon followed at a fair distance, not wanting to get too close to such an injured monster. He was stronger by leagues, but the basilisk was still enormous, and its physical strength was considerable. There was also the creature's venom to consider. He kept his magic senses locked on the basilisk, though, and watched as it plowed through the muddy ground of the wetlands, plunging down from drier land and into a shallow swamp. Finally coming to rest, the basilisk began to thrash about in the mud, seemingly unable to get its bearings enough to rise, and Leon took full advantage of its confusion. Letting his Thunderbird instincts take over, Leon angled himself downward, his wings curled in and his talons outstretched. He fell from the sky like a thunderbolt, and before the basilisk could react, Leon had spread his wings to control his final descent, and his talons sank into the basilisk's feathered neck. The force of Leon's landing slammed the basilisk's head back into the mud, but without hesitation, Leon lunged forward, ripping and tearing into the basilisk with beak and talon, both sparkling with silver-blue lightning. All around him, the heat of his lightning boiled the muddy ground and shrouded the environment in a thick curtain of superheated steam. But Leon kept ripping and tearing into the basilisk, not stopping until the monster had stopped moving completely, and when he pulled back, his face, covered in brown and gold feathers, had been practically dyed red from the basilisk's blood. The monster's head itself had been nearly torn free from its mangled neck, and it had fallen still, its eyes glassy and unfocused as more water and mud rushed in to replace what Leon had boiled away, covering the creature's scales, and threatening to pull both Leon and the basilisk's corpse further into the muck. Leon took a deep breath, taking half a second to savor his victory, and then pulled the basilisk's corpse into his soul realm. At the same time, he lifted off with a great wingbeat, and after reaching a height of a couple hundred feet, he surveyed all the damage done. The basilisk's landing had carved a long trench into the forest and down into the swamp, while Leon's lightning had started a few small fires. He didn't pay much attention to the latter given the general dampness of the environment. Those fires wouldn't spread far even if he left them alone. He used some of the abundant local water magic to snuff them out, anyway. There were a few other beasts in the area with auras that caught his attention, but none were stronger than the fifth, and all were fleeing away from the sight of the basilisk's fall. Amusingly to Leon, about a quarter-mile away were a small handful of what looked like fishermen on a dirty boat, their lines lowered into the green water of the swamp. All of them were staring up at the sky in terror, though none seemed able to see him through the leafy canopy. He guessed they'd heard the fight, but none were stronger than the second tier, and so he wasn't worried about them noticing him. Almost lazily, he turned around and began flying back in the direction of the basilisk's lair. They hadn't been flying for long, but he and the basilisk had still managed to cross a couple miles, and it took a few seconds for Leon to land back on the shallow hill just outside the cave entrance. As he touched down, Maya, Valeria, and Helen emerged, with Helen pulling a hovering litter behind them which had the still unconscious Anna tied to it. Without hesitation, Valeria rushed forward and summoned a low wall of opaque ice just tall enough to cover most of Leon's naked body. As he assumed his human form, he quickly dressed himself and stepped out from behind the wall. "Is it dead?" Maya demanded as Valeria rushed over to check Leon for any wounds. "It's dead," Leon confirmed aloud. "I'm fine, and its corpse now decorates my soul realm. So how about we head back to Attica and get Miss Anna some medical attention?" His words didn't deter Valeria from looking him over, and Maya calmly walked over to his side. Helen, meanwhile, stood fairly far apart from them, staring at Leon like he'd just transformed into a massive eagle and then back again. "What in the fuck just happened?" she screamed. Leon smiled at her as non-threateningly as he could, though the effect clearly wasn't quite what he intended as he saw her tense up a little with his attention focused upon her, and he said, "Let's get back to our boat. I can explain on the way back to Attica." The journey back to Attica proceeded fairly quietly. Leon started to explain what he was comfortable with on the way back to the boat, but he'd barely started before Anna started to awaken, and after that, all of Helen's attention was focused on her sister. Anna didn't truly wake up during the journey, though her eyes did open part way, and she mumbled incoherently, though those episodes never lasted too long. Helen seemed to think this wasn't much to worry about, though, or she was keeping her emotions a little more bottled up after seeing what Leon did. She notably sat as far away from Leon, Valeria, and Maya as she could on the boat, indicating that whatever trust they'd built up on the way to the basilisk's lair had been lost. Leon felt more than a little regretful for that, though he couldn't say the result was too terrible. Anna had been found alive, contrary to seemingly everyone's expectations, and the basilisk had been killed. It hadn't been quite the hunt that Leon had expected, but it was a fine enough way to spend the day. At the very least, the rural residents of Attica would be just a little bit safer now that the creature had been taken care of. What Leon was most looking forward to now, though, was dissecting the basilisk. He was a little squeamish about it because the basilisk had been a creature of human-level intelligence, but his excitement at maybe seeing what was going on within its body was overpowering that particular anxiety. Besides, he didn't regret killing the creature that much, given his seemingly complete unrepentance for the harm he'd inflicted on many other people. He thought that he might need some help, though, since not only was the basilisk incredibly large, but he also didn't think he had the biological knowledge to truly understand what he was doing or what he might learn. He'd need some help from Heaven's Eye. After that came the issue of what to do with its parts. As he contemplated that particular problem, his eyes drifted over to Helen, and he figured that he'd save the parts until he and she could meet up again, assuming she even wanted to. She seemed quite freaked out at his ability to transform and perhaps work out some way where she could sign on with his retinue. He might have to sweeten the deal a little bit more, but the idea of adding a 5th-tier alchemist, and maybe even her 6th-tier sister, to his retinue was too attractive of an opportunity to pass on. Upon their return to Attica, Helen swiftly disembarked from the boat to bring her sister to a healer. Anna appeared to stabilize during the trip, falling back into total unconsciousness not long after they got back to their boat, and Helen seemed unable to do much to help. Not even some of Leon's healing spells did much, though she at least accepted them, giving Leon some hope that she would at least hear him out when he made his offer of employment. That left Leon, Valeria, and Maya with the rest of the evening to fill. So, they turned the boat back in, informed the bounty manager of their success, and made their way back to the guest house, where they met up with Elise and the rest of Leon's retinue. As they sat down for a large celebratory dinner, a number of Heaven's Eye workers came by to help Leon prepare the basilisk for dissection the following day, and Leon was able to leave the corpse with them until then. The rest of the day he spent with his family. Elise managed to get Leon, Valeria, and Maya to head out into town with her to sample the nightlife, but Attica was a small city with not much in the way of fun to be had after nightfall. Consequently, Elise then dragged them over to where Princess Christina was staying, and the four spent a long night with the princess and several of her knights. When they returned to the guest house, Leon was tired, both mentally and physically, but he considered it a day well spent. Chapter 655. Another offer. The hospital in Attica was fairly small, with no more than 10 healers working there at any one time. Leon found that fairly strange, but when he mentioned it, Elise said that there were quite a few small private healers' clinics around the city, too. Regardless, it was to the hospital that Helen had taken Anna following her rescue several days ago, and where Leon had been directed to by her assistant. It was the last full day that the Heaven's Eye convoy would stay in Attica, and Leon still wanted both sisters in his retinue, or, at the very least, he wanted Helen. Having an alchemist on his team would be a huge boon, and his first impressions of the young fifth-tier woman were quite good. He just hoped that he hadn't scared her off with his display during their hunt. In the interest of recruiting her, he made a few discreet inquiries, and eventually found himself outside of her apothecary, but found only her assistant there, a young woman who possessed only first-tier magic and couldn't possibly be older than he was. It was from her that he learned Helen was visiting her sister. Leon then made his way to the hospital. The entire way, he argued with himself over whether or not he ought to wait until Helen returned to her apothecary, but in the end, he figured that if he wanted to recruit Anna as well, then he'd find himself at the hospital at some point today, anyway. Better to do it now while the two sisters could confer with each other rather than having to wait and find that he'd missed his chance. The hospital staff were quite helpful in directing him to Anna's room, a small room not much larger than a walk-in closet, with barely enough space for the hunter's bed and a single chair. The healer he spoke with just outside of the room couldn't tell him much about her status, but he did indicate that Anna was doing just fine, had regained consciousness not long after being brought in by her sister, and that she was fit enough to have non-familial guests. So, with that in mind, Leon knocked on the closed door and waited. A moment later, Helen opened the door, and her pale blue eyes widened in surprise and, to Leon's mild dismay, momentary fear, when she saw him standing there. She froze right there, the door only somewhat open, staring at him, clearly shocked by his presence and unsure what to say. Taking her reaction completely in stride, Leon smiled good-naturedly and said, "Hi there. Would it be all right if I come in?" Helen looked like she was about to refuse, but a weak, but an upbeat voice called out from inside the room, "Come on in." That response seemed to pull Helen out of her shock, and she sighed and pulled the door open further, stepping further in to give Leon enough room to enter. It was a truly small room, with nowhere to sit, and feeling rather cramped with both him and Helen there visiting Anna. But the window was open, letting in about as pleasant a breeze as Attica was capable of getting, and allowing the light of the sun to spill inside. Those, however, were nothing compared to the bright and cheery smile on Anna's face as she watched Leon walk on in. "You must be Leon Rame," she weakly stated as Leon closed the door behind him. "I have the dubious honor of being Leon Rame, yes," he replied as he debated with himself what the most non-threatening posture he could assume could be, because Helen didn't seem to be relaxing at all. He eventually settled on leaning against the wall as far away from her as he could get without seeming like he was blocking the door, though it didn't seem to help much. "You're looking much better than the last time I saw you, I'm happy to see." It was true, the green-haired woman had some color back in her face, and her smile glowed brighter than a magic lantern. Aside from the weakness in her voice, there wasn't much that Leon could see about her that made it seem like she'd been in the hospital for days. She fidgeted on her bed with fairly substantial energy, and her sixth-tier aura was robust and active. For all intents and purposes, she seemed to be almost recovered physically speaking, at least. "And I'm happy to hear that," Anna replied. "I'm told that I have you to thank for killing that fucking animal and helping to get me out of there. I played my small part, but I'd say it was your sister who had more to do with your rescue," Leon responded with a nod toward Helen. "She quite literally carried you out of there, and were it not for her, I don't think you would have survived your poisoning. I have no clue at all how to deal with basilisk venom." Speaking of which, Leon reached into his soul realm and retrieved several things. The first was a large receipt, marking all over with the sigil of Heaven's Eye. The second was a large jar of foul-looking dark green liquid that looked thicker than molasses. The third and final thing was another jar of bright red mana that pulsed with magic power, which Leon had to summon on the floor. "This is proof of your contribution in hunting down that basilisk," he explained as he handed the receipt to Helen. "The bounty manager has already seen to it that the payment has reached your account." Helen gave him a look of great skepticism and surprise, but she took the receipt and gave it a once-over, her eyes practically popping out of her skull for just a moment as she saw the amount that she'd been paid. "Thank you," she whispered, quickly composing herself. "That's not all," he said as he brandished the jar of green liquid. "I had the basilisk taken apart. This here is about half of the venom that was extracted from its glands. This other jar is filled with a good portion of its mana. I figured that I'd deliver both of these to you too for your contributions in dealing with that creature." "That's entirely unnecessary, at least for me," Anna responded with a look of amazement. Leon could understand that since what he was giving them held quite a bit of value. The basilisk venom in the jar alone was probably worth at least 500,000 silvers, while the mana's value was a little more fluid depending on where they might be and who they might be talking to, but he estimated it to be worth 5 million silvers at the least. But we'll take them, Helen countered as she snatched up the 2 jars and placed them on the edge of Anna's bed. For just a few moments, her antipathy and suspicion of Leon had vanished as she stared at the alchemical treasures that Leon had just handed over. Please forgive her, she can be a little narrow-minded when she sees rare ingredients, Anna said with an affectionate smile aimed at her younger sister. She reached over and patted Helen's hand, and the younger woman seemed to relax slightly, though her guard certainly went back up when she glanced back at Leon. That's quite all right, Leon replied. I understand the shock at seeing how I took out that basilisk. Anna sat up in her bed a little straighter and said, yeah, my sister told me something about that day that's pretty hard to believe. Leon awkwardly smiled and nodded as he stole a glance at Helen, who stared back at him with a little less antipathy, but still not anywhere close to even the basic levels of trust she had before he revealed he could transform. Instead of directly launching into an explanation of that, though, he said to Anna, I don't really know how to get into that right now, so how about while I think of that, you tell me how you're doing. Anna quietly chuckled, ran her fingers through her long green hair, and replied, I'm doing about as well as anyone else would be, I think. That animal didn't do much to me, thank the gods, aside from the whole poisoning thing. But, I'm certainly not the only one he kidnapped. We found another corpse in there of a young woman, Leon said with a nod of his head. Looked like she'd been dead for a while. That would make some sense, Anna responded. He wasn't quite so overbearing for the first couple of weeks, though still extremely manipulative. But about 3 weeks ago, he forced me to drink his venom, and then tried to get me to agree to be his mate. Anna's voice cracked slightly, and Leon wondered just how well she was actually doing, but he didn't think himself nearly close enough to challenge her on her claims of being fine. Thankfully, you got to him before he could escalate matters to something more physically forceful. Thank the ancestors for small mercies, Leon whispered. Indeed, Anna agreed. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask me, Leon offered, but from the way that Anna just smiled, he didn't think that was an offer that she was going to take up anytime soon, at least, not for anything material. I wouldn't say I need anything, Anna replied, but I would like to have some answers, if possible. That depends on the questions, Leon stated with a smile. With a tone as blunt as a mace, Anna asked, are you an ascended beast? Leon shifted his posture a little in discomfort. Are you concerned with my ability to transform? He asked. Maybe, Anna admitted, and Leon watched as Helen tensed up a little more. The 5th-tier alchemist's aura started to churn, and Leon guessed that she was reaching into her soul realm, not to pull anything out right now, but certainly preparing to do so if needed. I'll admit that I'm unsure how to answer that question, Leon replied with a cheeky smile, ignoring for the moment Helen's reactions and focusing entirely on her older sister. I would consider myself human, that's how I've spent my entire life, after all. However, I can see how someone else might think of me as an ascended beast. After all, a beast that can transform indefinitely into a human isn't all that different from a human that can transform indefinitely into a beast, right? That's an argument of semantics, Anna responded with an almost breezy tone. As far as I'm concerned, it's a little more complicated. I would consider a human that can turn into a wolf very different from a wolf that can turn into a human, if only because a human has presumably been raised in human culture and adopted most of our norms. A wolf that can turn into a human is still a beast, not a human, because it may not have the same respect and willingness to adopt human culture, including its taboos against things like rape and murder. Leon detected a few notes of bitterness in her explanation, and he wondered just what they might indicate. Deal with a lot of wolves that can turn into people, have you? He asked only half seriously. I dealt with a pack of werewolves a few years back, Anna replied. It was a tough hunt, but they were terrorizing some of the more secure villages in Attica's territory, and I was the best hunter that Heaven's Eye could get on short notice. I'm impressed, Leon stated without a trace of dishonesty. I've had to deal with a werewolf or two. They're tough creatures. Anna nodded in appreciation, then took a deep breath. If you say that you're human, I suppose that's that, isn't it? Not like there's much of a way to prove it on short notice. Leon shrugged. Well, thank you, Leon Rame, Anna said. I'm grateful to be alive, and you, as you said, played your part, in my rescue. As much as I hate to have lost to that creature and been in a situation where I needed rescuing, my fate would have been much darker had you not come for me with my sister. Think nothing of it, Leon replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. I'll admit that I thought you were already dead, and so went on that hunt for the sake of the hunt. Had I known that you were alive, I probably wouldn't have taken such a leisurely pace. It's good to hear that. The three went quiet for a moment, the atmosphere turning steadily more and more awkward until Leon decided to just get to the point already. So, what are your plans for the future, if you don't mind me asking? He inquired. Haven't been making many, Anna admitted as she turned towards her silent sister. Mostly just supporting my little genius over here. She reached over and tried to touzle Helen's hair a bit, but only managed to run her fingers through the pale blue locks once before Helen pulled herself out of reach, her cheeks reddening slightly in embarrassment as she fixed the minute damage to her hairstyle that Anna had inflicted. If support is all you're looking for, then might the two of you be open to an offer from me, assuming you don't have any other obligations to people in this city? Leon inquired, his tone light and cheerful, but nothing but deadly seriousness glittering in his golden eyes. Leon Rame, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that sounded like a job offer, Anna said with a cheeky smile. Maybe you don't know me better, Leon shot back. Maybe that was a job offer. He let the joking atmosphere between the two of them last just a little bit longer, but then he let the facade drop and let his more natural stony seriousness take its place. I'm heading east, to the Ilian Empire. Oculara, specifically, where I'll be joining Heaven's Eye. As an 8th tier mage, I'll probably be given a fairly high-ranking post, especially since I'm married to the daughter of one of the board members. And I'm not going alone, I have a small retinue accompanying me. They support me, and in turn, I support them. Would you be willing to sign on with my retinue? Anna exchanged a look with Helen, and something completely unspoken passed between the two. In fact, it was almost as if they had an entire silent conversation that Leon wasn't privy to, with Helen shaking her head a few times, while Anna made a few head tilts and angled her eyebrows. After a few seconds, Anna finally turned back to Leon while Helen turned to steadfastly stare out of the window. I'll admit that your offer has me intrigued, Leon Rame, she said. But whether or not we join you will depend on what you're willing to offer in return for our services, and what services you'll be expecting of us. A 5th tier alchemist and a 6th tier hunter won't come cheap, and they'll certainly not come if degrading things are expected of them, Leon quietly chuckled. Nothing degrading, I assure you. Even if you don't believe that I'm not an ascended beast, you can at least trust that I will ask nothing of you that you don't want to do, and I'll certainly not be asking for anything intimate in nature. What, you think we're not worth romantic interest? Anna shot back with a playful smile, though the weakness in her voice ruined the effect somewhat. Don't bait me, Leon replied, though he wore a smile that matched hers. The two of you are beautiful, and I'm sure anyone would consider themselves lucky to catch your interest. But I won't be making any moves on you, even if you ask for it. I'm a married man and have 2 other ladies in my family. I'm sufficiently tied up, and am not looking for anyone else. Relax, I was just teasing, Anna replied. But let's talk benefits and duties. I wasn't joking when I said your offer has me interested. Leon and Anna then launched into a more detailed negotiation, with Leon offering her the same generous terms that he'd given the rest of his retinue. Their contract could be terminated at any time, for any reason, by any of them, at least for now. That particular provision was enough that Leon was able to knock down their asking price quite a bit, but it was one that he would have included anyway. He didn't want to force them to stay with him if they wanted to leave. After that, they agreed that Anna would join Leon's retinue, at least provisionally, as one of his warriors. She'd have plenty of time to hunt if she wished, but her duties to Leon would always have to come first. Helen, even though she didn't say much, still agreed to sign on with Leon as his retinue's alchemist, filling in a hole that Leon hadn't much considered when making plans for expanding his retinue. With her on board, he wouldn't need to rely entirely on enchantments to heal his people when they were injured, as well as all the other benefits that an alchemist could bring them. Fortunately for the 2 sisters, Anna was well enough that she was able to leave the hospital that night, though the healers did insist that she get as much rest as she could. Leon, meanwhile, was able to return to the guest house fairly secure in the knowledge that he'd added 2 at least superficially skilled people to his retinue. He'd have to put them through the ringer a bit to get a better feel for their capabilities, but for now, he was happy. He spent the rest of the night with his family and retinue. He told them of the new recruits, and when morning came and everyone started making their way down to Attica's docks to leave the city, Leon found that Anna and Helen were there waiting for him. Together with the rest of his retinue, they boarded the largest yacht that Heaven's Eye had arranged for the convoy's journey through the wetlands, got settled in, and departed from Attica. Chapter 656. Helen and Anna. Leon's decision to recruit Helen and Anna seemed to be immediately validated when he formally introduced them to the rest of his retinue and his family. Most of them were polite enough, but it was Elise and Helen who truly hit it off, with his fire-haired wife immediately bonding with the alchemist over their shared love for exotic herbs and alchemy. Anna, meanwhile, got along quite well with everyone else, with Anshu being the sole exception. Leon saw the Indradian subtly scoff during the introduction, and as soon as he could, the man left the room with an almost disgusted look on his face. Leon knew that Anshu's attitude was going to be a bigger problem going forward, but for the moment, he put it out of his mind. This journey was going to be as quick as possible, given the sheer lack of human settlements and relative danger of the wetlands, but that still meant that his retinue was going to be stuck on the ships for a few long weeks. He had time, and for the moment, he could afford to put this problem off. So, he spent some time talking with Anna and Helen, getting to know his two newest retainers a little better. As it turned out, hunting wasn't the only passion that Anna had, and the green-haired woman told Leon that her childhood had been spent studying under a private tutor who happened to be a fairly well-known poet in the sacred Golden Empire. That took Leon by some surprise since he'd had the impression that the two sisters hadn't the means to have private tutors. Anna explained that while they weren't noble or anything like that, they'd still grown up relatively well off. Helen, meanwhile, had been the one who studied more martial skills growing up, only to abandon them about a decade ago, shortly after reaching the age of majority. The blue-haired woman hadn't much used those skills in this past decade, choosing instead to throw herself completely into her study of alchemy, though Anna was quick to note that Helen should still be unparalleled with a bow despite her lack of practice. Hearing that, Leon felt a few sparks of competitiveness flare up within him, but it soon became apparent that Helen was rather uninterested in testing her skills against him. He let it go for now, but testing both sisters' martial and magical skills made it to the top of his priority list after that conversation. After that, Leon mostly let himself fade into the background, watching as Helen and Anna integrated themselves into his retinue. He listened as the two made small talk with Gaius, Marcus, and Alcander, and as they spoke a little more freely with the exuberant Alex. Maya hardly gave them much of her attention, and while Valeria wasn't much better, she at least shared a short, polite conversation with the two. As he listened in on all of that, Leon was surprised to learn that Helen had given her former assistant half of her payment for killing the basilisk, a not inconsiderable sum as thanks for her work, and in recompense for shutting down her apothecary and rendering the girl jobless. Apparently, Helen's assistant had been down on her luck, to put it mildly, and had no one else to turn to, so Helen had taken some pity on her, hiring her as her assistant. That was only a few months ago, and Helen had felt guilty enough to practically set the girl up for life as an apology for leaving so. Suddenly, more than a little of that guilt rubbed off on Leon, but he was comforted to hear that Helen had told the girl to find her in Oculara if the life of an idle rich girl wasn't to her liking. If Leon were honest with himself, he probably would have accepted it if Helen had wanted her assistant to join her in his retinue, reasoning that a single first-tier teenager was hardly much of a problem or threat, and having a second alchemist wasn't the worst idea ever, but he was content with this solution, too. Soon enough, the little impromptu welcome party came to an end, and everyone broke to see to their own business. Most of Leon's retinue went back to their training, while Anna and Helen busied themselves getting settled into their room. They'd have to join the rest of Leon's retinue in training eventually, but he didn't mind giving them a couple of days to settle in and get acquainted with everyone. Over the next week or so, he and his retinue settled into something of a routine. Training took up their mornings, and then they'd break for the afternoons to relax or take care of their personal business. Leon was satisfied with how everyone was progressing, estimating that it was a matter of months, perhaps only a year or two, before most of his retinue that was below the 5th tier managed to ascend and gain access to elemental magic. Meanwhile, he put Helen and Anna through a small battery of tests to see where their magical and martial strengths lay. Helen was almost as good with a bow as her sister had boasted, which still made her a near prodigy. Leon thought if the rust was cleaned off her skills a bit, she'd probably even be better than he was. He was thus dismayed to hear that she hated archery rather passionately and was far more fond of the spear. Marcus, his next best archer, was just as dismayed, and was much more vocal about it. Leon was happy enough to let the alchemist train with spears alongside Valeria, but Marcus's incessant arguing and reasoning got her to agree to also keep up with her archery skills, though she made it clear enough that her agreement was solely to shut him up. Anna, meanwhile, was surprisingly inexperienced and amateurish when it came to the arts of battle. She was skillful enough, but it was clear when Leon sparred with her that she'd never been in a true life or death fight with another human being. He'd yet to see her hunting skills in action, but he learned that she didn't quite know how to pace herself in a proper fight, and had quite a few exploitable holes in her defenses. The biggest one that he could see was that she didn't protect her head nearly enough, and she explained that when she was taught how to duel, head strikes hadn't been allowed. Sports fighting, Leon had rather derisively called it in his head, but he kept that bit silent. In a strictly objective sense, Anna was skilled with an arming sword, polearms of various shapes and sizes, and quite skilled with a bow, so at the least, he knew that it wouldn't take too much to bring her actual martial abilities more in line with what he needed them to be. He needed a warrior, not a performer. Fortunately, her hunting skills more than made up for that deficiency. A brief sojourn into the wetlands while the convoy was busy slowly navigating a particularly narrow river between two swamps proved her to be as proficient as he was in moving through forested regions quickly and quietly, and her knowledge of the local terrain and wildlife was both deep and vast. Even better, since she'd grown up fairly wealthy in the sacred Golden Empire, she'd been on hunting expeditions throughout that northern empire, and on many within the Han Kingdom, the Ilian Empire, and the lands of the Sentinels, among other places. She was remarkably well-traveled, remembered just about everything that she'd seen in those places, and could list off quite a few aspects of their environment when Leon asked. He could already anticipate quite a few conversations he'd have with her in the future about these places. Things got much more interesting, at least for a while, when he moved on from combat training. In that respect, Helen started to truly shine. Whereas her combat abilities were rather lackluster, her skills with even the basic alchemy tools she'd brought with her were more than satisfactory. She could brew healing potions stronger than Leon's healing spells at a rate of almost 2 per hour, and could do much more besides, such as brewing potions to help a mage replenish their magic power, temporarily increase compatibility with certain magical elements, and thus increase the efficiency of that mage's power when using those elements, and even some potions that could increase a mage's ability to defend against certain elements. Leon, in particular, was drawn to her ability to defend a mage against darkness magic, which, by extension, would also increase their resistance to most mind-altering magic. And that was barely scratching the surface of her skills as an alchemist. She could brew explosive concoctions, lures for certain kinds of monsters, and various fast-acting acids. Her specialty, though, especially after living so long in the wetlands, was in antidotes for the various poisonous monsters that lurked these lands. She boasted that she could cure all but the most exotic of poisons, and Leon had no reason to doubt her. Eventually, after all of this testing and learning about his new retainers, Leon put in quite a bit of thought as to how to both use and increase their skills. And he soon landed upon what he hoped would be a good way to do just that. After leaving Attica, the convoy had passed through several other small settlements, though none as big as even the modestly sized Attica on the edge of the wetlands. Given the state of human civilization in these parts, the convoy, despite moving as quickly as it was able, was still forced to a crawl. There were several days where the convoy passed other ships going the other direction, and so had to move so slowly that there were opportunities for people to disembark and walk around on some relatively dry land, if they wished. Leon took full advantage of one of these days, but not to stretch his legs. Rather, he commandeered one of the smallest escort ships and ventured out into the swamps, accompanied only by Helen, Anna, Alex, and Anshu. He'd put some thought into these particular companions Anshu needed to get more used to his female retainers, and the man certainly wasn't making much effort on his own. On the other hand, Leon wanted to grow a little closer with the Indradian, as well get a bit more value of including him in the retinue, and so letting him use some of his naval expertise by driving the boat seemed the perfect opportunity. He also wanted the opportunity to get a bit closer to Anna and Helen, while Alex's outgoing nature he hoped would help everyone socialize a bit more. He didn't include Valeria or Maya, however, for Valeria's time had been claimed by Princess Christina and he couldn't pull Valeria away from her friends, and Maya had a lot of baggage with Anshu due to her lineage. Having her with them might be a boon, but it might also remind the Indradian of his home culture too much. Leon fully intended to bring Maya on other expeditions like this, but for now, he wanted Anshu to socialize more with the other ladies without the silent Maya there to act as a crutch or an excuse not to participate. The boat itself was fairly large, more than enough deck space for a dozen people to ride comfortably, while still elevating the passengers a comfortable distance from the murky swamp water. On the back was mounted a small magic engine that enabled the ship to travel swiftly, while as backup, the boat also had 6 mountings for oars. It was a fast and comfortable boat, perfect for spending some time out with his newest retainers. However, Leon covered up the true reason for bringing these 4 out by speaking first with Helen and Anna about the local flora and fauna. Helen had been quite forthcoming, much of her antipathy and suspicion of Leon having vanished over the days spent in his company, though not gone entirely, telling him of several swamp flowers that grew in nearby swamps that she could use in some potions that cured specific ailments. Anna pitched in a bit, too, telling Leon of the kinds of beasts that those flowers would often attract in the wild, various reptiles of the 5th and 6th tier, mostly. So, Leon proposed that they venture out into the swamp to collect some of these flowers. Since they were valuable, he wanted to see if they might grow on the herb farms that he and Elise were planning to set up in the Ilian Empire. He got Anshu on board with the journey readily enough, though the Indradian wasn't pleased when he heard about their other companions. Alex, however, was pretty ecstatic to be brought along, and she chatted with Helen almost from the moment they took their seats near the front of the boat. Anna, Leon, and Anshu, on the other hand, sat closer to the back. The atmosphere between the 3 of them started off much more awkward than it was for the other 2, with Leon and Anshu remaining largely silent, and Anna only giving Anshu basic directions to where these herbs were most likely to grow in this region. It seemed to Leon that Anna had picked up on Anshu's reluctance to speak with her or her sister, for she deliberately sat as far away from the man as she could, almost forcing Leon to sit between them, and she rarely, if ever, glanced over at him. It became clear before they'd even left line of sight with the convoy that these 2 weren't going to start talking without Leon's intervention, to which he could only sigh. "Nothing's ever easy, is it?" he bemoaned. He never thought it would be, but there had been a large part of him that hoped all he'd have to do was put the 2 of them together and let them work their own issues out. Leon eventually found his chance to try cutting through the tense atmosphere when they went from a swamp into a fairly long waterway, leaving Anna without the need to keep giving directions and thus leaving them in stark silence. "So, Anna," Leon said as naturally as he could, which was not very, "you've been practicing earth magic, right?" Anna gave him a strange look, and he could understand why. She'd been quite explicit about her magical talents and interests with him while he was still getting to know her skills. "Yes," she responded with a questioning tone. "And you've been hoping that you could find someone who could teach you a bit about light magic, right?" Leon continued, and he thought he detected Anshu stiffen slightly. The man probably realized where Leon was going with this, and dreaded it. Anna nodded, her long green hair spilling about her shoulders and sparkling in the few rays of sunlight that penetrated the thick overhead canopy. Leon smiled almost apologetically before clapping Anshu on the shoulder. "I ask because Anshu over here, even though he's only 5th tier, is a light mage, if you didn't know." "I hope you're not suggesting what I think you're suggesting," Anshu grumbled. "I probably am," Leon shamelessly replied. He turned back to Anna, who was barely holding back a repelled look. Undaunted, Leon said, "Anshu can probably give you a few pointers in that particular element, if you want. I think that there are better possible teachers," Anna whispered. As her voice died down, Anshu added, "It's bad enough that the women you bring on are taught magic, but a man like me ought not to associate with unmarried girls. It might invite untoward rumors." His statement elicited a chilling glare from Anna, but she didn't immediately respond. "Who gives even the slightest shit about rumors?" Leon shot back, his irritation at Anshu's behavior creeping into his tone. "We're going to be fighting alongside each other at some point or another. It won't kill any of us to associate with the other. In fact, it would probably save our lives if we could all get along a little better than we have been." "I care about rumors," Anshu bitterly murmured. Leon sighed as a wave of guilt hit him. "All right, I apologize if I sounded callous, but the point here is that I'm in charge, and I want all of you in my retinue. And in the interest of making sure we all survive till we're old and gray, or even until we're all immortal and utterly tired of life, I want to make sure that we all get along." "I'm all for making friends, but not with those who are closed-minded," Anna replied. Again, Leon sighed. "There's a middle ground we can reach here, I know it. How about this? Anshu, you work at not being quite so sullen, and Anna, you treat Anshu with absolute formality. Would that work? Both scowled, which Leon took to be a rejection, but he pressed further, eking out smaller and smaller concessions from both until they finally begrudgingly accepted. The crux of the matter, he found, was that Anshu was extremely uncomfortable around the ladies of his retinue. To an extent, Valeria and Maya weren't so bad since they were in relationships with Leon, and Elise was tolerable since she was out and out married to Leon, but the others were too much for him. Still, Leon managed to get him to commit to not being quite so distant around them. In return, Leon got Anna to promise to give Anshu plenty of space, and he promised to give the others the same instructions. Anshu felt like he would do a lot better with the ladies if they weren't alone together, and they didn't treat him nearly as informally as Alex was wont to do. In the end, Leon wasn't satisfied yet, but he considered it progress. Anshu was willing to take this step, which meant that maybe he'd be willing to take another later on. As they hammered this out, they finally entered the swamp where the herbs Helen had her eyes on grew. It still took about half an hour of diligent searching to find them, even with Leon and Anna's magic senses, but they finally found a mature enough patch for Helen to start harvesting. The herbs themselves were fairly eye-catching, being bright red and covered in purple vein-like patterns. They grew in long, thin stalks that reached Leon's hip fully grown, and ended in a cluster of between 6 and 9 arrowhead-shaped leaves. Helen left the stalks alone, instead picking almost every leaf off the stalks, leaving only one on each. She didn't want to kill the herb, merely harvest what she could and let the herb regenerate later. What kind of potions do these things make? Alex had asked when they arrived at the patch. They kind of look poisonous. Most medicines are poisonous if taken in large enough quantities, Helen remarked. Or, I suppose it would be more accurate to say that a lot of poisons can be used as medicine in small enough quantities. These, I can turn into potions that certain men might pay quite a bit of silver for, certain men. Alex responded, what men are you talking about? Helen smirked and said, I can make potions that cure impotency with these. Some guys have even had success treating hair loss when using the potions as ingredients in certain salves. Alex went silent for a moment, then burst out into a fit of giggles. Anna didn't seem to be paying any attention, but Leon detected Anshu not too far away rolling his eyes and bitterly mumble something about wasting his time gathering dick juice for weak men. Leon would have found it funny if he didn't find it fairly concerning. Altogether, though, he found it a fairly relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. At the very least, Alex was bonding quite well with Helen, and Anna was being friendly enough that he didn't think he'd need to worry about integrating her into the rest of his retinue. But he should have known that this short expedition had been going too well to last. They'd harvested about half of the patch, enough to make about 100 potions, when Leon suddenly felt strange, like something was wrong in the swamp. A moment after he realized what he was feeling, Zafin said from within his soul realm, Leon, you have some uninvited guests. Leon summoned his magic power and conjured his blade into chapter 657, Vampiric Assault. Without hesitation, Leon shouted a warning to his retinue about the incoming vampiric threat. Helen reacted a little sluggishly, but Anna and Anshu were armed and armored in a moment. Alex was just behind them, drawing the blade she kept at her waist, though she wasn't armored given that this was just supposed to be a trip to gather alchemy ingredients. And to Leon's horror, the auras of these vampires were already towering as they merged and billowed outwards, all of them together seemingly in possession of magical power greater than even his own. Back to the boat, Leon shouted, and with nothing more than a thought, he pulled all of the herbs they'd gathered into his soul realm, removing any temptation to stay or to carry baskets that might slow them down. They began to run back toward the shore of the swamp not too far away, where their boat had been tied to a tree. As they ran, Leon projected his magic senses in an attempt to more thoroughly evaluate the danger. He saw a dozen vampires of varying, but potent, strength. There were 3 7th tier, 4 6th tier, and 5 5th tier bloodsuckers. With them were half a dozen war beasts, 1 6th tier griffin, 3 5th tier wolves, and 2 large 4th tier birds of prey. They'd practically come out of nowhere, to Leon's shock. He'd barely noticed them until they were within 500 feet. They weren't chasing them, but as his magic senses washed over them, he realized that this wasn't a good thing. The reason they were standing around in one place was because the lower-tiered vampires were arranged in a tight formation around their stronger comrades, channeling their power into each other in some kind of ritual. A moment later, the demonic aura surrounding the group spiked in intensity, and spiraling ribbons of dark red demon fire erupted into existence over the 3 7th-tier vampires' bodies. The lead vampire lifted his hands and pointed in the direction of Leon's group, and then the other two raised their hands to the sky. With a terrible explosion of magic power, the ribbons of demon fire coalesced and formed enormous globes of demon fire larger than their boat, which were then launched up through the leafy canopy with great force. Artillery. Leon realized as the fiery orbs almost lazily rose high into the air, and then began curving back down in the direction of him and his comrades. The aura those globes emanated filled him with dread. He was individually stronger than any of those vampires, but these fiery spheres contained all of their powers combined. If he were to try and take one head-on, he'd be heavily injured, at the least. Incoming! Leon shouted as he pointed to the sky. His retinue faltered for a moment as they climbed into the boat, and he summoned his water magic as quickly as he was able, not waiting for any of them to get properly seated before he conjured a wave of stagnant swamp water to carry their boat out into the swamp as quickly as he could. Helen shrieked as she almost lost her balance and went over the side, but Alex was a little more sure of foot and managed to grab the back of the blue-haired alchemist's shirt and keep her from falling out. Anna and Anshu, meanwhile, were more securely seated and strongly held onto the sides of the boat, so with his retinue secured about as well as they were able to be, Leon put even more power into the wave to help them escape faster. His caution and panic were both vindicated when only a few seconds later, the first of the artillery orbs fell upon the spot where the boat had been moored only a moment before, burning clean through the canopy as it fell. As soon as it touched down, everything within 100 feet of the landing spot was enveloped in a horrific conflagration of demon fire. Leon's magic senses were almost drowned out as magic spilled out of the explosion, and he had to avert his gaze and retract his magic senses to not be blinded. The swamp quaked in response, with water for a dozen feet outside of the explosion so quickly vaporizing in the heat that it exploded outward with enough force to strip nearby trees of their bark. The shockwave of the explosion devastated the surrounding swamp, and the magic within, Leon's water magic, was disrupted, and the wave propelling their boat onward collapsed. Their boat was then battered by the aftershocks of the explosion, and the wood it was made of cracked and bent under the pressure. Leon barely noticed, though, for the pressure on his ears from the sheer volume of the explosion was tremendous, and he had eyes only for his retainers. They were thrown about in the boat, and Alex and Helen were both screaming in pain as their weaker senses and lesser pain tolerances were both put under extreme pressure. Anna and Anshu fared a little better, but Leon could see the pain in both of their faces. When the fire died down, another of the fiery orbs impacted the swamp not too far away, slightly to the north. If Leon had tried to escape in that direction, then it would have fallen practically right on top of them. He couldn't count his blessings for too long, however, for even though that explosion was more distant and more easily weathered, the third and final of the demonic artillery strikes was now falling only a couple dozen feet away. Given the size of those explosions, it might as well have been falling down amongst them. They wouldn't survive if that attack struck them, Leon realized. He had to act. He had to do something to try and shield himself and his retinue, otherwise they were going to die in just a few seconds. There was no time for any complex planning. Perhaps if his body were flooded with lightning magic, he might have been able to think quickly enough to come up with something, but he'd been channeling water magic, not lightning, and so his reaction speed suffered. All he could think to do as the orb of demon fire hit the swamp just in front of them was to reach out with his magic power, calling upon all of his command over the magical element of fire. The orb detonated on contact with the ground and demon fire erupted from it. Fire surged toward Leon and his boatful of retainers with explosive speed and crashed into his projected magic power with force enough to nearly knock him over. But it parted around them, Leon's magic power acting as a shield against it. Leon roared in exertion, his powers straining as he used everything he had to bend all of that demon fire around the boat. He was vaguely aware that the boat started to burn under the heat, and the magic engine sputtered with strain. Something within the engine snapped, and all magic power within the boat vanished. He was more concerned with his retinue. Alex screamed in pain, and then went silent. Helen was a little quieter, but she soon went still, as well. Anna and Anshu were right there with him, still conscious, but in Anshu's case, only just barely. The Indradian howled in exertion as he extended a hand and conjured a thin, translucent sphere of white light around the boat, providing relief from the heat, but only for a moment before the power rolling over them shattered it. And with that, Anshu went quiet as his eyes closed. The explosion lasted for 5 seconds. Those seconds felt like years as Leon put his all into shielding his retinue from the blast, his own magic causing his fingers to become enveloped in bright orange fire. But the blast couldn't last forever, and when the fire finally died out, Leon almost fell to his knees, panting from exertion. Anna was the only one still conscious, and she was in pretty rough shape. Blood streamed from one of her ears down her cheek, and her eyes were hazy and unfocused. Helen, Alex, and Anshu, meanwhile, were all out for the count. None were dead, if the magic radiating from their bodies was any indication, but none were in any condition to fight. The boat, meanwhile, fared worst of all. The wood creaked and groaned as Leon shifted his weight about, the bottom of the boat stuck in the dried mud at the bottom of the swamp, now practically hardened into concrete from the heat of the blast. He only had a moment to take in their situation, though, before the swamp began to rush back in to replace what had just been vaporized. They were within a crater made by the artillery strike, close to the edge, but more than deep enough that Leon realized they would be submerged if they didn't move. "Get up," Leon shouted to Anna, pulling her out of her stupor a little bit. He grabbed Anshu and Alex and pointed to Helen. "Grab her." Anna blinked in confusion for a moment, and then moved to follow his directive. With Anshu tucked under one arm, Alex over his opposite shoulder, and Helen in Anna's arms, Leon and Anna struggled out of the boat as swamp water came rushing back in. Leon had to use his water magic to part the rushing water around them, allowing them to get out of the crater, but behind him, the savage boat disappeared beneath the murky swamp water. Once they struggled out of the crater, however, they found that a significant portion of the swamp around them had been utterly leveled. Trees closer to the center of the blasts had been rendered into ash, and those further away were burning, their trunks stripped of bark, their branches devoid of leaves. All around them, Leon could sense the various beasts and animals of the swamp scrambling to get away as fast as they were able, and less than 300 feet away, near the edge of the crater their first strike had made, stood the dozen vampires and their war beasts, staring at them as they struggled out of the third crater. There wasn't much cover they could use, and Leon's heart sank as he felt the auras of those vampires spiking in clear indication of further violence. But then, the voice of his demonic partner came blazing through his mind. "Leon," Zafin bellowed, saying no more. Leon needed nothing more, however, and he pulled on their connection. A circular plane of fire sprang into being just in front of his chest, and from it burst Zafin, his killing intent staggering, his aura immense. "You dare to raise your hand against me," the demon bellowed, staggering the vampires with the roar alone. Zafin charged at the vampires and their beasts, but instead of gormlessly watching, Leon turned to Anna and shouted, "Come on." His priority was to see to his retinue, not watch Zafin fight. Not too far away, a tree had survived the artillery strike, though it had been completely blackened by fire. Leon carried Alex and Anshu over there, fighting against the swamp as it surged back in with every step. He lifted his unconscious retainers up onto the tree's roots, which were high and numerous enough to act as an impromptu platform to keep them out of the swamp water. Once that was done, he turned around and helped Anna and Helen up, laying the unconscious alchemist down beside the rest of his retinue. As this was happening, the swamp shook as his demonic partner battled the vampires, and heat roiled through the environment, accompanied by intense flashes of light and waves of magic power. When Leon finally turned back in their direction, he saw that all of the 5th-tier vampires were dead, as was the griffin and wolves. Only one of the 6th-tier vampires remained, as did all 3 of the 7th-tier leeches, and their 2 birds. The 7th-tier vampires were working in tandem to keep Zafin busy, their power borrowed from their demonic master allowing them to keep up with every fiery blast that Zafin sent their way, while the final 6th-tier vampire seemed to be directing the birds to send vicious wind blades at Zafin at every opportunity. Despite his power and what he'd already done, Zafin couldn't make much progress. He was fighting on all sides, and he couldn't focus on any of the vampires for long enough to do much appreciable damage at least, not without leaving himself open for the rest. That was all Leon needed to see. He turned to Anna and ordered, "Stay with them and keep them safe." He then conjured a stack of healing spells, pressed them into her hand, and then leapt into the air, his blade reappearing in his hand as he did. He was furious. His heart beat against his ribs like they owed it money, and magic power surged through his veins. He was still channeling his fire magic, and he was far too wrathful to take even the briefest of moments to switch from fire to lightning. He descended upon the 6th-tier vampire, his blade erupting into bright orange fire as his fingers tightened around the grip. With one vicious swing, He took the surprised vampire's head off, which he followed with another swing, sending a wave of fire into the air to roast the two birds. This wasn't nearly enough for him, and with his body shaking with wrath, he turned upon the nearest 7th-tier vampire. His killing intent washed over the vampire like a tsunami, and the bloodsucker froze in terror, only able to turn his head slightly to see Leon stalking towards him, his burning blade raised, his eyes flashing orange in the light of his power. The vampire barely managed to fight off his paralysis in time to raise his arm to stop Leon's first cruel strike, but even the vampire's 7th-tier power was unable to stop Leon's blade. The burning sword pierced right through the man's arm, cleaving through flesh and bone with ease, sending Leon's deadly magic power surging through the vampire's body, burning all it touched. Leon's blade wasn't stopped by any of this and pierced all the way through the vampire, sliding between his ribs, impaling his heart, and then right out the other side, nailing the vampire's arm to his chest. The vampire was probably killed instantly, but Leon roared in anger as he flooded the vampire's body with his magic power. This monster had nearly killed him and 4 of his retainers, and that fact alone had Leon seeing red. The vampire practically exploded under the pressure of Leon's power, and for a moment, Leon and the vampire's body were lost in a pillar of flame of Leon's making. A moment later, the pillar died down, leaving Leon standing there, a pile of charred bones at his feet. His blade still burned just as furiously, though, with just a hint of black fire licking at its edges. Leon barely even noticed this, and when he turned to the rest of the vampires, he found that Zafin had already dispatched one of the other 7th-tier vampires, having capitalized on the massive opening Leon had made. The final vampire, however, seemed to be the strongest. He had been backed against a scorched tree by Zafin, and his hands were raised, a storm of dark red demon fire pouring out of them and just barely holding Zafin off. The arms of his shirt and coat had been incinerated, leaving his burned arms bare for Leon to see. Leon recognized those kinds of burns, he'd suffered them many times in his younger years. The vampire was calling upon powers beyond his ability to control properly, and that power was injuring him from within. These were the same burns Leon had endured as when he'd called upon the 5th-tier equivalent Zafin when he was only 4th tier to aid him against the Veilman during Hakon Firebeard's raid. The vampire couldn't hold long against Zafin, but Leon didn't care. His demonic partner soaked up that power, his own rage spilling through their connection and letting Leon feel it just as he felt his own. Each fed off each other, but the vampire was concentrating on Zafin, leaving Leon relatively free to act. Leon took a few running steps forward, then swung his sword in a horizontal slice. A thin wave of potent flame was ejected from his sword, burning bright orange, but with a core of black. This, Leon noticed easily, and he froze in shock, his rage melting away almost in an instant. Fortunately, when the fiery wave hit the final vampire, the bloodsucker had no power in reserve to protect himself. Leon's power crashed over him, stripping flesh from bone with ease and leaving nothing more than a blackened skeleton propped against the tree, its bones fused together and keeping it upright. Zafin didn't care, however, and as soon as the vampire's power ceased, he stepped forward and swung one of his massive fists into the skeleton, crushing it against the tree and rendering it ash on the wind. The swamp went relatively quiet. Many fires had been started during the battle, but it was a swamp, and there was almost no possibility that any of those fires would spread very far. The area around the battlefield, however, had been completely transformed by the short fight. The swamp water had been turned dark gray by ash, what few trees survived in the area were little more than blackened husks, and the sun now shone down directly on the swamp for hundreds of feet around them, a huge hole having been punched in the swamp's thick canopy. Leon saw none of this, however. Now that the fight was over, his eyes fell to his blade, where fire continued to burn. But now that his emotions were under control, there wasn't a hint of black within his fire. That could have gone better, the tall vampire said as he watched the fight from hundreds of miles away. He stood upon the deck of his yacht, a large vessel for the wetlands, and as opulent as it should be, given his high power and station. That's an understatement, the woman beside him whispered, her black attire immaculate, and covering nearly all of her body save for her head despite the heat and humidity of the wetlands. Even with that spell of invisibility letting them get close, they were crushed in minutes. This is why we send scouts on these sorts of missions, the tall vampire whispered. We'll attack later, at a more opportune moment. Now that we know Leon Rame can summon Zafin like that, we'll be able to account for it. Without a word, the tall vampire turned around and made for the interior of the yacht. He pushed open the door and entered, the female vampire only a couple of steps behind him. Both were of the 8th tier, but neither fancied a go at Leon or Zafin right now, not after the brutal fight and show of power they'd just witnessed. Sheer power wasn't the be-all and end-all of fighting, after all. They had to make their plans and prepare properly. They had a much better idea of Leon and Zafin's capabilities, now, and they were going to capitalize on that knowledge. And when they finally succeeded in killing both, their master would grant them immeasurable power. Only a few minutes later, their yacht began to turn east. They were, much like Leon's convoy, going to the Ilian Empire, but they weren't going to risk taking the same route that Leon was. As the yacht turned, the sigil of Heaven's Eye, prominently emblazoned on the ship's side, glittered in the light of the sun. Chapter 658, Leaving the Wetlands, Is It Over? Anna shouted from behind the tree, where she was still taking cover with the unconscious Helen, Alex, and Anshu. Leon, still in a state of shock from the battle and coming down from his adrenaline high, needed a moment to process what he'd just heard, his eyes still locked on his blade, where he'd felt his fire burning strangely, and from where he'd seen just enough black fire erupt that he couldn't just discount it as a hallucination. But as if sensing his strange mental state, from behind, Zafin nudged him, the demon fire that coated his obsidian body not even singing Leon's shirt. Thus prompted, Leon rapidly blinked, turned in Anna's direction as if only now realizing what she'd asked, and loudly responded, "Seems to be." He wasn't able to sense anything out in the swamp, and his magic senses were still projected, but just in case, he turned his attention back outward to reevaluate their surroundings. Those vampires had come out of nowhere and nearly killed the lot of them with their artillery magic. The swamp around them testified to the strength of the magic thrown against them, looking like the site of a massive battle with nearly all greenery burned away for hundreds of feet. Coming back to his senses, Leon then turned to look back toward the Heaven's Eye convoy, and to his immense relief, it seemed that not only were they fine, but it seemed that they'd caught wind of the battle that had just happened. Half a dozen small boats filled with powerful mages were already making their way in their direction, and he could feel Maya coming closer even quicker than the boats were. Fortunately, it seemed that Damien Maketon had stayed with the convoy while Leon wouldn't have minded having another 8th tier mage with him. He was of the mind that the convoy needed to be protected more than he did right now. "Get back in here," Leon said to Zafin. "Blunt that tone, boy," Zafin responded testily, though he still shrank down into a bead of fire and rocketed back into Leon's chest. With a deep breath, Leon then turned back toward Anna, wondering just how in the hells he was going to explain his demonic partner to her. Rather, he knew how he was going to do so, but he more dreaded what her reaction might be. Fortunately, she wasn't exactly panicking right now, despite Zafin having been right there in plain view not a moment before. Deciding not to waste any more time, Leon summoned his water magic and, with some struggle given his relative inexperience with the element, froze some of the swamp water into an impromptu raft. He then got on the raft and continued to use his water magic to propel it over to the tree he'd left his retainers on. "Hop on," Leon ordered Anna. "I'll try to explain everything on the way. We should be safe now, and Heaven's Eye is already sending reinforcements." Anna nodded and complied without complaint. For all his dread, Leon appreciated her professionalism. She doubtlessly had 1,000 questions, yet she was keeping battened down, for now. Together, Leon and Anna pulled Helen, Alex, and Anshu onto the raft. Leon had to continuously use his water magic to keep them upright for the weight wasn't distributed evenly, but he was able to start pushing them back in the direction of the convoy. "How are they doing?" Leon asked, indicating the 3 unconscious members of his retinue. "I applied those healing spells, but they're still out, obviously," Anna replied. "I think that my sister has a few tinctures that help people recover from physical trauma like this, which would have woken them up, but she mostly keeps her completed potions in her soul realm, so," Leon hummed in displeasure. His healing spells weren't the best at waking up the unconscious, but at the least they should have healed any damage that those artillery strikes had done. His retainers should start waking up any moment, now. Remind me to ensure that everyone has some of those tinctures, and whatever other healing potions that Helen can furnish us with, Leon noted to Anna. "I don't care if I need to spend 1,000,000 silvers buying the materials, we should all have the proper medical supplies for situations like these." "Makes sense," Anna replied. "Those healing spells of yours are pretty good, though. Do the rest of your people have them?" "They do." "Then we can wait a hot minute, can't we?" "I suppose we can." "Good, because I have some questions," Leon steeled himself for Anna's barrage of questions, and he wasn't disappointed. In the 5 minutes it took for a water dragon to erupt out of the swamp and deposit a furious Maya onto their raft, Leon had barely managed to get a word in edgewise as Anna asked question after question, thought out loud, and in general, vented over this experience. She seemed to relax more and more with every word she spoke, though, so Leon didn't push to interrupt. He just took this time to organize his thoughts as much as he could. When Maya appeared, though, he spent a good few minutes calming her down and making sure she understood that the danger had passed. She wasn't that thrilled that she missed all of the excitement, but what was done was done. She was at least able to refine the raft a little, curling the sides up until it resembled a proper boat and ensuring that no one was in any danger of sliding off into the swamp. She also took over driving the raft toward the convoy, leaving Leon free to answer as many of Anna's questions as he could. He kept his explanation fairly light on details since he knew that he'd have to go over most of this again with Helen and have to explain what had happened out in the swamps to the rest of his family and retinue, but he did what he could to immediately alleviate some of Anna's burning curiosity. He told her about Zafin first, and to his surprise, she didn't seem all that shocked or offended at the idea that he'd partnered with a demon. Partnerships with demons isn't exactly uncommon in the empires, she explained. It's not exactly encouraged, and there are pretty strict rules against blood sacrifice, so most of the more unsavory parts of being aligned with a demon are still illegal, but, at least in the sacred Golden Empire, having some light, water, and earth demons contracted with our ruling class it partially responsible for our great command of nature magic. That's surprising, Leon whispered. I can imagine, Anna responded. The empires are powerful, and they're civilized. Many of the outer kingdoms are too weak to enforce their rules, and are too steeped in superstition to recognize the good that humans and demons can effect if they work together. I think I like this one, Zafin murmured from Leon's soul realm. Anna continued, that such a powerful demon is in your corner is, if anything, an encouragement to me. Granted, I don't have much experience with demonology, but I'm not going to judge you. From the sounds of it, you've needed that power before, and it certainly came in handy today. How could I be angry that you had the power to save our lives? Leon nodded in understanding, though he was still reeling a bit from shock. If contracts with demons weren't illegal in the 4 empires, then could he spend more time researching the connection that his contract with Zafin had forged between them? Could he and Zafin devote more overt time to growing their respective powers? He couldn't say right now, but he was excited to find out. With that tangent taken care of, Leon proceeded with his explanation of the day's events, and their implications. He and Zafin didn't need to confirm with each other to be certain that this attack was the work of Aemon. The demonic power used by the vampires had been familiar enough to both for that to be apparent. Aemon had made another move against him and Zafin, and it had nearly succeeded. It seemed that Zafin's claims that Aemon had better things to do than retaliate against them for the exposure of his channeler were a little inaccurate, to say the least. Is this going to be a more frequent occurrence? Anna asked, her voice sounding almost anticipatory than anything. You sound excited at the idea, Leon observed. Anna flashed him a wry smile. I'm a hunter. Fighting exotic creatures does excite me. I'm not too fond of vampires and I try to exterminate them whenever I can. She continued to sound upbeat, but Leon detected a slight undercurrent of bitterness to her voice. He almost wanted to call her out on it, but decided against it. He wasn't sure what he was hearing, anyway, and if she didn't want to explain it, then he wasn't going to pry. Anna continued, monsters born of man are typically the most exhilarating opponents to face off against. Werewolves, vampires, mad mages, they're all the most personally rewarding to bring down, I've found. Gone on many hunts against such beings? Leon inquired. A few, Anna stated in what Leon suspected to be an understatement. Before she could elaborate, or Leon continue with his explanation, Anshu began to stir. At almost the same time, Helen began murmuring and turning over in a clear indication that she was about to wake up. Alex was still out of it, but Leon didn't hold that against her. The other 2 were 5th tier, while she was only 4th. As Leon and Anna helped Helen and Anshu to wake up and get their bearings, the force that left the Heaven's Eye convoy finally met up with them, and then turned around to escort them back to the ships. Leon was rather determined not to leave the convoy again until they reached the Ilian Empire. A group of 3 7th-tier vampires was a powerful force to throw against them all on their own, let alone the rest of the vampires that had joined the attack, but he couldn't possibly imagine that it was all that Aemon could wrangle together. He could easily imagine that next time it might be 3 8th tier vampires, or maybe even something worse. Regardless, it was clear that Eamon hadn't forgotten them, and there could easily be a follow-up launched against them if they weren't careful. Better to travel in the largest group they could until they reached the safety at least, Leon hoped of their destination. And that's about what happened. Leon finished narrating, his family and retinue listening with rapt attention as he concluded his story of what had happened earlier. That day, he hoped this was the last time he'd have to tell this story, at least for a while. He'd gone over it with Anna, then with Helen, Anshu, and Alex when they woke up, then again with Emily and Damien Maketon upon arriving at the convoy, and then again with the rest of his retinue and family. He was quite tired of talking, by this point. No one spoke in the immediate aftermath of his story, almost as if no one quite knew what to say. Elise and Valeria, however, had each taken one of Leon's hands at different points during his retelling, and now seemed almost silently determined not to let go of him for a while. Maya, meanwhile, had made it clear enough that she wasn't going to leave Leon alone for a while, though she wasn't trying to physically inhabit the same space as he was like the other two were. That was quite the story, Marcus eventually whispered, breaking the silence that had fallen over the small lounge on the yacht that they'd all gathered in. If it had come from anyone else, or if I hadn't felt the power radiating from that fight all the way over here, then I might have thought the person telling that story a liar. We don't doubt you, though, Alcander cut in, and Marcus nodded in agreement. If anything, this just underscores how important our training has to be from here on out. Even if we were there, we wouldn't have been anything other than a ball and chain around your ankles. We're only 4th tier, you're 8th tier. We can't do anything other than slow you down. Leon wanted to object, but what Alcander was saying wasn't wrong. The enemies that he was facing completely outmatched anything that his retinue could bring to bear. Only Maya was strong enough to stand against vampires like this in the same way he was able to. That had to change. When Leon imagined heading into the 4 empires, he'd thought that one of his biggest priorities would be to hunt down any potential legacies that the Thunderbird clan may have left behind, to claim for his own. Now, however, he realized that his priority had to be elsewhere. Even if there was extreme power just waiting to be claimed at the sites that he was intending to visit from Nestor's map, he could always compensate for not having them. There was always more power he could gain by his own merits rather than seeking to loot it from the corpse of the Thunderbird clan. His retinue needed his attention more. If he was to be a proper king, then he couldn't rely only upon the strength of his own arms, and occasionally recruiting some powerful person as he advanced through the tiers. He couldn't afford to leave behind valuable talent like Marcus and Alcander. If he had to pursue his own goals a little slower, or even put them off indefinitely to ensure that his retinue wasn't left behind, then so be it. That was a decision that he had to make as their leader. None of his retainers could have stood with him against those vampires. None of his retainers were able to stand with him of their own power against Jorman. None of his retainers could have helped him against Nestor during his expedition to the dead man's lab. If he'd been forced to confront Justin before the man had lost his powers, none of his retinue could have helped him. There would be more enemies, and he didn't want to stand against them alone. He didn't even want to stand against them with just Maya and Zafin at his side. He wanted to have his whole damned retinue with him, supporting him and ensuring his victory. It seemed that Alex could read the emotions on his face, because as the room fell into silence, she quietly said, "We're with you, though, Leon. Or at least, I am. This isn't the first time that Eamon has sent his blood-sucking goons after us, and it won't be the last. The next time he does, I'm going to kick their fucking teeth in." Leon couldn't help but chuckle as Alex slowly worked up more and more passion. He hoped she could maintain that enthusiasm, because she'd need it. As far as he was concerned, their leisurely cruise down to the Ilian Empire was over. From now on, they'd have to devote as much of their time as possible to training. He couldn't say when Eamon might strike again, but it would most certainly be before they were ready. It was his responsibility to ensure that they were as ready as they could be. If they weren't, then he might start losing retainers before they even reached the Nexus, and that idea wasn't something he could abide. On a more personal note, he felt the great black dragon's power when he struck down those vampires. He almost thought he was mistaken, but he remembered the edge of his blade having black flame. He needed to look into that more, too, and see if it was at all possible to coax that power out more often. It was extremely potent, and if he could call upon it as easily as he could the Thunderbird's lightning, well, the great black dragon might not be so happy, but at this point, Leon couldn't care less. If anything, right now, the fact that the great black dragon was denying him that power only made him want to unlock it even more. Quietly, he gripped Elise and Valerius' hands with a bit more strength. They all had much to do, and they needed to start immediately. Almost 5 months had passed since they'd left Arimenium. They'd had some adventures, gotten into trouble, and almost died. But the convoy had finally come within sight of one of the most powerful nations on Eterna. More specifically, they'd reached the final stretch of this leg of their journey, the river that led out of the Illumerian wetlands and into the Empire proper. The environment around them was slowly getting drier and less densely wooded. There were more and more ships around carrying goods to and from the Imperial heartlands, and with his magic senses, Leon could see the land filling up with more and more homesteads. But most eye-catchingly, especially to Leon as he stood on the prow of the yacht with his family close by, the moon high in the sky, was the orange glow in the distance. It was so bright that even here, miles and miles away from its source, the stars struggled to be seen. Only the brightest stars in the sky could be seen through all of that light pollution. And with his magic senses, Leon could see what was causing it. Less than a day's journey upriver was a city, a proper city, but the likes of which none of them had ever truly seen before. Its size was something that they hadn't seen since leaving the Cortuban Alliance, possessing a population of at least 250,000 by Leon's estimate, but that wasn't all. It was a marvelous place, an obviously planned settlement built in a grid layout, with expensive, high-class homes on the outskirts, affluent shops to service their inhabitants all around, and with much taller buildings in the city's core. There, 10-story-plus buildings were the norm, built of golden metal and black, perfectly reflective glass, positively glowing with magic power to Leon's magic senses, the enchantments wrought within them more extensive than any he'd sensed before in a civilian building. And there were so many of them, rising up from the ground like the fingers of buried golden giants, grasping at the heavens. The people living in that city, despite being on the periphery of the Ilian Empire, almost as far away from the state's center of power as they could be without leaving the empire, still lived with a quality of life that was unmatched in any of the kingdoms in the northwest. Finally, after so long, they had reached the Ilian Empire. Chapter 659, Ancon. The sky was overcast, filled with dark storm clouds. The wind was howling, not quite a gale but still more than enough to have mortals leaning against it to remain balanced. Lightning flashed across the sky with great frequency, and the thunder that accompanied it shook the earth and rattled the glass in windows. Rain hammered the city in whirling sheets, flooding through the streets, through drainage ditches and sewers, and into the river that led into the Illumerian wetlands, up which the Heaven's Eye convoy steadily maneuvered. In short, it was a beautiful day in Ancon, at least in Leon's opinion, and he spent his time gleefully basking in the storm as the yacht he was on took the lead in the convoy. The river they were sailing up wasn't quite as wide as the Naga or the Tyrrhenian rivers, but it was a fairly wide channel. There were a few private docks on either side of it, but their true destination was on the other side of Ancon. This city in the west of the Ilian Empire had been built along a river that carried water away from a large freshwater lake further inland. The city bordered that lake to its south, and that was where most of its commercial docks and warehouses were located, including those in use by Heaven's Eye. So, as the convoy finally left the Illumerian wetlands behind and entered the city, they were given plenty of time to take it in as they sailed up the river, past the numerous fortified walls and towers that would protect the city if any beasts from the wetlands ventured out of their home, beneath gigantic bridges that towered over their ships, and into the lake, where they turned toward the local Heaven's Eye enclave. Ancon was an important city, being the western gateway in and out of Imperial territory, but not important enough to have a proper Heaven's Eye tower. And yet, the local headquarters for the guild was almost as impressive as one. It was located closer to the center of the city, essentially on the border between Ancon's core and the commercial district, and was made of the same polished black glass and golden metal that all of the tall, 10 to 15-story tall buildings around were made of. Leon took all of this in as he reveled in the weather, letting the magic power of the storm fill his body with energy. He even reached up into the sky with his own power, letting the storm run through it in a manner that was fairly similar to dipping his fingers into a river. He didn't seize control of the churning magic, but he just stood on the prow of the ship, letting the storm slam the city all around him. It wasn't just recreation, though. This was a fairly decent learning experience. With his magic suffusing the air, he could learn quite a bit more about the weather's natural process. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to stay out on the ship's prow for as long as he would have liked, for the convoy soon reached the private docks of Heaven's Eye, and he was both elated and dismayed to find that despite the weather, a substantial crowd had gathered to welcome them to the city. He quickly realized why so many people had braved the storm when he saw that the rain was parting around the crowd, not so much as dampening all the gilded finery they were wearing, presumably the reason they had a number of 6th-tier water and wind mages on the periphery of the crowd. Leon's ship passed through the protective dome that the water mages had set up, separating him from the rain, and for that he wasn't too happy. He was even less enthused to realize that since he was the only person out on the deck of the ship, and because his position was so prominent, that there were quite a few eyeballs fixed upon him. He, in turn, turned his gaze upon the waiting crowd. There were quite a few notable people in the crowd, he found, which somewhat dampened his irritation. The crowd he estimated to be about 400 or 500 people, and of them, more than 100 were 6th tier, while a dozen were of the 7th tier. Those mages were spread throughout the crowd, though, indicating that even though they represented enough force to wipe out a good-sized army from the northwestern kingdoms, assuming they were 7th-tier mages skilled in combat, at least they were, merely, prominent down here in the Ilian Empire. More notably, however, were the two who stood at the front of the gathered crowd, their obvious leaders. The most eye-catching of the two was a man radiating the aura of an 8th-tier mage, dressed almost entirely in deep, attention-grabbing reds. His clothes were tight against his rather lithe frame and were heavily embellished with floral designs rendered in slightly lighter reds than the rest of his attire. Meanwhile, about his shoulders hung a golden cloak that sparkled with numerous embedded rubies that, to Leon's eyes, seemed enchanted to ward away the rain, and didn't even flap in the wind. The man himself had sharp, chiseled features, wasn't particularly tall, and had long black hair tied back in a tight ponytail that hung down to about the center of his shoulders. His mouth was framed with an oiled goatee, though the rest of his face had been so thoroughly shaven that there wasn't even a shadow of hair on his cheeks. His eyes caught Leon's interest when he saw that they were the color of gleaming platinum, and seemed practically locked upon him as his ship came sliding into dock. Leon didn't detect any hostility in his gaze or killing intent in his aura, though, so he didn't think too much of the man's attention. Standing just to the man's right, neither behind nor in front of him, was another 8th-tier mage, though she was modestly dressed in extremely formal black. Her hair was cropped boyishly short, while her sharp, almond-shaped eyes seemed to bounce between Leon and the windows of the yacht as if he was of interest, but not the person she was most looking forward to seeing. She was quite beautiful, with a lovely heart-shaped face, an enviably fit and well-endowed figure, a healthy golden tan so complete that it could only be natural, and an air of confidence and control that suggested she was the most important person around, save only for the man to her left. Adding to that air of control was the emblem of Heaven's Eye, prominently emblazoned across her tight black uniform's top. Just behind these two mages were several 5th and 6th-tier mages that he could only assume were their assistants. Those behind the man wore clothing that largely matched his, with a red color palette and a focus on floral designs. Behind the woman, meanwhile, were people wearing uniforms of Heaven's Eye. Leon's ship finally came to a halt at the largest and most prominent dock, with the rest of the ships behind his fanning out to the rest of the docks in the yard. The Enclave had so many docks that even though his convoy needed quite a few docks, they didn't even take up half of those that were available. As his ship finally stopped moving and the crew started to come outside dressed in rain gear to tie it down to the dock, Leon reluctantly stepped back from the ship's prow. With barely more than a wisp of intent, he used his water magic to dry himself off and dress himself in something a little more formal. Then he walked back along the deck to where the rest of the ship's passengers were coming out onto the deck and preparing to disembark. Elise was the first to notice his arrival, and she welcomed him with a smile that could illuminate even the murkiest of nights. She looked gorgeous and utterly impeccable, with her long red hair put up in a loose bun, leaving only a few strands untied to frame her face. She was dressed in a fairly modest black dress that reached her ankles and covered her arms as far as her elbows, though it had a fairly low cut and high thigh slit. More eye-catching, however, was the stark white snow lion coat she wore about her shoulders, and the emerald rings she wore on each hand. On her right index finger was one of the rings of invisibility that Leon had looted from the assassins that the Duke of Orleanorum had sent after him, while her left ring finger had the ring that Leon had given to her during their wedding's gift exchange. She also wore the bracelet that he'd commissioned for her in Ironford, though given its lack of enchantment, it was slightly less eye-catching than the rings. To match her in spirit, Leon wore the black formal outfit she'd had tailor-made for him a long time ago, his own snow lion coat, and the sapphire amulet she'd given him during their wedding. Nearby, Valeria and Maya were also in their formal outfits and wore the snow lion coats that Leon had given to them, bringing a warm smile to his face. His retinue and the rest of the important people of the convoy were there, too. "Ready, husband?" Elise asked as she snaked an arm around one of his elbows. "We've finally arrived, though it doesn't seem like the weather is cooperating that much." "I wouldn't say that," Leon replied with a smile, his words punctuated a titanic clap of thunder and blinding flash of lightning. "It's almost like Eterna itself is welcoming us to the heart of civilization." "I think you and I have very different ideas of what a good welcome is," Elise replied, her emerald eyes twinkling brilliantly in the light of distant lightning. Leon could only smile a little wider as he felt the storm's power coursing through him, lifting his mood and fortifying him against the inevitable social events that were going to ensue in the wake of their arrival. He then checked in with the rest of his family and retinue, making sure that they were ready to finally leave this damn ship, and then accompanied Elise as she steered him over to where Emily and Damien Maketon were quietly discussing some of the finer points of their arrival. With the two of them, Leon and Elise took the lead in disembarking. What followed was a long, almost ceremonial greeting between those waiting at the docks and those leading the convoy. There was a complex relationship existing between even just the Heaven's Eye personnel, let alone those who were here representing the Ilian Empire, but Emily navigated that complexity with extreme grace. Leon was a little more lost, but Elise was an irreplaceable boon to him during all of it. The 8th-tier woman turned out to be named Penelope and had the distinguished honor of being the daughter of the director. However, her official position within Heaven's Eye was just as one of the director's agents, essentially a position that Leon had been led to believe he'd be filling once he officially joined the guild. She was stronger than Emily, and better connected. If Heaven's Eye had a princess, it would be her. Yet, given her official status compared to Emily's, she acted with pleasant humility, and Emily responded in kind, both women treating each other as old friends even though this was their first meeting. The 8th-tier man, meanwhile, was the local governor of the city and its associated province. The Ilian Empire's highest administrative divisions were provinces, and they numbered 11, each ruled by a governor that was recommended by local elected councils and then confirmed by the Ilian Emperor himself, and then served for quarter-century terms. Despite being one of these extremely highly ranked officials, Apollodorus, as the governor was introduced, was neither servile nor overbearing, and he greeted Emily with stiff politeness. Following them came a round of introductions from everyone behind them. Dozens of people came forward to tell Emily their names and have a short exchange with a woman who would soon become one of the most powerful people in all of Eterna, and it was all so riveting, so captivating, so utterly enthralling, that Leon's eyes glazed over almost immediately. Instead, he entertained himself watching the lightning in the distance, which was fading in intensity and frequency, almost as if the dry, boring introductions weren't just suppressing Leon's mood, but the weather itself, too. After Emily, most of these people then addressed Damien Maketon, but fortunately, he knew most of these people from previous visits to Ancon, so their exchanges were mercifully brief. However, after Damien came Leon, and he just about lost his mind. They treated him not too differently from Emily and Damien, but there was definite strain in some of their expressions. Perhaps it was his own imagination, but he figured that strain was from hiding their reluctance to greet someone like him as politely as they were. He couldn't say for sure, of course, but he was immensely glad when all of the introductions were over, and it seemed they were, too. There was a bright spot of entertainment, though, when attention turned to Maya, and she largely ignored everyone save for a few derisive glances at Penelope and the governor. But after half an hour it had been so dry and boring that Leon almost couldn't believe it had gone by that quickly. They were finally released from the purgatory of propriety and allowed to properly progress into the polis. They were shown to their guest house, where they would stay for the next week while another land caravan was put together to ferry everyone north to the Empire's capital city, Ilion, where one final trip on a large yacht would bring them to Oculera only a few days later. And there, Leon vowed to himself, he wouldn't be traveling any great distance for a long time. He was ready to be done with all of this moving around, he just wanted to settle in somewhere and have a little bit of stability. Elise and Valeria both poked fun at him for his brief complaints, but they still agreed that they couldn't wait for this journey to be over. But for the time being, they had other things to attend to, most notably, a formal party to, properly, welcome them to the Ilian Empire. Leon personally thought a proper welcome would be to leave them the hells alone for a couple of days, but it seemed that was a wish he wouldn't see granted. His retinue wasn't quite of high enough station to join them at the party, Valeria decided to stay with them out of solidarity, and Maya simply couldn't be bothered. Leon envied them for their freedom to choose, for such a privilege was denied him and Elise. Given their relation to Emily, their presence was so expected that it might as well have been mandatory. He was tempted to blow it off anyway, but Elise wanted to go, and he figured that it would at least be worth it in a practical sense to potentially get closer to Penelope, who would also be in attendance. He just hoped that their time in Ancon wouldn't be taken up entirely by these kinds of formal engagements. Reluctantly, instead of relaxing in the guest house, Leon prepared himself for a formal dinner party with the governor, Penelope, Emily, Damien, and whoever else was of sufficient status to receive an invitation. Leon had been hoping that the party would be a fairly low-key affair, with only a handful of important people attending. He was sorely disappointed. There were only a handful of important people attending the party, but they'd brought their friends, and those friends had brought friends, and soon enough, there were hundreds of people attending. Fortunately, the party was taking place on the top floor of the tallest golden tower in the city, which Leon found exciting enough to pique his interest. He, Elise, Emily, and Damien left the opulent Heaven's Eye guest house at about sunset, and the city's dozens of golden towers looked almost like they were burning in the light of the setting sun. The central tower, however, was burning, or at least, its roof was. It didn't have a flat roof, but instead the building was shaped rather like a javelin, tapering off after the final floor for several dozen more feet, and it was this part of the building that burned with blazing golden fire in the early evening sky. Leon wasn't quite sure what the point or if there was anything practical point at all of it was, but he found it cool regardless. The interior of the golden tower was just as opulent as the exterior implied, with floors of sparkling rose quartz polished almost to a mirror shine. Columns in the lobby took the shape of nearly lifelike gargantuan statues of men and women with godly physiques literally holding up the ceiling. The magic lift in the back that took them up to the top floor was larger than many houses Leon had seen, and one whole wall was given to windows that allowed them to watch their own ascent. From that vantage point, Leon could see with a whole new perspective that the city remained just as alive and busy with the sun dipping below the horizon as it was in the daytime, with every street in the large city heavily lit with both great beams of golden light that stretched over the sidewalks, and by the many trees that lined its larger streets whose leaves glowed in various rainbow hues, allowing Ancon's many citizens still going about their day. Moving through the streets, he could see horseless, wheelless carriages moving apparently autonomously, lacking even a driver, and he could see small theaters and other entertainment venues filling with people all over the city. In addition, there was a fair amount of green space, with the thoroughfares shaded by the rainbow trees planted at regular intervals in small plots of land that broke up the concrete and brick streets and sidewalks. Combined with the sewers and ditches that magically kept the roads and sidewalks free of water that might wear them down, it was clear that even just the basic infrastructure of the city had been greatly enhanced with magic, showing the power of the Ilian Empire that it could make even these mundane things so magical. Leon was impressed, but his jaw didn't start to drop until the magic lift reached the top of the tower and opened to reveal the ballroom that had been prepared for the party. The ballroom was filled with people already, but Leon barely noticed them as he took in the room itself. The floor was a series of mosaics made of dyed glass, each one depicting some presumably legendary hero slaying various monsters, but this was the least impressive of the hall's decorations. What drew Leon's eyes first was a series of 5 massive concentric metallic rings floating in the air above the center of the dance floor, gently spinning, each ring giving off a different color of light. The windows, meanwhile, had been enchanted to show an outdoor landscape outside instead of Ancon, making it seem like the ballroom was just an opulent pavilion in the center of a dark, moody forest lit by a full moon, countless bright stars, and thousands of fireflies flitting between the trees, though the illusion wasn't perfect enough to be truly convincing. Finally, soft music was playing from somewhere, but as Leon took in the decor, he couldn't spot any band or bard playing anything. It was like the sound was being projected from somewhere, but he couldn't quite figure out where it was coming from no matter how he tuned his senses to examine the ballroom's enchantments. Other than all of that, the ballroom seemed fairly standard for a party of this sort. There weren't any places to sit, but one wall had been lined with huge tables laden with food and drinks, and the hundreds of people there before the arrival of Leon's party were mingling and quietly chatting amongst themselves. Leon noted that no one was speaking particularly loudly or boisterously, signaling just as much as the dreadfully expensive clothing everyone was wearing that this was a formal event. As he glanced around and stepped into the dance hall with Elise on his arm, he started to really take in who was here, and he could feel his patience already start to fray. Most of these people were older, and seemed fairly soft. Many had relata chapter 660, Penelope's challenge. Despite her intense gaze, Penelope didn't immediately come over to Leon. Instead, as Leon and his group slowly dispersed into the crowd, with many others coming forward to greet them, Penelope approached Emily. Leon didn't think about the 8th-tier agent of Heaven's Eye much after that, what with others clamoring for his attention. Though he wasn't yet officially a part of Heaven's Eye, many people seemed to take it for a given that he was, and he was forced to endure many more greetings from people whose faces he recognized from their arrival ceremony, and others whom he was only now meeting. It was tiring and seemingly unending. He had no chances to duck away, or even to just quietly chat with Elise and enjoy the party's ambience. None of the people coming up to him were particularly long-winded, but every time someone finished their short greeting and went back to mingling, someone else would come up and launch into their own greeting. If Elise hadn't been right there with him, practically holding his arm in a vice grip, preventing him from slipping away, he would have considered ducking out for a while to at least get some fresh air. He was sorely tempted to just leave, but everyone who'd come up to him had been unfailingly polite, and no single person outstayed their welcome, so he couldn't find much reason to complain. But, finally, everyone who had decided to come and chat for a few minutes with them had done so, and Leon and Elise were given a moment to breathe and collect themselves. Elise, as if sensing his mental fatigue, quietly drew him over to the windows about as far away from anyone else as they could reasonably get in the ballroom. "So, how are you doing?" she asked him quietly, seemingly thriving in the social atmosphere. Leon took a deep, steadying breath and answered, "Better than I thought I'd be." "Not great, but still, better." "That's good to hear," Elise replied. "Anyone stand out?" Leon chuckled and nodded. The guard commander certainly left an impression. The guard commander was a short, rather portly man of the 6th tier, dressed in magnificent blue silks, with a light blue velvet vest, and black boots that reached his thighs. He was a jolly fellow, too, and he hadn't seemed to think much of pulling Leon into a tight embrace upon their meeting and laying a pair of kisses on his cheeks. Leon hadn't seen many people do that in the party, but from those few who did, he guessed this was an intimate greeting mostly reserved for family and close friends. Still, as much as Leon wasn't that thrilled about such intimate contact, it was hard to hold that against the guard commander when the man so enthusiastically welcomed Leon and Elise to Ancon, even inviting them to another small get-together he was hosting with the governor in a few days. "That he did," Elise replied. "I think he was trying to mark his territory, so to speak. I've heard that he's been angling to be made the next governor of Ancon when the current governor's term is up, so he's been trying to make contacts with powerful people wherever he can." Leon quietly cringed a bit, though he wondered just what the requirements for becoming a governor were, given the guard commander's clear lack of magical strength compared to Apollodorus. "Maybe it's best if we give his party a pass, then." "Absolutely," Elise replied. "Might give the wrong impression, and we don't want to be seen supporting him like that." "If that would be seen as a sign of support, then why are we here at this party?" Leon asked. "It's nothing more than a greeting," Elise replied. "It's fine to interact with politicians, but we have to be discerning. Besides, we also have to know our value, and attending the party of a guard commander is below us." Leon chuckled, but squeezed his eyes shut for a moment in mild shock at what she'd just said. "Well, I'm glad you said it," he whispered as he pulled her against him in a quick hug. "You were thinking it, too," she replied. "So, anyone else?" Leon nodded, but paused in his answer. "You seem to know quite a bit about the local politics," he observed. "I brush up on my local knowledge with reports from everywhere we go," Elise explained like it was nothing, though Leon hadn't ever seen her doing that though. He was often busy training or studying, so it wasn't like she didn't have the opportunity to do so without his notice. "I'm almost tempted to ask you to share next time," he said. "Are you really?" Elise responded with playful skepticism. "Almost." Elise laughed, but before she could turn the conversation back to the other partygoers, Leon felt the approach of a powerful mage. Sure enough, he turned his attention back to the rest of the ballroom and saw Penelope making her way over to them, her eyes locked upon him like a shark eyeing prey. She came without attendants, though Leon didn't doubt that they were somewhere in the crowded ballroom, keeping an eye on their boss but staying out of the way. "Heads up," Leon whispered before turning to gaze at the illusion of the forest plastered over the window. This close up, it was clear enough that it was just a projected illusion, but it was impressive nonetheless, with subtle magical fingerprints that he could examine to puzzle out the enchantment making the illusion. Elise didn't even turn around to see Penelope approach, she simply took a step back from Leon, which seemed to be some kind of signal that their private conversation was over, for a 5th-tier mage suddenly cut in front of Penelope to approach them. However, his initial greeting was barely out of his mouth before the tall 8th-tier woman brushed against him just hard enough to let her presence be known. The 5th-tier mage looked at her at first in indignation, but as soon as he made eye contact, he seemed to wither, and retreated like a cowed mutt. Not even addressing what just happened, Penelope said, "Leon Rame, Lady Elise, good to see you two again." "Lady Penelope," Elise replied with enthusiasm, "Oh, it's only been a few hours, but it's seemed like so much longer." The two women briefly embraced, and then Penelope turned to Leon and cocked her head, as if waiting for something. Leon, with the awkwardness of someone who hadn't been doing this his whole life, said, "Lady Penelope, I'm glad we ran into each other here, I was hoping we would get a chance to speak." "Did you have a topic in mind?" Penelope asked, her tone still formal and polite, but carried a hint of combativeness that had Leon straining to maintain his smile. "Nothing specific," he replied. "Just an exchange of words that might help us be more than just familiar strangers." Penelope stared at him for a long moment, and just as Elise was about to break their silence, the Heaven's Eye agent stated, "I'm not impressed with you, Leon Rame." "Not at all." Leon blinked in surprise, while Penelope leaned in to whisper something into Elise's ear. If Leon hadn't been so taken aback, he might have been able to hear what they said to each other, but as it was, after their brief exchange, Elise just gave Penelope a hard look, and then walked away. She didn't go far, but it was far enough to give Leon and Penelope some small measure of privacy in the increasingly packed ballroom. Penelope took a breath, clearly intending to speak, but Leon cut her off before she even began. "I'm curious, Lady Penelope," Leon said as a trace of iron entered his tone, "why you think your opinion should matter that much to me." Penelope's smile hardened and her eyes narrowed in displeasure. "If you join Heaven's Eye as you are, then you'll be placed under my supervision. You would be my subordinate. Just as I answer to the director, you would then answer to me. My impression of you is very important. You're in charge of the 8th-tier agents?" Leon asked, though he continued before Penelope could answer. "That's not the story I was told. I was led to believe that the agents of our power answered directly to the director, not anyone else." "My father," Penelope shot back in what was a clear threat, "relies upon me to watch over his agents. His eyes, and his hands, he calls them. We're not so numerous that there needs to be a large hierarchy or established ranks, but make no mistake, Leon Rame, I am first among equals." "Good to learn," Leon spat through gritted teeth. "Now, what is it about me that you find so unimpressive? I mean, I'm well aware that there's plenty of things to choose from, but please, satisfy my curiosity and tell me which you find so unimpressive." Penelope clicked her tongue, then said, "I've spoken with Lady Emily about you. Your history was one of the most frequent topics we discussed, and in just these couple of minutes, you've vindicated my impression of you completely. You have no respect for authority. You're reckless. You're rude. You're a child with more power than sense. You would make for a terrible agent of Heaven's Eye, of that I have no doubt at all. But more than that, I find that your accomplishments, if they can even be termed as such, to be not numerous enough, nor spectacular enough to warrant a place among the ranks of Heaven's Eye's most trusted problem solvers. You're unimpressive, Leon Rame." When Penelope was finished, Leon just stared at her, expecting more than what she'd given. When nothing more came, he blinked in surprise and disappointment. "What a shame that you don't like me," he said with sarcasm dripping from his tone. "I don't need Heaven's Eye. I'm going down there for my own reasons, and if you don't let me join your little club, I won't mind. Honestly, I won't. Hells, depending on how quickly we get established and what your daddy might expect of me, then remaining independent is probably the better choice. To be frank, Lady Penelope, I'm not that impressed with you, either. If your aura is any indication, your magic isn't anything special for those of our tier. Your attitude is overbearing, showing you to be just as rude as I am. You're arrogant, too confident that your power and position make you untouchable. That, I think, will get you killed one day, if you're not careful." "Is that a threat?" Penelope demanded as a wisp of killing intent permeated through her aura. "I'm still thinking it over," Leon replied, her killing intent not fazing him at all, "but right now I'm leaning toward, yes." He then let loose with some killing. intent of his own. Their auras began to writhe and roil around each other, subtly wrestling and grappling even as their physical bodies remained almost completely motionless. Leon wasn't too surprised to see that his killing intent, as potent as it was, didn't have much of an effect upon Penelope, but he was more surprised to see that she wasn't doing much else. Her aura was keeping his away from her body while launching a few forays of her own, but those weren't getting anywhere. He could push things a little further, but he'd let their little pissing contest escalate about as far as he was comfortable with. When it became clear enough that neither were going to get the upper hand without actually resorting to more direct magical attacks, they both in almost perfect unison, contracted their auras. During their short spat, they'd attracted some attention, with many of the nearby party guests pausing their conversations to watch with unease. Their killing intent had even dropped the temperature around them far enough that the window right next to them had started to fog up, and a few hints of glittering frost could be seen on its surface. Just at that moment, though, before either of them could say anything more, a loud voice rang out through the ballroom. "Now arriving," the voice declared, "Governor of the Imperial City of Ancon, and all its associated territories. Representing His Imperial Majesty and the people of the province of Ancon. Apollodorus, son of Agisthenes." All attention was seized from Leon and Penelope as the governor entered the room from a modestly sized yet opulently decorated set of double doors at one end of the ballroom, followed by a dozen others, though none of them were announced. The governor himself was dressed to impress, having changed from his outfit from that morning, though keeping the color scheme. He wore a massive toga draped about his frame, dyed a bright red, trimmed with gleaming gold, and embroidered with red and pink floral patterns. He kept his left arm raised against his body, holding the toga up, while with his right arm, he waved to everyone in the room. His right arm was covered in golden jewelry, with rings adorning each finger, 3 different bracelets jingling on his wrists, and armbands almost entirely covering his forearm and bicep. Around his neck was a beautiful, eye-catching golden torque, the ends of which had been set with a pair of enormous rubies that glittered with magical light, making it obvious beyond a shadow of a doubt that they had been enchanted. "Welcome, everyone," Apollodorus shouted as he confidently strode into the room. "I can't express just how delighted I am that all of you were able to find time for my modest little shindig. Please, eat, drink, and most of all, dance." With that, Apollodorus began to make his rounds as the host, visiting everyone to exchange a few words. No one seemed to be taking him on his offer to start dancing, though, so Leon turned his attention back to Penelope. That distraction had served to cool both of their tempers, but they both still stared at the other with great antipathy. "Leon Rame," Penelope said, breaking the silence between them first, "I will not stop my father if he wants to make you one of his eyes or hands. I trust that he knows what he's doing. But I can assure you, that if you're thinking you can just use Lady Emily to score a cushy job at Heaven's Eye, you're sorely mistaken. I will make damn sure that you earn your keep, no matter what happens." With that, Penelope turned around and walked away, not even waiting for Leon to respond. It irked him, letting her get the last word, but he wasn't so petty as to shout after her. Besides, he was already kicking himself for letting her get a rise out of him so easily, and he knew that letting things go for the moment was the better thing to do. He just stared at her retreating form for a couple of seconds before looking back to Elise. His wife had been watching them this whole time, and while she still had a look of concern on her face, it wasn't nearly as pronounced as it was just a moment ago. "Is everything all right, husband?" Elise asked, clearly worried. "Yes, no, I suppose it depends," Leon unhelpfully replied. "You sure know how to quiet my anxieties," Elise remarked, forcing herself to take on a more joking tone. "Sorry," Leon genuinely replied. "I think I've made an enemy, though, she does not like me." "That's a shame," Elise responded. "Hopefully it won't be a problem, but Lady Penelope is very highly ranked and respected. This might a problem." "Yeah," Leon said with some bitterness. "I think we're going to have a chat about contingencies just in case this Heaven's Eye thing doesn't work out." "We'll do that," Elise agreed. "For now, though, let's get back to mingling." Leon took a deep breath, and quietly groaned, "If we must." Elise gave him a reprimanding look, but he just smiled at her, letting her know that he was just playing around a bit. She smiled back, and the two dove back into the party, socializing with as many people as they could. Eventually, people took to the dance floor, but they didn't do much of the kind of dancing that might have graced the floor of a club. Rather, this was heavily ritualized, extremely formal ballroom dancing, fitting their environment. After a while, Elise managed to drag Leon out onto the dance floor for a few songs, and Emily even cut in for one, but none of them stayed much longer after that. It was in Heaven's Eye's interest to remain aloof, Emily had said. Leon noted that Penelope had already left the party by that point, and he was slightly miffed that she'd managed to get out of here before he did. It almost felt like she'd won, in that respect, even though whoever left the party first was hardly a proper competition. Regardless, he was happy to just get out of there and head back to their guest house. It was extremely late when they returned, and Leon and Elise wanted to do nothing more than collapse in bed. The rest of Leon's retinue had already racked out, but Valeria and Maya had both stayed awake waiting for Leon and Elise to return. However, neither of the latter were up for any bedroom fun, so after some chatting about how their evening had gone, everyone followed the example that Leon's retinue had set, and went to bed. The following morning, Leon slept in as much as he could, nestled between Maya and Elise. When he finally rose from bed, he found that Valeria was already up and about, and the two wasted little time in starting up a discussion about enchantments, specifically, about the armor enchantments that Leon had been devising. His plans for what he wanted for his armor were growing steadily more advanced and practical, and Valeria had already expressed interest in a suit of armor of her own similarly enchanted. Before that conversation could go very far, however, they were interrupted by a loud knock at the door. When Leon answered it, a Heaven's Eye messenger relayed to him an invitation to return to the governor's tower for lunch. It seemed that Apollodorus, after having not spoken to him much the previous day aside from a couple of greetings despite having the opportunity to, now wanted some of his time. Chapter 661. Apollodorus, offer. As he arrived at the familiar tower, Leon still had no idea what Apollodorus, the local governor, could want with him. He arrived fairly quickly, though, not wanting to leave the governor waiting for too long. He brought Marcus, Alcander, and Gaius with him as his retainers, but left everyone else back at the guest house. There wasn't any need for them, and he didn't want to show up at the tower looking like he was going to invade, so only 3 retainers was his self-imposed limit. He and his retainers arrived in a Heaven's Eye carriage. Like the rest of the carriages in the city, it was both wheelless and horseless, though unlike his assumption when he saw the carriages the day before, they still required a driver. Instead of being outside where they could tend to the horses, though, the driver was secluded in a compartment at the back of the carriage, operating various advanced enchantments to keep the carriage moving. Leon was fascinated at the level of sophistication on display, and it was all he could do not to try to give the carriage an in-depth examination on the way over. He contented himself by making plans to study these carriages upon his return to the guest house, but for the time being, he forced himself to focus on the point of this excursion. As soon as he stepped out of the luxurious Heaven's Eye carriage, he was seen by a seemingly young 5th-tier mage dressed in a dark red uniform. The mage introduced himself as an escort sent by the governor to await their arrival, and without batting an eye at Leon's companions, walked them inside. Leon spared a glance backward at the small Heaven's Eye contingent that had brought them here. He and his retinue were entering the governor's tower alone, but the carriage and its attendants only moved a short distance down the street where they would wait for Leon to come back outside. Once inside, Leon was taken directly to the lift in the back, which then carried him and his companions to the 10th floor, several floors down from the ballroom at the top floor that he'd seen the night before. What awaited him on the 10th floor was a fairly small atrium with several doors branching off to the right and left and one directly across from the lift, opulently decorated with sparkling marble and granite, and glittering mosaics on the floor and walls. He wasn't given much time to take this in, though, as his escort took him to the door directly across from the lift, explaining as he did, this floor is typically reserved for visiting dignitaries that His Excellency wishes to entertain personally. The feasting hall is through here, and then down the hall on the right. The escort took them into a grand hall decorated just as lavishly as the atrium, though what struck Leon more was the feeling of magical power had grown substantially compared to the first floor. Clearly, the enchantments woven into the building's structure were more powerful here than on the first floor, though strangely enough, he hadn't been able to identify many defensive wards. As far as he could tell, security around the tower was light. If their escort was chattier person, Leon might have asked him about it. As it was, though, the 5th-tier mage was extremely serious and barely even looked at them, though his demeanor struck Leon as a man who was just doing his job as quickly and efficiently as he could, with no time or thought given for warmer welcomes. They walked down the hall, took a right at the T intersection at the end, and were confronted by a massive set of double doors carved out of what Leon could only assume was heartwood. The doors were heavily decorated, with carvings of various mythological scenes that he didn't have the cultural knowledge to identify decorating its surface. Again, though, the escort gave him no time to take it in, walking forward without breaking a step, and the doors opened before him on their own. Neat trick, Marcus murmured in appreciation, and Leon had to agree. He could design something similar, but in his experience, it was an enchantment that wasn't worth the power requirements, small as they were. It was a useless extravagance, but it served as a small reminder of just how wealthy this place truly was. The feasting hall on the other side of the doors was just as luxuriously decorated as everything else was in the tower. The room was circular in design, though large enough for at least 100 people to feast within. The floor was black granite, polished to a near-mirror shine. The center of the room was elevated 3 steps from everything else, and surrounded by huge marble columns painted blood red. This raised area was further divided from the rest of the room by curtains of a matching shade of red, which Leon realized to his surprise were made of silk grass. Must have been ruinously expensive to bring all of that down here, he thought to himself. Interspersed throughout the curtains were long strands of thin silver thread, which Leon detected no small amount of magic power flowing through. Most of the curtains were drawn, though enough were pulled back for him and his retainers to see a huge golden table in the center of the raised section, large enough to seat at least 25, with extravagant golden armchairs surrounding it, each one padded with dark red velvet cushions. The table was set with dining ware of gleaming platinum. Acting as a centerpiece was a brazier, though the white fire burning within wasn't so large as to obscure anyone who might sit at the table from seeing anyone else. Floating above the table was a chandelier, similar to what Leon saw in the ballroom the day before, though of a slightly different design. It was a thick ring of gold, set with 4 glass globes the size of his head that glowed with soft white light. Numerous geometric carvings covered the chandelier's outer surface, which were highlighted with a reddish light that made them look like they were glowing from the heat. On the other side of the curtains and columns were additional tables that followed the curve of the circular walls, illuminated by additional white fire braziers and magic lanterns hidden in long, thin slits where the floor and ceiling met the walls, filling the room with soft, indirect light. For all of this displayed opulence, though, as he walked in, Leon's eyes were taken by the only man sitting at the central table, who radiated the aura of an 8th-tier mage. Apollodorus, dressed once again in his dark red gilded toga. Several other Ilian officials were quietly talking around one of the outer tables, but Apollodorus was alone, sitting in silence as he waited for Leon's arrival. He didn't even seem busy, without even a single sheet of paper in front of him. "Leon Rame," he called out as Leon walked in. He rose from his seat and opened his arms in a gesture of joyous welcome. "Please come in and join me up here." Leon paused a moment, not immediately walking up to the central table. He couldn't help but wonder why none of the governor's attendants had joined him up there, and he presumed that whatever had driven the man to invite him here wasn't necessarily something he wanted shared with anyone else. Whether or not that was true he couldn't yet say, but a sense of unease quickly made its way into his heart. However, to not seem rude, Leon caught the eyes of his retainers and jerked his head toward the outer tables. Without a word, Marcus, Gaius, and Alcander began walking towards Apollodorus, people at their table. Leon wasn't too worried about them since the Ilian officials weren't particularly powerful, largely matching his retainers in strength, though given where they were, Leon didn't take that for granted. There were likely guards and defensive enchantments he missed everywhere in this building. With that, Leon climbed the steps and joined Apollodorus at the central table, though he didn't sit just yet. "Wonderful of you to join me," Apollodorus exclaimed with nothing but good-natured cheer that struck Leon as completely genuine, though it did little to quiet his mild suspicions. As he finished his welcome, Apollodorus snapped his fingers, and those few curtains that were open were suddenly drawn shut, and magic surged through them. Leon dropped into a defensive stance and almost summoned his power in response. He got so far that silver blue lightning was surging through his veins before he calmed down, realizing what kind of magic was flowing through the curtains. The curtains and columns faded as white light spread across them, while the sound of conversation from those at the outer tables quickly quieted. Then, the white light resolved into a projected scene that made it appear as if the central table was on a platform at the top of a snowy mountain, surrounded by a sea of fluffy white clouds. The projected illusion was good enough that Leon found himself instinctually relaxing even though his conscious mind knew that he was still deep within the governor's tower. A little jumpy, are you? Apollodorus said in good humor. Please, have a seat with me, there's a few things I was hoping to discuss with you. Leon acquiesced, sitting in the proffered seat just to Apollodorus, right. Thanks for the invitation, he said a little stiffly as he took a seat, the words almost having to be forced out of his throat in his attempt to be polite. It's an honor to be invited personally by a mage of your power and a man of your standing. Oh, please, that's not necessary, Apollodorus responded, though the smile on his face told Leon that he appreciated his words, nonetheless. A mage of your power and standing surely warrants a personal invitation, wouldn't you agree? Leon shrugged, relaxing a little more as it became clear that his anxieties had just been baseless paranoia. I suppose you're not wrong, he stated carefully. Though, I can't help but be curious why you invited me, and not, say, Damien Maketon, or Lady Emily. While I would certainly love to have more members of Heaven's Eye here, I'm afraid that they would probably refuse my invitation, Apollodorus said with a hint of remorse in his tone. Heaven's Eye must remain, separate from politics, and all that. Ah, Leon replied with an awkward smile, wondering if he'd made a mistake in accepting the invitation. However, you, Leon Rame, are not officially a member of Heaven's Eye, are you? Apollodorus lightly inquired. Leon's smile thinned slightly and he said, not officially, but Lady Emily is my mother-in-law, her daughter is my wife. It is my intention to go to Oculara and join Heaven's Eye. And a fantastic choice you've made, Apollodorus exclaimed, not letting anything but happiness be seen on his face, though Leon wondered how true that was. I can understand the allure of Heaven's Eye to a provincial, they're an honorable group. By the way, how do you find my city, so far? You've never been to the Central Empires before, have you? No, this is my first time this far south, Leon admitted, easily brushing off Apollodorus' provincial comment after having spent years being called barbarian and savage. And I have to say, Ancon is quite impressive. I don't think I've ever seen a more affluent place than this before. No slums, no slaves that I can see, and the people who live here seem quite wealthy. I've never seen such carriages before in my life. Your city planners and engineers must earn their keep maintaining all of those bridges in the sewer system. I'll be here for a few days yet, and I hope to see more of your city before I go. If you're looking for any recommendations, I would suggest the north side, Apollodorus said. Ancon has been inhabited for a long time, and ruins of older sites are very well preserved in the north. I'll be sure to check them out, Leon replied. He knew that Ancon was old, one of the points on the map from the cradle was here. Since Nestor hadn't said anything about Ancon, Leon assumed that this place was nothing special, relatively speaking, especially now that whatever was left was now being recommended as a tourist attraction, but he still thought that it might be nice to go and see what he could see. For all he knew, there might be something there that hadn't been discovered in the 80,000 years that people had been living here. Apollodorus gave him a few more possible locations to visit, but Leon wasn't as interested in them. He still filed them away in his head, though, just in case Elise or Valeria wanted to explore the city. But if you truly want to see some spectacular sights, Leon, then you have to visit Ilion, Apollodorus continued. The Colossi of the Brilliant 11, the gardens around the Methuselah Arctree, and the Ward of Pleasure are my personal favorite haunts whenever I find myself in town. Those all sound delightful, Leon responded politely, though he'd almost checked out of the conversation by now. He wasn't that interested in touring too extensively, not with all the studies and training he had on his plate, but he didn't want to just shut the governor down. Indeed, Leon, Apollodorus said, there's no better place to live than the Ilian Empire. No better place for new experiences, to raise a family, to live. Under the generous stewardship of Emperor Adam and the protection of Lord Protector Anastasios, the Ilian Empire simply cannot be beaten in any category that you can think of, whether that's quality of life, entertainment, or future potential. Leon's eyes were glazing over at this point, but he snapped back when Apollodorus leaned forward a little. You know, the governor whispered conspiratorially, though the curtains seemed to do a fantastic job at muting their voices so that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation, the Empire will always have room in it for men of your caliber. Leon smiled and cocked his head, the true reason for why Apollodorus had invited him here now creeping out into the sun. He's trying to recruit me, and what, Leon replied, not addressing the conversation's new direction quite yet, is my caliber. Is it just my power? Should it be anything else? Apollodorus asked, his eyes narrowing mischievously. Well, I find it somewhat odd that you say that there's room for me in the Empire, yet you know nothing about me, really. Just that we're the same magical tier. Apollodorus leaned back in his chair, his smile not wavering in the slightest. You're with Heaven's Eye, he said simply. There can be no greater endorsement of your character. Heaven's Eye doesn't recruit fools, no matter who they might be married to. You're putting a lot of faith in Heaven's Eye to have properly vetted me, Leon replied. Besides, maybe I have qualities that Heaven's Eye is specifically looking for, but which might make me a poor fit to serve your emperor. I never said anything about serving my emperor, Apollodorus gasped with mock surprise. But if that's something that's on your mind, then I'm sure His Imperial Majesty will surely give you a proper interview. In fact, if that's something that you're interested in. With a wave of his hand, Apollodorus conjured a sheet of fine paper in front of him, with an almost comically oversized quill in a pot of ink right next to it. He picked up the quill and gave Leon an expectant look. I can write you a letter of recommendation right now, if it so pleases you. This would not only give you in private meeting with the Emperor himself, but also with the Lord Protector, Leon hummed as he pretended to think it over. And what, may I ask, would this letter of recommendation cost me? He asked with a light tone. Nothing at all, Apollodorus exclaimed, looking almost offended. I seek only to strengthen my empire, and maybe make a few friends while I'm at it. You could consider this a gift from a friend, if you must consider it anything at all. Leon resisted the urge to snort in derision. Perhaps he was just cynical, but he didn't believe a word that Apollodorus just spoke. It might be a gift, right now, but he was sure that Apollodorus might want favors in the future, or gifts, to be given to him in turn. Leon didn't come all this way to prostrate himself before another monarch, and he certainly wasn't here to put himself into anyone's debt. I appreciate the offer, Leon said, but surely such a thing isn't needed. Even if I was considering this, I would rather enter on my own merits. Your thoughtful offer warms my heart, though, and for that, you have my thanks. Apollodorus continued smiling, but the corners of his lips seemed to strain slightly for just a moment, and then a moment later, his smile looked as natural as it possibly could. That's a shame, he responded. But please, if you won't accept my letter of recommendation, at least let me write you a letter of introduction. Leon shook his head. His mind turned toward the letter of introduction that Ambrose had given him, and he couldn't help but wonder once again just what all of these people might want from him. If he were to join Heaven's Eye, then at least in Apollodorus' case, the answers could be endless. Making friends with powerful individuals in Heaven's Eye couldn't be a bad thing, after all. But he didn't think he'd be able to ferret out a proper answer from the governor even if he tried, so Leon simply continued to decline as gracefully as he could, and eventually, Apollodorus dropped the topic, pulling the paper and ink back into his soul realm. The conversation continued for a while after that, though, with Apollodorus telling Leon much of his own life story, and Leon reciprocating in kind, but keeping many of the more personal details to himself. At one point, the illusion was disrupted when a handful of servants arrived carrying several large platters of food for them to take at their leisure, but Leon didn't take that much. It was a lot of fresh fruit and vegetables, along with a large platter of various meats and cheeses, but he just wanted the meeting to be over. He took the minimum he thought he could get away with while remaining polite, and after a couple of hours, he made his exit, taking his retainers with him. Apollodorus seemed sad to see him go so soon, but Leon departed anyway, making as graceful an exit as he could, having felt quite uncomfortable the entire time following the governor's attempt to recruit him. He supposed it would have been fine if he were to make friends with the man, but that relationship would have to be cultivated at a later time, when Leon was more comfortable speaking with the man. As his group walked out of the tower's front door, Leon was fairly quiet and contemplative. He hoped that Apollodorus' attempted headhunting was just the governor trying to snag a new 8th-tier mage for the Ilian Empire, but he had a bad feeling that this wasn't quite so cut and dry. The man hadn't seemed all that surprised when Leon told him of the goings-on of the Bull Kingdom, and he wondered just how much he already knew. He supposed the lack of surprise wasn't anything indicting, but it still struck him as odd, and the whole conversation lingered on his mind for a long time, even as he and his retainers got back into their carriage and returned to the Heaven's Eye guest house. It took a couple hours of quiet relaxing with Elise, Valeria, and Maya, during which he relayed everything that had been discussed, before Leon was able to truly focus on his studies with Nestor, the Thunderbird, and Zaffin again. On the 14th floor of the governor's tower, Apollodorus knelt on the ground, both knees pressed into the hard granite floor, his hands likewise, his head bowed so low that his forehead almost joined them. Before him, on a pedestal that was almost an altar, sat a crystalline orb the size of the governor's head, glowing a soft blue, and flashing with brighter color as a smooth, cavernously deep voice emanated from it. And he refused completely. "Yes, Lord Protector," Apollodorus responded, his tone one of the utmost respect, and tinged with a hint of fear and apprehension at the way the Lord Protector might view his failure to accomplish the task he'd been given. But without missing a beat, the Lord Protector responded, "Oh well. That's how these things can go, I'm afraid. It'll take a lighter touch to bring Leon Rame over to our side. Keep an eye on him for now. It's fine if Heaven's Eye gets him, at least for the time being, but if the Sacred Golden Empire or, gods forbid, those degenerates in the Sunlit Empire get wind of his arrival, then they'll start making moves of their own, either to kill him or recruit him for themselves. I'd rather not have that sort of trouble on our land. My eyes will be open for anything at all out of the ordinary," Apollodorus stated. "So long as I'm here, there will be peace in Ancon." "Yes, yes," the Lord Protector replied. "You've done well, Apollodorus, don't beat yourself up over it. Just keep me apprised of Leon Rame's movements. I want to know everything that he does, everywhere he goes, and everyone he interacts with. Be discreet, but thorough. We don't want to scare him away." "Yes, Lord Protector," Apollodorus replied. Then I shan't keep you." With that, the crystal rather unceremoniously ceased to glow, and Apollodorus was left on his own in his communications room. He remained kneeling there for a few seconds longer, though, wondering just who in the hell Leon Rame was that he'd attracted the attention of Anastasios, the only 10th tier mage in all the Ilian Empire, and its de facto highest authority, practically a god unto himself, as far as most people were concerned. Just an 8th tier mage, Leon Rame was not. That much Apollodorus was certain. But he wasn't sure how much he'd be able to see. Leon Rame wasn't going to stay long in Ancon. With a sigh, Apollodorus rose to his feet. He'd do what he could, but whatever the reason the Lord Protector wanted Leon Rame specifically, it was now in his august hands to convince the young boy to play ball. Chapter 662, Tourist IA. Flame no larger than that of a burning candle slowly undulated in his hand. It burned brightly, casting its reddish-orange light throughout the darkness of the early morning courtyard. The sun hadn't yet risen, and he hadn't turned on any of the magic lanterns, so his small flame was the only light around, save for the slowly brightening sky and dimming stars. Ancon was beautiful in the morning, with cool, crisp air, colorful birds singing and flying to and fro, not to mention how perfectly manicured Heaven's Eye kept their guest house's courtyard, but Leon's eyes were fixed solely upon the flame in his hand. For days, he'd been putting in more and more time with his fire magic, hoping that maybe he'd be able to feel something different. Supposedly, his bloodline from the Great Black Dragon was less suppressed than before, but up until the battle with the vampires, he hadn't been able to tell, and after what he'd experienced at the Serpentine Isles, he'd been fairly keen to just put it out of mind. Unfortunately, his little tousle with the vamps had brought the issue of his draconic lineage back to the forefront of his mind, forcing him to spend more time contemplating it. During that fight, however, he hadn't been nearly as emotionally charged as he'd been when previously channeling that power, as far as he could remember, and yet he'd still managed to channel Black Flame. But he hadn't done so consciously, so he didn't quite know how he'd managed it. He'd been trying to puzzle out exactly how it had happened, and if he could now reproduce the feat with a little more dedicated study, but so far, he hadn't seen so much as a single black spark. Frustrating, he bitterly thought to himself. He placed absolutely no stock in any threats or desires that the Great Black Dragon had put forth, so he thought little of probing into this power that was supposedly locked in his blood. The power was a part of him as much as the Thunderbird's lightning, and with that fire now unavoidably on his mind, Leon greatly resented that he couldn't consciously call upon it. On this particular day, he'd been struck with a bout of insomnia, not even able to get so much as a wink of the usual 4 hours of sleep that he allowed himself. So, he'd risen from bed, taking care not to disturb Maya or Elise, and went outside. He hadn't been in a mood for anything more productive, and so sat down on a bench in the courtyard, conjured some fire in his hand, and stared at it. There he sat for hours, letting his mind wander wherever it pleased as he stared, transfixed, at the fire in his hand. He didn't move an inch until the sun finally crested the edge of Eterna and cast its light upon the plain. Only then did he finally clench his fist, his heart unsatisfied, and look away. He didn't rise from the bench, though, and instead cast his mind into his soul realm. He opened the eyes of his magic body and rose from his throne. He stood there for a moment, the long early morning hours of unfulfilling musings and mild explorations of his power leaving him feeling rather cold, empty, and melancholic at the almost tangible rejection by his draconic ancestor. He glanced at Zaffin, who quietly burned in his pavilion. The demon seemed lost in a meditative trance, not that Leon wanted to talk to him right now anyway. He then turned his eyes toward the distant mists of chaos. Somewhere out there was the Thunderbird, and while he thought he might have liked to talk to her right now, he didn't really have that much to say that he wanted to bother her with. Finally, his gaze found Nestor's ruby on the nearby table, and the surrounding notes Leon had taken from Nestor's enchantment lessons. Right next to the ruby was the journal that Leon had taken from Jorman's transformation cave, the dead man still trying to unlock the enchantment he designed so many thousands of years ago. Leon slowly walked over to the table, placed his hands upon it, and leaned over some of the notes, his eyes scanning the papers but not quite taking in what was written upon them. He took a deep breath, but it came out almost as a sigh, and he felt Nestor's attention fall upon him. "What's wrong, kid?" the dead man inquired, his tone almost bored and resentful that it fell to him to ask, or possibly annoyed that Leon was bothering him. Leon contemplated asking Nestor about the great black dragon and that side of his heritage, but he refrained. He didn't really want to talk to Nestor about those things, he'd rather save that for the Thunderbird, and even then, he wanted to save that talk for when he actually had something to say. He didn't want to use his most helpful ancestor as an outlet to vent his frustrations. But there were still some things that he thought he might be able to consult with Nestor about in relation to these matters. "Nestor, I remember you saying that you're not that great with healing magic, is that right?" In as much of a noncommittal shrug as the dead man could give, he grunted, "Meh. Is that? What does that even mean?" "You didn't say anything," Leon grumbled in annoyance. "Meh. What does it sound like?" Nestor riposted, "But since you seem to be having trouble with the concept, allow me to elucidate." "That means, to explain, just so you know." "I know what elucidate means," Leon growled. "Always good to make sure when it comes to you," Nestor said. Before Leon could retort, he then elucidated, "My specialty is not healing magic, that much you're well aware of. But my knowledge of the universe is paralleled by few, so I'd say my knowledge of the subject is probably greater than just about anyone you personally know, despite my lack of specialty. And your knowledge of the human body is great, too," Leon said. "Meh," Nestor repeated. Leon, after rolling his eyes, asked, "What about blood magic?" "Meh, I'm sorely tempted to set you on fire again." With a sigh that was almost a groan, Nestor replied, "Fine, I'll set aside the important work that I was doing and focus solely upon you." "Is that what you want? If you would be so kind," Leon responded as he lifted a hand and let fire dance between his fingers, a clear threat to the dead man. "All right, what is it that you want to know, specifically?" Nestor asked, his voice wavering only slightly with Leon's display of power. "The awakening ritual for the Thunderbird clan," Leon said. "I don't know it well enough. I've only ever had it performed on me, and even then I hardly understood what it on a mechanical level, and I've only ever seen some fairly abstract and theoretical notes on it from the Tyran archives. I want to know more about it in greater detail than those books can give me." Adopting the professional air of a teacher lecturing his student, Nestor asked, "Very well. I'm well versed on that particular topic. Anyone in my position would have known that ritual in as great of detail as was possible. It was the backbone of our clan's power, after all, and we couldn't let it be forgotten. Do you have any specific questions about the ritual, or do you want me to just jump in from the very basics?" "I was more curious about the specific magical mechanics behind the ritual rather than the potions or spells that are needed. What does the ritual do, not how it's performed, is I guess what I'm getting at." "All right, well, I suppose a good place to start is by repeating what I'm sure you're already well aware of. Human beings are not naturally magical creatures. Our bodies must adapt to magic in a variety of ways before we can truly use that power. In the case of inherited bloodlines, things get a little murkier." "Because we're descended from beasts that were naturally magical?" Leon inquired. "In a way, sure," Nestor said. "Keep in mind that the universe is old, and humanity is widespread. Even if our honored ancestor had no descendants upon this plane before our clan's arrival, it's been 80,000 years since then. Every single person alive on this plane right now can probably trace their lineage back to our honored ancestor in some way, and probably hundreds or thousands of other terribly powerful beings, besides. So it's less the descent, and more the passing down of power. All of this I know already, Leon said, but he kept his impatience out of his tone as much as he could. Then you know that we need a good kick to get our bloodlines to wake up? Nestor asked. If by a good kick, you mean flooding our bodies with some other creature's magic power, then yes, Leon said. It's supposed to force our bodies to awaken our dormant powers as a way to try and defend ourselves from the foreign magic. That's really the gist of it, Nestor responded. That's the concept around which everything else is built. All our spells, all our enchantments, all our potions that we use to awaken our bloodlines, are designed to enhance the chances of success, and the chances for survival. Just flooding the body with foreign power is an extremely brute force approach and prone to failure, but we've had millions of years to refine our technique. I can't speak for the ritual you underwent, but the one I went through was essentially a guaranteed success. We could awaken our bloodlines safely and reliably. Leon nodded, and went quiet for a moment. He essentially knew all of that already, but he needed a moment to choose his words as he drove at what he really wanted to know. And the ritual is necessary? Leon asked. In all those millions of years, have there ever been any members of the clan that were born with their bloodlines already awake? Or who managed to use their inherited power without the ritual? Nestor went quiet for a long moment, and Leon wondered if he'd been too obvious. When the dead man spoke again, however, he didn't say anything about the great black dragon. No, he said, the ritual was always needed. Leon sighed. After a couple seconds of thought, he decided to just ask Nestor what was on his mind. To the hells with his pride. Is there any way to undo the great black dragon's suppression on my blood? I thought that was what this was about, Nestor said. That's a difficult question to answer. Well, in a technical sense, the answer is obvious. Yes, there is a way. In fact, there are many ways. But if you were to ask if any of them are particularly feasible, then I'd have to say no. You're competing with the remains of a being that stood head and shoulders above nearly every other being that has ever existed. But it's only the dragon's remains, Leon pointed out. Surely that means that its power over me isn't as potent as it would be at its height. That's true, Nestor conceded. However, what you're dealing with is still something far beyond you. I don't care, Leon spat. Maybe it's hypocritical to say given how I've been treating our clan's legacy, but this isn't some piece of magical engineering rotting in the ground somewhere. This power is a part of me, and in those few brief moments when I've been able to channel it, I've felt, well, I don't know how to describe it, really. It's always been in moments of great stress, and I'm not really aware of it at the time, but right now, looking back on it, I've always felt whole in those moments. Like chains that have always bound me are released for just a few seconds. I want these limitations gone, and I honestly don't give a single wet shit what the great black dragon has to say about it. I just want his suppression gone. Leon spoke with more and more ferocious passion with every word, and by the end, he was practically raging, even throwing his hands into the air and wildly gesturing out into the mists of chaos. Hells, right now, I think that if I could head out into all that fog and punch that bastard in the face, I would, Leon growled. He paused a moment and slyly glanced at Nestor's ruby. Can I head out into the mists? I wouldn't recommend it, Nestor said. The mists of chaos are essentially pure magical energy. The nature of the mist isn't something anyone really understands, but in its raw form, it's extremely dangerous. Without the protection of your soul realm, your magic body would be destroyed in its entirety in seconds. And yet, that bastard and our ancestor essentially live out there, Leon pointed out. They don't have soul realms left, but they're able to survive this destructive nature. Yes, Nestor replied. How they do that, I'm uncertain, and they're in no hurry to reveal their secrets to little old me. Leon gritted his teeth and stared out into the mist, hundreds of miles away from where he stood. I'm going to get rid of that suppression, even if I have to somehow literally kick his teeth in to do it, he vowed, saying the words out loud but speaking more to himself than to Nestor. Whether or not I use that power will be up to me. Not him. Good luck to you, then, Nestor responded, his tone making it clear that he didn't think had much of a chance. But Leon didn't care. He'd find a way, one way or another. And he already had something of an idea forming in his head about something he might be able to try. Nestor, he said, suddenly turning around, his tone lightening up so quickly that Nestor's ruby seemed to dim for a moment in surprise. Yes, let's set aside the standard enchanting lessons for the moment. I want to know more about ancient runes. Leon and Nestor didn't make much progress, but that was fine with Leon. He had to head back out into the physical world soon enough, anyway, for he and his family were planning an excursion out to the ruins of the Thunderbird clan to Ankon's north. When they set out, they did so with one of the horseless, wheelless carriages, but Leon didn't ride in it. Instead, he rode Anzu, letting his griffin get in some much-needed exercise by following the carriage. It was illegal to fly in Ankon, which disappointed him greatly, but it also excited him more than a little to know that this wasn't just a seldom-used regulation in Ankon, as it was in the Bull Kingdom, but a full-fledged imperial law. In any settlement, it was a violation of the Ilian Emperor's will that anyone take to the skies. Which suggested to Leon that there were quite a few mages around the Empire who could fly, enough that the law was needed here more than it was back north. A threat and a challenge both, and at least for the later, he relished it. It made him feel kind of territorial, too, but that feeling was easy enough to ignore. For now, at least. But he wasn't focusing on that right now. Instead, it was the ruins that were occupying his mind. When his short lesson on the ancient runes came to an end, Leon asked Nestor again about what the ruins here used to be. He had no hope that there was anything for him to find here if they were so well known that the governor recommended he visit them, but he was still curious about what had been built here 80,000 years ago. The ruins were a major city, Nestor had told him, one of the major staging grounds that the clan had used to control the plain. But it wasn't just any city, it was a place where the Thunderbird clan exerted little direct influence. It was essentially the capital of a small province that had been delegated to one of their vassal clans. Leon was disappointed to learn that. It essentially meant that even if there were any long-lost things he might find, they probably wouldn't directly pertain to his clan. Instead, they would pertain to this vassal clan. Still, his excitement to see the place, while lessened, wasn't gone entirely. It seemed that his excitement was shared, and exceeded, by his family. Maya, Elise, and Valeria were treating this like a date, and when he realized that's what this was, he decided to lean into it. So, he planned to stop at a couple other places on their way home, an early dinner at a fancy restaurant, followed by a short cruise on the lake. Without knowing more about the city, though, that was the extent he was able to plan on such short notice with the concierge that heavens. I assigned them for their stay. Soon enough, they arrived at the ruins. The imperial government was clearly serious about preserving the place, for the sprawling ruins were completely fenced off from the rest of the city, and the only way in or out was through one of a handful of lightly fortified gatehouses placed around the fence's perimeter. Only the largest of these gatehouses, which was attached to what seemed to be a huge museum, was available for tourists to use. But for all of that, the fence wasn't enchanted against magic senses, and Leon drank in the sight of the ruins. Most of it was overgrown with vines, moss, and trees, but nearly all of those areas were little more than heaps of broken stone bricks. 80,000 years was a long time, and not even stone would survive for so long in a place as long inhabited as Ankon. But the area directly next to the museum was more well kept, and Leon could even see maintenance workers moving through the place, taking care of weeds and even using earth magic in a few places to shore up what needed shoring up. These places were mostly buildings made of limestone, granite, and marble, capped with red ceramic tiles in a style rather reminiscent of the architecture of the Bull Kingdom. Their facades were garishly painted in gold, white, and blue, and if it weren't for the fact that none of the buildings had any semblance of magic flowing within them, they might have even passed for buildings that were still inhabited. But this maintained part of the ruins was fairly small, the equivalent of just a few blocks. The rest of the place looked almost like a wild plain, were it not for the heaps of bricks scattered around, or the occasional hint of the concrete road peeking through the grass. Nestor grunted when Leon arrived and explained to him what he could see. Seems like the palace didn't survive. What a shame. Looks like their library is still around, though. Keep an eye open for anything, even if there doesn't seem to be anything at all to see, Leon asked the dead man. I can't imagine anything survived here, and I don't think the Empire's just going to let us roam around, but just in case, if there's anything that we, especially, need to see, be sure to let me know, will do. Chapter 663, Tourist 2, Welcome. Welcome. One of the people waiting for Leon's group outside of the museum shouted exuberantly. The woman who shouted stood at the front of the group, exuded a fourth-tier aura, and was dressed quite finely. She was an older woman, with a gracefully lined face, long silver hair, and a pair of deep brown eyes that promised nothing but warmth and cheer. Given the way the other people stood behind her, respectfully maintaining their silence, Leon assumed that this woman was the person in charge of this group, at least, if not the museum as a whole, despite several others behind her being more powerful. Elise smiled and waved, returning the woman's welcome, while Valeria politely nodded, and Maya pointed ignored her. Leon, after dismounting Anzu, pried his attention away from the ruins and walked forward, pausing a moment to let Elise take his arm as she got out of the carriage, and made his own greetings. Once that formality was over, the woman practically jumped toward them in her eagerness to give both Leon and Elise a friendly hug. Despite her seeming over-eagerness, Leon noted that she just smiled and nodded at Valeria instead of trying to give her a hug, too, and barely acknowledged Maya, perhaps picking up on both of their desires to not be greeted in this way, though not Leon's, oddly enough. "It's so wonderful to have all of you here," the woman gushed with the widest and most genuine smile on her face that Leon had ever seen. "My name is Claudia, and I'll be giving you the tour today. A pleasure to meet you, Claudia, and might I say, this place is beautiful," Elise responded. "I'm looking forward to seeing these ruins, I've heard quite a bit about them." Claudia's smile grew wider somehow, and she beamed her joy to Elise. "And I'm looking forward to showing it off," she responded. "This has been my life's work, and having people like all of you come around to see it just, well, it absolutely makes my day. No, it makes my entire month." Claudia continued to rave about how happy she was they were there, and Elise continued to politely engage the enthusiastic woman in conversation. Leon remained a little quieter, content to simply let Elise talk, at least until they got into the ruins themselves. However, he listened closely, and learned that while Claudia wasn't the person in charge of the museum, she was still their foremost expert on the ruins, and the civilization they belonged to. That certainly got Leon's attention, but before Claudia could go into greater detail, bringing up her position seemed to remind her that she hadn't introduced the men and women behind her. Those gathered were more archaeologists and museum administrators who'd gathered for the arrival of Leon's group and, as he quickly found out, another group of important tourists who were due to arrive soon. About 15 minutes after Leon and his group arrived, another group of carriages floated in, riding a cushion of air that kept them about a foot off the ground. Surrounding the carriages were armored women on horseback, nearly all of whom Leon recognized. It seemed they were going to be joined by Princess Christina. The princess exited her carriage with all the dignity and grace that her station demanded, and she warmly smiled at everyone as she stepped out onto the ground. However, her smile didn't truly reach her eyes until her gaze fell upon Valeria, and ignoring everyone else, Christina went to greet the silver-haired woman first. What followed was another round of enthusiastic introductions by Claudia, and only after nearly half an hour spent milling about the gatehouse were they finally led into the ruins. "Oh, I'm just so excited to show all of you around," Claudia enthused as the gatehouse was opened. "And we're excited to see it," Elise repeated from earlier. "How old did you say this ruins were, again?" "We're not entirely sure," Claudia admitted, her cheery demeanor dimming slightly for just a moment. "However, we know that they're at least 50,000 years old, for they were mentioned in some of our oldest texts." 50,000 years, Christina murmured. "That's incredible. It's hard to imagine something lasting that long, even with magic." "It's truly something, isn't it?" Claudia agreed. The city that was built on this spot back then was extraordinarily advanced. Their command over magic was at the very least on par with what we have today, if not greater, but unfortunately, very little of it remains. The site around the gatehouse that we've preserved only stands today because of our preservation efforts. We can only guess as to the enchantments that existed here back when their original inhabitants first built this place, Leon heard Nestor snort from within his soul realm. The dead man had set aside his work to watch with Leon as Claudia explained what she knew of the old clan. Obviously, Leon knew that he could just ask Nestor about the specifics, but this was a golden opportunity to learn what modern opinions about the Thunderbird clan were. These buildings were only lightly enchanted. It makes sense that they have no trace of magic left, the dead man said. Leon glanced around as they walked past the gatehouse. The buildings immediately to his right and left were beautiful, but rather small. Hardly the monolithic structures that he might have expected, especially after knowing what the Thunderbird clan could build with the cradle, Nestor's lab, and Zaffin's prison. What were these buildings for? Leon asked. I would have expected that the capital of even a vassal clan would have the wherewithal to have many structural and comfort enchantments made standard. That's true, but such regulations were only for certain groups, Nestor replied. Do you see all the gold paint that these buildings have? Leon slightly nodded. When they were inhabited, these buildings would have also been painted with one long red stripe, parallel to the ground and about 4 feet up the wall. It would have identified these buildings as what they were, slave housing. Leon immediately grimaced in disgust. The housing for the natives of this plane, am I right? Yes, Nestor replied without a shred of remorse or embarrassment. Now, Claudia loudly said as their entire entourage filed past the gatehouse, to your right and left, you'll see homes. We can't say for certain, but we believe that the average citizen would have resided in places like these. While they seem small, we can extrapolate from the magical remnants found in other similar ruins that those people who lived here would have still been quite comfortable. How many would have lived in these places? Christina asked as her head practically spun around, her eyes wide as she took everything in. In these buildings, we believe that only 1 or 2 people at most would have lived in them, Claudia said. More like half a dozen or more, Nestor whispered. As for the city itself, Claudia continued, our estimates fall anywhere from 250,000 to 500,000. How are these estimates made? Christina asked as she turned toward the archaeologists. Mostly by measuring the footprint of the old city as best we can, making educated guesses as to where the residential neighborhoods lay, digging through any bits of garbage that may miraculously still be around, things like that, Claudia replied. Unfortunately, though, we know that our estimates are probably far off. Ancon has never been fully abandoned, but it has experienced long periods of depopulation. When people moved back in, oftentimes they would demolish the old, dilapidated buildings that had been left behind and build upon their foundations, and sometimes those buildings would have collapsed or been buried, leaving the new residents to build on top of them. Surely there'd still be some remains even if those buildings were demolished. Christina asked. They don't destroy all the way down to the foundations, do they? No, they don't, Claudia admitted, and for the first time, Leon saw her smile truly slip a bit. It was back in but a moment, but when Claudia continued, he detected a few notes of bitterness in her tone. It's unfortunate, but we don't often get licenses or funding to conduct digs in inhabited places of the city. I'm sure that we'd find quite a bit even if we're to demolish just a few city blocks and start digging, but no one in charge thinks that's worth doing. Christina asked. Claudia nodded sadly. What we have here is essentially all that we have to work with. What we might be able to learn about the past inhabitants of this city isn't worth the minor inconveniences to the people who live here or so many government suits like to claim. That's too bad, Christina commiserated. Oh, it truly is, Claudia loudly and rather dramatically bemoaned. There's so much we could learn about those who came before us, so much that they could illuminate for us, but our short-sighted politicians simply won't allow us to find out. What lost wisdom might be lost to us because of that decision? Our path to utopia could lie beneath our own feet, and we're forbidden from finding out. Leon heard Nestor quietly cackle a few times, and say, I appreciate this woman's enthusiasm for the old clan, but I don't think she'd appreciate what she would find. Already, the things she's shown awareness of would fit inside of a thimble. Do you think I ought to let you out so you can educate her? Leon asked, though not a trace of seriousness could be heard in his voice. Hey, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Nestor said, if I thought you were actually willing to do so, I might have considered it. Oh, forgive me, Claudia said in embarrassment as Nestor was talking. She gave Christina an extremely apologetic look and continued, this is my life's work, my passion. I can get a little worked up over it, don't think anything of it, Christina replied with a huge smile on her face. I, for one, share your enthusiasm for these things. To see new things and have new experiences is what I crave, and to see how other people lived, even if they're long dead, is part of that. Wonderful, Claudia responded, switching back into her cheery demeanor with seeming ease. Anyway, we ought to look around, shouldn't we? For the next few minutes, Claudia showed them the inside of these houses and explained what little they knew about them. It had been so long since they'd been inhabited, after all, that there wasn't much evidence left behind of how those who lived here spent their days. Leon had Nestor to consult, but the dead man could only give him some surface-level details. He'd never paid too much attention to how slaves lived, so he couldn't fill in the more mundane bits of how they lived. He did share that the slaves who lived in these small homes were most likely unskilled laborers, used when even the Thunderbird clan's legions of golems were insufficient for the work that had to be done. That left Leon with the question of where the skilled laborers went, and Nestor shared that they were given better accommodations, but only the most valuable natives had been given the legal status of freemen. Only those of the Thunderbird clan, its vassals, and its direct followers were citizens. And unfortunately, we can't say much more than that. Claudia finished as she led them out of the small house she'd shown them through, echoing Nestor from only a moment before. "Are there any questions so far?" Christina was the first, enthusiastically replying, "Yes. Do we know why Ancon was depopulated? It's lost many citizens several times in its history," Claudia explained. "There was a devastating plague about 12,000 years ago that healing magic couldn't do much to aid, and there have been a few wars and other armed conflicts that have left sizable parts of the city abandoned." "But what about the one that happened to the people who built all of this?" Christina asked. "We believe it was war," Claudia said, her exuberant attitude dampening quite a bit. "I have a great amount of respect for the people that built this place, but by all accounts, their system of government was rather tyrannical, which led to some kind of civil war. The records of that time are hazy. The war seemed to have been quite intense, almost leaving what are now the Central Empires in a dark age. Records that we can rely on don't appear until thousands of years later, leaving much of that part of our history shrouded in myth." Christina almost responded immediately, but Leon beat her to the punch. He asked with a slightly strained voice, "What are those myths, then?" As he spoke, he even felt Nestor's attention sharpen. The dead man was just as interested in this as he was. But instead of answering right away, Claudia just smiled. "We were going to work our way over there later in the tour, but I don't see why we can't just skip to it now." She led them down the long, perfectly formed street. Much like the civil engineering present in the Bull Kingdom, the street appeared to Leon to be one solid block of stone, likely melted and shaped with fire and earth magic. It wasn't particularly fancy, but Leon wasn't expecting much from the areas where slaves were quartered. Things changed as they proceeded a few blocks down, though. They approached the largest preserved building, just on the edge of the maintained area. Beyond the building was a large expanse of grass, broken up by a few clumps of trees and some lonely piles of broken marble. The building itself was quite familiar to Leon, at least in architecture. It was the only preserved building taller than 4 stories, though not by much. Its front facade was beautiful, being gleaming white marble interspersed with gold covering enchanted concrete. Columns of black granite were pressed into the building's face, forming a blind arcade that encircled the entire building, joining a pair of stoa on either side of the building's rectangular footprint. While the stoa were covered by a gently sloping roof, most of the rest of the building was open to the sky. The space on the facade between each columns was taken up by incredibly detailed and well-preserved marble reliefs depicting what seemed to be legendary events of all sorts. Great battles, for the most part. Leon's eyes were drawn to the massive relief above the enormous, 2-story-tall double doors, though. There, he saw perched above the door frame, a life-sized carving of the Thunderbird, her plumage covered in stylized lightning. However, her head was missing. With a scowl, Leon let his eyes wander a bit, and he saw the Thunderbird was depicted numerous times in the reliefs, but each and every one had been decapitated, what was now clear to be deliberate defacement. But his instinctive anger was lessened greatly when he heard Nestor mutter, "Savages." With a deep breath, he calmed himself down. He felt insulted by the defacement of this building, but he didn't like Nestor's response. He'd been called savage enough times that he hardly even blinked when he heard it, but hearing it applied to people who'd been fighting off extraplanar conquerors, even if those conquerors had been his own ancestors, had him pausing to consider the situation. "They're not savages," Leon murmured to Nestor. "At least, this doesn't make them savages. It just makes them angry and vengeful, and those aren't emotions exclusive to savages." Nestor scoffed, but before he could start an argument with Leon, Claudia began to speak. "This appeared to be a library or a place of some other similar function," she explained after giving everyone time to take in the site. "These reliefs we believe show the conquest that the civilization who built these ruins conducted. By all the evidence we've managed to gather, they managed to unite all the human territory on this plane under their banner, or at least got so close to doing so that they'd effectively done so, even if there were a few pockets of resistance remaining." "The entire plane," Christina marveled. "That doesn't even seem possible." Asia added just beside her. "Not by humans, at least. Maybe something divine, then," Valeria whispered as she nonchalantly slid into Leon's left and casually wrapped one of her arms around his. Leon glanced at her and was met with her glittering sapphire eyes staring back at him for a moment before turning back to the facade. It's certainly a feat that's never been repeated, Claudia said. Various powers have waxed and waned, but none have come even slightly close to the strength of this civilization. If you notice the bird figure covered in lightning above the door, you'll also notice that same being represented in art all over the ruins that these people left behind. As a result, we've taken to calling them the Storm Bird people. We can't say much of their own history, especially since so many records have been lost. But there's enough evidence that we've been able to piece together at least a partial narrative. As far as we can tell, these Storm Bird people conquered vast swaths of the plain and conducted great building projects all across their empire. However, their methods of ruling were overbearing, and the peoples they conquered rose in rebellion. They were too many to handle, resources were stretched thin, and this great empire collapsed only a century or two after its founding. Given the brutality that we can see depicted on these reliefs, I think we can see why the conquered peoples wanted to rise up. She proceeded to point out several places where the Storm Bird people violently subjugated Eternan natives, enslaving, slaughtering, and dominating. They lorded over the natives, showing any who might pass by exactly where their place was, beneath their boot. For the most part, Nestor remained quiet, but occasionally giving a few words concurring with some of the larger elements of Claudia's narration, plus a few snide remarks about how inaccurate the smaller details were. And we can also see from how heavily vandalized many of these carvings were that many of the destroyed records were at least, in part, deliberately destroyed, Claudia said after she finished pointing out some of the more notable reliefs. But, as always, I have to say that this is all guesswork. Educated guesswork, but guesswork all the same. It's still fascinating, Elise remarked as she took Leon's other arm. For all their power, so little of them remain with us that we barely know who or what they were. Valeria added, these people built so much and with such grandeur, but they did so in a way that was completely unsustainable. Precisely, Claudia sadly agreed, but she seemed to be missing what Valeria and Elise were getting at. When Leon glanced to either side of him, though, he found both of his lovers giving him the occasional complex look. He had to admit that he was feeling rather complex about all of this, too. But as he contemplated what had been revealed, his antipathy and disgust at his ancestors' heavy-handed methods aside, he started to wonder about something else that Claudia had mentioned on several occasions. Why were the records destroyed? Wouldn't the rebelling slaves and conquered peoples want their descendants to understand what happened? Why erase all traces of the Thunderbird clan? Chapter 664. The message. Leon stood alone in the former library quietly contemplating everything that had been revealed during Claudia's tour, by both the archaeologist herself, and by Nestor's additional commentary. Everyone else largely left him alone, and Claudia remained close to the library's entrance, fielding various questions and remaining available for consultation. Her only condition for allowing them to wander these halls unsupervised was that they promise not to touch anything, for there hadn't been much they'd been able to preserve in the library, and all of it was irreplaceable. Leon didn't intend to touch anything, he didn't even think there was much here to see that he hadn't already seen. The building itself was only lightly enchanted, and he guessed that those enchantments were just to protect the open-roofed building from the elements. Ancon clearly had hard-hitting storms, which otherwise would have made such a building rather unsuited for storing books and other sensitive objects. But, even though he didn't think there was anything to really do in the empty building, Leon still needed some time alone to process, so into the halls he went. To an extent, Leon had already known how heavy-handed and tyrannical the Thunderbird clan had been when they arrived on this plane thanks to what Nestor had already told him, and he'd started to make his peace with it. He could understand certain aspects of their rule, the conquest, mostly, though not how they treated the Eternan natives, even though he'd never truly been in the position to make those kinds of decisions before. He could understand even better why the Eternan natives would have hated his clan for that approach, but it wasn't until he saw the defacement on the library's facade, and until he saw the slave quarters, that he started to get a better grasp on the level of hatred that the natives must have had for his clan. Or, at least, he was starting to understand just how much he didn't understand about that level of hatred. The people had gone so far as to destroy all written records of the Thunderbird clan within the library, doing their utmost to damn the memory of his ancestors for their crimes against Eterna, seemingly leaving only enough behind to justify their actions. Not that he could blame them too much, assuming things happened exactly as he is imagining. Half the reason he had to get away to process these things was so that he could let his face burn in shame without drawing too much attention to himself. As he worked to regain his composure, he wondered what information, precisely, might have been saved from destruction. Surely, they have some primary sources from that time beyond these few reliefs, even if their sources are unreliable. He thought to himself, if Claudia's sources were only considered reliable from the time several thousand years after his clan's fall, then he wondered just what the unreliable sources might have to say. He resolved to ask the archaeologist once he returned to the group. When he finally started to get a grip on his shame, he found that he'd wandered into a fairly small room, a place that seemed almost like it might have been some kind of office or small lounge. Without any furniture or any other comforts, it was hard to tell exactly what the room's purpose was, but at the least, the back wall was covered in more reliefs, showing that the room had to have held some kind of significance, given that most of the walls in the rest of the halls in the library were bare. Leon approached the back wall and started examining it. There were a few prominent bird figures, but as with the ones on the library's facade, they had all been defaced. It didn't seem like anything else had, though, which started sticking out to him. Aside from the bird figure, which was clearly supposed to be the Thunderbird, there were other human figures, and a few animal figures prominently featured in the depicted scenes. He saw a multi-tailed fox with its head surrounded by a radiant nimbus. He saw some kind of large spotted cat gorging itself on terrified humans. He saw armies of strong, powerful mages following the wake of that large cat, with smaller, weaker-looking humans kneeling at their flanks, their heads bowed, their limbs bound in chains. When Leon stopped to pointedly stare at that particular scene, Nestor said, "Looks like this showed the Blood Thunder Jaguars' push into this region, and the subjugation of those who'd lived here previously." Leon lightly frowned. That was a familiar name. He had the Blood Thunder Jaguar's hammer in his soul realm. The creature had been a strategos, indicating that it had only just achieved apotheosis, and served Jason Karanos as a vassal. "And the fox?" Leon asked aloud. "Lord Aleppo," Nestor answered. "A despot and ascended beast whose true form was that of a fox, who was given roughly half of what is now the Ilian Empire as a fief for the duration of our stay on this plane. Ancon was his capital city." Leon nodded, silently grateful that Nestor was being a little more subdued than he was not too long ago. He supposed that his own melancholy at seeing this remnant of his clan, and at seeing the defacement of their ancestors' icons, was shared. Some of the other depicted scenes were much easier to understand, such as seeing crowds of humans and various creatures of all shapes and sizes bowing to a group of humanoid figures with the heads of eagles, representations of the Thunderbird clan proper, he assumed. "How many vassals did the Thunderbird clan bring?" he asked the dead man. "Many," Nestor replied. "Few were of any significance, though." "Were they all ascended beasts?" Leon asked. "No, some were descended from such creatures, others were mere humans." Leon nodded, and was about to continue his questions when he felt more than saw Valeria walk into the room behind him. Turning around, he saw the silver-haired woman standing just inside the doorway, quietly watching him. "How are you doing?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. Leon sighed, then shrugged. "About as well as ever, really. You don't quite seem like it," she pointed out. With a second sigh, Leon turned back to the reliefs, his eyes being almost drawn to the eagle-headed figures prominently featured in several scenes. In every one, they seemed to be the centers of what seemed like worship, standing before other prostrate figures, including Lord Aleppo and the Blood Thunder Jaguar. This place may have been Aleppo's capital city, but it didn't seem like the Fox man had any compunctions against showing his liege. "I'm fine, really," he repeated. "It's just, I don't want to hide myself again. I don't want to go back to being Leon Ursus. I've had enough of that." "But you're worried about how the people in the empires are going to see you?" Valeria asked. "Yes," Leon readily answered. "It looks like my ancestors rather brutally conquered this place. Nestor doesn't even shy away from their methods." Valeria momentarily scowled at the mention of Leon's guest. "I think I can deal with the conquest and the enslavement," Leon continued. "I've never done such things myself, and I don't intend to repeat them. I certainly don't feel good about what my ancestors did to the people here, but I'm not going to let that guilt stop me." "That's not what you're worrying about, though," Valeria said. "No," Leon agreed, "it's how the locals around these parts are going to see me. If I show up, the last descendant of the people who so brutally occupied this plane, how are they going to react? Are we going to have to fend off assassination attempts? Are they even going to be that subtle? Would they just send their best mages after us, killing us before we grow too powerful and possibly try to rebuild the Thunderbird clan?" If they do that, I'll stand with you, Valeria declared. I don't care who they are, or how powerful they are. If they stand between us and the Nexus, then they have to be eliminated. Leon blinked in surprise. He knew that Valeria wasn't one that shied away from death and violence, but he hadn't expected such a declaration from her. Her sapphire eyes were narrow with determination, and her aura had been laced with a hint of killing intent, so he knew that she was deadly serious. Our mothers are waiting for us up there, she continued. And besides, power invites challenge. If we were to grow powerful enough, then those who stand above us won't just sit idly by as we start to threaten their power. Even if they don't directly move against us, they'll never be our friends. We have to prepare for that. Leon nodded. I suppose in that respect, my soul realm's injuries might put them at ease a bit, slowing me down and helping me to stay low. I don't think you're capable of staying low, Valeria shot back with a wry smile. Even when you were trying to do so back in the Bull Kingdom, you always got attention of all kinds. Not the worst thing ever, I suppose, Leon whispered as he and she exchanged somewhat heated looks. But then that heat disappeared, and he repeated, I'm not going back to Leon Ursus. I'm Leon Rame. I can't, and I won't, hide who I am. But I'm not going to advertise it, either. When we get back to Heaven's Eye, I think I'm going to have to call our retinue together and be completely upfront with who I am and what clan I belong to. Or, sometime soon, at least. That might blow up in our faces, Valeria said, though her tone didn't indicate that she thought it a bad idea, more like she was just advocating for the other side. Maybe it will, Leon conceded. But I can't go back to constantly worrying about someone discovering who I am. That was bad enough when it was just you and your father I was worrying about. I won't do it for 4 entire empires. If the people fear me for it, then so be it. I'll just show them that I'm not my ancestors. Leon could practically feel Nestor's scorn and derision from his soul realm, but he didn't care. Valeria, on the other hand, asked, what are you going to do when our circumstances inevitably call for such methods? Enslavement is never a solution, Leon declared as he glanced at the bound and chained figures depicted on the relief. I'd rather lose than resort to such methods. Everything else has to be taken as it comes. I don't want to be a conquering tyrant. I'd rather try and get people to follow me willingly. Some might call that being soft, Valeria responded. Many will say that we'll never be able to rescue our mothers with such attitudes. Soft or no, if we resort to such methods, we'll always have to watch our backs, for we'll make enemies everywhere we go, Leon explained. He waved back at the relief, saying, pointless cruelties will be checked at the door. If we must resort to cruelty to achieve our aims, rescuing our mothers for us both, and rebuilding my clan for me, then we will, but my clan made enemies here, and it bit them hard. I can't rule with that kind of an iron fist. Valeria sighed. It's all hypothetical now. We'll have to see what circumstances allow for us. Until then, we'll just have to act as best as we can. Valeria finally walked over to him and took his arm. She leaned her head against his shoulder as she admired the relief. Spectacular craftsmanship, enslaving tyrants or no. This place has lasted for so long that it's hard to fathom, Leon hummed in agreement. That this place even still has magic running through it is a testament to how well it was built. Honestly, I'm rather envious. Wait, what? Nestor interrupted from his soul realm. There are functioning enchantments here. Valeria gave Leon a strange look after he cut himself off, and he could only give her an apologetic look. Yes, Nestor, he said out loud for Valeria's benefit, I can sense magic running through the walls here. There's not much, and most of it is concentrated near the roof, where the weather enchantments protect this place. Ignore those, tell me about the other enchantments you can sense. Leon cocked an eyebrow. Nestor wasn't exactly panicking right now, but he was starting to get worked up. What's going on, dead man? Leon asked. I can't sense anything in the walls, Nestor explained. Leon's confusion grew, and when he asked Valeria about what he was sensing, her answer was similar to Nestor's. She could only sense the aforementioned enchantments to protect the ruins from the weather. It's nothing particularly powerful, Leon said as he disentangled himself from Valeria's grip and approached the relief where he could feel a thread of magic power. It's actually rather weak, barely even enough to power a magic lantern, were it hooked up. It's so little power that I wasn't giving it that much thought. It must be quite weak because I'm not sensing anything, Valeria admitted. That would make some sense, Nestor whispered. I didn't think you'd see something like this here of all places, in the remains of a public library, but you know that certain enchantments can be keyed into blood, correct? Yes, I'm aware of that, Leon said, quickly repeating what Nestor was saying for Valerius' benefit. Something similar helped to protect your lab and the archives beneath Argent Palace. I could easily sense those enchantments, though, and they weren't this weak. Those enchantments were paired with powerful defensive wards, Nestor explained. Hiding them would have been nearly impossible. However, if it's a small enough enchantment, then it can be hidden from all but those of certain bloodlines, even certain lineages that don't have a proper inherited bloodline. What would be the point? Leon asked, already being able to think of a few things he could do with such enchantments but wanting to hear what Nestor's thoughts were. Someone might have done something like hiding a door to a secret cache, intending to return someday, something of that nature. It doesn't look like this place was destroyed by violence, though the clan's enemies certainly got in here to blaspheme against us. We're not gods, dead man, Leon quietly retorted. Defacing our art is insulting, but it's not blasphemy. Those who achieve apotheosis are gods, plain and simple, Nestor disagreed. Compared to the monkeys who lived here before, we were divinity incarnate. Their rebellion is blasphemy. Leon scowled, still finding the concept distasteful, but he didn't know enough about apotheosis to properly argue his point. He didn't even know enough to know that he was right. So, he decided to just shelve that topic and turn his attention back to the mysterious enchantment. Whatever, let's get back to the matter at hand. Someone went to the trouble of hiding this enchantment from everyone who didn't share certain blood with them. Or who weren't at least a part of our clan. That seems to be the case, but since I can't sense it, I can't say for certain. This is mostly just an educated guess. Wouldn't any such enchantment that responds to me also respond to you, then? Respond to what? All the blood that I don't have. I see your point. But, as I said, this power I can sense is a trickle. I can't imagine that it's doing anything more than scanning for power. Anything more than that and it would definitely be noticed, especially by the archaeologists who spend their lives studying these ruins. Try to activate it, Nestor suggested. If it's as weak as you say it is, then there's no harm in trying. I can think of quite a few harmful things that can happen if it's activated, Leon shot back. This is a library, not a fortress. Leon sighed, and then, with a silent apology to Claudia, pressed his hand against the relief while shooting Valeria an apologetic look. She was just watching him with an amused expression on her face, essentially just watching him have a conversation with himself thanks to his unwillingness to let Nestor out of his soul realm. Once his hand brushed against the marble of the relief, Leon channeled a bit of his magic power into the stone, seeking out the thin thread of power that he could sense. As soon as his magic power wrapped around it, he felt a sudden, though not overwhelming, surge of magic power, and a figure appeared just to his right. Both he and Valeria reacted with extreme alacrity, dodging sideways and drawing their weapons. From their soul realms, Leon's blade sparked with lightning magic, while Valerius practically sang as her glaive's blade chilled with ice magic. But then both paused in momentary confusion and sudden understanding, as the man that appeared was slightly translucent, and hadn't moved following his appearance. In fact, he just stood there, staring in Leon's general direction but not really looking at him. A light projection, Leon inquired aloud. A message, Nestor responded. Give it a moment, it's old and probably needs the time. Leon relaxed slightly, and Valeria did likewise, taking her cue from him. The projection seemed frozen, but about 5 seconds later, the man whose image it had taken began to speak. The Alliance has been betrayed, he spoke, his voice, echoing and slightly distorted, was professional and lacking nearly all emotion, save for a slight note of fear that Leon picked up on. He also spoke with an old accent, but his words were perfectly understandable to both Leon and Valeria. Prince Demetrios has vanished, the slaves are in revolt across the realm, and Pindar has attempted to seize control what's left of our forces. He killed Lord Aleppo when he resisted. We are without a leader, and our slaves are growing bolder, knowing that we've been irreparably weakened. We're abandoning this place, we cannot hold it. Pindar can have what's left, if such is his wish. If you're seeking shelter here, know that there's none to be found. Lord Kukuva has taken control of the arsenal and is organizing a retreat to Tyrans for all those that are willing to leave. These savages can have their plane back, Jason Carano's expedition has failed. The message ended there, and the figure blinked out of existence as quickly as he'd appeared, leaving Leon and Valeria alone to contemplate his words. Chapter 665. Roots and Weeds. Leon and Valeria stood there, neither speaking, as they processed what the message had just said. Nestor, however, was beyond furious, and he raged in Leon's soul realm. Pindar, he'd started with, a simple muttering that was laced with more hatred than Leon thought he'd ever heard from the dead man. That ambitious little shit, he finally turned traitor. My father should have taken his head after his first failed rebellion. His head should have been mounted atop the walls of the storm fort and his corpse fed to serpents. That gutter-licking bastard's poxy whore of a mother should have left him as a stain on her mattress. Leon had a relatively hard time processing everything that the messenger had said with Nestor ranting in his mind, and the dead man went on for a while, only stopping when Leon finally shouted, "Enough." Nestor went silent, but Leon could almost feel the dead man's ruby shaking with fury. Not privy to what was going on in Leon's soul realm, Valeria said, "Well, that was something, wasn't it? I guess all of that means something, but I can't quite make sense of it. Your clan had a bit of a civil war when your ancestors were killed, then." "Looks like it," Leon whispered. "Who was this Pindar, though?" "Nestor, you had some thoughts on the subject, it seemed." Nestor answered, his voice dripping with contempt and anger. Pindar was a man who ascended from the lower planes. He was a brutal user of lightning magic, and he thought that since he'd achieved apotheosis that he was untouchable. When he arrived in the storm lands after reaching the Nexus, he immediately tried to usurp the closest strategos and establish himself as an independent ruler. Such an occurrence wasn't too uncommon back in my father's time, with ambitious hicks rising from their worthless backwaters and thinking that made them entitled to power, and my father took a very hard line with them. The strategos that Pindar attempted to usurp was one of my father's direct vassals. Even if he wasn't, my father and all other legitimate rulers in the storm lands would have been obligated to defend this strategos in accordance with Khosrau's law. Pindar almost managed to succeed, but when my father arrived, that little shitstain was stomped into the ground. He resisted well enough, however, that my father offered to take him into his service. Pindar agreed, and was granted lands of his own under my father's direct supervision. With my father's patronage, Pindar reached the rank of basileus, but he repaid my father by scheming against him, attempting to ally with several other basileus under the Gale king to support his bid for independence. My father found out, and stripped Pindar of all rank, and once more personally stomped him into the ground, where the bastard belonged. But my father showed him mercy. I don't know why, if it was my father finding amusement in the man's failures or something else of the sort, but he didn't execute Pindar. Instead, Pindar was brought to live with my father as one of his personal agents, without title or land, living not unlike my father's pet. It seems that after my father's death, Pindar once more took to his rebellious ways. Leon relayed all of that as best as he could to Valeria. "Sounds like there were some complicated politics at play," she stated. "What was this alliance that the projection spoke of?" "I'm unsure," Leon replied, and, after using his magic senses to make sure that no one noticed the first time the message played, he reached out his magic, activating the message enchantment again. Fortunately, it wasn't broken after only playing once, and began to play once more. Leon, Valeria, and Nestor listened in silence. By the end of it, Leon had pulled out a sheet of paper and a pen and scrawled the messenger's words down so that he would have a permanent record of the message's contents. When that was finished, he looked back to Valeria and said, "Nestor was obviously dead by that time, so I can only guess at this, but I think I've got something of a picture of how all of this went." "Lay it on me," Valeria replied. "I think that this alliance was probably the survivors of Jason Carano's death at the hands of the Grave Warden. It seems that he made an assault on the Grave Warden, and his entire force, including most of his children, were slaughtered. At first, Prince Demetrios was the man whom everyone tried to rally behind, but with Demetrios' apparent disappearance, the rest were forced into some kind of mutually beneficial alliance to try and maintain some kind of peace. That clearly didn't last long," Valeria quipped. "Seems like it fell apart fairly quickly." "That's hard to say for certain, not like we got an accurate timetable," Leon pointed out, and Valeria shrugged in concession. "If I had to say anything, I'd guess that you're right, though. This Pindar attempted to use his power and influence to usurp the authority of the Alliance, to take over for Jason Carano's without someone else to carry on the Thunderbird's legacy. And it seems that there was some pushback, as with Lord Aleppo. We know that Pindar killed Aleppo, but after that, who was this Kukuva?" Valeria asked. Without waiting for Leon to relay the question, Nestor answered, he was another vassal of my father, and another ascended beast. His true form was that of a giant owl, and he had been given authority over much of what is now the Ilian Empire, directly to the north of Aleppo's land. Last I was aware, he ranked as a basileus. Leon passed on that explanation, and then added himself, and the message said that Kukuva took over the arsenal. If I remember what you told me, Nestor, then that meant that most of the clan's arcs that were capable of traveling between planes had fallen into his hands, along with any of our weapons that my father didn't bring to the confrontation with the Grave Warden, Nestor whispered, his rage now seemingly cooled. They didn't stay, though, they intended to evacuate, Valeria pointed out. Leon nodded as a scowl spread across his face. So it would seem, which would be a shame, because if memory serves, Oculera was where the arsenal was located. I was hoping that it hadn't been discovered and that there may have been something there to find. If this message's claims are correct, though, and Kukuva managed to retreat, then it's entirely possible that there's nothing there remaining. Were I in Kukuva's shoes, I would fill every arc I could with survivors and destroy anything that I couldn't take with me. Where would that leave Pindar, then? Valeria wondered. That would depend on whoever remained, I guess, Leon said. I don't think any of us can say without knowing more of the aftermath of Jason Carano's death. I think the fact that the four empires are here and not a single unified polity can allow us an inference, though. I think that Pindar probably didn't last long as a leader, and that the natives of this plane might have managed to kill him, somehow. Or maybe there were enough remnants of my clan left behind that his rule was challenged enough to fall apart. Or maybe he had arcs of his own and he managed to evacuate, but he was post-apotheosis, so I don't think he would have been confined to this plane even if he didn't. No matter what happened, it seems that this instability was enough to let the Eternan natives reassert control over the plane. Leon trailed off a bit, but a possibility emerged in his mind. He'd only heard them mentioned a few times and had never truly sought out information on them, but he started having some specific wonderings about the Sky Devils, who supposedly lived in the far southeast, practically on the other side of the plane as the Bull Kingdom. From the way that it sounded on those few times that he'd heard of them, they were in conflict with the four empires, and combined with their name, made him suspect who or what they were supposed to be. But there were no answers to those questions to be had here, so Leon made a mental note to look into the Sky Devils, and moved on. Glancing back down at his scribbled record of the message, he activated it one more time to have a listen. When it was over, he asked Nestor, "What's Tyrans?" Tyrans was a fortress plane, Nestor replied. To be powerful in the Nexus alone is a difficult thing since it destroys itself every 100,000 years. There has to be static, more permanent roots for a clan such as ours to form, which necessitates the acquisition of lower planes, by conquest or other means. Throughout our history, our clan subjugated so many planes and brought so many others into its sphere of influence, that we were able to specialize many of them for certain purposes. So things like devoting one to farming, another to the production of military equipment, that sort of thing? Leon asked. In a sense, yes, Nestor replied. No plane can be completely specialized in that respect since the cost of transporting food and materials can be prohibitive, but there are certain things we had the luxury of doing with the multitude of planes under our control. Pylos was our biggest arcyard, we grew and refined many of our most potent alchemical materials on Arcadia, and we trained and stationed our largest armies outside of the Nexus on Proteus, Electrion, and Argolis. Nemea, Ladon, and Evers were entire planes set aside as hunting preserves, with all of humanity banned from setting foot upon them without the express approval of a clan member of high rank. For our clan, we had many planes devoted to our support and pleasure. Palace complexes that spanned continents, academies the size of cities, whole plains whose produce supported us, so that our personal lands could remain unspoiled by the hand of man. Such was our power that the wealth of countless plains was sent to us as taxes or in tribute. As Nestor spoke, he largely spoke fairly neutrally, but Leon could pick up on some of his growing enthusiasm as he spoke of the glories of their clan at its peak. But then he paused for a moment, and when he spoke again, his voice was tinged with such nostalgia, longing, and wistfulness that Leon didn't once think to mock the dead man for becoming almost poetic. But for all those plains in our possession, 3 stood out even amongst the glittering palaces, golden fields, and stout fortresses, mighty Tyrans, radiant Kypros, and Minos, the subject of all desire. Enviable Minos was the personal property of whomever held the title of Storm King, and was a palace plain that was fit for such majesty. At any one time, thousands of arcs would be making their way to far-ruling Minos, each bearing a mountain of wealth to be used at our clan's leisure. Golden Kypros was a plane of such natural wealth that it could only be managed by one of the most powerful and respected members of our clan, with oceans of titanstone beneath its soil, gold and silver in spectacular quantities, and jewels beyond counting. It was at brilliant Kypros that we refined most of our stock of our most valuable materials: adamant, titanstone, luminite, and orichalcum. Shining Kypros didn't power our clan alone, but its importance to our clan cannot be overstated. And finally, we get to thunderous Tyrans, a fortress plane of such strength that it was common sense to think of it as indestructible. The strength of invincible Tyrans was so great and so well known that it became the ideal to which all other fortifications were compared. Nestor finally stopped long enough for Leon to repeat as much of what he just said to Valeria as he could, though he skipped most of the flowery language. When Leon was finished with his explanation, Nestor said, "These 3 planes, and Tyrans in particular, were the backbone of our clan. Minos was our pride and joy, but our Storm Kings mostly ruled from the Nexus, leaving it as the symbolic capital of our clan, the site of our biggest treasury, and little more. The wealth of Kypros made us mighty beyond compare, but it was not our sole source of wealth, and we could have lived without it if we absolutely had to, though we fought frequently and fiercely to ensure we would never have to. But Tyrans was the greatest shield that ensured what was ours, remained ours. The strength of our enemies didn't matter, and even our own strength didn't matter, for as long as Tyrans remained in our control, then no matter how much our power might wane in a given generation, it would never vanish completely. Tyrans, more than any other plane, guaranteed our power. And for Lord Kukuva to retreat there is only natural. Minos and Kypros were off limits to him, and the clan would need to know of my father's death as soon as possible. Even more importantly, we would have had to fortify ourselves against the onslaught of our enemies as soon as we could, else all would be lost, for losing my father and all of our mightiest warriors on this plane, not to mention the loss of the Iron Needle, would leave us in such a weakened position that keeping Tyrans stable and under our control would have been utterly crucial to our survival." Leon quietly nodded, and then quietly said, "It would seem that our clan fell anyway. Tyrans must have fallen, or we must have lost it, somehow." Nestor sighed with such regret and loss that Leon almost shrank down an inch or two in empathetic dejection. "There's nothing I want more than a proper accounting of the fall of our clan," Nestor quietly stated. "If I had to choose between that, or getting my body back, I would choose to give up on my body forever." "A strong statement," Leon remarked. "Indeed, and one that I think it's warranted," Nestor replied. "Our clan should not have fallen, Leon. It simply should not have been possible, even with the loss of my father. We were too strong, too well fortified, too damned wealthy for this to have happened to us. For you to be the last of our clan is a sin beyond compare. With the strength of Tyrans, with the wealth of Kypros, with the power of Minos, and with the might of all the rest of our planes, it should not have been possible for us to fall. And I have to know why, and how." "So do I," Leon said, his golden eyes narrowing in grim determination. "And I think I know where we might be able to start." Leon and Valeria quickly wrapped things up in the message room. They watched the message one last time. Leon ensured that his record was accurate, and then they returned to the library's main hall. There, they found Claudia standing by the doors, quietly chatting with Dame Maxima and several other of Princess Christina's knighesses. The princess herself was exploring the library with Asia and Elise, while Maya was sitting on the edge of a balcony on the 2nd floor, staring out at the hall with a contemplative look. Leon approached Claudia with Valeria by his side. "Leon," Claudia said in polite greeting, and Maxima gave him a respectful nod. "Claudia," Leon responded with a good-natured smile. "I have to say, this place has been preserved magnificently, given its age. I would have thought that something 80,000 years old would have been in much worse condition. It would probably not be too different from the rest of ruins around here," Claudia sadly mused. "Buried, with little more than a few scattered piles of bricks poking out of the dirt." "A shame," Leon commiserated. "But even what's here is still extremely impressive. I have to admit to having some strong curiosity about the people who lived here. I know that you said that the contemporary sources of this period are unreliable, but does that mean that there's no real information to be had?" "Of course not," Claudia said, almost aghast at Leon's inquiry. "We have plenty of strong evidence of who these people were just based on the art that we've managed to preserve. But what stories they told themselves, their thoughts and much of their culture, have been lost to time, I'm afraid. And those stories that we still have of that time have all largely been mythologized." There's probably some truth to them in there somewhere, but we don't quite know enough to say what's fact and what's fiction. This is why I say that our sources are unreliable. Myths and folk stories don't make for compelling evidence, especially since it seems many of the people making those myths were quite biased in their storytelling. But those myths can still be enlightening, Leon pointed out. Maybe there's not much academic value to those stories, but I would appreciate if you could share some of them with me. If you're able, I'm certainly able to do that, Claudia responded with a joyous smile. I actually love anything to do with this mysterious civilization, and even if the information is wrong, I still just devour any stories I can find about it. She paused a moment and gave an apologetic look to Christina's knights, but Maxima just encouraged her to indulge Leon, and they'd listen in quietly. With that out of the way, Claudia launched into what she described as the most common myth of that time, and what was essentially the founding myth of the four empires. Even though all four of the empires weren't formally founded until tens of thousands years later. It started, Claudia narrated, with a war in the heavens between gods and devils. The gods won, but were so injured in the fighting that they were unable to stop the devils from retreating to Eterna. The devils then used their terrifying power to subjugate all the lands of Eterna under their banner. Things looked grim for the men of Eterna, but in the end, the devils succumbed to their true nature, and lost themselves to infighting. The Eternan natives rallied around 11 great heroes those Leon had heard referred to as the Brilliant 11, and with these prodigious warriors leading the charge, they struck in the moment of the devil's greatest weakness, and drove them from the continent. Claudia ended her story with a dire warning, though, explaining that according to the stories, the devils weren't completely defeated, but were only driven away from the Eternan mainland. Even now, their descendants yet lived on the island far to the southeast, known to the empires and all the civilizations of mankind as Sky Devil's Hell. There, they were imprisoned by the brave men and women of the imperial navies, but had become so fortified that even the mighty proto-empires were unable to muster the nerve to dislodge them. In the end, the Brilliant 11 decided to let the devils live in peace, hoping that they could eventually find some common ground, and split up to 10 to their individual kingdoms. These kingdoms eventually coalesced into the four empires, but the Sky Devils never made peace with them. The Argonaut Sea and the Straits of Keranos Chapter 666. 3 New Goals. Leon was rather quiet for the rest of the day following the tour of the ruins. His group stayed for only another hour or so before it was time to leave, and his family split from Princess Christina's retinue at the gates. The princess herself tried to object, but after a whispered exchange with Valeria, she let them go, though Leon could tell that she wasn't happy about the situation. Regardless, he had other things on his mind than a pouting princess, things that weighed on him throughout the rest of the date. Elise tried to get him talking again while they were at dinner, but even though it was an expensive restaurant and rather early in the day, it was still crowded enough that Leon kept his quiet. Even during the subsequent cruise around the lake, Leon remained extremely taciturn, for he didn't want to talk around even the small crew of their tiny, rented yacht. It wasn't until they finally returned to the Heaven's Eye guest house as the sun started to dip below the horizon that he started to speak about what was on his mind, and when he started to speak, he didn't stop for more than an hour. He ranted about the fall of his clan, how much they deserved it, how bitter he was that they fell at all, the avoidable mistakes they made which caused their fall following Jason Carano's death, how justified the Eternan natives were in their war for freedom, and so much more. By the end of it, he was just angry and barely even registering what he was saying anymore. He felt better after it was over, but was immediately apologetic for ranting that like at his lovers. It's fine, Elise told him. Better to know what's on your mind like this than to have you bottle it all up. I agree, Valeria whispered. Maya didn't say anything, but after Leon collapsed into an armchair, she draped herself over him and sealed his mouth with hers for a long moment, and any need she had to speak to get her thoughts across vanished. When the river nymph disentangled herself from Leon, the conversation continued, with Valeria asking, "What will this mean? If these people think that you're connected to their mythical tyrants, that might be an issue," Elise said as she squinted in thought, but with the backing of Heaven's Eye, and with 8th tier power from 3 different beings, we're effectively above all but imperial recriminations, and even then, we'd have to do something very eye-catching to be put on their map. That's going to happen sooner or later, Valeria pointed out. I mean, how long do you think it's going to take Leon to do something impulsive that'll have everyone talking? Valeria and Elise shared a knowing look, while Leon could only scowl. He wanted to argue against his silver-haired lover's words, but he knew them to be true. It might be sooner than you think, Leon whispered. My clan's arsenal was in Oculara. I have a sneaking suspicion that that's the reason Heaven's Eye is headquartered there, of all places, so the chance that the arsenal hasn't been discovered is extremely remote, and the chances that it wasn't destroyed after Lord Kukuva retreated from it is even more so, but it's something I want to keep my eyes open for, just in case. Elise grinned with an almost greedy look in her eyes. Arcs are rare and extremely powerful, even the empires only have a few apiece. If there's an undiscovered, and possibly even still intact arcyard below Oculara, then that's something we have to investigate. Her look then fell, replaced by something a little more contemplative and resigned. But, you're right, there's probably little chance it hasn't been discovered given it's an all but autonomous city within the Ilian Empire. Heaven's Eye has nearly unchecked control over Oculara, and they've built it up quite extensively. Valeria added, at the very least, it would seem that if the Thunderbird clan left anything behind, it hasn't been put to any particularly unsavory uses, otherwise we'd probably know about it. So little chance that a fleet of war arcs were left behind, or huge caches of weapons. I think that maybe there were caches of weapons left behind, at least in small quantities, Leon stated as he stared at the wall. The Bull Kingdom's flame lances were supposed to have been based on Imperial weapons, weren't they? Now, I can't say for sure, but I have a suspicion that the Imperial lances, whatever form they take, could very well be based on Nexus-grade weapons my clan left behind. We don't have any proof of that, though, do we? Valeria asked. No, we don't, Leon conceded, it's just a suspicion I've had. Still, it's not the only consideration it leaves us with. Leon gave Elise a meaningful look, and the fire-haired woman said, these plains, then. Minor, Tyrans, and Kypros. Minnows and Kypros, Leon corrected, but yes, those are the ones. A palace plain, a plain of unimaginable wealth, and a fortress plain, all three of which made for the most important foundations upon which the Thunderbird clan had been built. Leon paused a moment and looked to Valeria, who had the most knowledge of the Nexus out of all four of them. Have you ever heard of any of these places? Not much, Valeria admitted. A few offhand remarks, fortress to shame Tyrans, not even Tyrans could withstand such might, and the like. Nothing concrete. I'd have to ask my father about them. Leon grimaced, but nodded. I suppose we can't make any definitive plans for them until we know more, he said. Are you still intending to go to the Nexus, first? Elise asked. Absolutely, Leon replied. I have no idea how we're going to get there, but by all accounts, it seems that arcs capable of traveling the void are more common there than anywhere else. It would be better to struggle to reach the Nexus and gain the ability to travel anywhere, then struggle to reach anywhere, and continue to struggle to go anywhere else. At the very least, it seems that traveling through the void isn't impossible for those who reach apotheosis, but we'll still need solid access to long-range arcs before thinking about reclaiming my clan's wider holdings. I suppose that makes sense, Elise whispered. Besides, Leon continued, I want to build up some kind of base in the Nexus, first. Doesn't the Nexus regularly destroy itself? Maya asked aloud, speaking for the first time since they'd returned to the guest house. Every 100,000 years, Leon replied. It's been a little under 80,000 years since the last such reconstitution, so we still have 20,000 years or so to accomplish this. More than enough time to get established, long enough to find somewhere more permanent, I'd say. Hopefully, the river nymph replied with a light frown. Leon shrugged and sighed. I think that right now, we have so little information that making any concrete plan is a little foolish. I want to go to the Nexus before anywhere else, but I don't mind changing that plan if something else comes up. Maya mirrored his shrug. So long as we aren't trapped, she said. Leon nodded in understanding. Is there anything else we need to bring up? He asked the other three. None had much else to say, so they moved on to making plans for the following day. They didn't have much time to explore Ancon, and they wanted to make the most of it. After some discussion, they eventually settled on exploring a park in the morning, and then seeing a play in the afternoon. After they broke for the night, though, Valeria went to see her father. Justin was glad to see his daughter and was a little aggrieved that she'd come to him for information rather than any other motive, but when she started asking him questions, he gave her the answers she wanted. She asked him about the planes that Nestor had told Leon about, and she was surprised to learn that Justin was fairly well informed on the subject. Apparently the three most important planes to the Thunderbird clan were common knowledge in the Nexus, and there were many stories about them, not the least of which how they fell. After getting her answers, Valeria returned to Leon, Elise, and Maya to relay what she'd been told. Kypros was the most active, being the richest and most attractive plane to hold. As far as Justin was aware, the planar cluster that Kypros was a part of was still controlled by forces from the storm lands, but the group that held the plane changed every decade or two. Kypros was so rich a prize that oceans of blood were spilled to take and hold it. It was considered common sense that only the next Storm King would have the power and authority to make it theirs, and there hadn't been anyone powerful enough to claim that title since Jason Carano's death, so Kypros remained a battleground. Tyrans, however, was a different story. It was an incredible fortress plane of legendary repute. Supposedly fully staffed and supplied, it was able to defend the huge planar cluster that formed the core of the Thunderbirds clan's power from attack with ease. It was the strongpoint that made all the other defenses of the planar cluster possible. However, these days, it was practically deserted, held by squatters and forces no better than pirates. Its great Tempest cannons were silent, Tyrans occupiers unable to maintain them, the Hurricane shield inoperable, its Castra satellite planes empty, its portals closed, its archyards empty and broken, and its innumerable walls and citadels devoid of life. Only the gigantic bands of luminite that arced above and around the fortress plain that could encase the entire plane in a shield of invincible light if fully powered, and that bristled with other magical weapons and defense platforms, were still inhabited, all else essentially abandoned. Buried somewhere within the planar cluster it defended was Minnows, likely just as abandoned, but Justin wasn't sure. The Thunderbird clan, Justin had said, had always been incredibly stingy with the maps of the planar cluster where they made their home, and getting any information on it had been practically impossible. In the millennia that followed their collapse, so many charlatans had made fake maps to sell that ferreting out any true maps that may have leaked from migrants and refugees had been impossible. Hardly anyone wanted that planar cluster anymore, and hardly anyone ever came out of it. Abandoned, Justin claimed, or as close to it as a cluster of several hundred Eterna-sized planes could be. Devastated during the massive wars of succession following Jason Carano's death, the place had become a backwater that wasn't worth the time to occupy and rebuild, so shattered and ruined that no one even checked up on the cluster anymore. Even the occasional bold scavenger rarely stayed long, usually scared off by the pirates and smugglers that occupied the few remaining intact fortress planes other than Tyrans in the cluster. Tyrans, as the primary fortress that defended the cluster, had nothing of worth to defend anymore, and as the locus of power among those who aspired to seize the title of Storm King shifted, it became more and more irrelevant. Likewise, Minnows, despite being the central palace and spiritual capital of the Thunderbird clan, was unlikely to hold anyone but looters, in Justin's view. When Valeria finished, Leon was left silent, unsure exactly how to respond to all of that information. He wondered how much of it was true, separate from whether or not Justin might have lied. It at least sounded plausible enough, with civil wars tracking with what he knew of the aftermath of the fall of his clan, and depopulation and mass migration being the natural result, but hundreds of planes. He wondered to himself, how could so much territory just be abandoned? Along with Minnows and Tyrans. He thought back to what he knew of his clan outside of Eterna. It wasn't much, but from a few offhand remarks from the Thunderbird, he knew that the clan survived in some form until at least the last 10,000 years, which meant that there were almost 70,000 years minimum between the death of Jason Carano's and the final death of his last clan member outside of Eterna. Did the clan abandon Minnows? Leon thought. And how did Tyrans fall? Were all the planes it defended evacuated? There has to be someone living there other than pirates and looters. It can't just be abandoned. No matter what, though, he was almost happy. Tyrans was occupied by squatters, and Minnows had been lost to history. His clan's home cluster was empty at best, and quite possibly anarchic in truth, while Kypros and its cluster was a perpetual war zone. Though the thought of these places being occupied by anyone else not of his clan had his blood boiling, he also never wanted such places to just be handed to him. Taking them back ought to be quite the experience, he thought to himself as a smile uncontrollably spread across his face. The retaking of his clan's old centers of power would be the biggest proof possible that he was the true heir of the Thunderbird clan, and not just an entitled child using power he was graced with by the accident of his birth. He couldn't wait to get started. What's wrong, Leon Rame? Penelope asked, her dark brown eyes narrowed in amusement as she turned from the play to watch Leon fight not to bury his face in his hands, though he'd already sunk low in his seat. I thought a man of your caliber would have a better resistance to bad jokes. Comedy's not your forte. Leon grimaced in disgust, mortification, and muted rage as he returned the 8th-tier woman's look with something more akin to disgust than amusement, and didn't answer. The play he and his family had gone to see was a comedy, and if he tried to distance himself from the subject matter then he'd say that the jokes were funny enough, especially with the jubilant reactions from the crowd, but the subject matter was too close for him to do so. It was a comedic retelling of the life of one of the Ilian Empire's founding heroes, one of the Brilliant 11, which Leon and his family hadn't known before the play began. The hero was born shortly before the Thunderbird clan's arrival, lived for a while beneath their tyrannical rule, and then rebelled, though Leon was mostly substituting the bird-headed otherworlders that the play portrayed with his clan, for these characters weren't particularly accurate to what he knew to be the plane's history. But even though it wasn't technically his clan up on stage, their substitutes were still made out to be comically over-the-top evil, and oftentimes comedically incompetent. Many jokes were made where the main character prepared for a long time to make some plan of resistance against them, only for them to destroy themselves before he could even arrive, leaving him confused and almost disappointed. The crowd was eating it up, laughing uproariously at nearly every joke, but Leon's family were silent, and Leon himself was beyond mortified. Making the matter worse, Penelope was there with them, making it too awkward for them to just leave. They had reserved one of the private boxes above the large theater's main seating area, but apparently she was in another of the private boxes and noticed their arrival. Contrary to what Leon would have expected had he known she was there, she actually left her box and asked to join them, reasoning that comedies are always more fun when watching with others. Not being able to refuse without looking rude, Leon and his family were practically forced to invite her into their box to watch the play with them. And so, they were stuck watching Leon's clan, effectively Elise, Valeria, and Maya's clan, too, now, given their connection with Leon, be denigrated and humiliated on stage, and couldn't even explain to Penelope why they weren't enjoying the play. "I'm fine with comedies," Leon answered the Heaven's Eye agent through gritted teeth, "I just don't think this one is very funny." Penelope cracked a smirk. "I would normally be loath to agree with someone like you, but in this case, I simply must. I'm more entertained that this is the only part of the theater not shaking with laughter right now. It only takes a few people laughing to make something funny," Elise whispered, the only sign of her relative anger at the mockery of Leon's clan being a slight tinge of red in her cheeks. "If a few people start, then it's just easier for everyone to follow suit." "Maybe," Penelope whispered. She took a deep breath and then completely changed the subject, letting the raucous roaring of the throngs below drown out everything else. "Lady Elise, what are your intentions for Heaven's Eye?" Elise blinked in confusion for a moment at the sharp change in topic, but she didn't let the question throw her off for long. "I had no immediate intentions, Lady Penelope. I have to see to my family's household first and foremost." "An understandable issue that needs sorting," Penelope replied, her almond eyes narrowing, "but I was speaking of after that. Surely, after your mother assumes her new role, you will be looking to increase your duties, too." Elise smiled at Penelope, but from the way the corners of her mouth tightened, Leon could tell that it was forced. "My mother has released me from my role as her secretary," Elise said. "I'm free to work on my personal projects. I don't have much interest in rising through the ranks of Heaven's Eye right now. That might change in the future, but right now, my plans start and end with my family." Penelope stared at Elise for a long moment, and then seemed to relax. "That's unfortunate to hear," the woman said, not looking even remotely sincere as the words passed her lips. Elise let the matter go, though, and seemed to turn her attention back to the play for a few minutes before Penelope spoke again. "Do you have any idea where you might decide to live once you've reached Oculera?" "We're still hammering out the details," Elise politely replied, not once looking at the eye of the director. "We need lots of land for what we're planning, and we're unsure of what's on offer in the city." "I'll help you out," Penelope said, not seeming to even entertain the idea of Leon and Elise refusing. Which they didn't, at least not in those words. "There's no need for that, Lady Penelope," Leon stated as he rose slightly from where he'd let his body slouch in his seat. "We're more than capable of finding a villa suitable for our family on our own without taking up your undoubtedly valuable time." "I was ordered to escort you to Oculera," Penelope bluntly stated. "After the report of that little vampire attack you had to suffer made its way to headquarters, it was decided that you needed a little extra help. My father is eager to see all of you welcome to Oculera, and to that end, will likely order me to help you, regardless of how any of us feel about it. Get used to it now." Her tone remained steady, but when Leon glanced at her, the corners of her eyes were tight and her cheeks were slightly raised in a barely suppressed squint. She was about as happy about this arrangement as he was. Something they could commiserate together over, he supposed, but he'd still rather that he and Penelope had as little to do with each other as possible. He and Elise. Chapter 667. Ilion. When the day to leave Ancon finally came, Leon wasn't too upset. He'd found little in the city save for frustration, humiliation, and anger, or rather, those things that frustrated, humiliated, and angered him so outweighed the good parts that he was just glad to see the city slowly disappearing into the distance behind the Heaven's Eye convoy. Much like the trek from Akhmim to Attica, this leg of their journey would be overland, and undergone in the lap of such luxury that Leon could hardly fathom it. Hundreds of wheelless, horseless carriages, each one large enough to be a small house, would transport their convoy northeast to Ilion, the capital of the Ilian Empire. While they weren't to travel through the richest land in the empire, the natural wealth of this place, to Leon's understanding, still put nearly everywhere on Eterna to shame. So, with little regret, Leon turned his eyes from Ancon as it faded away into the haze of distance to what was now appearing before them. The central regions of Eterna were quite flat. It had its mountains and hills, especially in the Sunlit Empire and the lands of the Sentinels, but fertile plains, long rivers, and shallow, mineral-rich hills were the name of the game here. The air was fairly humid and warm, but not so much as to be uncomfortable for even second- or third-tier mages, and it led to fantastic agricultural yields, as Leon was able to see the multi-lane highway they took toward Ilion was wide enough to allow at least 6 carriages to comfortably fit side by side, but on either side of it were tall trees with branches heavy with colorful fruit. None were quite so close for people to pick the fruit as they traveled, but they were still close enough to be readily available for anyone to take if they found a hunger during their journey. Elise informed Leon that the highway-side orchards were managed by the Empire for the express purpose of feeding travelers for free, and thus encouraging commerce. Beyond the orchards were large private farms, immaculately tailored and, being perfectly square, were shaped differently than the farms he was used to seeing. In most places he'd been to, farms were generally long and narrow, allowing for beasts of burden to not have to turn that often when yoked to a plow, a fairly arduous thing to do that wasted time, to his understanding. These farms, however, being square, implied that the Empire didn't have to rely on such methods to plow their fields. It wasn't long before Leon saw that method for himself, with several large vehicles visible to his magic senses out in the fields doing work. They were large, sleek, carriage-like things made of gleaming gray metal, with long, thin bodies, but still able to turn on a silver coin. They hovered off the ground on a cushion of air, while having a series of revolving blades on the front that magically swiped and turned fast enough to effectively harvest whatever grains were growing in the field. Once the carriage hovered over the now cut grain, air enchantments would suck it up into the back, quickly filling the carriage. Meanwhile, a plow was lowered in the back of the machine, allowing it to till the land at the same time that it harvested. It was almost mesmerizing watching such magical machines work. Leon had never really seen anything like them. They were extremely well engineered and designed for something that he didn't think he ever would have thought of on his own. His own musings on enchantments weren't devoted to something so mundane as farming equipment, and yet here were machines more magically advanced than anything he'd ever designed, and seemingly their only purpose was to tend to fields. Leon sat by the window of his family's carriage for hours, just watching what few of these vehicles he could see with his magic senses working, sometimes analyzing what little he could sense of their enchantments based on the magic they emanated, but otherwise just observing. He noted that they weren't autonomous, but they had enclosed cabins for their crews of 3 to handle. It was a long time before he realized that they'd traveled for more than 100 miles and yet hadn't seen an end to the farms and orchards. He could see 200 miles ahead of him, and even though he could see a few good-sized towns and cities along their route, it still struck him that many of these farms would have to transport their produce a long way to reach a settlement of significant size. He knew that the price of food could skyrocket for every day that it spent in overland transport, so he wondered just how the Ilian Empire managed to keep the prices reasonable in this part of the world. He supposed, though, that if the carriages like the one he was riding in were plentiful enough, and by all evidence he'd seen, they seemed to be, then his usual standard for logistics would have to be seriously revised. He was in a completely different world than the one he was used to. By the time they stopped for the day in a city of about 50,000, his head was buzzing with thoughts of the kind of logistical nightmare it must be to manage such a system, accounting for hundreds of millions of people at least, and a sense of dread settled into his stomach knowing that it was in his future to manage something even grander, a system where entire planes were specialized for farming or production of certain materials, a multiplanar kingdom. Suddenly, he realized that he'd been far too single-minded and conservative in his recruitment of retainers. He'd been focusing on combat potential, and while those who could fight would be indispensable, he realized that the largest army he'd need to build would be one of bureaucrats. He didn't get much rest at night, and spent most of his time fitfully training. On the second day of the journey to Ilion, he kept his mind diligently shuttered in the carriage, choosing not to think about the challenge he was staring down, at least for the time being. Instead, he focused on training and studying, and supervising the training of his retinue. Now that he had Helen and Anna, he could justify getting the ladies of his retinue their own carriage, which served to greatly reduce some tensions in his retinue, as well, since Anshu wasn't being required to share living spaces with unmarried women. He, Gaius, Marcus, and Alcander got their own carriage, while Alex, Helen, and Anna got one to themselves. After several days of spending his day's training, he noticed that the farms that had flanked the highway orchards were thinning out, and the cities they were passing were growing more and more frequent, and much larger, to boot. There were still plenty of rural and agricultural zones within range of his magic senses, but for the most part, land that was truly wild had disappeared, leaving in their wake the golden towers of the Ilian Empire's urban centers, the villas of their perfectly manicured country estates, and the abundant fields that were needed to sustain the Empire's massive population. The more Leon saw, the less he felt welcome. It was all quite beautiful, with the aesthetics of the Ilian Empire undeniable, but Leon felt wrong being so far away from true wilds. Even in the most heavily urbanized areas of the Bull Kingdom, he always knew that he was, at most, a few dozen miles from the edge of human territory, and that there was a forest, or wild hills, or inhospitable mountains nearby that he could vanish into if the need ever struck him. Knowing how far he'd have to travel to have the same kind of solitude here was more distressing than he'd realized it would be, but he did his best not to let it get to him and instead admire what the Ilian Empire had built. And it was worth admiring, in his mind. Their cities sprawled across the land, showing the sheer dominance they had over their environment. Every building positively radiated magic power, showing that even their most run-down homes were as heavily enchanted as a country villa back in the Bull Kingdom, to the point that every home, and nearly every building otherwise, had been warded against magic senses, giving the people of the Ilian Empire the kind of privacy that the people of the Bull Kingdom would probably never have. The air itself was so inundated with magic power spilling out of the buildings that Leon could feel energized with every breath, which went a long way to helping him to stifle his desire to see the wilds. What helped even more was the fact that they didn't have to rest in the convoy at night since the highway was so urbanized. They could stay at luxurious guest houses run by local branches of Heaven's Eye every night of their journey. And then, a week after leaving Ancon, the hardlands of the Ilian Empire appeared in the distance, completely blowing away everything else he'd seen in the Empire up to that point with their grandeur and sheer size. The core of the Ilian Empire lay between a pair of massive rivers that flowed eastward from a small mountain range on the edge of the Illumerian wetlands, the River of Serenity in the north, and the Scamander River in the south, both connected by a massive canal further west. As they rode further in, Elise spoke to Leon about this region, giving him a short crash course on local politics. The Ilian Empire was mostly situated around the Scamander River in the south. Most of the River of Serenity in the north was theirs, as well, but everything north of it belonged to the sacred Golden Empire. About 100 miles from the titanic inland sea at the center of the plain, though, the sacred Golden Empire took possession of the River of Serenity and a few strips of land on the southern bank. These rivers were massive, more than a mile across and deep enough that a dreadnought could sink within and not obstruct riverine traffic. They ensured that the floodplains that lay between them were incredibly rich and fertile, and was what allowed the Ilian Empire to build what was essentially one long continuous city along the entire length of the Scamander River without needing to worry about feeding such a massive population. This enormous city was separated into distinct cities of their own for administrative purposes, each ruled by a mayor who answered directly to the emperor just as the governors in the provinces did. But even with these divisions, once they reached the Scamander River, they'd be able to walk along its banks from its headwaters to the inland sea without ever leaving the city. Leon's brain hurt just thinking about what a pain in the ass that administering that kind of urban sprawl had to be, but what hurt his brain even more was contemplating just what had to happen for the River of Serenity to have been split like it had been. Elise explained that during the two empires' early years, they fought extensively over the river. The Ilian Empire wanted it as a strong northern border, but Evergold, the capital city of the sacred Golden Empire, had been built upon it, and they weren't willing to share that space. After several thousand years of destructive war, however, the two empires managed to hammer out a peace deal that had been in place for more than 40,000 years, a peace deal that had given the River of Serenity its current name. These days, the River of Serenity now facilitated a tremendous amount of trade between the two empires, generating more wealth in a month than all of the Bull Kingdom's silver mines could in a year. Elise was only partway through her explanation of the local politics when Leon abruptly stopped paying attention, his eyes going wide and his jaw going slack as he saw something he'd been longing to see for a long time, but never had with his own eyes: an arc. It looked almost like an arrowhead flying through the sky, long and sleek, with sharp edges to pierce through the air. It was made of shining silver metal, flew through the air about 500 feet off the ground, and was large enough that a quarter of the Heaven's Eye convoy could probably comfortably fit inside. It was decorated with flowing golden lines forming stylized glyphs, and on both wings, that jutted out from the slightly thicker main body, were emblazoned the sigil of the Ilian Empire, an upright spear wreathed in grass laurels, grasped in a faintly feminine hand. The back side of the arc was hollow and open to the air, and from it poured fire and smoke. Leon assumed that was what was propelling it through the air at speeds great enough to get from one side of the empire to the other in no more than a day. "Holy shit," Leon had muttered in amazement, drawing everyone else's attention. After explaining what it was that he was seeing, Elise explained that such an arc was probably meant for transporting people from place to place with extreme speed, though who or what they were transporting she couldn't say. What she could say, however, was that all the arcs based within the Ilian Empire were owned by the Emperor personally, save for a few small arcs owned and operated by Heaven's Eye, of course meaning that whoever was in that arc was extremely highly ranked. "I want one," Leon had said wistfully as the arc passed close by the highway. As they drew nearer to Ilion, however, Leon's attention was taken from the multiple arcs he could now see patrolling the skies by the capital city. Even by the standards of the magnificent structures built along the Scamander River, Ilion stood out. Fantastic forums filled with merchants plying their trade, luxurious and exotic goods of all sorts on display. Monolithic monuments abounded, sports arenas and outdoor amphitheaters could be seen everywhere, and the interior of the city was practically a forest of golden towers, each one reaching even further into the sky than Leon had ever seen a man-made structure. He saw golden towers 40, 50, and 60 stories tall, and some even taller than that, and each one was unique in its own, with slightly different architecture and visual aesthetics. But all of it paled in comparison to what could only be the Emperor's palace. It was on what at first looked like a massive plateau that the enormous Scamander River parted around and encircled, flowing back into a singular river on the eastern side, but it soon became clear that if it was a natural formation, then it had been so heavily transformed by human hands that it would have been unrecognizable. There was a large hollow at the base of the plateau, one so large that the plateau almost seemed to be a gigantic slab of gray rock held aloft by 11 titanic pillars, more a raised island in the sky than anything. Each of these pillars had been carved into the colossal likeness of who Leon could only assume were the 11 heroes who'd driven the remnants of his clan upon this plane out of these lands and laid the foundations for the 4 empires. Each of these colossi were massive, nearly 1,000 feet tall without exception. They were all carved in various heroic poses, one in the act of drawing a bow, another with a sword raised to the heavens, a third standing aloof with a scroll in his hand, a fourth leaning against the massive rock platform with an almost comical grin on his face. Every pose was different, and every colossus rendered in fantastic detail. The surface of the massive raised island was remarkable in its own right, with extensive gardens filled with exotic trees and flowers of all colors, shapes, and sizes, including, Leon noted, a few heartwood trees. Those gardens well complemented the massive palace built upon this raised island. The palace itself seemed primarily built of rose quartz and white marble, accented with gold sparkling red and orange stone. It was bigger than Argent Palace, bigger than the Bull Kingdom's entire capital island. The main palace building alone was 10 stories tall, and contained more than 60 courtyards. More than 200 other buildings constituted the rest of the palace complex, allowing tens of thousands of people to work within by Leon's estimation. Leon noted a few other buildings, including what he thought to be a temple, given the robed people milling about its central courtyard. This place had more huge statues outside of its front gates, though none even half as large as the colossi holding up the raised island. Other buildings that caught Leon's attention were massive fortresses on the north, south, east, and west sides, each once with dozens of eye-catching weapon emplacements that looked reminiscent of Bull Kingdom flame lances, though much bigger and sleeker. The entire raised island was ringed by a huge wall that seemed to almost grow right out of the island's stony edge. The wall connected each of the fortresses and was interrupted on every side by dozens of tall, strong-looking towers. At the top of each tower was another of the large, seemingly more advanced imperial lances. The entire palace was so aglow with magic power that it almost hurt for Leon to look at it with his magic senses, but the fortresses were something else entirely, with Leon able to sense so much magic power flowing through the walls, towers, and fortresses that he could well believe them to be indestructible by anything that Eternans would consider to be conventional means. After a few seconds of silent gawking, Leon noticed that there didn't seem to be any way to reach the top of the island by foot, though the entire area underneath the island was shrouded by magic senses scattering wards, so he wasn't able to see for certain. Regardless, he was impressed by the sheer scale and artistry of the palace that had been constructed, it serving as a sign greater than just about any other of the power of the Ilian Empire. The Heaven's Eye Enclave wasn't located too far from the palace complex, though it wasn't on the raised island. Instead, it was located in a massive, if only slightly less opulent, palace complex of its own just off one of the branches of the Scamander River that encircled the palace Sky Island. If the convoy stayed the course on their highway, they would be taken right to the front door of the Enclave's tower itself, massive in comparison to just about all of its like that Leon had seen on his journey, being more than 80 stories tall by his reckoning, nearly tall enough to be in line with the foot of the palace's defensive wall. Out front was a gargantuan courtyard filled with covered walkways and leisure gardens that allowed the surely massive Heaven's Eye staff located here to relax and move around with ease. Leon had to force himself to get back into business mode, however, when he saw that out in front of the tower were no less than 3 8th-tier mages standing at the head of a crowd of other powerful mages at least 500 strong. A welcoming party, Leon realized. Looks like they're really pulling out all the stops for Emily, unlike when they arrived in Ancon. However, there wasn't a single person dressed in anything akin to the uniforms that Apollodorus had been wearing, leading Leon to think that the Ilian Empire didn't have any representatives in this crowd. But if anything, Leon was thankful for that, for a crowd that included several dozen 7th-tier mages and 3 8th-tier mages was already intimidating enough for him to try and focus on preparing himself to meet them. And by his estimation, they'd arrive in only a few more hours. Chapter 668, Penthesilea. The Heaven's Eye convoy arrived in Ilion with fanfare. It wasn't quite a parade with music, dancing, and flower petals coating the pristine concrete road, but there was a large escort force of lightly armed and armored guards in blood-red uniforms blocking off streets and allowing them to pass down the main thoroughfares with ease. The convoy drew much attention, of course, but they moved quickly through the streets and never stopped. Leon barely had the time to admire the spectacular trees and their glowing, multicolored leaves as they passed beneath their canopies. Only a few hours after the city came into view, the convoy was already pulling into the central square of the massive local Heaven's Eye Enclave, and from there, was split up and directed in pieces through the warrens of the Enclave's streets to their respective destinations. Leon, his family, and his retinue were taken straight to a luxurious guest house, along with Emily, Damien Maketon, and Penelope. Leon was surprised to learn that all of them were going to be sharing the same guest house, but once he took in the scale of the palace that they were being given, he understood that even with that, it wasn't going to be much of a problem. They were all shown to their living quarters, and there, were allowed to rest for a while as the rest of the convoy was seen to. Leon was sure there was going to be more that they'd have to tend to, but for now, he was grateful for the couple of hours they were going to be given to rest before being saddled with those responsibilities. Despite that, he wasn't quite able to rest. Everyone else had gone their ways to get what rest they could, but Leon found himself unable to sit still, for he couldn't quite get it out of his head. They'd reached Ilion, the capital of the Ilian Empire, and one of, if not the largest centers of magic on the entire plane. He wanted to rest, but his body simply couldn't, so he left Elise and Maya napping in their bed and walked out into a large adjacent garden that their bedroom opened right up into. It was a fully enclosed garden, with only a small entrance for the gardeners to keep the place looking splendid, and with the wards Leon could sense in the walls, even though it was outdoors, there was still complete privacy. For a few minutes, he walked around the large garden, almost getting lost with how extensive it was. He found several large pools, each with seemingly different functions, one that was long and rectangular, perfect for exercise, one that was curving and in no definable shape, but was ringed with more multicolored trees and sweet-smelling flowers, making it clear that this was a more recreational pool. Another pool was so shallow it didn't even come to Leon's knees, which led him to think that it was for any water mages that might have wanted to train, and finally, there was a decorative pool surrounding a gazebo with tables and chairs connected to the rest of the garden by a stark white marble bridge. There were several paths of limestone bricks leading through the gardens that at times had Leon starting to relax, almost convincing him that he was back in a forest, only for the illusion to be ruined by the simple fact that the garden wasn't quite big enough to complete that illusion. With nothing else to do, Leon crossed the bridge to the gazebo, sat in one of the benches by the edge, and looked outward to watch the colorful fish in the pool. With his eyes busy, he then projected his magic senses to examine the city in further detail, wondering just what was going to happen next. He fully expected that there was going to have to be some kind of political meet and greet. He didn't think that even the august Ilian emperor would let a soon-to-be chief of acquisitions for all of Heaven's Eye to pass through his city without at least some kind of invitation to his palace, and since it had happened everywhere else they'd stayed, he expected that he would be part of whatever gathering would be happening. He needed some time to prepare himself mentally for such a meeting. He needed to make sure that he didn't make an absolute fool of himself in the court of such a monarch, lest it harm his chances of getting into Heaven's Eye, or give him an unsavory reputation among the people that he might need support from to reach the nexus. This was it, now. He wasn't in an isolated, rather backwater kingdom anymore. He was in the center of power for the entire plane, and he couldn't just not care about politics or his image. Both would have an immeasurable effect on the kind of retinue that would be at his back in however long it took for him to reach apotheosis. The time for the sort of uncaring, aloof behavior that came naturally to him was over. It was time to get serious about his future. As this new reality slowly crashed down onto him, he sensed Nestor's magic senses pulse out of his soul realm. The dead man probably couldn't even see outside of the garden given its size, but as far as Leon could tell, the man still pushed for every inch, straining to reach even the walls of the enclave, let alone somewhere like the palace, raised upon its island into the sky by the 11 colossi of the founding heroes. Leon didn't disturb him, merely letting Nestor strain himself with whatever he was trying to do, waiting for Nestor to ask for help if he decided he needed it. He didn't have to wait long. "Leon," Nestor whispered. Leon didn't respond verbally, but he cast his attention down into his soul realm. It was enough for Nestor to know that he was listening. The dead man quietly asked, "Can you tell me of this city? I would like to know how it's fared in the years since I saw it last." Leon solemnly nodded, not having the energy or the will to crack any jokes with Nestor's tone dripping with such a longing nostalgia that Leon could feel his eyes prickling with unshed tears of empathy. He knew what was going through Nestor's mind, for it had gone through his the last time he'd been to the forest of black and white. So, without argument, Leon described the city as best as he could. Advanced magical carriages in numbers beyond counting, and people in even greater sums. Prosperity, luxury, beauty in abundance. A forest of golden towers, busy forums, monuments to ancient glories and tragedies. The palace. Nestor listened to it all in silence, but one thing that Leon never described, for he couldn't see any of its like, were ruins. The architecture of the Ilian Empire was just as impressive and monolithic as the examples he'd seen of Thunderbird architecture, but he couldn't see anything, not even a single crumbled avian statue, that might indicate his clan had once lived here. It seemed that Nestor knew why. To hear of this place rendered into such a state, all evidence of our existence erased, the dead man bemoaned, "I have no words. If my sister could see her city now, and the vermin that infest it, she would lose her mind with fury." "I thought this was Lord Kukuva's territory?" Leon inquired. "It is, technically," Nestor explained. "But my sister was allowed to come here and establish herself by my father. A little exclave of our clan, independent of all save for my father, run by none but my sister." Nestor spoke with both great pride and deep sorrow, and it took Leon a moment to ask, "Would you tell me of her?" Nestor laughed. "I think you would have either loved and respected her, or hated her with terrible passion. I can see much of her in your attitude and bearing, a lack of concern for the opinions of others, disdain for authority, and single-minded devotion to your interests. But Penthesilea was much blunter than you, and less tolerant of outsiders. She had her small cohort of followers, and with her husbands and concubines, she'd largely gone off to do her own thing, leaving the rest of us to our own devices. I think if she'd lived much longer, she would have started a cadet family of her own, symbolically leaving our family without abandoning us." Nestor then groaned, and Leon felt his magic senses cease for a moment. He thought for just a moment that Nestor was going to stop talking, but thankfully, the dead man continued, showing that he was more embarrassed and playfully angry than anything. She was always father's favorite. She was the strongest of all of his siblings, but even before that became apparent, father always spent far more time with her than with any of the rest of us, and let her get away with just about anything she ever wanted. I know that nearly all the rest of us were destined for arranged marriages, but father let her take whatever lovers she wanted. When we were getting ready for our invasion of this plane, his sons he ordered to accompany him, but Penthesilea was given a choice and, without even a moment's hesitation, she chose to come with. I'm hearing a hint of resentment in your voice, there, Nestor, Leon observed, though he left out just how much love and longing he could also hear. That makes some sense, Nestor lightly replied. I hated her throughout most of my childhood. Even Cassander, my eldest brother, wasn't quite as much of a bully as she was. She was spoiled, arrogant, and wasteful. She thought herself above all restrictions, and didn't take too kindly to me after I started studying enchantments instead of learning how to fight. She was an absolute battle maniac, and she only ever really got along well with Cassander, who was much like her, if rather less talented. But, still, she was my sister. Our relationship improved dramatically when we no longer lived together. I would never call us friends, but we were still family, and if there was one thing that Penthesilea cared about, it was family. I've no doubt in my mind that she would have given her life for any of us, without hesitation. Nestor trailed off, but Leon didn't get the impression it was because he didn't want to say any more, but because he couldn't say any more without completely breaking down. To try and take some of that pressure off of the dead man, Leon asked, how about the palace and city itself? What was this place like before all of this rose up? That raised island, as you called it, was built by our clan. It was to serve as both a statement of power, and to protect our interests. The defenses built atop such places were impenetrable without someone who'd achieved apotheosis, and even then, they were still formidable. I can't say how many of those defenses survived, but given what you've told me of the palace sitting at the summit, it doesn't sound like much. My sister's palace was built of red and white marble and black granite, and it certainly wasn't as big as you've described a single palatial building, with only a few other buildings. Most of the summit was taken up by gardens and small personal forests. It certainly didn't have any of those colossi that the squatter defaced the palace with, Leon sighed. Almost seems like everything that was here before was erased on purpose. Given how built this city is, I can't imagine that there's anything left for us to discover anymore. 80,000 years and we find this. There can't be anything left. I'd agree, Nestor replied. It also doesn't leave me hopeful about finding anything at the old arsenal, either. Leon grimaced and nodded. Hadn't been thinking about that. Was hoping there might still be something left, but I suppose we'll just have to wait and see. That we will, Nestor agreed, and the dead man went silent, lost, Leon thought, in recollections about the past. Leon couldn't exactly read Nestor's expression, but he still got the impression that their conversation about the past was over, which worked out wonderfully as Leon could see Valeria walking out of the guest house and into this garden, too. So, he got up from the gazebo bench and went to join his silver-haired lover for a while. Neither of them spoke about much of consequence, mostly just walking around the large gardens and admiring what was there. However, Leon enjoyed the time immensely, and when a servant of Heaven's Eye interrupted them with a loud knock on the door of their wing of the guest house, he was quite annoyed. He was even more annoyed to be handed a written invitation for the leaders of the convoy to appear before the Ilian emperor that evening, even though he knew something like that was going to happen. With a deep sigh, he went to go and wake up Elise and share with her the news that they now had defined evening plans. Leon was surprised when he and Elise walked out into the guest house's main courtyard and found not only the expected Emily, Damien, Penelope, and Christina waiting there, but also Helen and Anna. Hey there, he called out as he walked over. Wasn't expecting to see you two here. Indeed, both appeared like they were accompanying them to the palace, if their fashionable dresses were anything to go by. Anna, to match her bright green hair, was wearing a slinky green dress that went down to her ankles, heavily embroidered with dozens of golden five-petaled flowers. It wasn't particularly fancy on its own, but it suited her extremely well. Helen, meanwhile, wore a blue dress to match her blue hair, and while it was considerably shorter than her sister's, she also wore black leggings that glittered with what looked like some kind of crystal sewn into the fabric. Both had their hair done up in almost, but not quite identical buns, leaving a few strands artfully loose to frame their faces. We weren't expecting to be here, either, Anna replied, while the younger Helen mildly scowled. If I had my way, we wouldn't be, the blue-haired woman whispered. We can't turn down an invitation, that would be rude, Anna chastised her sister, though her tone was more exasperated than angry, as if the two had had that argument multiple times in the past couple of hours. Not that I don't mind the two of you coming along, Leon began as he smiled at them to try and make it clear that he wasn't trying to pressure them not to, but I have to admit that I'm curious as to who invited you too. Didn't you tell me that your family wasn't that important back in the sacred Golden Empire? Yes, Anna replied with great patience, but that doesn't mean we were completely isolated. One of our family friends entered government. When we still lived north of Serenity, she was only a local magistrate, appointed by our local druid circles. In the years since, it seems she's been made the ambassador to the Ilian Empire. She heard we were in the convoy and extended the invitation to join her at whatever this party is going to be. Anna beamed at Leon, and he couldn't help but smile back, though a worry started to grow in his heart. He didn't think for a moment that the convoy wasn't being monitored by everyone who was anyone, but that they were gathering information on his retinue was concerning. The more he thought about it, the less surprised he was, but the fact that they were only in Ilion a few hours and yet an invitation had already been sent to two of his retainers by an ambassador spoke volumes about how robust the monitoring was. Or maybe the ambassador had been warned ahead of time, which would mean that the convoy had been under surveillance for quite a while. Which was undoubtedly true, and Leon wasn't sure how he felt about that. On one hand, he knew that if he were in the position of any of the empires, he would do the same thing. However, that it was happening to him, especially when he didn't yet have the official backing of Heaven's Eye, had him starting to feel more than a little nervous. Apollodorus had already extended an offer to him to join the Ilian Empire, and he hoped that no one else was going to try and headhunt him right now. If he couldn't join Heaven's Eye, then he wasn't intending to join anyone else, at least, not for a good long while. I'm happy you're coming with us, Leon said to Anna as all of these thoughts flitted through his mind. It'll be good to have a little bit of backup in that snake pit. Such respect you have for the court of an emperor, Anna replied with a laugh. Leon shrugged, and a moment later, a number of carriages were brought out. The drivers and attendants had the group separate, with Anna, Helen, and several assistants to the others taking one carriage, while Leon, Elise, Emily, Damien, and Penelope took the lead carriage. Christina and her knightly escort would follow them in the rest. As they took their seats, Leon asked his stronger companions, "What should we be expecting in there?" "Shouldn't be too much, and neither should it be too formal," Emily replied. Penelope added with complete dispassion, "You'll still be meeting the Ilian Emperor, boy, so try not to embarrass yourself. Conduct yourself as if this were the full court, and not simply a fairly small party." Emily sent a slight glare Penelope's way, but she didn't say anything to directly contradict the agent. Instead, she continued, "I don't think the Emperor himself will be long in attendance. This is a formality, little more. An opportunity for some in his court to gladhand with us, and likely do so on his behalf, but he's, above, doing so himself. He'll be polite and welcome us to the palace, but other than that, he probably won't stay for longer than an hour or so. We won't have to stay for much longer than that, either." "Good to hear," Leon replied. "I don't think I'd be able to relax in the presence of someone like that, anyway." "How strong is he?" He asked the question to Emily, but it was Damien Maketon who answered, saying in his deep, gravelly voice like he was a teacher with great patience explaining something to a child, "His Imperial Majesty is only 8th tier. His grandfather, the Lord Protector, however, is one of the only 10th tier mages on this plane." Even though he'd already known that there were 10th tier mages on the plane, Leon's eyes still widened at that statement. 10th tier, he murmured in wonder. "As close as mankind can be to a god without taking that final step," Damien whispered. Leon took a deep breath and asked, "How many high-tier mages should we expect here?" "At least one 9th tier, Penelope replied. "They'll know who we are, how strong we are, and in what numbers we come in, so they'll prepare accordingly. They know we won't be making any fuss in the heart of their empire, but they'll still want to show us without a shadow of a doubt that they're stronger than we are. Expect at least 2, perhaps even as many as 4 or 5 9th tier mages in this meeting." 5 9th tier mages? Leon asked, marveling at that kind of power. "How many do they even have?" "In the entire empire, perhaps a dozen," Damien replied. "The precise numbers are hard for even Heaven's Eye to keep account of. Generally speaking, though, all of the empires have between 10 and 15 9th-tier mages, and each has one 10th-tier mage. Speaking of, should I expect to run into the Lord Protector? Leon asked. I doubt it, Damien said. The Lord Protector rarely makes public appearances these days. I think it's been more than a year since he was last seen. Leon nodded, and focused on preparing himself as best as he could for what was to come. Meeting the Bull King was one thing, but now he was about to walk into one of the greatest halls of power on the entire plane. He couldn't tell if he was more excited or terrified. Chapter 669, Palace of Ilion. As the convoy had arrived in Ilion, Leon had been struck with the question of just how the Ilion people were to access their emperor's palace, as there didn't seem to be any direct ways to get up to the raised island. Now that he and the rest of those invited by the emperor made their way through the grand multi-lane streets of the empire's capital, he was about to find out, and he couldn't have been more excited. The prospect of coming face to face with one of the most powerful people on the plane still had his heart rapidly beating from a great many emotions, but it was tempered slightly when he remembered a certain letter of introduction he still had stashed away in his soul realm. The Grave Warden, under the guise of an envoy from the Ilion Empire, had left him with an address and a request to look him up when he arrived in the Central Empires, and as he traveled through Ilion, he couldn't help but think about that letter. The address the Grave Warden had given him was here in Ilion. The convoy was only to stay in Ilion for about a week, not a lot of time, but more than enough for Leon to visit if he so wished. But he wasn't so sure that he wished to, at least, not until he was older and stronger. Facing down the undisputed most powerful man on the plane without an idea of what he wanted from him had Leon feeling more than a little nervous, and he decided to ignore the invitation, for the time being. If the Grave Warden wanted to speak with him, then he doubted the man would struggle to find him, but he wasn't just going to make himself at the Warden's service, especially not with the knowledge that he was almost certainly responsible for the downfall of the Thunderbird clan. Leon didn't blame him for acting in self-defense with Jason Carano's invasion of his plane, but it didn't change the fact that his killing of the Storm King had led directly to the disintegration of the Thunderbird clan. As Leon wondered just what the Grave Warden might have in mind for him, worry slowly making its way through his heart, his carriage finally arrived at a relatively small fort on the south side of the Scamander River, close to the foot of one of the colossi that had been carved into the support pillars of the raised island. The fort was only, relatively, small, though, and was quite possibly large enough for a garrison of 10,000 if they packed their barracks tightly enough. The carriages were led through half a dozen gates that wound through the fort, watched all the while by Ilion guards clad in heavy golden armor so bulky that they looked more like golems than humans. Finally, they reached the Scamander River, and a bridge made of steel was magically extended across the water from the fort, allowing them passage across. Once on the other side, they were escorted further down the road, past beautiful gardens and enormous trees with their glowing, multicolored leaves, and into the cavern directly beneath the raised island. As soon as they crossed the threshold and the wards that scattered magic senses, Leon realized exactly how they were going to enter the palace. Scattered about the cavern, directly beneath the four fortresses above, were smaller forts, each one heavily defended. One of them had a perfectly circular hole in the roof of its tallest tower, through which a bright beam of blue light streamed into an identical hole in the cavern ceiling. About halfway up that beam was a huge circular platform, just large enough to perfectly fit into these holes, and which was slowly crawling downward toward the tower. It reached the tower as the carriages were brought to a halt, and Leon watched in fascination as what was obviously a magic lift disappeared into the tower, the blue light dimmed, and the holes in the tower and the ceiling closed. It was a startling display of magic. Leon had seen many a magic lift, but they had always been a part of larger structures, with walls around them to provide support and magic power. To move a lift, especially one of that size, physically unsupported through the cavern, Leon could understand why the cavern was so inundated with magic power, more so even than the rest of the magic-rich city. His group were summarily escorted into the tower, which was then revealed to essentially be housing for the lift, with a spectacular amount of magic power running through its walls. They and their 7th-tier escorts boarded the lift, and with a surge of magic power that had Leon's magic senses doing their equivalent of squinting at its radiance, the lift began to crawl up the tower. The circular door in the roof spun open, and the lift kept going, supported only by the blue beam of light as it rose toward the door in the cavern ceiling. What I would give to study this thing, Leon thought to himself. Soon enough, they found themselves entering the cavern ceiling, carried up a metal tunnel for about 100 feet, and finally coming to a halt at the bottom of a tall, cylindrical chamber. Stairs ran the length of the chamber walls, with guarded landings at regular intervals. Near the top of the chamber was the single, though extravagantly decorated exit. Leon's large group ascended the stairs, hundreds of eyes watching their every step. As they moved, Leon noticed that every guard, armed and armored even more spectacularly than their comrades down below, seemed to operate as part of a pair. Their armor was so big and bulky that he couldn't identify men from women, and if he couldn't hear their breathing, he might have thought that these people actually were golems. They were then brought inside the fortress and escorted through the first level, their escorts amiably chatting with Christina, Emily, Damien, and Penelope the whole while Leon, Elise, Helen, and Anna brought up the rear, doing their best not to openly gawk at their surroundings. Though they were being brought through a fortress, a military installation, the magic flowing through its walls still beggared belief, and the opulence on display lent it more of a palatial feel than anything. But finally, they were led back outside, where half a dozen carriages awaited them. So large was the palace complex that to rely on walking around everywhere was to waste valuable time and be rather rude to the guests. They had to get from the edge of the raised island to one of the central palace structures, where the main ballroom was located and not, as Leon had been expecting, an audience chamber of the throne room. This was a welcoming party, not a session in the imperial court. The hall they were taken to was as grand as could be expected. It was shaped almost like a theater, with an open ceiling to let the attendees bask in the light of the moon and stars. A dozen golden rings whirled about above the building, filling the air with rainbow light. The floor was pink rose quartz cut into a geometric pattern of diamonds of various sizes. Upon his entrance, though, only one thing caught Leon's attention. In the center of the floor, directly beneath the smallest light ring, was a huge statue of the 11 founding heroes standing atop the fallen corpse of a gigantic eagle, rendered in spectacular detail. Leon did his best not to react, but it didn't seem he was that successful, as he felt Elise squeeze his arm encouragingly, and when he turned to look his wife in the eye, he found her giving him a supportive smile. He smiled back and did his best to ignore the obvious celebration of his clan's downfall. But that proved easier said than done. He didn't pay much attention as a flurry of introductions were made and his eyes just glazed over the many people he exchanged a few words with, the statue seemingly in sight at all times. And finally, the time came. The lights dimmed for a moment, horns blared, drums beat, and someone with an enchanted object or spell projected their voice throughout the hall, announcing the arrival of the Ilian Emperor. The entire hall went silent, 500 or more people immediately ceasing all conversation and turning their gazes toward the most magnificent set of doors in the entire hall. They opened, and a large group of people entered the room, led by none other than Emperor Adam himself. He was fairly young, as far as Leon could tell, with a smooth, boyish face closely shaven, light brown hair long enough to hang over his eyes if it hadn't been lightly oiled and styled upward, and a youthful energy to his gait that had his bright red toga almost flowing behind him. A thin diadem was set in his hair, silver and glowing with soft light. The silver band was set with precious stones of all kinds, each one illuminated from within by magic power, with an enormous sapphire taller than the length of Leon's finger made the centerpiece, positioned just above and between the emperor's eyebrows. The emperor was quite handsome, and wore an easy-going smile that seemed to disarm without difficulty. Other than the diadem, he wore no jewelry, and even restrained his 8th tier aura better than Leon thought necessary, yet he commanded the attention of every single pair of eyes in the ballroom, at least, until the old man walked in just behind him, and then, it seemed like all the air in the room had been sucked out, leaving it in stark silence. His hair was long and silver with age, with a hairline that was only slightly receded. His skin was wrinkled, but not so much that it overly damaged his handsome looks, nor his clear resemblance to the emperor. He was tall, but not overly so, and even beneath his loose-fitting clothes, Leon could tell that his body was banded and corded with powerful muscle. He wore little else save for simple brown sandals, a long, stark white tunic that reached to just above his knees, and a sash about his waist and shoulders dyed in vivid purple. Like the emperor, he was clean-shaven, showing off his chiseled jaw and graceful, noble features. His eyes, a strange shade of pink that he shared with the emperor that looked almost like someone had pulled a pair of nebulae from the heavens and stuck them into his eye sockets, quickly scanned the room, taking everything in until they landed upon the feast that had been prepared for everyone to partake in. Before even the emperor himself spoke, the old man said fairly loudly with a voice as smooth as butter and as deep as the roots of a mountain, "Oh, Buttered duck and garlic bread. My favorite. He then separated himself from the emperor's group and practically skipped over to the table to begin partaking in the food on offer, while the people in his way moved as quickly and respectfully as they were able. Leon could see why, for the man's aura was beyond his ability to identify, and from the way he didn't seem to even think about speaking before and walking away from the emperor, it appeared that his rank was beyond reproach. If he had to guess, Leon would say that despite what he'd been told on the way over, Lord Protector Anastasios, the grandfather of the emperor and only 10th tier mage in the entire empire, had decided to join this little party, after all, and his appearance had so completely overshadowed the others that Leon was only vaguely aware of 3 more people who walked in behind the emperor whose auras he couldn't quite see through 9th tier mages in the emperor's service, no doubt. Emperor Adam spoke a few words, but everyone was so conscious of the Lord Protector's presence that even with his august rank, he didn't draw many eyes. Given the way that the monarch wrapped things up quickly, and how quiet the hall had become, Leon guessed that Adam was very well aware of that. Fortunately, when Leon finally turned his eyes back toward the monarch, he seemed to be in good spirits about the whole thing, and was already locked in conversation with a pair of 6th tier women splendidly dressed in deep crimson dresses. That was certainly an entrance, Elise whispered to him. You could say that, Leon said, his eyes drifting back in Anastasios' direction, the Lord Protector still filling his plate with a little bit of just about everything on offer, hardly appearing to mind anyone else who wasn't directly in his way. In stark contrast, just about everyone was giving him a fairly wide berth, his mere presence seeming to have thrown everyone off to the point that they were at least mildly uncomfortable. The emperor already had people practically lining up to try and exchange a few words with him, with everyone kind of just being drawn in his direction, while the area around his grandfather thinned out just as quickly. The only real exceptions to these events were the smaller groups that were congregating around the leaders of Heaven's Eye, and those around Princess Christina, the princess having the smallest group greeting her, though she didn't seem to mind. Glancing around quickly, Leon also noticed that Helen and Anna had split off from him and Elise, and were already chatting animatedly with a young woman with bright orange hair and eyes that almost glowed with a shade of gold that was rather like his own. This orange-haired woman was dressed quite spectacularly, even for their environs, with crisp robes that showed quite a bit of skin, enough jewelry covering her limbs to fund a small city for a year, and beauty almost as radiant as her 6th tier aura. She and Anna seemed about the same age, but at their power levels, it was hard to tell for sure. She was certainly speaking with Leon's retainers like they were equals, not like they were her inferiors. Who's that? Leon asked Elise, nodding in the orange-haired woman's direction. She looks like the ambassador from the Sacred Golden Empire, Elise guessed. Not a lot of her people around today, but I think she'd have quite the entourage if this were a proper day in the imperial court. Leon nodded in understanding. Anyone else here that I should keep an eye on? He asked. I can't answer that as well as I would like, love, Elise replied with a twinkling laugh. There are so many people here that even with my preparations on our way here, I'm still rather woefully uninformed about the imperial court. I'm sure you've still got a much better understanding of the power dynamics in this place than I do, Leon responded with a deferential smile. Anyone you think I should watch out for? Or should we just go and join your mother and all of those people doing their best not to look like they want to lick her boots? Elise laughed again. The people I would look out for don't seem to be present. Anyone wearing armor or a uniform that isn't a guard would be suspect, as they would be part of the Ilian military. Other than that, let's just try to mingle as best as we can. Without too much resistance, Elise steered Leon toward Emily, and soon enough, they were immersed in the greetings that Emily was receiving. Leon was once again subjected to names and faces and so on. He was only slightly surprised when it seemed like many of these people knew who he was before they were even introduced, as he'd dispelled all doubt in his mind that they knew his convoy was coming as soon as they arrived in Ancon, if not sooner. Many of these people had probably already learned about him, his power, his current position, and the position he was currently on track to get. Perhaps consequently, they treated him quite courteously, and he did his best to reciprocate. After about 20 minutes, though, he found his taxed mind seeking any kind of distraction, and he found his eyes drawn back in the direction of his retainers, and as soon as his eyes landed upon them, he froze for a moment as worry bloomed in his heart. He did his best to keep his face as neutral as he could, but he knew that Elise, at least, could sense what was going through his mind if only through the brief tensing of his arm. He saw the ambassador still locked in conversation with Helen and Anna, though their conversation seemed to have taken quite the serious turn. The ambassador was speaking quite intensely, and was leaning in to whisper as quietly as she could and still allow both other women to hear her. One of her bracelets was also emitting just a bit more magic than it was the last time Leon glanced in their direction, leading him to think that some kind of enchantment was at work to keep their words from being overheard. Whatever was being said had both of Leon's retainers looking deadly serious, though Helen looked a shade more terrified while Anna seemed to be working to restrain her fury. The older sister's aura even had a few hints of killing intent laced within it. Whatever they were talking about was clearly of the utmost importance, and it was upsetting them both. Only a moment later, though, Leon watched the ambassador hand each of his retainers a letter, exchange a few more words, and then walk away, whatever magic her bracelet was working dissipating at the same time. Leon immediately began to turn in their direction, his immediate instinct being to see what was going on with his people rather than continuing to gladhand with these court rats. However, he'd barely even begun to turn before the crowd seemed to part around him and a deep voice asked, "I hope I'm not interrupting anything here. Does anyone mind if I cut in for a moment?" Leon glanced back in the direction of the speaker, almost ignoring it were it not for the quiet gasps that a couple of the others around let out. And he found himself staring into the pink nebulous eyes of Lord Protector Anastasios, who stared right back at him. Chapter 670. Anastasios. Attention weighed upon Leon like it had physical force, though the man's aura seemed quite calm and serene, and his face was split by an easygoing smile. However, it still took Leon a moment to collect himself from the shock of the Lord Protector himself coming over and staring at him, and even then, he didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned back toward his retainers. The ambassador had given Anna something, and it seemed that she'd been speaking quite intensely with his two newest retainers. When he looked at Helen and Anna again, though, their expressions had largely returned to normal, and they were standing by each other, neither speaking or interacting with anyone around. It was clear that whatever the ambassador had shared with them was important, and greatly affected their moods, but with Anna's restraining of her killing intent, it seemed that it wasn't an immediate or time-sensitive problem. Leon sighed with a small measure of relief, made a mental note to speak with Anna before they left, and then turned his attention back to the Lord Protector. Anastasios, if he were in any way aggrieved at Leon's apparent distraction, didn't let on in the slightest, merely continuing to stare at Leon with that friendly smile plastered across his handsome face. But before Leon could respond to Anastasios' arrival, Elise quickly said, "You're always welcome with us, Lord Protector." Despite it seeming almost impossible, Anastasios' countenance brightened even further, and he replied, "You're too kind, Lady Elise, too kind for a poor old man who struggles to fill his days." "Not at all, it's a pleasure beyond words to meet you," Elise responded as she briefly squeezed Leon's arm in a silent signal for him to participate. "I indeed," Leon sputtered as he forced his mind to stop focusing on his retainers and instead zero in on the here and now. "To have one of the most powerful mages in all of Eterna come and speak with us is an honor." Please, relax," Anastasios seemed to plead as the others who'd been politely chatting with Elise and Leon quickly gave them some room, none seemingly wanting to spend much time around the Lord Protector, for some reason. Instead, they began to congregate around Emily and the others from Heaven's Eye, and a couple moved toward Princess Christina, though a few threw rather nervous glances back in their direction. "Is it possible to relax when everyone's behaving so strangely?" Leon bluntly asked as he meaningfully nodded his head toward the largest group of people who'd just abandoned them. "It's a hazard of the position," Anastasios replied with a tired sigh, his cheery expression slipping for a moment. "Mine is not a position that's conducive to having friends, unfortunately. People are too terrified of me to risk getting close. Or maybe they just respect you too much," Elise said with a smile. She sounded confident and in control as ever, but Leon could detect some slight wavering in her voice that betrayed to him just how nervous she was with Anastasios right there with them, for reasons yet to be revealed. "I appreciate the sentiment, but I doubt that's the case," Anastasios sadly replied. "My political position isn't the sort that people want to get close to. My grandson can do them favors, and isn't so old or powerful that he seems inhuman to my people. That's why I tend to welcome foreigners like you two as warmly as I can." "You haven't heard much about me, have you?" "I'm afraid not," Leon said. "We come from the Bull Kingdom, if you haven't heard, and there's not much news of the Central Empires that can make it past the Screeching Desert or the Illumerian Wetlands to reach the Northwestern Kingdoms. This place has been little more than a vague idea to me until just last week when we finally arrived in Ancon. And how are you liking my empire so far? Anastasios asked, his good cheer returning. Has it been a disappointment, yet? Or has it been living up to the vague idea you've had in your head for a while? It's impressive beyond measure, Leon honestly answered. I don't think I've ever seen a place so urbanized or so magically advanced. Higher-end homes in the Bull Kingdom don't compare too unfavorably with those here, but the sheer ubiquity of magic I've seen since arriving kind of boggles my mind, and we certainly didn't have anything quite like the ark I saw on the way here, or those things your people use to cultivate their fields. Anastasios smiled even wider as Leon continued to compliment the Ilian Empire, his heavily built chest swelling with pride. You do my empire much honor speaking of it in such terms, he said to Leon. If it's not too personal a thing to ask about, might I know why, despite your positive attitude towards my empire, you did not wish to join it, and make it that much greater? Leon blinked in confusion, the abrupt change in subject almost giving him whiplash. And then he remembered the governor of Ancon, Apollodorus, attempt to headhunt him away from Heaven's Eye. So Apollodorus kept you informed, did he? Leon awkwardly replied as he did his best to hide his shock. He wasn't exactly surprised that Anastasios knew about that, more shocked that he was bringing it up like this, so blatantly and without preamble or concealment. My governors keep my grandson and me, by extension, up to date about all the comings and goings of the most powerful people in my empire, Anastasios shamelessly replied. Men like you, with powers great enough to cause wide-scale death, must be monitored, wouldn't you agree? Leon hesitated in his answer, the ruthless individualist in him almost forcing him to shout in indignation. But, I suppose I can see your point, Leon admitted. The safety of your people has to come first, doesn't it? Indeed, Anastasios replied, his smile appearing completely genuine. If he were lying, Leon couldn't tell. But, Leon Rame, you sound quite begrudging when you say that, do you not truly believe it? Leon shrugged and lightly smiled. I don't like it when people snoop on me like that. I'd much prefer to just fade into the background and be left alone to my own business. But I know that that's not really possible at my level, so, I understand, Anastasios said. Most states on this plane top out at the 7th tier, so anyone above the 8th are automatically people that are worthy of notice. Not everyone wants that attention, but people of our power simply cannot be ignored in a safe society. Leon nodded. But, Leon Rame, you didn't answer my question before. Why did you turn down the recruitment offer when you seemed to have such a high opinion of my empire? Leon flushed a little with both anger and embarrassment, the former for having his decision questioned, and the latter for being asked this in public when he was neither expecting nor prepared to answer. He scowled slightly, and answered, I'm not one who gives up his freedom that easily. I also try not to take half measures. As far as I'm concerned, I've already committed to at least giving Heaven's Eye a shot, and if they don't work out, then I suppose I'll just spend some time here thinking over my next steps. But I've come off a long time in the service of the Bull King, and I'm not looking to exchange a royal master for an imperial one. At least in Heaven's Eye, I can more readily trust that I'll be able to walk away when I need to. It was Anastasios' turn to nod. So, it's mostly just a matter of trust, is it? That we'll give you the autonomy you desire. Then I suppose we'll just have to get to know each other better, and let trust come with familiarity. Anastasios stepped forward, his arms outstretched as if he were about to pull Leon into a hug, but Leon instinctively held up his hand to try and stop the Lord Protector, who graciously stopped. If you don't mind me asking, might you tell me why you're trying to recruit me? Leon asked, his eyes narrowing slightly in suspicion. After the week he'd had, from learning more about his clan's downfall on Eterna, and gaining some insight into how the people in the Central Empires viewed his clan 80,000 years after that fall, he couldn't help but be suspicious about the most powerful mage in the most powerful empire trying to recruit him while they shared a room with a statue commemorating and celebrating the fall of his clan. An 8th-tier mage was powerful no matter where they went. As far as he knew, there were less than 100 in each of the empires, and Heaven's Eye only possessed a few dozen at most. They were hardly common, but relatively speaking, a single 8th-tier mage wasn't someone who could really upset the balance of power here in the empires. As a result, he couldn't believe that the Lord Protector himself was now trying to recruit him after Apollodorus failed. I don't mind you asking, Anastasios generously replied, and the reason is quite simple. You're an 8th-tier mage, and you're barely over 20 years old. That's honestly quite staggering. Not even the sacred Golden Empire's young genius can hold a candle to that kind of growth. Leon raised his eyebrow in a silent question, not wanting to derail the Lord Protector's explanation, but hearing about a young genius in the north definitely had him curious. Tell me, Leon Rame, are you so surprised that we're trying to recruit you? Anastasios gave Elise a quick smile, as if wordlessly asking her if Leon were worthy of the attempt. Just as wordlessly, Elise tightened her grip on Leon's arm and gave him an adoring look, and any temptations that Leon had to argue the point died on his lips. Apollodorus wasn't just a token effort. My empire is serious, and we think you more than worthy enough to join us, and not for free, I can assure you. Young Rame, let me tell you, my empire is fully willing and prepared to help you with your own growth in the magical arts, so long as you're willing to help us with problems that could benefit from your skills. And I hope you trust me when I say that that support would be substantial, as would be the support you'd expect in turn, I'm sure, Leon replied with a bitter smile. I have no doubt that you'd be a generous lord, but a lord you'd still be, and even if it slows me down, I'd rather walk my own path. At least for the time being. Anastasios sighed deeply. The offer will remain open, Leon Rame, he said. Should you ever change your mind, please don't hesitate to send me a message. We can discuss details then. Leon nodded, and softly added, you've honored me with the recruitment attempt. I'm sure that serving the Ilian Empire would be a fine way to spend one's life, it's just not for me. I hope I've caused no offense, none taken. Anastasios cried out, clapping Leon on the shoulder so hard that Leon almost lost his balance and fell over Elise. Anastasios, appearing to pretend that that didn't happen, continued, now, I believe that we've a quick exhibition for our entertainment, why don't you join me to watch? Leon suppressed the urge to scowl, only really able to do so after sharing a look with Elise, who silently told him to go along with it. Being around Anastasios was making him nervous since he couldn't figure out what exactly the man wanted other than what was on the surface, or why he wanted it, but he could hardly just walk away at this point. Creating animosity between them would only be self-destructive, and accompanying the man for a few hours was hardly the worst thing ever. With a mildly tired tone, Leon asked, what kind of exhibition? Anastasios replied, our friends down in the southeast will be joining us, and a traditional greeting for them. Before the Lord Protector could finish speaking, the doors that Leon had entered the ballroom opened again, and in trooped about half a dozen people of striking physical features. Their hair were various extremely pale shades of pink, golden and platinum blonde, and blue. Their skin color was dark, not a shade of brown as Leon was more familiar with, but various shades of purple, and they seemed to shine in the light of the hovering chandelier rings like their skin was smoother than normal. The man in front wore flowing robes of various natural materials, some kind of silk and plant fibers dyed pitch black, while the others all wore pale colors that matched their hair color. All of their eyes were black orbs that lacked any definable pupils, but the leader's were flecked with silver, leaving his eyes to resemble the night sky. Forest Watchers, Elise murmured. Yes, the Lord Protector replied. They've graced us with their presence. Normally quite aloof, but good people when you get to know them. Their usual formal greetings involve ritual combat generally to first blood these days, but we tend to go a little harder when they come here. They just bring out our competitiveness, you know. Leon watched as the troop of Forest Watchers practically marched over to the Emperor, giving no one else so much as a single glance. Their leader was 7th tier, as were two of his comrades, 2 more 6th, and the last one was only 5th tier. Have you ever seen their people before, Leon Rame? Anastasios asked. I haven't, Leon admitted. I've barely even heard of Forest Watchers before, Elise added, and I've only heard the barest minimum. They're an incredibly mysterious people, especially when they're from the opposite side of the plane from where we're from. That makes sense, Anastasios replied. They mostly stick to their lands, only leaving on rare occasions. But even though the Sunlit Empire and the Sentinels, among several other small states, lie between us and them, we still have more contact with the Forest Watchers than we do with the Northwestern Kingdoms. Do you know why that is, Leon Rame? Leon briefly wondered just why Anastasios was asking him so many questions like this, and it certainly did nothing to help him relax. It was both incredibly suspicious, like the Lord Protector was trying to get him to say something incriminating, and rather patronizing, like the Lord Protector was taking some kind of pleasure in lecturing Leon about the wider world. Not a clue, Leon tersely answered. It's quite simple, really. They help us to watch out for the sky devils that live in their little hell far to the southeast, across the Argonaut Sea. Argos is where we enter the Argonaut Sea, but the Strait of Karanos on the north side of the Sky Devil's Hell is on the south side of the territory of the Forest Watchers, with only the mountains we call the Shield separating them from the Sky Devils. Their cooperation ensures that we can keep the Sky Devils confined to their box. Anastasios paused for a moment, then leaned in a little bit to emphasize his seriousness. If those Sky Devils ever got loose, then Eterna as we know it would change forever, and not for the better. A smile slowly spread across Leon's face as a possibility occurred to him. Does he know my connection to the Thunderbird clan? Is that why he's being so friendly to me? Why he's trying so hard to recruit me? Out loud, though, Leon said in an even tone, I think I've heard about these Sky Devils before, but the few myths of yours that I've heard them in seem rather overblown to me. I can't imagine that they'd be as bad as you claim. Anastasios chuckled rather condescendingly. If only that were true, he murmured. Hell, it might have even been true at one point, but we've been fighting for too long, we have too much bad blood between us. It's just better for everyone if those creatures stay on their side of the Argonaut Sea. If they ever managed to cross to the mainland, the streets would run red with the blood of innocents. Leon hummed noncommittally. I'll have to take your word for it. As the Forest Watchers continued to converse with the Emperor, Leon, Elise, and Anastasios fell into a long silence that only ended once several servants arrived in the ballroom and began setting up a makeshift arena. It wasn't anything particularly special, but they roped off a circular area, and laid down about a dozen light spells across the rope. Then, they set up several huge chairs facing the roped-off area. The largest and most elaborately decorated one the Emperor immediately took, with the leader of the Forest Watchers taking the one to his left. Anastasios gave his apologies to Leon and Elise for leaving, and then went to take the seat on Emperor Adam's right. That left only 2 more seats open, one of which was immediately given to Princess Christina. She was hardly the most powerful mage present, but she was still royalty. The final chair, to the Anastasios' right, was offered to Emily, but she refused. Leon's heart sank when he saw Anastasios' gaze drift in his direction, and he closed his eyes and braced for what seemed to be coming. Leon Rame, why don't you come and sit with me, then? Anastasios called out, drawing the gaze of every person in the room over to Leon. Such a blatant invitation couldn't be refused by him quite yet, a fact that was emphasized when Leon glanced at Emily, who nodded to show that she wasn't upset at his departure. So Leon gave Elise a quick kiss on the cheek, and she released his arm so that he could go and join the Lord Protector. From there, the 5th-tier Forest Watcher entered the ring, removing his shirt as he did to reveal flowing silver vine-like markings that covered his torso that looked like they were actual silver infused into his wine-colored skin. He donned no armor, and brought from his soul realm a handle of a sword, sans blade, that seemed to radiate light magic. Leon's eyes widened, recognizing this weapon as something much like the bladeless swords that the angels had used back at the Serpentine Isles. His suffering mood immediately plummeted further, and his grip on the armrests of his seat almost broke them clean off the chair. Fortunately, the weapon in the Forest Watcher's hand didn't seem nearly as potent as the angelic weapons that Leon had seen so far, but the reminder of that time was hardly appreciated. A 5th-tier warrior that Leon presumed was loyal to the Ilian Empire then entered the ring, also taking off his shirt and leaving him just as unprotected as the Watcher, though making much less of an impression given his rather standard, if impressive, physique. Very well, Emperor Adam called out, let's begin our friendly competition. Chapter 671, Ilian's Tools. At first, Leon found himself not particularly interested in the exhibition between the Forest Watchers and the Ilian Empire. It was between a pair of 5th-tier mages, so it wasn't like he was going to see much in the way of magic that he'd never seen before, anyway. He was far more concerned about having the Lord Protector himself sitting next to him, even though the man had been unfailingly polite, almost more so than his station even required, and with the fact that both mages fought with weapons incredibly reminiscent of the blades of light used by the 2 angels he'd seen. The exhibition itself was hardly something that he thought he'd pay much attention to. However, things changed when Emperor Adam announced the beginning of the exhibition, and the 2 combatants began their spar. Their styles couldn't have been more different, and Leon found himself fascinated in watching their interplay, despite his other distractions. Both combatants fought with ferocity, but from the moment the fight began, Leon thought that the Ilian was going to win. He fought with a bigger blade than the Watcher did, drawing what at first appeared to be a bladeless handle of a longsword, but which soon sprouted a golden blade about 4 feet long. The Watcher's blade of golden light, meanwhile, was shorter, at only about 3 feet long. Both weapons were still magically impressive, and from what Leon could sense of their magics, were fully functional weapons, not training gear. Blows were exchanged quickly, neither giving an inch to the other. Their defenses were practically flawless, leaving no holes that Leon could see the other could exploit, and they didn't overcommit to any attacks. However, the Watcher seemed to have more trouble getting past the alien's slight range advantage, with the longsword keeping the Watcher too far away to properly use his arming sword. Leon was impressed with the few opening moves they made, noting that neither held much back, striking with purpose and intent and not a shred of hesitation. If either one made a mistake, they would be seriously injured or potentially killed. Aside from that, their first exchanges were without magic, leaving it an impressive display of martial prowess, but little more than that. Leon hadn't even a fraction of the exposure to the Forest Watchers as he'd need to form expectations, but for the Ilian Empire, he was rather disappointed. And then, without a word from anyone else, both combatants, auras spiked. The Ilian's skin hardened into mottled gray stone, while the silver tattoos that covered the Watchers' deep purple skin began to glow with magical light. Leon wasn't entirely sure what the Watcher was doing, but both combatants threw themselves at each other, their fighting styles changing completely as they appeared to abandon all defenses. For the Ilian, this was understandable. His stony skin could protect him like armor. The Watcher's behavior was a little stranger, but it soon became clear why he was so willing to do this when the Ilian's blade scraped across his ribs in a barely dodged stab that left blood and a few drops of bright red mana running down the side of his waist. But, with a flash of light magic, the Watcher's wound closed so quickly that only a few drops of blood were spilled, and the Watcher didn't even slow down. In a vicious riposte, the Watcher had thrown the Ilian back, though only managing to scratch the man's stone skin. As the two exchanged more blows, the Ilian just taking everything the Watcher could throw at him, while the Watcher simply healed all strikes that came his way. Anastasios leaned over to whisper to Leon, "So, what do you think so far?" Leon's brief reverie analyzing the magic and fighting styles at work was instantly shattered, and all his momentarily forgotten discomfort came roaring back. Before he answered, he cast a quick glance around, and saw that while most people were politely watching the exhibition, there were a few whispering people taking glances of their own at him. More worryingly, the Lord Protector had turned to regard him expectantly, a strange smile on his lips. Forcing the words out of his mouth, Leon said, "Interesting weapons." "That they are," Anastasios murmured back. "Not much use in a practical setting, though. Too expensive to power enchanted steel is still the best bet we have for serious one-on-one fighting. But for exhibitions like these, the flashier, the better." Leon almost snorted. "It doesn't seem like those two are paying much mind to performance. They look like they're actually trying to kill each other." "Of course they are," Anastasios practically growled, though he still wore his pleasant smile. "One ought to never take half measures when dealing with their enemies, should they?" Leon forced himself to smile as he stole a look at Anastasios, and found the aged man still looking at him, a smile on his lips. The Lord Protector continued, "An enemy that lives is an enemy that can strike back at you, so the problem must be dealt with using whatever tools are available, wouldn't you agree?" Leon caught a strange glint in Anastasios' nebulous eyes, and the man's graceful smile tightened fractionally. "He absolutely knows who I am," Leon thought. Were he not with his family and a couple members of his retinue, he thought he might have started running right then, despite the complete lack of killing intent he could feel from the Lord Protector, and the seeming indifference to their conversation that the Emperor held. Adam was busy watching the fight and commenting on it with the ambassador from the Forest Watchers, while Christina nodded along with whatever he was saying. Leon couldn't bring himself to quickly respond to Anastasios, and could barely even bring himself to smile back at the man. After several long, awkward seconds, he finally managed to ask, "And, what tools do you have at your disposal?" Anastasios' eyes narrowed slightly. "Steel and magic, among other things. Those who threaten my empire pay for their transgressions in blood." Leon cleared his throat, forcing himself to return to his usual stoic composure. "As well they should," he said. Anastasios hummed in agreement, then turned his eyes back to the fight. But he was hardly done speaking with Leon, saying, "In the old days, I think steel and magic would have been the first resorts of those in my position, but these days, we try to work our differences out with words as much as we can. We don't take half measures, but we strive to ensure that when we must take more drastic measures, it's because the situation demands them." With a nod, Leon asked, "When were these old days?" "Before my time," Anastasios replied. "The wars with the sacred Golden Empire 50,000 years ago. The unification of this empire 10,000 years before that. The expulsion of the Sky Devils 20,000 years earlier." Leon felt more than saw the Lord Protector's eyes sweep over toward him for just a moment as he spoke his last sentence, and it took a titanic effort for Leon to maintain the stoic facade that he desperately rebuilt. The attention of a 10th-tier mage was no light thing. It settled in around his shoulders and felt like it pressed him down into his chair for as long as the Lord Protector's eyes remained upon him. Vaguely, Leon was aware that the Watcher was losing out in his fight, being forced more and more on the defense as the Ilian pushed, more and more wounds marring the wine-skinned man's otherwise perfect physique. The Watcher's aura flickered and declined, his magic unable to keep up with the damage his body was taking. Likewise, his body wasn't healing nearly as quickly as it was, and his wounds lasted longer and longer. But even with his opponent weakening, the Ilian pushed hard and moved with purpose, striking with deadly accuracy. The fight was soon decided when the Ilian sliced through some of the muscles in the Watcher's wrist, causing the man to drop his blade and collapse to the floor, his wound not closing. The Ilian, however, didn't stop moving, and Leon thought he would have killed the Watcher right there as he lay on the ground since no one seemed to be stopping the fight, but as he raised his blade and brought it crashing down on the Watcher's supine form, the Lord Protector tapped his finger on the armrest of his chair, and the Ilian's blade froze mid-swing, looking like all momentum simply vanished. To Leon's magic senses, though, he could see the Lord Protector's opaque power surround the Ilian combatant, and without even transforming into elemental magic, it seemed to exert physical force upon the Ilian, squeezing him into motionlessness. The Watcher fell unconscious with the Ilian's blade hovering only a few inches above his nose, and as if appearing from nowhere, several uniformed healers surrounded him, one of whom was 7th tier. Her magic was so potent that only 10 seconds later, the Watcher was back on his feet, looking grim, but not angry about his defeat. There was some scattered polite applause, but no one got loud enough to make things embarrassing for the Forest Watchers, and the two combatants even clasped each other's wrists once both were fully healed in a show of solidarity, and they set off toward the tables of food together. Leon, however, just sat in his seat quietly impressed that the two could come so close to killing each other and yet just walk off practically as friends like that, but any good cheer he had built up in those last few moments of the fight vanished as he felt Anastasios gaze upon him again. "We live in more civilized times," the Lord Protector stated as gravely as Leon had ever heard anyone speak with such a wide smile on their face. "Blessed by the gods are we to live with such peace and prosperity. This has given us much better tools for dealing with our enemies than our forebears ever had. We rarely use force of arms as our first resort anymore. But that has not made us weak, or soft. We've never forgotten our roots, and if pressed, we will slaughter our enemies without mercy or hesitation." Anastasios stared at Leon for a long moment, his eyes narrowed, his aura towering, pressing down upon Leon, making him feel small and insignificant in a way that he'd never experienced from someone not trying to actively kill him. But then it was all gone like it had never been there in the first place, with Anastasios giving Leon the widest, friendliest, most welcoming smile that his face seemed capable of giving and still seeming genuine. The pressure that seemed to accompany Anastasios' gaze lightened considerably, and Leon felt like he could breathe again. With the fight over, everyone rose from their seats, and Leon did what was expected of him. He thanked Anastasios for the invitation to sit with him, and the Lord Protector graciously denied that any favor had been rendered. Then, the Lord Protector went back to making the rounds, welcoming people into the palace, while Leon returned to Elise. The two reunited with his retainers and the rest of the Heaven's Eye cadre and ducked out as soon as they could. Fortunately, as representatives of Heaven's Eye, they weren't expected to stay too long, and none of them wanted to stick around in Ilian's imperial palace for too long when Oculara, and the director of Heaven's Eye, were so close. Christina and those members of her retinue stayed a while longer, with their carriage remaining behind to ferry them back to the guest house once they were ready to leave. But Leon wasn't going to wait around with Anastasios in the same room. Besides, it wasn't like Christina really needed him there. He felt like the Lord Protector had been almost looking for a reason to kill him, and if he had his way, after they left Ilion, he wouldn't be returning for a long time. "He knows who you are?" Valeria asked with deep concern etched across her face. Leon slowly lowered himself into a chair around the hearth, so exhausted and his mind so taxed with worry that he couldn't appreciate the luxury that surrounded him. Yes, he said, no doubt at all in his mind that he was wrong. And he just let you go? Valeria wondered more than asked. Why would he do that? I don't think it's quite accurate to say that he's just letting me go, Leon whispered. Elise agreed, saying, we should get used to the idea that the Ilian Empire will be keeping an eye on us from here on out. Maya visibly bristled at that statement, but remained characteristically taciturn. In fact, aside from a muttered curse from Valeria, all four of them fell into momentary silence. Leon broke it first, quietly saying, I'm Leon Rame. Not Ursus. Rame, I'm not going back. I can't. Elise smiled at him and said comfortingly, no one's asking you to. Hells, if you tried, I think I'd have to give you a good whack to the head to try and get your brain working properly. Leon looked to his wife, and her playfully intense smile spread to him. You're Leon Rame, Elise whispered as she slithered into his lap. I love you, and I don't want you to be anyone else. From behind, Valeria wrapped her arms around his neck. Same here, she said, and no more. Maya said the least, merely taking one of Leon's hands and entwining her fingers around his. Leon's smile grew wider, and he leaned back into Valeria's embrace as Maya hugged his arm tighter and Elise snuggled up against his chest. This was his family, and they weren't going anywhere. The attention of the Lord Protector was distressing, to be sure, but they weren't going to run from this problem. They'd face it head on, and just as they had so many other obstacles, they would surmount this one, too. With his ladies with him, Leon was certain in that beyond all doubt. So, Leon said as he sat down with Helen and Anna in a small sitting room in the guest house, what's been going on with you two? What do you mean? Anna rather curtly asked. You've been quiet since the party yesterday, and I wanted to check up on you too, Leon explained. Anna looked just about ready to jump down his throat, but just as the indignity was spreading across her face, she paused and took a deep breath. We're fine, she quietly said as she took Helen's hand. Just some personal issues that we're dealing with. Nothing imminent, nothing that's going to cause you any problems. Is it related to whatever the ambassador gave you last night? Leon asked. You saw that, Helen sniped, her eyes narrowing in anger. Leon shrugged. You two are my retainers. I try to keep an eye on all my people, especially when they draw the personal attention from important people, like the ambassador from one empire to another. Helen almost replied, but Anna squeezed her hand and gave her a silencing glare. The green-haired woman then said, I'm sorry, Leon, but this is a personal matter, and as you can see, it's one that does have us a bit out of sorts. I understand completely, Leon responded, but if the two of you need anything, I'm here for you. What would be the point of this arrangement if I wasn't? We appreciate it, Anna said, a sad smile spreading across her face. Leon almost left there, with the assurances that he'd been given that this wasn't an issue that necessarily needed solving, but after a quick glance to Helen, Anna continued. It was just some news about our parents. Leon cocked an eyebrow and sat back in his chair, silently waiting for Anna to continue, if she wanted to. Over the past few weeks, Leon hadn't yet sat down and had long discussions with Helen and Anna about their past and their family, but in some offhand remarks, he had learned that their parents had died some time ago, and the two sisters were the only family they had left. He could understand her not wanting to talk about them with him when he was still barely more than a stranger, but if she was willing to, then he would listen. After giving herself a bit of time to work herself up to it, Anna told Leon, our parents were killed by vampires. We don't have any other family, so things were bad for a while after it happened. The vamps who did it were never caught. Leon nodded, respectfully averting his gaze for a few moments as Anna tried rubbing at her eye without quite making it seem like that was what she was doing. I'm sorry to hear that, Leon said. Were there any possible clues as to who did it? Anna shook her head, and Helen whispered, we only know that it was someone powerful. Our family lived in our country estate, mostly, but our mother worked for Heaven's Eye. A bunch of vampires hidden in a cave somewhere afraid of entering civilization wouldn't have the nerve to. It had to have been someone powerful, someone who wasn't afraid of Heaven's Eye's retaliation. Leon nodded again as he turned the issue over in his mind, instinctively trying to figure out some way to solve this problem. How did they know it was vampires, then? Anna answered with as clinical of a tone as she could muster, bite marks. Exsanguination. Signs of demonic magic. Leon cringed in response, quickly saying, I'm sorry if I'm prying, I guess I just, he trailed off, not quite knowing what to say, but Anna just smiled and said, don't worry, Leon. We're not upset. She gave Helen a quick look, the sisters seeming to communicate something without saying a word. The reason I'm telling you all of this is because the ambassador shared with us the results of her investigation. Leon listened with rapt attention, remembering that Anna had told him that the ambassador had been a friend of her family's. As Anna paused for a moment, Helen interjected, growling, and the result was a fat load of fucking nothing. Anna's smile twitched, and she responded, accurate. Very accurate statement. Anyway, Leon, we're not looking for revenge. We just want to live as we see fit. And we're alright, this investigation thing just picked at an old wound. But we're alright. Leon smiled as comfortingly as he could. I know what it's like to lose a parent, he said. If the two of you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. You're my people now, and I won't tolerate someone screwing with my people, no matter who they are. Thanks, Leon, Anna replied, a sad smile now gracing her lips. We don't need anything, but thanks for listening. Anytime. Chapter 672, The Hexagon. Leon hated Ilion. Quite fiercely, in fact. It was a city that even if he hadn't had the nerve-wracking interaction with Anastasios that he did, he would never want to return to. The city glorified in the death of his ancestors and the downfall of his clan. The whole place was practically a living monument to the death of those who bore the power of the Thunderbird. He couldn't exactly blame them, but he still felt profoundly unwelcome in the city. It really got started not long after the welcome party that the Emperor threw for the Heaven's Eye convoy. Fortunately, there weren't any more summons to the Imperial Palace, but even still, Leon didn't leave the guest house for the next couple days, not wanting to attract too much attention to himself after the subtle and not so subtle threats that Anastasios had levied against him. But eventually, he and his family did get out for a while, trusting in the power of Heaven's Eye and their lack of ill intentions to protect them from anything untoward. Besides, even if the Ilian Empire was keeping an eye on them and all of them were convinced that they didn't exactly have anything they wanted to hide. So, as something of a date, Leon, Elise, Valeria, and Maya all went out for a walk through some of the more scenic parts of the city. The city was massive and sprawled across the plains around the Scamander River, but that didn't mean that there were no green spaces. A great many public parks had been built for the pleasure of the Ilian people, and it was to the biggest and most famous of them that they initially went. At first, Leon thought the park to be quite the beautiful space. Fields of bright green, perfectly manicured grass surrounded a large grove of trees, with hiking paths extensive enough that it would take more than an hour to walk through the whole thing. In other words, just the sort of thing he needed after being so long in the cultivated and urban world of the Ilian Empire. However, things took a turn for the worse when they reached the start of the hiking trail. It was a large courtyard, the entrance flanked on both sides by various monuments of mythical events in the history of the Ilian Empire. And right at the beginning, Leon saw a huge sculpture of a man in armor standing victorious over a fallen humanoid figure with the head of an eagle. There were other sculptures of other scenes from other times in the Ilian Empire's long history, but Leon fixated on that one, dampening his mood enough that he didn't really take anything in until he and his family had already entered the grove. That alone wouldn't have completely soured the day, but the hiking trail wasn't just one singular path, there were multiple branches and loops that one could walk down, and at every fork in the path, there were rest stops with stone benches carved with intricate mythical scenes. Many of these scenes showed the fall of the eagle-headed representations of the Thunderbird clan. Leon had been content to merely enjoy the day with his lovers, so his lack of speaking wasn't that stark of a change, but as they continued on, Leon's mood grew worse and worse, the reminders of the fall of the Thunderbird clan seemingly being thrown back in his face with every step. It was a strange feeling, and one that he didn't even have in the Bull Kingdom. There, for a long time he was regarded as a barbarian, a savage from the Northern Vales, a foreigner and an interloper. However, there had always been enough people around who didn't seem to care about those labels that Leon had never truly felt unwelcome in the Bull Kingdom. The nobles had certainly made it clear that he wasn't particularly appreciated, but Leon had always had people like Charles, Henry, Alon, Alex, Trajan, and others around him, helping him to settle in, even if he didn't recognize that at the time. But here, Leon didn't feel like he belonged. Anastasios had been the only one to really threaten him should he make moves against them, but with all the art around showing the death of the Thunderbird clan, he couldn't help but feel like if the citizens around them knew his lineage and the power in his blood, they would tear him limb from limb or at least, call for his arrest and flee in terror at the sight of him. The hike was cut short, Leon's souring mood proving infectious. Not that anyone was particularly happy seeing these carvings and monuments, either, but Elise, Valeria, and Maya were a little more determined to enjoy the day, and took a little longer to admit defeat. When they found themselves back at the entrance to the trail, they found that in the half-hour or so they'd been in the grove, recruiters for the Ilian military had moved in, dressed in blood-red uniforms, one of which was trimmed in gold, leading Leon to think that the man wearing it was an officer of some sort. "Come join the air guard," the handsomest of the 5 recruiters called out to the passers-by. "Do your part in keeping the Sky Devils in check. Even now, their dread ships ply the Argonaut Sea, appearing from behind their misty shroud without warning, attacking our merchants, disrupting business, and looking for any and all chances they can seize to spill our blood. Do your part to protect your fellow citizens and sign on with the Air Guard. Train in war arcs and win honor and glory in battle against the Sky Devils." The man continued on in the same vein, attracting a few people, from restless youths to older, but still passionate people to speak with the other 4 about enlistment. Leon did his best not to listen, but it was hard not to when the idea that the Sky Devils were the remains of his clan's power base on this plain still ran unchallenged through his mind. With a dejected sigh, Leon passed the recruiters and the crowd that was slowly gathering around them, trying with all his might to tune them out. Elise, Maya, and Valeria did their best to get his mind off of these things, but as they moved through the city, Leon saw much more that kept his mood foul. Most of the buildings made of stone rather than the strange golden metal of their towers were painted in various shades of bright pinks, reds, or yellows, but in the alley walls is graffiti, on benches, on decorative pillars and vases for the multicolored trees, shown in figurines in store windows, on posters, and so many other places. Leon saw either his clan being slaughtered by the Brilliant 11, or he saw his clan slaughtering innocents, prompting their destruction at the hands of the Empire's founders. There were other artistic depictions, too, of course, but it seemed clear that the fall of the Thunderbird clan was essentially the founding myth for the Ilian Empire, and as a result, it seemed almost ubiquitous in its art. At least half of all statues and paintings and other pieces of art that Leon and his family saw while they were out were either in celebration of the fall of the Thunderbird clan, or showing the justifications for that fall. Tyranny, murder, enslavement, carrying away women, all crimes under the sun that the Thunderbird clan could commit, Leon saw them accused of in various ways in those few hours that he and his family were out of the guest house. What made things so much worse was the fact that, thanks to Nestor, Leon understood that many of these art pieces were reasonably accurate, if exaggerated and distorted by time. The crimes committed against the people of Eterna were so great that 80,000 years later, the Thunderbird clan was still remembered as the national antagonists, the devils that stood in opposition to all the good that the Ilian Empire had done. It was easy for Leon to see the propaganda in all of this, especially since the Sky Devils were still apparently such a concern, but that didn't make it feel any better to see. By the time they returned to the guest house, Leon's mood was so thoroughly ruined that he had no intention of heading back out into Ilion again until it was time for their convoy to sail down the Scamander River and head for Oculara. He had plenty to fill his time with, anyway, so losing out on some sightseeing was hardly much to worry about. Soon enough, the time came to leave Ilion, and for that, Leon couldn't be happier. The Scamander River was enormous, with an almost unimaginable amount of water flowing down its channels and tributaries. This meant that the convoy was able to take a single massive ship east, as they'd done for the first real leg of their journey when leaving Armenium months ago. Their ship this time was much more luxurious, leaving the passengers to spend 3 days in lavish extravagance as the ship sailed down the river. On both sides of the river were more buildings, the city remaining unbroken save for the imaginary administrative lines drawn up by the Ilian government. They passed through a dozen different cities, but looking out of the window, it wasn't even remotely apparent aside from a few signs. Leon, however, noticed when Oculara came into view. The monolithic architecture of the Ilian Empire continued in Oculara, too, but the headquarters of Heaven's Eye was not a thing easily missed, even to one used to such sights as the Imperial Palace in Ilion. The headquarters of Heaven's Eye was practically lost in a forest of golden towers, save for the fact that its primary buildings were so much taller. 6 enormous black towers, each 170 or 80 stories tall and made of no material that Leon was familiar with, rose from the ground like lances, the top of the towers tapering off from the outside corners to the opposite. They were arranged in a circle, the tapering of the top floors leaving them almost looking like they were facing outwards, protecting the space between them. If that were true, then it would have only been one function the towers served, for they were covered nearly from ground to roof in tall windows so opaque that they were only identifiable as windows by their regular placement and the fact that a couple of them were open. But it was what lay between these towers that Leon was far more focused on. These 6 towers formed a hexagonal courtyard between them of great size, big enough that one of the fortresses that made up the bull's horns could have fit into it with room to spare. The courtyard was mostly empty save for a colonnade that ran along its edge, providing a covered walkway for people to travel between the buildings, and a small hexagonal building about 3 stories tall in the courtyard's center that was surrounded by another colonnade. Floating in the air directly above this comparatively tiny central building, appearing to be completely unsupported by anything, was what Leon could only describe as a gigantic hexagonal brick. No windows dotted its sides, and no other decorations covered it, save for the glossy black material it was built out of. It just hung in the air in the middle of the 6 towers. When Leon tried to examine it with his magic senses to try and figure out just how it was floating, his magic senses were scattered before they even made it past the towers, leaving the mystery of this floating brick unsolved. However, Leon guessed that if the director were to be based anywhere, it was probably inside of that brick. If he was correct, then there could be as many as 500 or more people working inside of that thing, judging by its size. More, if their managers didn't care over much about their comfort as they worked. Additionally, there were Heaven's Eye towers surrounding these 6 huge towers, 3 apiece. Their architectural style was generally what Leon was more used to, being all white stone with blue roof tiles, and standing about 20 stories tall. Each of these towers was connected to a boxy complex of buildings about 5 or 6 stories tall, and further out, the normal golden towers of the Ilian Empire rose. Everything save for the black towers and the black hexagonal brick was about in line with Leon's expectations, but he found himself quite taken by the sight of those towers and what floated between them. As he stood on the deck at the front of the ship admiring the sight slightly under 200 miles away, he sensed Emily approach. "Can you see headquarters?" she asked as she slid in beside him. "I can," Leon replied. "It's quite a sight." "Indeed it is," she replied. "I haven't seen it in more than a century. Not since I left this place when I was much younger. I'm looking forward to returning. Maybe flex my new position on some old rivals if they're still around." Leon's mother-in-law wore a gentle smirk, leading Leon to think she was just playing around. But he was still curious about what he ought to expect. "How's this going to work?" he asked. "We don't really have anything that resembles a plan, mostly just what we intend to do once we get there." Emily nodded. "That's the main reason I came to find you," she said. "I've been in contact with the director a couple of times and passed on my recommendation that he take you in as one of his hands. He's agreed to at least hear you out, though between you and me, I don't think there's a chance in any hell that he's going to let an 8th-tier mage slip through his fingers, no matter how aloof or uninterested he may act. Even if he may despise you, but he can make use of your power, and to my understanding of the director, that's all he really cares about." "That sounds like it could be pretty dangerous," Leon observed, understanding at least somewhat the pressure to recruit not only the most powerful people, but the right people. If he brought in the wrong person, they could probably wreak quite a bit of havoc within Heaven's Eye. "A reasonable worry," Emily conceded, "but one born of ignorance, I think. The director has managed Heaven's Eye for centuries, he's mastered the art of recruiting people and maintaining his power. At this point, whatever he says is practically law within Heaven's Eye. He's only 9th tier, but within Heaven's Eye, his power is neither matched nor challenged. If there ever is any hint of challenge, he quickly nips it in the bud. Despite all that, he's a very straight shooter. He only resorts to schemes when he thinks he can't get what he wants in other ways, but don't take that to mean he isn't a talented schemer, it's just a tool he rarely uses." Leon took a deep, steadying breath. "Good to hear what kind of guy he is. What more could I expect from this? He'll want to interview you one-on-one, I think. I have no idea how long this will take, but the decision to take you on as one of his hands is an important one, and he may not decide on it right away. Regardless, as I said, it's nearly guaranteed that he's going to recruit you in some capacity, but you might want to get used to the idea of sitting on your ass for a couple of years while you build up some trust with him." "I can do that," Leon said with a smile. "There's plenty for me to distract myself with." "I'm sure there is," Emily replied. "I hear you're making another version of your flight suit. How soon until it's ready?" "A while, yet," Leon replied. "I'm working on a new propulsion system, and it's giving me no small number of headaches." If you were holding your breath to get one soon, I'd suggest you let it go, at least for a year or two. Emily impishly grimaced. Damn, she said, I was hoping to take to the skies like all of you have been doing. Leon smiled, remembering him and his family going for a brief flight while still in Ilion. They couldn't go too high or too far while in the city, but a bit of playing around in the guest house's courtyards wasn't illegal, thankfully. Princess Christina joined them with Asia and Maxima, and they all had quite a bit of fun, though Leon limited himself to only riding Anzu rather than transforming into his avian form. He didn't know quite how well that might go over with the Ilion authorities, and he wasn't in a hurry to find out. Anyway, Emily continued, we'll likely be put up in one of the apartments in those big towers. Extremely nice places, probably the height of luxury in all of Eterna. But once we arrive, you, Penelope, Damien, and I will all have to present ourselves to the director and the rest of the board. Expect that to take a few hours as I take up my new position. Then I'll meet with the director, and then he'll meet with Penelope and Damien individually. When that's done, you'll be called for. I can't say anything with certainty past that. Understandable, Leon responded. Good to know at least that much. What about the princess? I think she'll be busy setting up an official embassy, Emily replied. In Oculara, I'm a little surprised that she's not planning on heading back to Ilion at some point for that. She has the authority to set up the embassy wherever she pleases, and she wants to do so in Oculara. Leon shrugged and turned his attention back to the Heaven's Eye headquarters. Will all of our business be taking place within that floating brick? Emila's smile sharpened, like she was glad that Leon brought that up. That floating brick is officially known as the Heaven's Eye, she said. More colloquially, we tend to just call it the hexagon, to not confuse it with the name of our guild. And yes, that's where we'll be meeting. That building below it will ferry us up. There's a landing space for arcs on the roof, called an arcpad, but that's reserved for the director's personal use only. Everyone else has to use the lift to enter the hexagon. And the hexagon is where the director usually works. Yes, it's also where the director lives. He rarely leaves, only doing so for the most serious of reasons. It's also where the board meets, though most of them work in one of the surrounding towers. How many people are on the board? Only 6, Emily responded, her smile turning prideful. Leon returned her smile, saying with complete sincerity, I don't think I ever really understood just how much this promotion means, then. Congratulations, Emily. Emily pulled Leon into a loose hug, and when they separated, they continued to chat a little bit longer about Leon and Elise's plans. Elise was already putting out feelers for a nice country villa where they could get to work on their farm, but they hadn't found anything on such short notice. If the worst scenario came to pass, they'd just buy someplace that was lacking, and then slowly build it up into what they wanted, though they were holding out hope for a place that was more in line with what they needed, as private as could be, space for Leon to make and test his enchantments, farming space for Elise's herbs, and room for an alchemical workshop for Helen to use. Not a lot of farms even here in the Ilion Empire had such spaces, but Leon was confident that they'd eventually be able to settle on a place. Emily, however, when she took over as the chief of acquisitions, would be living in one of the Black Towers, so Leon had to promise not to move too far away. Emily still wanted her family as close to her as possible, but after that conversation was over, Emily was pulled away by one of her secretaries. With Oculara drawing close, she had more work to see too, leaving Leon to watch the headquarters of Heaven's Eye coming nearer and nearer, and hopefully, his immediate future along with it. Chapter 673, The Director Oculara. They'd finally arrived. After almost half a year, they'd reached their destination. They were hardly in a place where they could start getting settled in, but it was an enormous comfort to know that there weren't going to be any more cross-country carriage rides, or long trips up or down rivers. Leon, his family, and his retinue had finally reached a place where they could start building their new home. Things started off quite promisingly. Their welcome had always been splendid no matter where they found themselves, but the crowd that awaited them at the river docks in Oculara was something else. At least 1,000 people were waiting at the bottom of the gangplank, while thousands more crowded the riverbanks, waving and cheering at their ship as it passed by. Leon was a little surprised, but Emily explained to him that members of the Heaven's Eye board weren't often replaced, and when they were, the director and his predecessors had made it a tradition to declare the occasion a holiday in Oculara. The career of the outgoing board member was celebrated, as was the arrival of the new board member. Unfortunately, there wasn't much they could do to enjoy that holiday atmosphere, as after they met up with their escort after disembarking, they were whisked into waiting carriages and taken directly to the guild's headquarters. Once there, nearly their entire party was shuffled into one of the towers, the one that Leon assumed Emily would be taking over, and presumably shown to the apartments they were to be spending their immediate future in. Leon could only make a presumption, though, because he, Emily, Damien, and Penelope were instead brought to the building directly beneath the floating hexagon. Once inside, Leon found that the building was nearly identical to the tower that had brought them up to the Imperial Palace in Ilion, with little else filling the building save for the storage pad for a huge magical lift that traveled up and down the blue beam of magical light that connected the building to the hexagon. The lift moved quickly, and Leon reveled in the feeling of ascending into the sky. The interior of the hexagon was surprisingly hollow. Leon had assumed that there wouldn't be much in the way of open space within, despite its size, but he was proven wrong when the lift came to a halt within a massive hexagonal chamber in the center of the floating construct. It was tall enough that it clearly ran from the bottom of the hexagon all the way to the top, with the ceiling proving to be completely transparent from this side, letting in enough natural light that the chamber was decorated like a park, with long stone paths and several small courtyards surrounded by vibrant gardens. A colonnade ran along the entire outer edge of the chamber, off of which branched dozens of doors. 6 of these doors were clearly the primary entrances for the 6 different wings surrounding the chamber, being more than 2 stories tall and intricately carved with gorgeous floral patterns. Leon wasn't given much time to admire the chamber, however, for the serious, all-business escort they'd been given hurried them along through one of the huge doors, through the lavish hall on the other side, and to another set of enormous double doors at the opposite end. These doors were heavily guarded by no less than a dozen 6th-tier mages, with another half-dozen in the antechamber on the other side. Once there, Emily said to Leon, "You'll have to wait here for the moment. I have to meet with the rest of the board, and then we'll start getting our meetings with the director out of the way." Leon nodded. The antechamber was exactly as luxurious as he'd expect of the headquarters for Heaven's Eye, and he found a supremely comfortable armchair to relax in while Emily went through the next set of doors with Penelope and Damien. 3 6th-tier mages who were part of the escort detail took seats by the door, while the rest either followed Emily into the room or left the way they'd come, and for the first time since arriving in the city, Leon was left essentially alone with his thoughts, with no one hurrying them along trying to get their business done as quickly as possible. However, he wasn't given even a full minute to relax his anxious mind, worried about how the next few hours were going to go or what kind of impression he was going to make on one of the most powerful men on the plane, especially after how the party with Anastasios had gone before he heard Nestor whispering, "Disgusting apes, can't even build properly." With a heavy sigh, Leon asked, "What is it, Nestor? Something catch your eye?" "Yes, boy, this whole place. It's rather like being with those rampant golems back north, but at least the golems had respect for what they aped. They followed the old instructions I'd given them, building palaces in the mountains, and have held an appreciable respect for the clan throughout these millennia. This place, however, makes me sick. They have no idea what they're trying to do here. What is this place supposed to be, then? Don't tell me these towers used to the clan's arsenal. Of course not, boy, this place isn't nearly large enough for that. The archyards alone were practically a city unto themselves. These towers and this thing floating between them are clearly designed after the defensive observatories that our clan built upon arriving on this plane." "Observatories? What were you observing, and how?" "We had to keep an eye on the sky, of course," Nestor explained, his tone frustratingly condescending. Leon had to stifle his instinct to scowl and start curling his fingers, knowing that the escort detail that was still with him was keeping an eye on what he was doing. So, with some struggle, he closed his eyes and pretended to meditate as he spoke with Nestor. The dead man continued, "We came here with great force, hundreds of arcs and thousands of warriors. But we knew that even that grand armada wasn't enough to deter our enemies. If we were ambushed by the forces of another elemental king, it could have proved disastrous for our mission and for the clan as a whole. As a result, we had to maintain constant watch on the sky, and to do that, we built observatories all across this plane. In a properly built observatory, there were only 3 support towers, each only needing to be about half as tall as those here. However, the main body of the observatory was the structure that floated between the towers, which could ascend with magical support from their towers so high that they nearly left the plane entirely. These observatories were then used to watch the void between planes for any incoming threats, as well as act as relay stations for arcs that were used to patrol the entirety of the plane. The observatories can't exactly keep an eye on the backside of the plane, after all. Keeping an eye open for extraplanar threats was a titanic undertaking involving serious investment of resources. And it was necessary, as so many who've been slaughtered for failing to stay vigilant can attest, assuming they survived that mistake. Leon, feeling the urge to contort his face in confusion, just decided to admit defeat and not even bother pretending to meditate, instead casting his consciousness into his soul realm and into his magic body. He rose from his throne and went to continue this conversation with Nestor in person. "And how, might I ask, do you know that this place can't do that?" Leon asked. "Judging from what I've been able to tell of the enchantments holding this thing up," Nestor replied. "The amount of magic flowing through this knot observatory is barely enough to keep it in the air, let alone rise higher." Leon wasn't convinced, but he didn't press the issue. Nestor was just being his usual judgmental self, and while Leon could see where he was coming from in some form, he was still more interested in hearing about the old clan. For instance, he'd never heard of these observatories before, but if they were as grand as Nestor claimed, then he figured they should have been famous landmarks. Instead, this was the first he was hearing of them, leading him to think that they were no longer intact after so long. Summoning a map of the plane, Leon asked Nestor, "Can you show me where these observatories were located?" With Nestor's direction, Leon marked down 9 different points on the map, none of which corresponded to any of the points on the map from the cradle. Those places were locations of great importance to the clan, such as Nestor's lab, the arsenal, and Tira. The observatories, however, were located in a rough circle around the edges of the plain, mostly deep in mountain ranges and far from any place that could sustain large populations. Observatories were mostly built on mountains, Nestor explained. Having them be a little higher from sea level meant less magic power to raise them to the edge of the void. Wouldn't that also mean that they were further from the centers of power? Leon asked. How would they communicate what they could see with the higher-ups in the clan? Calm stones, Nestor replied. It was a fairly low-level position to be assigned to an observatory, and below my purview, but I know at least that they were in constant contact with the rest of the clan, with daily check-ins and frequent supply runs. The calm stones we had were quite useful, able to let 2 people on opposite sides of the plane communicate with each other like they were right next to each other, but rather less useful when trying to communicate between planes. That's why they were used to relay messages from arcs that were sent out on patrols around this plane, for having these relays allowed our patrols to extend their coverage by many thousands of miles. Leon hummed in thought as he appreciated the fairly simple ingenuity and practicality of the observatories. He didn't think he'd think of something like that on his own, at least, not without having to be on the wrong end of some kind of ambush that these observatories might prevent, first. There wasn't much else to say about them, though, so he turned his attention to something else. "What about the arsenal?" he asked. "Now that we're here in Oculara, it's something I ought to keep an eye out for, right? And I've tried, but I haven't seen even a single broken pillar or ruined statue of our clan anywhere in the city. Granted, I haven't done an exhaustive search, but I haven't seen anything that might lead me to think the arsenal is still here." "I'm not surprised," Nestor said. "If many of our vassals did evacuate this plane, then they likely didn't leave much behind. Tell me, if you were in their shoes, what would you do?" Leon lightly smiled as he considered the question, having considered it many times before. He placed himself in the situation of being in charge of an evacuation, with former allies turning against him and his king who kept them all in line now dead. "I'd take everything that wasn't nailed down, and most of what was," he said to Nestor. "If I couldn't take something, and there was even the slightest chance that it could be used to follow me, or to harm those who remained, then I think I would destroy it." "A wise answer," Nestor replied. "That's what I'm guessing happened here. The arsenal was probably destroyed when Kukuva evacuated whoever responded to his call. The arsenal was a vast complex even by Nexus standards, so there might still be something around, but expect the place to have been completely leveled, with nothing left." "Disappointing," Leon whispered, though without surprise. He'd known without much doubt that this was what he would find upon reaching Oculara ever since he'd heard the message back in Ancon. "I suppose if anything was left behind, then it's either so buried that I'd never find it, or has probably fallen into the hands of Heaven's Eye." "That would make sense to me," Nestor agreed. For a while, Leon pored over a map of Oculara that he'd been given by Emily, hoping that either he or Nestor might be able to see something there that could prove promising. Unfortunately, Neither of them saw anything on the city map that indicated a remnant of the clan, but Leon, not wanting to give up so easily, resolved to see if he could dig any deeper into the matter later. The map wasn't that in-depth, after all, so it was easy to imagine there were things he was missing. He couldn't do much more than that, for he soon felt a light tap on his physical shoulder. In a matter of seconds, Leon was opening his eyes back in the physical world to see Emily standing before him, a grin of satisfaction on her face. "Welcome back," she said to him as his gaze landed upon her. "The meeting was mercifully brief, and my position has been confirmed. You are now looking at the newest member of the Heaven's Eye Board." Leon smiled as he rose to his feet, his arms spreading as he invited Emily in for a hug. His mother-in-law took the invitation, and he whispered, "Congratulations," when they separated. "They couldn't have made a better decision." "I'm sure there are others who might disagree," Emily replied. "The vote was unanimous, but with the director in my corner, that was to be expected. Still, I think I may have a few hidden rivals here given some of the discussion in there, but I shouldn't say any more about that." Leon nodded in understanding. "Penelope, Damien?" he asked. "Still with the director, but they should be out in only a few minutes," she said. "Shouldn't be too much longer now." Emily, even though she was effectively done with her work in the hexagon, took a seat with Leon, waiting with him until his meeting with the director was finished. She didn't have to wait long, for only about 15 minutes after Emily walked out, Damien Macon followed, with Penelope only about 10 minutes later. Finally, it was Leon's turn to meet with the big man himself. The director's office was both grand and simple, in a strangely overpowering way. The floors were beautiful, being some kind of almost impossibly glossy black stone, with the walls and ceiling made of similar material. The office itself was quite big, the back wall taking up an entire side of the hexagon, showing it to be just like the roof in the central chamber, transparent from this side, while completely opaque from the other. The room was thus filled with harsh light from the afternoon sun, and lacked any other light sources that Leon could see. The director's desk was extremely large, too, looking almost like it had been carved from a single massive tree. Other than that, the entire office was stark and empty. When Leon was shown in, his footsteps echoed loudly, adding to the anxiety he felt as he saw the dark figure sitting behind the desk, quietly reading through a stack of papers in front of him. Leon couldn't see much of the man, the sun shining in and rendering the director little more than a hazy black figure. What was even more intimidating was the fact that Leon's magic senses were completely suppressed in the director's office, meaning he could only rely on his physical eyes to see the man, and even then, the dark figure was all his 8th tier eyes could see. Probably some kind of enchantments amplifying the effect, Leon thought as he took slow steps forward, his eyes only drifting from the director after he'd made it halfway to the man's desk. The thought helped him to keep calm and remain stoic, but he could practically feel the 9th tier director watching his every move. As Leon drew closer, the director finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant, the cavernous office giving it an echo that Leon found incredibly pleasing to the ear. "Leon Rame," the director stated, his tone even. "Welcome to the Heaven's Eye. I've heard much about you and have been looking forward to this meeting." Leon cocked an eyebrow, the director's monotone voice indicating less enthusiasm than he claimed. Not sure about the protocol, Leon decided to just respond without ceremony. "I've been looking forward to this, too," he said. "So far, I have to say that I haven't been disappointed." The director seemed to hum in acknowledgement and didn't say anything as Leon continued to walk toward his desk slowly and deliberately, only stopping about 2 arm lengths from the thing. The director didn't once move, and neither did Leon sense anything strange about the flow of magic in the room, indicating that the 9th tier mage's aura was steady and not at all perturbed. However, even from such a short distance away, the director was still shrouded in both light and darkness, with the sun backlighting his chair so harshly that Leon found himself starting to strain as he tried to focus on the man within the shadow. "I've heard that you're here to seek a position as one of my hands," the director stated after several long moments. "That would be swell," Leon replied, his eyes narrowing as his heart began to beat faster in anticipation, excitement, and dread. "Why?" the director simply asked. Leon, expecting the question, explained, "I'm not one to enjoy swearing myself to others. Employment is one thing, because it can always be ended. Oaths of fealty are harder to escape from, especially since I don't much like avoiding my responsibilities. I have some plans that need resources to accomplish, and I don't think I can get those resources on my own. I need partners, but those partners can't be any of the empires." That's why I'm here. Partners, the director whispered. We're not in the business of taking on many partners, Leon shrugged. I understand. Though, before I go further, I'm curious. Might I ask you a question? The director paused a moment, leaning back in his chair. For the first time, he looked at Leon, really looked at him, and Leon felt the man's aura settle in around his shoulders. It wasn't nearly as weighty as Anastasio's had been, but it's certainly him working a little harder to remain standing. I'll permit you one question, the director said. Thank you, Leon replied with as much respect as he could put into his voice. I was curious how much you've heard about me. You've clearly heard much about me. The director didn't answer immediately, instead just staring at Leon for an uncomfortable amount of time. But finally, he answered, I was sent a report on you after you left the Bull Kingdom detailing your time as a knight. Impressive for such a short tenure. Those were impressive times, Leon humbly stated. Everyone who lived through them has just as impressive resumes. No they don't, the director bluntly stated. He didn't elaborate, though, and chose to just move on. My daughter doesn't like you. Your daughter doesn't know me, Leon shot back a little testily. But after a moment, his attitude softened a bit and he added, though, to not like me wouldn't exactly make her unique. I think she thinks I'm trying to rely on Emily to get into Heaven's Eye. Aren't you? Leon shrugged again. I'd be lying if I said that her being a new board member wasn't a big reason why I'm here now, but I have a feeling that no matter what she said about me, if you didn't want me here, I wouldn't be. Leon let that statement hang in the air for a while, the director likewise not saying anything. The director looked fairly relaxed, but Leon could feel the tension in the air. It pressed in around him, demanding that he buckle under its pressure, that he cracks, and flee from the director as fast as he could, his future plans be damned. But Leon didn't run away. He had faced a primal god before, the director was nerve-wracking, but only a man, and Leon could deal with men. After that long moment, the director asked him, Chapter 674, Preparing for a hunt, this is fucking horse shit, Alex muttered, speaking the words that were on everyone's mind. Leon had returned to his family and retinue, who'd been shown to what would be their quarters until more permanent residences could be worked out. They were set up in apartments in one of the black towers surrounding the hexagon, on one of the highest floors with entire walls given to windows that gave incredible views of the massive city. The apartments themselves were extremely luxurious, taking up nearly the entire floor. Smooth marble floors, spectacular furniture, large bedrooms, opulent bathrooms, a pool fit for a monarch, and even space for artisanal work, such as enchanting. But all of that luxury might as well not have mattered, for the mood in the huge dining room was dour and depressed. None of them wanted to head back out on another journey when they'd just finished one that had been nearly half a year long. They all just wanted to relax for a while, get used to sedentary living again before heading back out. He could see it in the faces of his lovers and all of his retinue, who were gathered around the dining table. Leon, however, seemed to be the only exception. He, too, wanted to get settled in, to let the knowledge that he had a place of his own for just himself and his family lift some of the pressure that weighed on his mind. But, he's testing me, Leon said after Alex's statement of incredibly profundity. That much is almost insultingly obvious, Anshu stated, his tone even, though he spoke the words with intensity enough that his own anger was betrayed. I know that, Leon replied. It's not even hidden. This is a test. That's just what it is. But the thought of hunting this thing, this Tao, is, well, it's kind of got me chomping at the bit, so to speak. I understand it's a legendary creature. He looked to Anna for confirmation, and she gravely nodded. It's more than that, she explained, a dark look in her deep green eyes. Tao don't exist. Simple as that. They're myths. We've been sent to hunt down a myth. Oh, fucking great, Alex cried as she threw her hands up in frustration. Leon ignored the outburst, but he could feel some amount of anger in his heart, too. However, the emotion that dominated his mind wasn't anger, but competitiveness. With an almost sinister smile, he said, the director claimed that most people think it's mythical, but he seemed to think otherwise. Either that, or he's just trying to not have me abandon the quest right away. Still, if this Tao does turn out to be entirely mythical, I almost want to say that he gave me this test expecting me to fail, but that's not quite right. I think it's more that he's not really expecting me to come back with the requested pearl, he's testing to see if I give up or not. How can you say for certain? Marcus inquired. It seems to me like sending someone after a myth would be a good way to get rid of them, at least for a little while. How can you say otherwise? Does he expect us to find something else of comparable value? How can we do that when he only told us to find a pearl? Is there some special property of these pearls that would make faking it impossible? In a way, yes, Helen answered. The myths ascribe many aspects to Tao pearls, and I mean many aspects. Think of anything you want, and there's probably some myth somewhere that claims a Tao pearl is capable of it. If all of these myths are to be believed, then a Tao pearl can heal any injury, cure any disease, conjure gold from nothing, allow a mage to rise several tiers if they eat one, power an arc of any size with its stored magic power, return life to the dead, and so many other things that I can't even list them all. But in short, no matter what pearl you bring to the director, no matter how powerfully you enchant one, he'd always be able to say that it's not enough, that the pearl you brought him isn't real. Because what he's asking you to find doesn't exist, so you can't complete this quest as it's been given. Her words almost seemed to echo in the silence that followed. It was as if she told the entire room that Leon's plan of joining Heaven's Eye, and thus ensuring their immediate futures, wasn't going to happen. But Leon's smile didn't drop one bit. Instead, it only grew slightly wider. As the director of Heaven's Eye, he said, I think it's reasonable for him to have access to information none of the rest of us have. And while I only broke words with him for a short time, I've also heard some things about him from Emily. And the impression I have of the man is that he doesn't play these kinds of games. He wouldn't send me out on an impossible mission just to get rid of me. There's something else he wants, even if it isn't an actual Tao pearl. I can feel that, I just can't see what it is. Elise spoke up for the first time, offering her thoughts. I don't think we should give up so quickly. I agree with Leon, the director doesn't do these kinds of things. If he wanted Leon gone, he wouldn't have to resort to methods like this. He would if he just wanted to feel superior, Anshu bitterly spat. Elise, ignoring the Indradian, continued, let's give it some time. Maybe look into these Tao. See if there isn't anything we can dig up that might explain the reason why the director is sending us out like this. It's not like we'll lose much even if we spend a couple of days focusing on this, and who knows? Maybe we'll find something. If we don't, then we'll know without a shadow of a doubt that the director was just playing around. At the very least, it'll free us up to focus our efforts elsewhere without regrets. Leon gave his wife a glowing look. I couldn't have said it better myself. Leon cast his gaze around the room, making eye contact with every person there. Elise, Valeria, Alcander, and Gaius met his gaze without hesitation. Maya was a little more thoughtful, but she made eye contact with him, too. Alex, Helen, Anna, Anshu, and Marcus seemed to need a little more thought than Maya, but they, too, soon turned their eyes to him. Does anyone here want to just give up on Heaven's Eye for sending us on this chase? Leon asked. I'll not force anyone to participate if they don't want to, but if we go on this quest, then I want us all on board with it. Slowly, Leon could see determination sinking into his retinue. I'm in, Anshu declared, surprising Leon somewhat with his decisiveness. I've never met him, but I already hate the director. I want nothing more than to find this pearl and throw it in his smug face. In the likely event that it doesn't exist, then I don't want to give up without at least confirming that fact. Same here, Gaius added. Nothing good can come from giving up before we've even tried. If this is our quest, then we should at least give it a try. Everyone else gave similar sentiments, leaving Leon grinning like an idiot. Seeing the director's face when Leon walked into his office and threw down a Tao pearl would be beyond satisfying. At the very least, it would prove that Leon wasn't going to ride into Heaven's Eye on Emila's coattails, that he'd earned his place with his own skills. But that, of course, depended on the Tao being real, and one of their pearls, recoverable. All right, Leon said when they were all finished. Let's figure out a better game plan, then. Anna, Helen, you two have heard these myths about the Tao, correct? Both ladies nodded. Share everything you know, no matter how seemingly pointless. If this thing exists, then we have to parse the truth from the fiction. Gaius, Anshu, I want you two to head down to the river and secure us a ship for a reasonable price. I don't know how long we'll need it, so make sure it's a long rental. Tao supposedly live on the coast of the Great Sea, so we'll need something robust enough to brave those waters. We'll get it done, Gaius said as he made eye contact with Anshu, the two men sharing a brief nod. Elise, Emily is now the chief of acquisitions. I don't want to burden her with our stuff right now, especially since she's probably going to need several months to settle into her new position, but if it's not too much trouble, you want me to see if there's been any information that came through acquisitions regarding Tao? Elise asked with a sly smile. Acquisitions included the bounties that Heaven's Eye ran. Leon was confident that if anyone had reports of Tao sightings, it would be Heaven's Eye, and borrowing Emila's authority could help them to narrow their search. Yes, Leon responded. Don't press too hard, this is a quest we'll undertake ourselves. But if there are reports out there, I want to see them. Everyone else will be with me. I'd like to bury ourselves in whatever literature exists about Tao, whether mythological or factual. If these things are as powerful as they've been implied to be, then we'll have to prepare as best as we can to find one. Let's get to it. Finding information on the Tao turned out to be quite easy, to Leon's general surprise. He'd thought they would have been a little more obscure, but it turned out that the creatures were something of folk icons for the people who lived around the Central Sea, and many stories had been written about them. However, Leon could easily understand why Anna and Helen had been so dismissive of this quest after reading just a few of these stories. They were all generally inconsistent in regards to what the Tao actually were. Most seemed to agree they were birds, but of what sort, Leon couldn't find more than 2 or 3 stories that agreed with each other. Some claimed they were no larger than a pigeon, while others claimed that they could wrap their talons around adult wyverns with ease. Some claimed them to be of human-level sapiens, if not higher, but most stories depicted the Tao as either little more than animals, or of such alien minds that their thoughts and intentions weren't understandable to mankind. Not even their plumage were things that the stories could agree on, with some stating that they were pure white, others that they were as red as the sky at dusk, while others claiming that their feathers changed with their mood. He even found one story that was inconsistent with itself, changing the bird's plumage to fit with the trials and tribulations that the story's protagonist underwent, and doing so without any narrative explanation. Even worse, the stories of the Tao's powers were even less consistent. Some stories claimed them to be beings of almost godlike power, while others claimed that they were little more than average animals with access to wind and light magic. Those stories in the latter category Leon treated with a little less skepticism, given that they usually had other details in them that were more consistent with the Eterna that Leon was familiar with, though none were outright believable, unfortunately. The one that claimed the Tao was actually a race of mischievous shapeshifters Leon found particularly entertaining, though also particularly doubtful. Everything that Helen and Anna wrote down was just as inconsistent with much of what Leon and the rest of the retinue had found. However, his interest was piqued slightly when he reached their power list, upon which Anna had written that Tao were often ascribed the power to control the weather, summoning wind, rain, and lightning at their whim. Leon suspected that some of these myths syncretized the mythical Tao with the Thunderbird, but he didn't exactly have proof. Regardless, he and his retinue soon burned through the mythical references they could find of the Tao, coming up with precious few good references that Leon might be able to rely upon in this hunt. But there were a few references that he thought might be more credible. The biggest one was a scientific journal of an explorer who'd helped to map the rocky coastline of the Central Sea, charting out hundreds of caves and extensive underground and underwater tunnel systems that ran through the coastline's many huge cliffs and broken, rocky shore. He claimed to have found the bones of a Tao deep within caves near the Ilian Empire's border with the sacred Golden Empire, and Leon found various other references in many other stories to the Tao making their homes within caves. It wasn't much, but it was a start. The second reference that Leon found reliable was that the Tao were vegetarians. If he wanted to lure one out, assuming that was even possible given the intelligence some stories attributed them with, he couldn't use meat. It also meant that they were going to be more relegated to the northern coast of the Central Sea, since his maps painted the southern and eastern coastlines to be more barren, though he did note that the entire coastline seemed to be relatively barren, especially compared to the richer and more fertile interior of the Ilian and sacred Golden Empires. Still, there would likely be more plentiful food north of the Scamander River Delta, so that was where he'd concentrate his search. Of course, there were other journals he and his retinue found that came to the same conclusion, and there was still no concrete evidence for Tao presence, but he filed the information away, anyway. If the Tao didn't exist, then it wouldn't matter, but if they did, then he had a place to start. The final clue he found was more verifiable, but less immediately useful. The Tao were so mythologized that there were multiple shrines dedicated to them in the eastern parts of the Ilian Empire. The Ilian Empire seemed to worship many gods, but they also venerated many local spirits. It seemed that the Tao were counted among these spirits, for there were quite a few shrines located around the empire's eastern provinces. At the very least, even if the Tao couldn't be found around the coastlines, Leon figured that there would be more people who lived around these shrines who might take stories of the Tao more seriously, though he also thought that that might mean a lot more false sightings, so it was a bit of a mixed bag. Several hours after starting their research, Elise returned to them to pitch in. Her mother had, as Leon had suspected, been too busy to help Elise directly, but not so much that she couldn't have one of her secretaries go digging for information. When Elise met up with them in the tower's massive library, she brought with her several reports of dubious quality claiming to have eyewitness accounts of Tao sightings. Leon was gratified to see that all 4 of these reports were in the area he'd already resolved to start searching first, the border between the Ilian Empire and the Sacred Golden Empire that reached the coast. Most of the coast, in contrast to the urban buildup along the Scamander River, was devoid of human settlements. The weather was terrible and the terrain itself made large-scale settlement undesirable. But there were still a few fishing villages and quaint resort towns to be found, along with salty sailors selling spurious sea stories to sightseers, which is what Heaven's Eye chalked most of these reports up to being. Leon resolves to visit these towns and see what he could see. By the time that night fell, everyone was exhausted, and not at all looking forward to what promised to be several more weeks of fruitless searching for a myth. Leon, however, slept quite soundly, and he figured he probably would have been able to do so even without the loving ministrations of his wife and lovers. They had a direction to go in, and that was enough to ease his mind for the night. Leon stared down the docks at the ship that Gaius and Anshu had procured, his lips pursed in thought. He'd been surprised when they returned the previous day, having secured a fairly cheap ship for the retinue to use, but pleasantly so. However, now, he was a little less sure. The ship was a fairly small sloop, small enough that his family and retinue could crew it with ease. It was larger in the back, with only a single deck and a raised quarterdeck. The ship wasn't particularly magically advanced, probably why it was so cheap, but it had a single magic engine powerful enough to move the ship at a good clip. Good enough, Anshu promised, to reach the coastline in just a few days. The rest of the sloop's enchantments ensured that it was robust enough to endure the fairly powerful weather events that constantly roiled across the Central Sea, and if the magic engine ever gave out, and given its age, Leon fully expected it to give out at some point, the ship was equipped with a backup mast which Anshu said he was familiar with. Most surprisingly was that the ship was made entirely out of steel. Leon might have been impressed had the ship not been speckled with rust and various stains from the undoubtedly long life it had lived. Still, he found himself quietly marveling at the Ilian Empire's power if this was such a cheap ship, so common that it was allowed to degenerate into such a condition. In the Bull Kingdom, ships made of steel were incredibly rare, so much so that the legions still used wooden ships, though the wood they used was of the finest quality they could find. This ship had no weapons to speak of, but Leon didn't mind. After some time spent thinking it over, and with the added endorsement of Anshu, who'd already given the ship a cursory inspection the day before, Leon decided to take the ship. All he needed it to do was get them down the river, to the villages along the rocky coast, and then back to Oculara. To that end, he paid the promised price, and he, his retinue, and his family climbed aboard. Most unusual about his group was that Elise was joining them. She was completely uninterested in remaining behind, especially since this didn't seem to be a dangerous mission, and she claimed that she wasn't about to look for a villa and accompanying property all on her own, so they had to suffer her presence for a while. Leon, not considering her presence to be at all insufferable, was grateful for the extra company. He had to admit that he hadn't wanted to leave her behind, either. So it was that the day after arriving in Oculara on a Heaven's Eye yacht of nearly unparalleled luxury, Leon, his family, and his retinue departed Oculara in a ship whose better days were likely decades in the past, just to hunt down a myth. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.